Xiao Yun, equipped with the unique insight functionality of his system, embarks on an extraordinary journey. With an ordinary physique and a challenging cultivation method, he effortlessly navigates through obstacles, gaining enlightenment along the way. Witness his defiance against fate as he ascends to the pinnacle of power. Chapter 1. The recruitment of disciples at the chaotic sacred land. In the Nine Heavens continent lies the chaotic sacred land. Once the most formidable sanctum, it began its gradual decline following the ascension of the chaotic emperor to immortal. Today marks the day of recruitment at the chaotic sacred land. Various kingdoms and noble families from the vicinity have sent their prodigies to seek tutelage. Although the chaotic sacred land has waned, it remains one of the preeminent forces across the Nine Heavens continent. Thus, throngs of aspirants continue to arrive, creating a bustling scene. I have finally entered the chaotic sacred land. I have completed the first task set by the system. Xiao Yun exerted immense effort to push through the crowd and step into the expansive square of the chaotic sacred land. Ignoring the myriad discussions around him, he hastily closed his eyes to assess the system within him. Insight system. Function. Bestows enlightenment upon the host. Number of insights available. 1. Can be activated at any moment by silent invocation. Task. Enter the chaotic sacred land. Completed. New task imminent. Seeing the task status change to completed, Xiao Yun was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. It had not been easy. After 16 years in this world, he had finally accomplished the first task issued by the system. It must be said, this task was indeed exceedingly difficult. Indeed, despite the decline of the chaotic sacred land, it remains a prestigious sanctuary, not easily accessible to the common folk. Xiao Yun hailed from a noble family in a small kingdom, and given their limited power, it was impossible for them to facilitate his early arrival at the chaotic sacred land. Thus, he waited for 16 long years until the day when the sacred land commenced its recruitment of disciples, at which point he finally gained entry and accomplished the first, as set forth by the system. Ding. New task. Join the chaotic sacred land. Reward. 3 opportunities for enlightenment. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated within Xiao Yun's mind. He instantly comprehended that his second task had arrived, and this time, the reward was even more substantial. Offer. 3 chances for profound realization. It is noteworthy that enlightenment occurs when a cultivator, while contemplating the Tao, unexpectedly resonates with it, entering a realm of profound mystery. The likelihood of such an event is exceedingly rare. Even geniuses may only experience it once in their lifetime. Even those exceptional prodigies, the super talents, are likely to achieve enlightenment merely 2 or 3 times throughout their existence. This illustrates the preciousness of such an opportunity for enlightenment. Therefore, despite the singular function of his system, Xiao Yun held no disdain for it. Join the chaotic sacred land? With a grin spreading across his face as he gazed upon his latest task, Xiao Yun remarked, "Very well, since I have arrived at the chaotic sacred land, it is only natural that I show. Join it." Although the chaotic sacred land has fallen from its former glory, it still holds considerable might, as even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Moreover, it remains one of the most formidable forces in this realm. Entering the sacred land of chaos for cultivation undoubtedly enhances his chances of becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yun maneuvered through the crowd, directing his gaze toward the elevated platform ahead. Seated cross-legged upon the platform was a benevolent elderly man, clad in a gray robe, his eyes profoundly deep, reminiscent of the cosmic starry sky, making it difficult to gaze upon him directly. "I am the elder of reception, tasked with welcoming you to the assessment," the gray-robed elder said with a warm smile, a glimmer of anticipation reflected in his eyes. This session, he pondered, would there be any prodigies or celestial seedlings emerging? At the very least, a few extraordinary talents will be splendid. Having contemplated this, the elder of reception continued in a resonant voice, "Now, let us dispense with the trivialities. The sacred land of chaos has few rigid rules. The disciple assessment consists of but a single challenge: striking the chaos bell." Upon finishing his words, the elder flicked his fingers, and the space before him instantaneously fissured open, revealing a vast rift. Subsequently, a brilliant golden light erupted as an ancient, gray bell soared forth from the rift, landing upon the plaza. Buzz! As the bell descended, it emitted a deafening sound, akin to divine beings chanting and angels singing, causing the very souls of all present to tremble. This is the Chaos Bell, the legendary weapon of the emperors. It is said that long ago, the Chaos Emperor wielded this bell, conquering the heavens and earth, sweeping through myriad realms, invincible in all directions. Even among all the imperial weapons across the realms, this bell would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. The square was immediately abuzz with fervent discussion. Those eligible to participate in the assessment hail from noble families of even the smallest nations, each possessing Remar. Cable insights. Xiao Yun, concealed within the crowd, gazed longingly at the distant Chaos Bell, a wave of envy washing over him. If only he could possess such a treasure, the world would be his oyster. Alas, this artifact is an imperial weapon, far beyond his current ability to command. Please form an orderly line, placing your palms upon the Chaos Bell one by one. If you can cause the bell to sound, you shall be accepted as disciples of our Chaos Sanctum. The Eld are in charge, announced once more. Upon hearing his words, the crowd began to queue, each person reaching out to touch the Chaos Bell. However, instead of resonating, the bell emitted a golden light, teleporting those who made contact away. Panic ensued among the crowd. Do not be alarmed, the elder proclaimed with authority. The imperial weapon possesses a spirit. Should you fail to awaken the Chaos Bell, it will simply return you to your homes, Teach, us sparing you the trouble of the journey back. Reassured by the elder's words, the crowd regained their composure and continued to approach the Chaos Bell one by one. Xiao Yun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, I did not anticipate that the Chaos Bell bore such a function. Even if I fail the assessment, I shall receive a complimentary ticket back home. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun had no desire to be sent home by the Chaos Bell. He was determined to join the Chaos Sanctum. Yet, he remained uncertain about how to elicit a sound from this enigmatic bell. He observed the young men and women around him as they interacted with the Chaos Bell, but after much contemplation, he could discern no clarity in their attempts. As soon as these individuals came into contact with the Chaos Bell, they shut their eyes and were whisked away by a radiant beam of light. It was evident that those who had been transported were undoubtedly the unsuccessful ones. Consequently, the testing proceeded at an accelerated pace. As time trickled by, not a single person managed to strike the Chaos Bell, and the crowd in the square began to feel a sense of unease. At last, before long, the Chaos Bell finally resonated, its resounding chime echoing throughout the entire sacred realm of chaos. The crowd was immediately invigorated, turning their attention toward the distant bell. There stood a young man before the Chaos Bell, his face alight with excitement and fervor. From the high platform, the Elder of Guidance spoke calmly. A single chime indicates a tenuous qualification to join our sacred realm of chaos, yet it only permits one to become an outer disciple. Where is the outer sect steward? Take him to the outer sect. Yes, Elder. A man clad in black robes suddenly soared from the sky, seizing the young man next to the Chaos Bell and flying off into the distance. Upon hearing that this young man was merely qualified to become an outer disciple, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Eye in their eyes, merely being able to strike the Chaos Bell was already an extraordinary feat. However, to be relegated to the status of an outer disciple seemed to render the assessment of the sacred realm of chaos excessively stringent. One person inquired, "May I ask, Elder of Guidance, how many times can an individual strike the Chaos Bell? Furthermore, how does the number of strikes relate to the treatment one receives upon joining the sacred realm of chaos?" This was a pivotal question. The crowd collectively turned their gaze towards the Elder of Guidance on the high platform. The Elder of Guidance smiled gently and said, "The Chaos Bell tolls 9 times. The first toll signifies an outer sect disciple. The second toll indicates an inner sect disciple. The third toll designates a true transmission disciple. The fourth toll represents an elder's disciple. The fifth toll denotes a disciple of the Supreme Elder. The sixth toll marks me as the holy son of our chaos sacred land. As for the seventh, eighth, and ninth tolls, they have not been heard in many years. Should they resound, the beer or shall instantly become a divine son of our chaos sacred land. As the elder's words echoed, a wave of longing swept through the crowd in the square. The assessment continued unabated. With the passage of time, the number of people in the square dwindled. To Xiao Yun's astonishment, despite testing hundreds of thousands, only a mere few hundred had joined the chaos sacred land, a probability that seemed exceedingly low. Moreover, among these few hundred, the highest number of tolls heard was merely 3. Xiao Yun distinctly observed that the elder of guidance, who had been gracious and benevolent, now bore a countenance of dismay, his expression darkening considerably. Clearly, the lack of prodigious talents had left the elder profoundly disappointed. Each generation seems to be inferior to the last. Is it truly the fate of our chaos sacred land to decline? The elder lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the youths undergoing testing below. Yet, he understood the underlying reason. Any true genius would have already showcased their exceptional talents early on, thus being snatched away by the other 5 sacred lands. Meanwhile, the chaos sacred land adhered to a peculiar tradition passed down through the ages. To join the chaotic sanctuary, one must abstain from practicing any martial arts prior to the assessment. Consequently, the youths participating in the evaluation are, in essence, mere mortals devoid of cultivation. Meanwhile, those prodigies have long embarked on the path of cultivation, thus being entirely ineligible to join the chaotic sanctuary. Regrettably, this is a tradition handed down by our ancestors, and none dare to alter it. Last, it is my turn. Amidst the crowd, Xiao Yun gazed eagerly at the chaotic bell before him, his face alight with anticipation as he approached. After enduring a lengthy wait, his moment had finally arrived. I wonder if I can strike the chaotic bell? Xiao Yun extended his palm towards the ancient bell's weathered surface. With a resounding boom, a tremor rippled through Xiao Yun's mind, and golden characters manifested within his consciousness, depicting the evolution of all things and elucidating the principles of the chaotic path. In that instant, Xiao Yun comprehended how to resonate with the chaotic bell. It was revealed that one must decipher these golden characters. Once one attains an understanding, the chaotic bell may be struck. Moreover, the more insights one gains, the louder the bell tolls. With this realization, Xiao Yun's resolve solidified, and he silently intoned, "System, initiate a moment of enlightenment." Boom! A thunderous echo reverberated in his mind, and Xiao Yun's thoughts grew increasingly lucid as flashes of inspiration surged within him. The golden characters before him transformed into symbols, penetrating his very gaze. This scripture is titled The Guide to Chaos. Once mastered, one can harness the power of the chaos bell. The greater one's strength, the more potent the borrowed power becomes. If one can attain the realm of a sage, one may then refine this chaos bell. Xiao Yun was deeply immersed in the profound realm of enlightenment, suddenly comprehending the essence of the scripture before him. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Xiao Yun, the outside world had already erupted in fervor due to his trial. Chapter 2. The 9 Chimes and the Emergence of the Divine Sun. As Xiao Yun engaged in his moment of enlightenment, the chaos bell resonated. Instantly, the youths in the square, yet to undergo their assessments, gazed at Xiao Yun with expressions of envy. It was evident that they recognized his success in passing the examination. Even a single chime was sufficient for admission into the sacred land of chaos. On the elevated platform, Elder Jean cast a glance at Xiao Yun and shook his head lightly, seemingly unimpressed by any extraordinary qualities in him. Clearly, he did not perceive Xiao Yun as a prodigy, suspecting that he would only achieve a single chime. However, at that moment, another chime echoed, causing the chaos bell to tremble and emit a cascade of golden light. The onlookers, who had yet to be tested, regarded Xiao Yun with newfound jealousy. 2 chimes were sufficient to qualify as an inner disciple. Elder Jean, now astonished, turned his attention back to Xiao Yun. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary youth could elicit 2 chimes from the chaos bell, which had caught him off guard. Then, the 3rd chime resounded. This time, not only were the youths in the square taken aback, but even Elder Jean displayed a look of astonishment. What was happening? The boy appeared devoid of any special constitution and lacked sufficient spiritual energy. The mere ability to produce 1 chime was already remarkable. So how could he possibly resonate 3 times? Elder Jean was perplexed. In truth, at his level, there was no need for the Chaos Bell to assess talent. His discerning eyes could easily perceive the innate potential of an ordinary individual. Indeed, the abilities of the youth tested prior had all aligned with his expectations. Who possesses the ability to strike the Chaos Bell, resonating its chimes with such precision? Yet, it is this seemingly ordinary youth before me who has confounded all calculations. Logically, he should not have been able to ring the Chaos Bell even once, let alone thrice. The Elder of Guidance wore a perplexed expression. At that very moment, the fourth chime resounded. An uproar erupted across the square, leaving all present in a state of astonishment. Upon the high platform, the Elder of Guidance's demeanor shifted, his gaze upon Xiao Yun growing increasingly solemn. For chimes had sounded, according to the established protocols. This was sufficient for one to be recognized as a disciple of an elder. A person of such caliber could undoubtedly be deemed a super genius. However, what bewildered the elder was his inability to discern any hint of the extraordinary in Xiao Yun. What is amiss? Have I overexerted my discerning vision, allowing it to gather dust? The Elder of Guidance could not resist cleansing his perceptive sight with spiritual energy, and instantly, his eyes brimmed with brilliance as he scrutinized Xiao Yun anew. Yet, in his eyes, Xiao Yun remained unremarkable, utterly ordinary, not resembling a super genius at all. When the fifth chime of the Chaos Bell reverberated, the crowd was left in a state of shock-induced numbness. The Elder of Guidance could no longer maintain his composure. He rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fervent light, fixated on Xiao Yun with intense scrutiny. Concurrently, within the depths of the Chaos Sacred Land, several formidable spiritual presences traversed the void, drawn to the unfolding spectacle. Clearly, the 5 resounding chimes of the Chaos Bell had stirred the attention of some formidable masters within the sacred domain. As the 6th chime echoed forth, standing beside the Chaos Bell, Xiao Yun felt himself levitate, his once ordinary form gradually emanating waves of soft golden light. This is a blessing. The Chaos Bell has bestowed upon him a blessing. How could this be possible? In the sky, powerful divine consciousnesses began to probe from within the Chaos Sanctuary, ancient whispers resonating through the void. Clearly, the 6 tolls of the bell had thoroughly stirred the Chaos Sanctuary. According to protocol, such a prodigy could ascend to become the son of the Chaos Sanctuary. With a stroke of fortune, he might even one day become the master of the Chaos Sanctuary, wielding authority over one of the 6 formidable powers. What a miscalculation! It is truly a miscalculation. For an ordinary youth to elicit 6 tolls from the Chaos Bell is beyond expectation. On the high platform, Elder Jane gazed at Xiao Yun beside the Chaos Bell, his face alight with astonishment and his heart brimming with excitement. 6 tolls of the bell, such talent rivals that of a monstrous genius. Even if no further prodigies were to emerge, Elder Jane would harbor no disappointment. After all, a single genius is worth thousands of ordinary talents. However, before Elder Jean could revel in his joy for long, the 7th toll of the Chaos Bell resonated. Instantly, his expression shifted dramatically. The Chaos Bell in the square suddenly emitted beams of golden light, illuminating the entire realm. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun sat cross-legged beside the Chaos Bell, his eyes closed, as the golden radiance enveloped him in a cleansing embrace. A vast white light shield gradually enveloped Xiao Yun, rendering him akin to an infant nestled within a mother's womb, washing the sinews and marrow, returning to the womb. Upon the elevated platform, Elder Jane's gaze was fixated on Xiao Yun, his face a portrait of astonishment. The 7th toll had sounded. The Chaos Bell, astonishingly, initiated the process of refining this youth's sinews and marrow, purging the acquired energies and reverting him to a state akin to an unborn infant. The act of sinew and marrow refinement. The Chaos Bell has tolled 7 times. It has been an eternity since our Chaos Sacred Land has witnessed such a prodigy. Truly, the heavens have favored our Chaos Sacred Land. Ha ha! Just as I emerge from seclusion, such a remarkable talent has chosen to join us. This lad shall be mine, and none shall contest him with me. Immortal ancestor, if you seek to claim my disciple, you are still far from capable. I fear you not. In the void, With the seventh toll of the chaos bell, waves of terrifying divine consciousness swept forth from the chaos sacred land. Among them, two particularly formidable auras surged forth, reminiscent of ancient behemoths awakening, exuding an overwhelming presence that shattered the clouds above. The space above the chaos sacred land fractured like shards of glass under the collision of a black fist and a bolt of purple lightning. Even the long-slumbering immortal ancestor and thunder ancestor were roused. On the elevated platform, Elder Jane felt the weight of those two formidable auras, his heart trembling with shock. Those two ancestors were superlative beings from the ancient era, now awakened after millennia of slumber, a testament to the rarity of the chaos bell tolling 7 times. Quickly, ascertain this youth's name and origin. The Elder of Guidance cast a glance towards the distant Xiao Yun while sending a message to the attending stewards below. As the 8th toll of the chaotic bell reverberated through the air, the Elder trembled, his face etched with disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Yun, his eyes brimming with astonishment. The 8th toll had sounded. It had been many years since the chaotic bell had chimed 8 times consecutively. It had been ages since such a prodigy had emerged in the chaotic Holy Land. Those ancient beings would surely emerge to vie for a disciple now, the Elder murmured. As if to affirm the Elder's words, deep within the forbidden grounds of the chaotic Holy Land, the lids of numerous coffins exploded open, and with a ghastly pallor, aged hands emerged from the pitch-black caskets. The fossilized remnants of the chaotic Holy Land crawled out of their coffins, summoning combat souls from the abyss of darkness and unleashing formidable waves of spiritual energy. This is my disciple. Who dares to seize him? I shall confine him beneath a latrine for 10,000 years. A commanding declaration resonated throughout the heavens, causing the myriad pathways to tremble in response. Chapter 3. On par with the sovereign, the coffin lids could no longer contain the surge of terrifying divine thoughts sweeping forth from the depths of the forbidden grounds, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of might. Countless forgotten fossilized beings awakened from their slumber, each turning their gaze towards Xiao Yun. In the nearby void, formidable figures emerged, standing like deities, their presence commanding the skies and shaking the firmament. These were the powerful entities of the chaotic Holy Land. As the 9th toll of the chaotic bell rang out, the entire chaotic Holy Land erupted into a frenzy. In the square, the youths who had yet to participate in the assessment stood in a state of bewilderment. On the high platform, Elder Jean could no longer maintain his composure and swiftly descended to stand beside the chaos bell, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at Xiao Yun before him. With the resounding of 9 bells, the divine sun would rise. Finally, a divine sun was to emerge from their chaos sacred land. Within the chaos sacred land, the status of the divine sun was comparable to that of the sacred Lord, even surpassing that of the elders and ranking higher than the Grand Elder. Thus, Elder Jean felt compelled to stand respectfully beside Xiao Yun, offering protection, even though such guardianship was unnecessary within the chaos sacred land. With the ancestors and Grand Elders nearby, along with the petrified beings concealed in the void, no one could harm Xiao Yun here. Nonetheless, Elder Jean understood the importance of maintaining a proper demeanor. Moreover, as he observed Xiao Yun, he was entirely willing to do so. Ha ha ha! I never expected that under my auspices a divine son would emerge, he thought. If this divine son ascends to the throne, my name shall be inscribed in the annals of our chaos sacred land, achieving eternal renown. A profound sense of pride surged within Elder Jean. This was a divine son, more formidable than those prodigies, capable of rivaling the offspring of emperors, with even the potential to become a quasi-emperor and a significant chance to glimpse the realm of the great emperor. Should their chaos sacred land witness the rise of another great emperor, it would elevate them from being the least among the 6 sacred lands. After years of anticipation, this day had finally arrived. Elder Jean gazed at Xiao Yun, his aged face trembling with excitement, his eyes glistening with moisture, nearly spilling over with tears. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, the sacred land of chaos was in a state of complete upheaval, with countless powerful beings ascending to the heavens, soaring through the skies and gazing toward the direction of the plaza. Whether it was the long-buried skeletal remains, the slumbering ancestors from millennia past, the reclusive elders, or the authoritative elders, as well as the holy sons and prodigies of the sacred land of chaos, all turned their attention to the chaos bell. At this moment, Xiao Yun stood beside the chaos bell, becoming the focal point of everyone's gaze. However, Xiao Yun remained oblivious to it all, bathed in resplendent golden divine light, appearing ethereal and transcendent, as if he had instantaneously achieved sanctity. With the sound of 9 chimes, the holy sun emerged. Our sacred land of chaos had finally manifested a holy sun. It was truly astonishing. To elicit 9 chimes from the chaos bell, one must thoroughly comprehend the chaos induction, a feat unattainable even by those who had cultivated for many years. Yet, this mere mortal accomplished it in such a short span of time. What remarkable insight! For years, the other 5 sacred lands had boasted holy suns, but our sacred land of chaos had remained devoid of one until now. This has finally changed. Our time to rise has come. I never imagined that in my lifetime, I would witness the birth of a holy sun in our sacred land of chaos. I depart without regrets. It is said that once our sacred land of chaos produces a holy sun, he shall be unrivaled in his era, destined for the imperial throne. A mere breath away, this individual possesses the potential of an emperor. Above the sacred land of chaos, discussions erupted fervently. The elders were filled with excitement, tears streaming down their faces. The younger generation gazed curiously at Xiao Yun, perplexed by the seemingly ordinary individual who had stirred such a considerable commotion. It is noteworthy that some holy suns, even in their mundane states, radiate brilliance and exude ethereal energy, making their exceptional nature immediately apparent. Yet, Xiao Yun appeared remarkably unremarkable. Nonetheless, this seemingly ordinary person had caused the chaos bell to toll 9 times, thereby ascending to the status of the divine son of the chaos sacred land. Such a phenomenon inevitably piqued curiosity. At that moment, amidst the throngs of onlookers, Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes, stretching his body with a sense of comfort. He felt an unprecedented lightness, as if all his previous ailments had vanished. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He sensed many eyes fixed upon him. He instinctively glanced around, noticing the elder of guidance beside him and the formidable figures hovering in the distant sky. What was happening? Why were they all staring at me? The scrutiny of so many individuals made Xiao Yun uncomfortable and anxious, especially under the intense gaze of the elder of guidance, which felt almost incandescent in its fervor, leading him to wonder if the elder harbored ulterior motives. Ah, elder of guidance, Xiao Yun stammered, taking a few steps back, apprehensive that the elder might indeed have intentions beyond mere mentorship. Xiao Yun, congratulations on joining our chaos sacred land. Your actions have caused the chaos bell to toll 9 times, and you are now our divine son. The elder of guidance gazed at Xiao Yun with a fervent intensity, akin to that of beholding an unparalleled treasure. Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. 9 chimes? To become the divine son? He had to admit, this revelation left him utterly astonished. While he anticipated striking the chaotic bell, he never expected it to resonate 9 times. This was truly remarkable. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Xiao Yun. Even a fool could discern the myriad advantages of becoming the divine son of the chaotic sacred land. Undoubtedly, he would receive exceptional cultivation from the chaotic sacred land, and the prospect of becoming an extraordinary powerhouse was now within reach. At that moment, the space beside him split open, and a golden figure emerged, exuding a vast and majestic aura that inspired an instinctive reverence. Upon seeing this individual, the elder of guidance promptly bowed in respect, greeting. I pay my respects to the Holy Master. It was none other than the Holy Master of the chaotic sacred land. Xiao Yun was momentarily stunned, preparing to pay his respects, but the Holy Master spoke before he could. Xiao Yun, there is no need for you to bow. You are now the divine son of our chaotic sacred land. Your status is equal to mine. I pay my respects to the Holy Master. Xiao Yun replied, somewhat dazed. To be considered equal to the Holy Master felt akin to suddenly ascending to the rank of an emperor, leaving him somewhat at a loss. The Holy Master of the chaotic sacred land smiled gently and then addressed the Elder of Guidance, saying, "Elder of Guidance, I shall take the divine Sun with me for now. The ancestors and the fossilized beings are awaiting their disciples. Farewell, Holy Master. Farewell, divine Son." The Elder of Guidance hurriedly bowed in respect. The Holy Master waved his hand, and a golden pathway immediately extended from beneath his feet, leading deep into the chaotic sacred land. "Divine Son, please." The Holy Master looked at Xiao Yun, extending an invitation with a gesture. "Esteemed Lord," Xiao Yun politely remarked, before stepping onto the golden pathway. The two of them then proceeded side by side into the sacred land of chaos. Chapter 4. The Chaos Body, standing upon the golden thoroughfare. Xiao Yun appeared quite astonished, for it resembled the conveyor belts he had once encountered at the airport. As long as one remained stationary, it would automatically propel them forward with remarkable speed. In a short while, they ventured deep into the sacred land of chaos. Positioned on the golden pathway, Xiao Yun could distinctly observe countless celestial abodes and exquisite palaces flanking him, where numerous formidable figures reverently bowed towards him and the esteemed Lord. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Xiao Yun felt a surge of excitement. He had anticipated starting from the grassroots level upon joining the sacred land of chaos. Yet unexpectedly, he had ascended to the status of a divine Son, equivalent to that of the Lord, and it was simply delightful. "Divine Son," the Lord of the sacred land of chaos suddenly spoke. "Next, we shall proceed to the great hall of chaos, where many ancestors and ancient beings await. They all wish to take you under their wing, but the final choice remains yours. We shall not impose upon you." "Indeed," Xiao Yun nodded, though a hint of curiosity prompted him to inquire, "Are the ancestors and ancient beings truly formidable? How do they compare to the esteemed elders?" With a gentle smile, the Lord of the sacred land of chaos chuckled at the question, recognizing that Xiao Yun was still an ordinary mortal, lacking in experience. He explained, "The esteemed elders are merely at the transcendent realm, inferior even to myself, while those ancestors are, at the very least, saints. As for those skeletal fossils, they are even more terrifying. They were the formidable beings of a bygone era, having long since ascended to the realm of the great sage. And some have even reached the status of a quasi-emperor." At this moment, the two individuals had arrived before the grand entrance of the chaotic hall. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated from within the hall. The Holy Master jested. "We, the undying Old Ones, are merely a group of failures on the path of the Emperor." Upon hearing the words of the Holy Master of the chaotic sacred land, Xiao Yun was profoundly shaken. He had not anticipated that the formidable beings within were all saints. Although the other party jested about being failures on the path of the Emperor, those capable of contending with the Emperors, even if deemed failures, possessed unimaginable strength. With an exhilarated heart, Xiao Yun followed the Holy Master into the chaotic hall before them. Instantly, numerous pairs of eyes turned towards him. The Holy Master stood respectfully to the side. Despite being the master of the chaotic sacred land, he was merely a junior here, lacking any significant voice. Xiao Yun curiously gazed towards the figures flanking the hall. Their forms were shrouded in ambiguity, rendering it impossible to discern their true appearances. Who among them possessed greater strength? Xiao Yun pondered silently, reasoning that if he were to take a master, it must surely be the one of the highest prowess. Setting aside the fact that those of great strength would undoubtedly possess formidable cultivation techniques, having such a powerful backing would allow one to navigate the world with ease. Strangely, the Son of God appeared rather ordinary, lacking any special constitution. It did not seem to be a reincarnation of any great being. His physical form was unremarkable, and his soul was merely slightly stronger than that of an average person, seemingly even inferior to some outer disciples. The chaotic bell does not detect errors. It must be that our abilities are insufficient to perceive the divine Son. After all, throughout the annals of our chaotic sacred land, only the being of chaos could evoke 9 chimes from the chaotic bell. While Xiao Yun was assessing these formidable figures, they too were scrutinizing him. Each of them was a sage, having long since activated their sacred eyes, and under their gazes, Xiao Yun felt as if he were unclothed. Even the cells within his body laid bare to their scrutiny. However, despite their prowess, they could not perceive the enlightenment system within Xiao Yun. Thus, he appeared quite ordinary in their eyes, devoid of any remarkable talent. Had he not rung the chaotic bell, he would not have even qualified to enter the chaotic sacred land. After a lengthy discussion among the powerful in the hall, the last to step forward was the Thunder Ancestor, who addressed Xiao Yun, saying, "Once my Thunder God technique is perfected, I shall summon heavenly tribulations to strike down my foes with boundless might. Would the Divine Son be willing to take me as master?" As soon as the Thunder Ancestor finished speaking, another figure emerged. "I am the Immortal Ancestor. Upon achieving mastery of my undying demon technique, I shall attain an indestructible physical form. I am the Blade Ancestor. Mastering my Overlord Blade will render one invincible. I am the Fist Ancestor. With my Divine Dragon Fist, one can transform into a dragon and soar through the vast void." Within the hall, each of these powerful beings introduced themselves, eager to take Xiao Yun as their disciple. Meanwhile, the petrified figures remained silent, for they could not discern what was extraordinary about Xiao Yun. Thus, they approached with caution. Due to the limited lifespan of these bone fossils, they typically remain dormant within their coffins, seldom emerging to impart knowledge to their disciples. Consequently, selecting a disciple of inferior talent equates to squandering one's existence. Thus, the bone fossils remain composed. They will not take on apprentices until they discern something extraordinary in Xiao Yun. These individuals exude an air of formidable strength, leaving one to ponder whom to choose as a mentor. At this moment, Xiao Yun too finds himself in a quandary, uncertain about whom to approach for guidance. After all, each of these figures possesses remarkable prowess, making it difficult to ascertain who stands superior among them. The Lord of the Chaotic Sacred Ground observes quietly from the side, his expression serene. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crosses his eyes, prompting him to step forward and address the esteemed elders within the Grand Hall. Esteemed ancestors, the venerable elder Di Tian seeks an audience. Di Tian? Is he still alive? What business does a mere transcendent have here? Could he possibly desire to take the Divine Son as his disciple? Let him enter. After a brief discussion, the assembly permits Elder Di Tian to enter. Moments latte. An elderly man with white hair and a frail appearance shuffles into the hall. He indeed appears quite aged, his steps unsteady as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Xiao Yun gazes at the elder with astonishment. Is this truly the esteemed elder? He seems younger than the other ancestors and bone fossils, yet his demeanor suggests he is on the brink of death. At that moment, the esteemed Elder Di Tian offered a respectful bow to the ancient ancestors and the petrified beings, then turned to Xiao Yun with a gentle smile and said, "Son of God, though my cultivation is lacking, the chaos scripture I have mastered is the supreme tome of our chaos sacred land. Once cultivated to perfection, it can forge the unparalleled chaos body, the foremost sacred physique across myriad realms, and at that juncture, the attainment of the imperial path will be within reach." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's eyes brightened. The chaos body, he knew well, even in his ignorance, that such a constitution was invincible in the world. Once perfected, it would undoubtedly facilitate his ascent to the status of a great emperor. Moreover, Xiao Yun was acutely aware of his ordinary aptitude, without cultivating a formidable physique. He feared he would never become a true powerhouse. However, with the chaos body, all his concerns could be alleviated. Chapter 5. Persevering in the cultivation of the chaos scripture in an instant, Xiao Yun resolved to take Di Tian as his master. Perhaps this individual's cultivation and status could not compare with the esteemed ancestors within the Grand Hall, but once he possessed the chaos body, would he still have to worry about his strength? Furthermore, as the Son of God, his status was already akin to that of sovereign. Yet, while Xiao Yun harbored such thoughts, the ancient ancestors and petrified beings within the hall clearly disagreed. "Ridiculous!" A disdainful scoff echoed throughout the hall. The Thunder Ancestor sneered. "Di Tian, are you not aware of the arduous difficulty in cultivating the chaos scripture? Since time immemorial, aside from the Chaos Emperor who authored this scripture, Has anyone else successfully attained its perfected state? If one cannot cultivate to the pinnacle of perfection, it becomes impossible to forge the chaos body. You are thus squandering the talents and time of the Divine Son. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun suddenly grasped the difficulty of this cultivation technique. However, he remained undeterred, for he possessed the gift of enlightenment. What cultivation technique could not be mastered? If the difficulty were substantial, a single moment of enlightenment would suffice. If one moment were insufficient, then 2, 10, 100. Xiao Yun had an abundance of enlightenment moments at his disposal. Speaking of enlightenment, he couldn't help but check his system. Enlightenment system. Function. Bestows moments of enlightenment upon the host. Enlightenment count. 3 times. Can be invoked at will by silent thought. Task. Join the Chaos Sacred Land. Completed. Task will soon refresh. After reviewing his system, a smile spread across Xiao Yun's face. He had successfully completed the previous task of joining the Chaos Sacred Land and had gained 3 additional moments of enlightenment. Just as Xiao Yun reveled in his accomplishment, Di Tian, beside him, raised his gaze towards Lei Zhu in the distance, his expression solemn, and spoke with a tone neither humble nor arrogant. I respectfully report to Lei Zhu. It is precisely because the Divine Son possesses extraordinary talent that I believe he is more suited to cultivate the Chaos Sutra. Perhaps the 9 chimes of the Chaos Bell serve as a reminder that the Divine Son is indeed the rightful master of the Chaos Sutra. Upon hearing this, the elders and the petrified beings within the Great Hall immediately erupted into a flurry of discussions. Although no one had been able to master the Chaos Sutra over the years, the allure of the Chaos body was undeniably immense. If Xiao Yun could truly forge the Chaos body, the rise of the Chaos Sacred Land would be imminent. A great emperor, indeed one who has attained enlightenment through the essence of chaos, stands as a paramount figure even amidst the vast tapestry of history across myriad realms, deserving of a place among the top 10. Such temptation is undeniably immense. However, the arduous nature of cultivating the Chaos Scripture has instilled a sense of hesitation within these venerable ancestors and fossilized beings. Observing their prolonged deliberation without resolution, Xiao Yun took the initiative to speak. Esteemed ancestors and venerable fossils, I am willing to take Elder Tian Tian as my master and pursue the cultivation of the Chaos Scripture. Xiao Yun's proclamation captured the attention of all present in the Grand Hall. The Thunder Ancestor furrowed his brow and remarked, "Divine Son, you are but a mortal and likely unaware of the formidable challenges posed by the Chaos Scripture. Throughout the history of our holy land of chaos, countless prodigies have emerged, some of whom resonated the Chaos Bell 7, 8, or even 9 times. Yet, without exception, they have all failed to achieve the pinnacle of cultivation in the Chaos Scripture." Xiao Yun responded earnestly, "I am willing to give a try." At this juncture, the indestructible ancestor interjected, "Divine Son, you may not yet comprehend the background of Elder Tiantian beside you. His innate talent is remarkable. He once caused the Chaos Bell to resonate 6 times, becoming the most formidable holy son of our holy land of chaos in his era. Alas, due to his dedication to the Chaos Scripture, he has been unable to cultivate other techniques, ultimately squandering time and energy, and remains ensnared at the extraordinary realm, with scant hope of ascending to the celestial realm. Meanwhile, his contemporaries have long since attained sanctity." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun could not help but glance at the imposing figure of Di Tian beside him. He had not anticipated that this individual possessed such a remarkable background, being the strongest saint son of the chaotic sacred land in a bygone era. Noticing Xiao Yun's gaze, Di Tian's expression turned grave as he elucidated, "Though I am unable to master the chaotic scripture, it does not imply that you, the saint's son, are incapable of doing so. Moreover, despite my limitations in cultivation, I remain invincible within the same realm. Should you cultivate the chaotic scripture, you too would achieve invincibility among your peers." In the distance, Lei Zhu scoffed, "What a farce! What purpose does it serve to be invincible within the same realm, when others have ascended to sainthood, while you remain ensnared in the extraordinary boundary? It is imperative to recognize that beneath the sage, all are but ants." The immortal ancestor nodded in agreement, adding, if one's cultivation cannot progress, then the notion of being invincible within the same realm is merely a jest. Xiao Yun nodded in acquiescence to this perspective. However, he persisted, esteemed ancestors, venerable fossilized beings. I still wish to make an attempt. The assembly within the grand hall fell into a contemplative silence upon witnessing Xiao Yun's unwavering determination to cultivate the chaotic scripture. This was soon followed by a flurry of discussions. The saint's son, endowed with extraordinary talent and having gained the recognition of the chaotic bell, might indeed merit a trial. It is a considerable risk. Our chaotic sacred land has not birthed a saint's son in ages, especially one whose resonance with the chaotic bell has echoed 9 times. This talent possesses a substantial probability of attaining the status of an emperor. We cannot afford to squander such potential. Indeed, should we miss this opportunity with the saint's son, it may be an interminable wait for our chaotic sacred land to rise again. But what if the saint's son can forge a chaotic body? Are we not sinners of the chaos sacred land? I still find it too perilous. The difficulty of cultivating the chaos scripture is well known, and we cannot afford to take such a risk. The chaos body. Once forged, it renders one invincible in the world. The discussions within the grand hall escalated from initial murmurs to fervent debates, creating an endless clamor. Xiao Yun felt somewhat exasperated. Why did they not believe him? Little did they know, his physical endowment was too mediocre, failing to inspire any confidence among these venerable ancestors and fossilized beings. However, I possess a system. Xiao Yun could not help but glance at the chaos sacred land's lord, who had been watching the spectacle, and said, "Lord, I have resolved to take Elder Emperor Tian as my master. I kindly ask for your approval." The lord of the chaos sacred land furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He wished to convey that, despite holding the title of lord, he wielded no authority within this chaos grand hall. "No." Just then, the Thunder Ancestor exclaimed, "I absolutely forbid the Divine Son from cultivating the chaos scripture, for if our Divine Son fails to attain sanctity, our entire chaos sacred land will become a laughingstock. Indeed, if the esteemed Divine Son cannot achieve sanctity, it would indeed invite ridicule," the immortal ancestor echoed solemnly. Just as Xiao Yun was about to speak, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. New task: abandon the identity of the Divine Son. Reward: 10 opportunities for enlightenment. Hearing the voice in his mind, Xiao Yun was utterly speechless. Damn it, I have only just become the Divine Son. I have not even settled in yet. And now I am expected to relinquish this identity? Is this not a trap? However, the reward for this task is exceedingly generous, offering an astonishing 10 opportunities for enlightenment, which left Xiao Yun feeling quite envious. Never mind, if I must relinquish it, so be it. System, you reign supreme. Is that satisfactory? With this thought in mind, Xiao Yun lifted his gaze towards the ancestors and fossilized bones, his expression resolute, and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed ancestors and venerable fossilized beings, I shall persist in my cultivation of the chaos scripture. To this end, I am willing to surrender my identity as the Son and become an ordinary disciple of the chaos holy land. In doing so, even if I fail to forge the chaos body, I shall not bring shame upon the chaos holy land." Chapter 6. Seeking the Master. Emperor Tian, upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, all those present in the grand hall, including Emperor Tian and the Lord of the Chaos Holy Land, were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment as they turned to gaze at him. The Thunder Ancestor, equally astonished, addressed Xiao Yun with a raised voice. "Son, what are you saying? Do you comprehend what the identity of the Son signifies? It embodies the strongest legacy of our Chaos Holy Land and assures you of our utmost cultivation support. How can you even contemplate relinquishing it?" The immortal ancestor solemnly cautioned, "Son, you must think this through. With the identity of the Son, you will possess access to the most abundant cultivation resources of our Chaos Holy Land. However, if you forsake this identity, you shall merely become an ordinary elder disciple, receiving far inferior treatment. Son, you must deliberate carefully. Do not act impulsively." The Lord of the Chaos Holy Land, standing nearby, also offered a grave reminder. The Divine Son, Emperor Tian found himself at a loss for words. He merely wished for the divine sun to cultivate the chaos scripture, thereby forging the chaos body. However, the price of relinquishing his identity as the divine sun was far too steep. After all, he was the divine sun, what a coveted status sought after by countless disciples. Only a fool would forsake such an identity. Xiao Yun sighed inwardly. He too did not desire to abandon his role as the divine sun. Yet, for the chance of 10 profound insights, he was compelled to make that sacrifice. Resolute, Xiao Yun declared, "Esteemed ancestors, venerable fossils, I am willing to relinquish my identity as the divine sun. Should I succeed in mastering the chaos scripture and forging the chaos body, it will not be long before I can reclaim my status as the divine sun. Conversely, if I fail to forge the chaos body, then I shall have no right to bear the title of divine son." Upon hearing his words, the assembly was struck with astonishment. They were awed by Xiao Yun's audacity. To forfeit the title of divine son only to strive for it anew required immense courage and determination. Perhaps, within all realms, there existed no other like him. Unconsciously, the venerable ancestors in the hall regarded Xiao Yun with deep respect. Even the fossils cast admiring glances at him, their expressions filled with awe. After a moment of silence, one of the fossils slowly spoke. "Since the divine son exhibits such spirit and resolve, how can we not support him? Let be as the divine son has proposed." With that, no one voiced objections. Subsequently, one by one, the fossils and ancestors sighed, turning to depart. In the grand hall, only the master of the chaos sacred land, Emperor Tian, and Xiao Yun remained. The master of the chaotic holy land cast a gaze filled with complexity upon Xiao Yun, and after a gentle sigh, he spoke, "Xiao Yun, since this is your choice, we shall respect it. From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of the supreme elder of the imperial heaven, holding a status equivalent to that of the other supreme elder's disciples." "Thank you, master," Xiao Yun replied, bowing respectfully. The master of the chaotic holy land nodded slightly before turning to leave. Disciple Xiao Yun pays his respects to the master. Xiao Yun then reverently saluted the imperial heaven. Imperial heaven, with a wry smile, remarked, "I never anticipated that you would relinquish your identity as the Son of God. It seems I have brought you misfortune." "There is no need for such sentiments, master. It is my own determination to cultivate the chaotic scripture, and it has nothing to do with you," Xiao Yun replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, imperial heaven was moved and solemnly declared, "In that case, I assure you, during the remaining century of my life, I will devote myself entirely to nurturing you without any reservations." Xiao Yun was taken aback, exclaiming in shock, "Master, how can you have only a century left? This cannot be. I have only just become your disciple, and you are already speaking of death. After you pass, whom shall I rely upon?" Regret washed over Xiao Yun. Had he known this, he would not have forsaken his identity as the Son of God. Alas, this wretched system, he lamented internally. "Disciple, you must understand that in our transcendent realm, we are granted only a millennium of life. I'm already 9 centuries old, leaving me with but a century." Imperial heaven sighed. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow and asked, "Then how can master extend his lifespan?" Emperor Tian shook his head and remarked, "Only by transcending one's realm and entering the celestial domain can one extend their lifespan to 2,000 years. However, my cultivation method is the chaotic scripture, and each step of advancement is exceedingly arduous. Thus it may prove quite challenging to break through to the celestial domain." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun experienced a moment of clarity and promptly inquired, "Master, I am entirely unacquainted with the art of cultivation. May I ask what realms exist for cultivators?" As your master, it is my duty to enlighten you on this matter. However, let us first depart from this place and proceed to my cave abode," Emperor Tian replied. He then summoned a white cloud, which carried Xiao Yun soaring into the distance. During their journey, Emperor Tian gradually explained, in the realm of cultivation, there exists a total of 14 stages, ranked from the lowest to the highest: body refinement, chi gathering, divine bridge, cave heaven, spirit offering, awakening, out of body, nirvana, transcendence, celestial realm. Sage, great sage, quasi-emperor, and emperor. Xiao Yun could not help but feel a sense of awe. The number of realms was indeed extensive. No wonder his esteemed master, after years of cultivation, had only attained the transcendence stage. The scenery within the chaotic sacred land was breathtakingly beautiful. As a supreme elder, Emperor Tian's cave abode was naturally magnificent. Here, waterfalls cascaded down like threads of silk, and a myriad of exotic birds fluttered about. The mountain peaks basked in golden sunlight, enveloped in ethereal mist, exuding an air of celestial grandeur. On a peak rich with spiritual energy and adorned with picturesque views, Emperor Tian and Xiao Yun descended upon a white cloud. Disciple, this is Emperor Peak, my cultivation cave. From this day forth, you shall cultivate here, Emperor Tian introduced. Xiao Yun gazed ahead, captivated by the immense mountain before him, adorned with numerous exquisite palaces that unmistakably reflected a bygone era of grandeur. Curiously, however, it seemed that few souls inhabited these majestic structures, rendering the entire peak eerily silent and devoid of life. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun refrained from inquiry and dutifully followed Di Tian towards the largest palace among them. This magnificent edifice, known as the Heavenly Palace, was the most splendid, lavish, and expansive of all. It had once served as the residence of his master, but now it was bequeathed to him. As Di Tian ushered Xiao Yun into the grand hall, he remarked, "This place has long been unoccupied, as I have taken to meditating by the riverside. It is now perfectly suited for your dwelling." Xiao Yun, upon hearing this, felt no inclination to refuse. At that moment, an elderly man with flowing white hair approached, respectfully bowing to both of them. "Greetings, master." "Greetings, young master," he intoned. Di Tian gestured towards the venerable gentleman, introducing him to Xiao Yun. "This is my devoted follower. You may call him Uncle Fu. He will guide you in familiarizing yourself with the Imperial Peak. When night falls and the star energy is abundant, I shall impart the chaos scripture to you, aiding your journey into the realm of cultivation." "Yes, master." Xiao Yun nodded earnestly, watching as Di Tian departed. Chapter 7. The first layer of the chaos scripture, Uncle Fu. Xiao Yun addressed the elderly gentleman before him, bowing respectfully. Uncle Fu quickly sidestepped, chuckling wryly, "Young master, please do not demean an old servant." Xiao Yun felt somewhat helpless, for he was a young man who revered the elderly and cherished the young. Given the age of the individual before him, it was evident that he could easily be considered an ancestor, and thus, Xiao Yun felt compelled to show respect. However, within the realm of cultivation, the hierarchy was undeniably stringent. Xiao Yun could only strive to adapt, and he spoke up, requesting, "Might I trouble you, Uncle Fu, to familiarize me with this imperial peak?" This was to be his future residence, and it was imperative that he became acquainted with it. Otherwise, he might find himself in dire straits when nature called, unable to locate a restroom. Such a beautiful place certainly did not warrant a lack of decorum by relieving oneself indiscriminately by the roadside. There is no need for the young master to be so courteous. This is merely the duty of an old servant. Uncle Fu replied with a warm smile, his eyes brimming with joy. After all these years, the old master had finally taken on a disciple, and it was said that he was the son of the divine in their chaos sacred land, a truly extraordinary talent. Thus, Uncle Fu respectfully guided Xiao Yun on a tour of the entire imperial peak. As they traversed the grounds, they noted the numerous palatial structures, all eerily vacant. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiao Yun inquired, "Uncle Fu, why have so many palaces been constructed here, yet remain unoccupied?" Uncle Fu sighed deeply, his heart heavy with sentiment as he responded, "In days of yore, the old master was renowned as the strongest son of the chaos sacred land, attracting countless followers. Naturally, many palaces were erected to accommodate them. However, over the years, those followers have either perished or departed from their master, leaving only this old servant behind." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun experienced a moment of clarity. With Emperor Tian now 900 years old, it was likely that his former followers had all succumbed to the ravages of time. No one has perished. It is feared that their cultivation has surpassed that of the Emperor Tian, rendering it impossible for them to continue following him. As he continued to explore the imperial peak with Uncle Fu, Xiao Yun encountered numerous celestial birds and spiritual beasts, along with fields of golden rice, which added a vibrant vitality to the majestic landscape. Uncle Fu remarked, "The young master has yet to refine his essence. These celestial creatures and spiritual grains will serve as your sustenance in the future." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt a surge of desire. These are indeed exquisite treasures. One cannot deny that joining the Chaos Sacred Land is truly remarkable. It is worth noting that such rare and precious items are exceedingly difficult to find in the outside world. Furthermore, despite the docility of these celestial beings, their strength is formidable. Even 100 versions of the current Xiao Yun would not stand a chance against them. Thus, over the years, he had not indulged in such delights, and now he could finally relish them. The imperial peak was vast, and by evening, Xiao Yun had finally completed his exploration. Subsequently, he followed Uncle Fu back to the heavenly hall. Upon entering, he spotted his esteemed master, Emperor Tian, diligently tending to a bronze cauldron, which stood as tall as 3 men. At that moment, Emperor Tian was unleashing 3 distinct flames to refine the cauldron. A series of enticing fragrances wafted from within, invigorating Xiao Yun's senses. Disciple. Upon seeing Xiao Yun return, Emperor Tian smiled and said, "This is a foundational elixir I have prepared for you, containing the rare materials I have accumulated over the years, including the blood of the dragon. It will undoubtedly empower you to forge a formidable treasure body." Beside them, Uncle Fu elucidated to Xiao Yun, "Young master, the initial stage of cultivation is body refinement. For us cultivators, the physical form holds immense significance. Only by possessing a formidable body can one navigate the arduous path of cultivation with ease." Xiao Yun nodded, somewhat comprehending. Di Tian then spoke with a grave expression, "Disciple, as it is said, a towering building must have a solid foundation. Thus, the roots of our cultivation are of paramount importance. This first stage, body refinement, is when we establish that foundation. The more robust the foundation, the more boundless your future achievements will be." Xiao Yun grasped this concept clearly and nodded in agreement. A building with an unstable foundation will inevitably collapse at the slightest tremor. Hence, the foundation is crucial. "Fu, come over and assist me with the ritual." Di Tian beckoned to Uncle Fu, subsequently entrusting him with the task of the ritual, while he himself settled cross-legged on a nearby mat with Xiao Yun. At this moment, the sky had turned completely dark, countless stars twinkling in the firmament, their luminous glow casting ethereal beams of star power down upon the entire Emperor Peak, rendering it a scene of enchanting beauty. Di Tian gazed at Xiao Yun, his expression solemn as he declared, "Disciple, I shall now impart to you the Chaos Scripture, but you must first pledge that you will never disclose it without the consent of the Saint Lord." Xiao Yun nodded, well aware that this scripture is the supreme tome of the Chaos Holy Land and must remain confidential. He then solemnly took the oath. Upon witnessing Xiao Yun's vow, Di Tian offered a faint smile and then pointed a finger toward Xiao Yun's forehead, saying, "Disciple, maintain a steadfast mind and diligently comprehend the Chaos Sutra." Xiao Yun promptly closed his eyes, harboring concerns about his own talent and aptitude. In response, he activated a moment of enlightenment. The universe possesses profound truths, elusive to the senses. All things are not merely themselves, but are interconnected with my essence. The verses of the Chaos Sutra vividly manifested in Xiao Yun's mind, reminiscent of his initial understanding of the Chaos Guide. Furthermore, upon entering this state of enlightenment, Xiao Yun's thoughts became remarkably lucid. As he delved into the Chaos Sutra, inspirations blossomed within him, and whenever he faced difficulties, a sense of clarity would swiftly follow. It could be said that in this state of enlightenment, Xiao Yun was in perfect harmony with the path of chaos, rendering his comprehension of the Chaos Sutra an endeavor as effortless as eating or drinking. Nearby, Di Tian observed Xiao Yun, who was deep in meditation, with a smile, while Fu Bo, who was refining the great cauldron, watched Xiao Yun with a hint of anxiety. "Do not worry," Di Tian remarked, With Xiao Yun's aptitude, he should grasp the first level of the Chaos Sutra within 3 days at most. Observing Fu Bo's evident concern, Ditian chuckled lightly. Fu Bo replied softly, "Master, it took you 7 days to comprehend the first level of the Chaos Sutra, which was already the fastest record. If the young master cannot surpass this record, he may never exceed your achievements." With unwavering confidence, Ditian asserted, "Rest assured, Xiao Yun is capable of making the Chaos Bell resonate 9 times. Thus, he will undoubtedly comprehend the first level of the Chaos Sutra within 3 days." Yet, at that very moment, suddenly, the ethereal energy of the surrounding world surged violently, akin to mighty rivers converging towards the seated figure of Xiao Yun. In an instant, he was enveloped by this energy, his body levitating into the air, radiating beams of white light. How is this possible? Ditian's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Yun with astonishment. Beside him, Uncle Fu gasped in shock, his face a mask of incredulity as he exclaimed, "The energy is flooding his body. Has the young master comprehended the first layer of the Chaos Scripture? My heavens, how little time has passed. Only a mere quarter of an hour. Such extraordinary talent is rare indeed." Ditian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated on Xiao Yun, as if beholding an unparalleled treasure. Chapter 8. 9 Layers in a Day, a Natural Phenomenon. Is the cultivation of the Chaos Scripture difficult? Indeed it is. Yet, upon Xiao Yun's epiphany, he effortlessly mastered the first layer of the Chaos Scripture. The dense, ethereal energy gathered from all directions, infusing his being and rendering him increasingly divine, while his physical form grew ever stronger. Witnessing this, Ditian exclaimed with fervor, "In just a brief moment, he has mastered the first layer of the Chaos Scripture. My calculations were indeed correct. Xiao Yun is the most suited to cultivate the Chaos Scripture. He shall undoubtedly forge the Chaos Body in the future." Uncle Fu, brimming with anticipation, added, "The Chaos Body, an invincible sacred physique. If I could witness the day the young master achieves the Chaos Body, I would have no regrets even in death." Ditian nodded in agreement. This had once been his greatest aspiration, now entrusted to Xiao Yun's capable hands. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun remained immersed in the profound comprehension of the Chaos Scriptures. However, the duration of his enlightenment was limited. Once he grasped the first layer of understanding, the moment of clarity swiftly passed. The difficulty of mastering the Chaos Scriptures was indeed extraordinary. Even with the Chaos Induction, he had only needed a single moment of enlightenment to fully comprehend it. Yet, the Chaos Scriptures consumed one opportunity for enlightenment merely at the first level. Xiao Yun pondered privately. What astonished him even more was that the Chaos Scriptures comprised a total of 108 layers. Only by thoroughly understanding all 108 layers could one forge the Chaos Body. If the first layer proved so challenging, the prospect of mastering all 108 layers seemed utterly unattainable. It was no wonder that throughout the years, no one had succeeded in forging the Chaos Body. Truly, such an extraordinary physique as the Chaos Body could not be cultivated easily, Xiao Yun mused. Nevertheless, this did not pose a significant issue for him. If one moment of enlightenment was insufficient, then he would seek 100. If that too failed, he would strive for 1,000. Armed with a system, he knew there would be ample opportunities for enlightenment in the future. Thus, Xiao Yun quietly resolved to continue his pursuit of understanding, aware that he still had 12 opportunities for enlightenment remaining. Initially, he had completed the task of joining the Chaos Sacred Land, which granted him 3 moments of enlightenment. After renouncing his identity as a son of God, he had acquired an additional 10 opportunities. Therefore, subtracting the one he had just used, he still had 12 moments of enlightenment left to expedite his path to strength. Xiao Yun persisted in utilizing his moments of enlightenment to delve into the second layer of the Chaos Scriptures. Meanwhile, the influx of spiritual energy continued unabated, and the surrounding aura gathered in increasing abundance. In the sky, countless stars were drawn downwards, converging toward Xiao Yun. Uncle Fu stared in astonishment at Xiao Yun, who floated in midair and questioned what is happening. The young master is still continuing his comprehension. Could it be that he wishes to grasp the second layer? Di Tian was equally astonished, unable to believe his own eyes. It took me an entire year to comprehend the second layer of the Chaotic Sutra. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, causing the entire imperial peak to sway. What was going on? Both Di Tian and Uncle Fu were taken aback. This was the sacred land of chaos. Who would dare to intrude? However, they quickly realized their assumptions were incorrect. Golden lotus flowers began to rise from the earth, radiating brilliant light. Countless petals floated and swirled around Xiao Yun. The thick spiritual energy in the air poured down from the heavens like a breached dam, cascading onto Xiao Yun without restraint. Moreover, the innumerable stars in the cosmic sky erupted with dazzling brilliance, sending down thick beams of stellar energy that enveloped Xiao Yun completely. The series of extraordinary phenomena left Di Tian and Uncle Fu utterly dumbfounded. Uncle Fu murmured in disbelief. This is the earth-embracing golden lotus. Di Tian's eyes widened in realization, and star energy refining the body. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and incredulity. Four such phenomena indicated that Xiao Yun had comprehended the ninth layer of the Chaotic Sutra, stepping into the realm of initial enlightenment. My heavens, what manner of creature is this? As they gazed at the ethereal figure of Xiao Yun hovering in midair, old Fu could not suppress his admiration. Di Tian stared at Xiao Yun, his expression one of bewilderment, murmuring, "It took me 30 years to comprehend the ninth layer of the chaos scripture, a feat that shattered all previous records." Both were thoroughly astonished by Xiao Yun's prowess. Di Tian had dedicated 3 decades to grasping the ninth layer of the chaos scripture, while Xiao Yun achieved it in mere moments. The disparity was staggering. Truly, he was a prodigy capable of resonating the chaos bell 9 times. Master, you have indeed made a wise choice. Perhaps in our lifetime, we shall witness the birth of an invincible chaos body, old Fu declared, his face alight with excitement as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yun. Di Tian, equally exhilarated, remarked, "If this young man does not become a chaos body, it would be an affront to natural order. Our holy land of chaos finally has a chance to rise." Meanwhile, the phenomenon occurring on D Peak drew the attention of numerous cultivators from the holy land of chaos, their gazes converging upon the peak. However, due to the protective formations set by Di Tian, none could probe with their spiritual consciousness. They could only behold the golden lotuses blooming on D Peak and the endless celestial energy descending from the heavens. What on earth is happening at D Peak? One wondered, isn't it the abode of Elder Di Tian? I heard he has taken a divine offspring as his disciple. What divine offspring? I've heard that young man has relinquished his title and is now merely a disciple of the elder. How foolish of him to forsake the position of divine offspring. Amidst the disciples of the chaotic sacred land, a whirlwind of discussions ensued. Within merely a day's time, the news of Xiao Yun relinquishing his position as the son of God to apprentice under Emperor Tian had spread throughout the entire sacred domain. Initially, these disciples harbored envy toward Xiao Yun, but now they found themselves mocking him instead. Such is the nature of humanity. Witnessing someone who once stood atop them suddenly plummet evokes a sense of schadenfreude among all. Golden lotuses surge from the earth. Stellar energy refine the body. On a distant peak, the lord of the chaotic sacred land gazed towards the direction of the Emperor Peak, his countenance filled with a deep sigh. Emperor Tian, who would have thought you would expend such immense power to forge an unparalleled foundation for this child? Is it truly worth the sacrifice? In doing so, your own ascension to the heavenly realm becomes even more unattainable. The lord of the chaotic sacred land believed that these extraordinary phenomena were orchestrated by Emperor Tian. After all, Xiao Yun remained merely a mortal. No matter how extraordinary his innate talent, it would be implausible for him to create such a tumult. The others in the chaotic sacred land shared this sentiment. Indeed, Emperor Tian had made a colossal investment. The cultivation of the chaotic scripture was notoriously arduous. It seemed Emperor Tian was squandering both energy and time. It was a pity that the chaotic sacred land had finally given birth to a son of God. Yet he chose a path fraught with insurmountable challenges. One by one, The prominent figures of the chaotic sacred land cast their gazes towards the Emperor Peak, revealing profound sighs of resignation. Chapter 9. Transcending the ultimate realm, domain of the divine. Before long, countless stars vanished from the night sky, and the horizon began to glow with the light of dawn. The night had swiftly passed. At the Emperor Peak, in the Hall of Heaven, suspended in midair, Xiao Yun was enveloped in a radiant golden light, rendering him akin to a statue of bronze, exuding brilliance. Tian gazed at Xiao Yun in astonishment, his expression a portrait of shock. The golden light surrounding his physical form signifies that he has reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Beside him, Fu Bo, who was still engaged in the ritual of refining the bronze cauldron, was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you saying that the young master has already forged an unparalleled foundation and no longer requires the foundation-building elixir?" Tian nodded, his face alight with admiration. A daily ascent of 9 levels. What extraordinary talent! The infusion of natural spiritual energy and the refining power of the stars have undoubtedly propelled his physical form to the zenith of body refinement, thus rendering any further need for the elixir unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Fu Bo could not help but cast a gloomy glance at the bronze cauldron before him, lamenting, "So, was my entire night's work in vain? After all the time spent harnessing the 3 flavors true fire for the ritual, it appears to have been for naught." Tian smiled gently. The foundation forged by the power of heaven and earth is incomparable to the foundation-building elixir. With such a foundation, Xiao Yun's future is beyond imagination. Fu Bo, gazing at the completed foundation-building elixir, wore a bitter smile. The rare herbs and treasures within were amassed by you over a century. Truly priceless. Are we to squander them just like that? It matters not. They are of no use to us now, Tian replied nonchalantly. Then, with a glint in his eye, he continued with a smile. "Consider it a gift to you. Your lifespan is limited. Why not take on a disciple who would perfectly complement Xiao Yun?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu was somewhat moved. Like Emperor Tian, he had also reached the limits of his lifespan and had long harbored intentions of taking on a disciple. It is a common desire among cultivators, when facing death, to seek a successor to pass on their lifelong knowledge, as it provides a sense of purpose. Indeed, after pondering for a moment, Uncle Fu felt it was too regrettable to let such precious foundational elixirs go to waste. Thus, he nodded and said, "Fortunately, with the opening of the chaotic sacred land for the recruitment of disciples, I shall select one from the newly admitted students." Emperor Tian nodded in agreement. Uncle Fu then took to the skies, departing from the Emperor Peak. At that moment, Xiao Yun happened to open his eyes and, observing Uncle Fu's departure, curiously asked, "Master, why did Uncle Fu leave?" Emperor Tan, with a delighted expression, looked at Xiao Yun and replied, "My disciple, it took you merely a day to cultivate the chaotic scripture to the 9th level, directly harnessing the power of the heavens and the earth to reach the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. Therefore, you no longer require these foundational elixirs. Uncle Fu believes it a pity to discard them, so he intends to choose a disciple from the newly recruited students to inherit his lifelong teachings." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun suddenly understood, but as he gazed down at his own body, he felt a twinge of disbelief. Had he truly reached the pinnacle of the body refinement realm already? According to his master, once one attains this peak, one would possess a strength of 100,000 pounds. Do I possess such immense power now? A wave of anticipation washed over Xiao Yun. He felt as if he had transformed into a superhuman in just a day. At this very moment, he indeed felt an inexhaustible power coursing through his veins, invigorating his entire being. Tian, oblivious to Xiao Yun's chaotic thoughts, continued, "Disciple, you have now reached the pinnacle of body refinement. The next step is to comprehend the 10th layer of the chaos scripture and begin to actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus advancing to the next cultivation realm, the gathering Qi realm." Xiao Yun smiled faintly, exuding confidence as he replied, "Master, rest assured within 3 days, I shall grasp the 10th layer of the chaos scripture." He still had 4 opportunities for enlightenment left, sufficient to elevate the chaos scripture to the 13th layer. Tian, gazing at the self-assured Xiao Yun, felt a sense of disbelief. It had taken him 50 years to cultivate the chaos scripture to the 10th layer, while his disciple aspired to achieve it in merely 3 days. However, having witnessed Xiao Yun's astonishing progress of advancing 9 layers in a single day, Tian could not dismiss his disciple's confidence. Nonetheless, he shook his head, his expression grave as he admonished Xiao Yun. Disciple, you have misunderstood. I wish for you to temper your cultivation and refrain from hastily comprehending the 10th layer of the chaos scripture. Master, may I ask why? Xiao Yun inquired, his face a portrait of confusion. Tian replied with a wry smile. Such advice is meant for those of lesser talents, to encourage them to strive diligently. However, you are different. As a prodigy, your cultivation speed is extraordinarily swift. Therefore, in order to establish a more solid foundation, it is essential to frequently temper your cultivation, ensuring that each realm you attain reaches its theoretical zenith. Xiao Yun suddenly realized that it was indeed to establish a solid foundation. He promptly nodded and said, Master, I understand now. I shall refrain from making a breakthrough for the time being. Tian, upon hearing this, felt somewhat speechless. His disciple was truly self-assured. Indeed, comparisons among people can be quite disheartening. He continued to address Xiao Yun. Disciple, although you are temporarily suppressing your cultivation, you may still practice some combat techniques to further explore the potential of your physical body, thus transcending the ultimate realm and entering the legendary Forbidden Domain. Transcend the ultimate realm? Forbidden Domain? Xiao Yun was taken aback at these words, then looked perplexed and inquired, Master, is not the ultimate limit of the physical cultivation realm already the extreme? Can one truly surpass it? And what exactly is this Forbidden Domain? Tian elaborated. The theoretical limit of the physical cultivation realm is a force of 100,000 pounds, a pinnacle achievable only by prodigious talents. However, those with extraordinary physiques can surpass this extreme, attaining forces of 110,000 pounds, 120,000 pounds, or even greater. This is what we refer to as the Forbidden Domain. Xiao Yun, filled with curiosity, asked, Master, throughout the annals of cultivation history, what has been the utmost limit of force that one could possess in the physical cultivation realm? Tian smiled gently and replied, 100,000 is the extreme, doubled. It becomes a band, and each band signifies a doubling. 9 bands lead to divinity. Our ancient ancestor, the Chaos Emperor of the Chaos Sacred Land, once reached a formidable force of 1 million pounds in the physical cultivation realm, entering the 9 bands domain, which is also known as the Divine Forbidden Domain, indicating a realm that only the divine may tread. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt somewhat speechless. After much effort, he realized that the physical training realm could indeed reach a strength of 100,000 gene. Currently, he had only achieved 1/10 of that, and he was still far from the pinnacle. What he did not know was that an ordinary person could attain a strength of 70 to 80,000 gene to enter the Qi gathering realm, while only extraordinary geniuses merely reached the limit of 100,000 gene. It was only those with exceptional physiques who could glimpse into forbidden domains. Moreover, the physical training realm was merely the first stage for practitioners, and no one wished to squander excessive time in this realm. However, now that Xiao Yun was aware of this, he was determined to reach the pinnacle of physical training. With a resolute expression, he gazed at Emperor Tian and said, Master, since our ancestor, the chaos body, can achieve this, so can I. But how should I continue to enhance my strength? Emperor Tian smiled faintly, pleased with Xiao Yun's ambition. Although he did not believe Xiao Yun could reach the level of the Chaos Emperor, he felt that surpassing the limits should not be a problem. Thus, Emperor Tian replied with a smile, to further increase your physical strength, mere cultivation of techniques will not suffice, as you have already reached the limits. Only through the practice of combat skills can you continue to excavate your potential. Furthermore, the strength you currently possess is merely raw power. It is only through combat skills that you can transform that power into combat effectiveness. Chapter 10. The Quirky Junior Sister Combat Skills. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun looked at Emperor Tian and inquired, Master, please impart the combat skills to me. Tian, shook his head with a smile, and said, "Martial skills cannot be practiced indiscriminately. They must be tailored to each individual's innate talents and physical constitution. In our chaos, sacred land, there exists a star pavilion, which houses all the martial techniques available to us. Once you enter, the star pavilion will actively select the most suitable techniques for you." "Is it truly that miraculous?" Xiao Yun exclaimed, his curiosity piqued. He quickly added, "Master, please take me there at once." Dition chuckled gently. "My dear disciple, your eagerness is somewhat excessive. One must remember that haste makes waste. You have only just embarked on the path of cultivation for a day. There is no need to rush. Moreover, your Uncle Fu will be returning shortly, and his disciple will also be selecting martial techniques. You may go together." "That sounds good." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun calmed himself and continued to reflect on his own situation, striving to familiarize himself with the surging power within him. After all, his strength had surged dramatically, and he was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. If he were placed in the mortal realm, he might very well shatter the ground beneath him. Fortunately, the protective formations of the heavenly palace safeguarded him from unleashing his formidable might. Whoosh! Before long, Uncle Fu returned riding on a cloud. Following him was a spirited young girl, perhaps around 15 or 16 years old, clad in a green dress with 2 playful braids, exuding a certain charm and grace. "Young master, congratulations on establishing an unparalleled foundation." Uncle Fu beamed as he noticed that Xiao Yun had awakened from his meditation. Behind him stood a curious young girl, her eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yun. She had already become acquainted with him the previous day when the chaos bell was struck in the square. After all, Xiao Yun had been the center of attention, radiating an undeniable brilliance. "There is no need for excessive formality. Fu Bo, by the way, is this your disciple?" Xiao Yun inquired, casting a curious glance at the girl behind Fu Bo. Fu Bo smiled gently, pulling the young girl closer, gesturing toward Xiao Yun. "Xiaoya, do you not wish to greet your senior brother?" Lin Xiaoya blinked her sparkling eyes, her face alight with curiosity as she grinned and declared, "Lin Xiaoya greets her senior brother. I heard you renounced your identity as the divine son. Is that true?" Fu Bo's expression shifted, and he quickly admonished her. "Hold your tongue. Do not speak nonsense." Startled, Lin Xiaoya's lips quivered, and tears welled up in her large, glistening eyes, presenting a pitiful and aggrieved sight. Xiao Yun chuckled softly and waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for such sternness, Fu Bo. It was I who voluntarily relinquished my status as the divine son. Why would I be vexed by others discussing it? Furthermore, one day I shall reclaim that position for myself." Upon hearing this, Fu Bo recalled Xiao Yun's astonishing talent displayed the previous night and nodded with a smile. Indeed, with the young master's extraordinary gifts, it is only a matter of time before he ascends to the position of divine son once more. With that, Fu Bo led Lin Xiaoya to pay respects to Dition. Dition appraised the young girl before him, smiling slightly as he inquired, "Your talent appears commendable. You must have caused the chaos bell to ring 3 times yesterday, correct?" "Yes." Lin Xiaoya nodded obediently. Dition then turned to Fu Bo, smiling as he spoke. "With such innate talent, coupled with the foundation liquid I have meticulously prepared for many years, it should be no challenge for you to reach the pinnacle of body refinement in the future. Consider yourself fortunate, young lady." Fu Bo chuckled. Lin Xiaoya blinked her large eyes, somewhat perplexed. Did that mean her potential to reach the pinnacle of body refinement was not due to her own talent, but merely luck? Seemingly sensing Lin Xiaoya's confusion, Fu Bo pointed at the bronze cauldron before them and said with a smile, "This is the foundation liquid prepared by the master for the young master over many years, infused with numerous rare herbs and treasures. It is on par with the foundation liquids used by previous saints. Unfortunately, the young master has already entered the realm of body refinement and no longer requires this foundation liquid, so it is to your benefit. Consider it a grand opportunity." Lin Xiaoya, upon hearing this, looked in shock at Xiao Yun beside her, her round eyes wide with disbelief. Senior brother has entered the realm of body refinement? Did he not join the Chaos Holy Land with me just yesterday? How could he have cultivated so swiftly in just one night? Fu Bo replied proudly, Your senior brother possesses unparalleled talent. Yesterday, while cultivating the Chaos Sutra, he broke through 9 levels in a single day, allowing the forces of heaven and earth to forge his supreme foundation and enter the realm of body refinement. This is far superior to entering that realm through the foundation liquid, breaking through 9 levels in a single day. Lin Xiaoya gazed at Xiao Yun, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Coming from a prominent family herself, she understood the immense difficulty of mastering the Chaos Sutra. She could hardly believe that Xiao Yun had managed to break through 9 levels in just one day. Such talent was beyond extraordinary. Fu Bo praised, and Xiao Yun, standing nearby, humbly replied. Fu Bo then playfully tapped Lin Xiaoya on the head, exclaiming, "Enough of this idle chatter. Quickly enter the cauldron and commence the cultivation techniques I have imparted to you. The young master is awaiting your company at the Star Pavilion to select battle skills. Do not keep him waiting." "Yes." Lin Xiaoya nodded in acknowledgement, and then, with a wave of Fu Bo's hand, her body involuntarily ascended above the bronze cauldron before gently descending into it. Xiao Yun observed curiously from the side, as the power of heaven and earth aided him in establishing his foundation, sparing him the need for foundational liquid. Upon entering the cauldron, Lin Xiaoya immediately cried out, "Oh, it's so hot. Master, am I about to be cooked? You wouldn't want to eat me, would you?" Fu Bo's expression darkened as he quickly reprimanded her. "If you cannot endure this minor discomfort, how can you aspire to cultivate the great way? Enough of the nonsense. Focus on your technique and diligently absorb the medicinal liquid. Each drop is a priceless treasure. Waste even a little and your entire family would be unable to bear the loss. But it really is so hot." Lin Xiaoya continued to wail. Xiao Yun watched with trepidation, grateful for his own insights that spared him from enduring such torment. Lin Xiaoya remained in the cauldron for 3 full hours, until noon, when Fu Bo finally retrieved her. Uncle Fu waved his hand to dry Lin Xiaoya's clothes, and although she had screamed in agony for the entire morning, she now appeared more spirited than ever, her face alight with curiosity as she examined her own body. Her 2 bright eyes sparkled with excitement. What a formidable power! I must have reached the pinnacle of body refinement, possessing at least 50,000 genes of strength. Uncle Fu could not help but retort, "What is there to be proud of? Your senior brother, without the aid of these foundational liquids, already wields 100,000 genes of strength. You are still far behind. Senior brother is a freak. I cannot compare myself to him," Lin Xiaoya pouted. Beside them, Xiao Yun's expression darkened. "All right, off Fu. Please escort them to the Star Pavilion to select their combat skills," Tian said with a smile. Uncle Fu nodded and summoned a cloud, carrying Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya as they soared away from the Imperial Peak. Chapter 11. Testing Combat Power. The Star Pavilion is situated in the Outer Gate region, quite a distance from the inner gate area of the Imperial Peak. Even with Uncle Fu guiding Xiao Yun and the others through the skies, it would take an hour to arrive. However, throughout the journey, neither Xiao Yun nor Lin Xiaoya felt the slightest impatience, for the scenery within the Chaos Sacred Land was breathtakingly beautiful. The mountains below were shrouded in mist, surrounded by ethereal aura, showcasing a picturesque landscape that epitomized the essence of heaven and earth. "Wow, this place is simply magnificent. When I'm able to fly, I will definitely explore our Chaos Sacred Land thoroughly," Lin Xiaoya chirped excitedly, resembling a joyful lark. Uncle Fu smiled and replied, "Once you step into the 3rd realm of cultivation, the divine bridge realm, you will be able to condense your spiritual consciousness and soar through the skies on a sword." As they spoke, they had already entered the realm beyond the outer gates, a place where masters were scarce. Unlike Uncle Fu, who could soar through the clouds with ease, they followed his advice, gliding on their swords, weaving gracefully through the void. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beams of sword light crisscrossed the heavens and the earth, free and unfettered, exuding an effortless elegance. Lin Xiaoya watched with envy, her bright, sparkling eyes brimming with yearning. Xiao Yun also looked on with a face full of admiration. It must be said, witnessing the disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land, arms crossed and standing atop their flying swords, soaring freely through the skies was utterly exhilarating. Suddenly, the mist ahead parted, revealing a vast square before the trio. Xiao Yun noticed a grand pavilion within the square, suffused with celestial light. Towering into the clouds, a magnificent sight of extraordinary grandeur. This was the Star Pavilion. Uncle Fu let out a hearty laugh as he descended to the square with Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya. The square was bustling with activity, teeming with thousands of people lined up to enter the Star Pavilion. Uncle Fu furrowed his brow, shaking his head. Typically, the Star Pavilion sees few visitors, but it seems that many have come today to select combat skills after yesterday's recruitment of numerous new disciples. Let's wait in line. I am not in a rush. Xiao Yun replied with a smile. Uncle Fu nodded in agreement. Just then, a commotion arose from ahead. A brute force of 50,000 pounds, a perfected body refinement stage. This newcomer just entered yesterday, yet has already attained the perfected body refinement stage in a mere day. Such talent may well lead him to become a prospective holy son. Came a voice filled with envy from the crowd. Lin Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Master, senior brother, let us hasten over to take a look. It seems someone is testing their combat strength. Uncle Fu smiled gently, remarking, There exists a stone tablet in front of the Starry Pavilion specifically designed for new disciples to assess their physical prowess. However, given the young master's capabilities, such testing is no longer necessary. Master, senior brother does not need a test, but I can. Lin Xiaoya pouted, and without hesitation, she tugged at Xiao Yun, leading him forward. Uncle Fu, shaking his head in resignation, could only follow suit. Before long, the trio beheld a colossal stone tablet, radiating mesmerizing light and adorned with intricate runes, resembling an ancient behemoth standing majestically beside the starry pavilion. Beneath the stone tablet, a young boy wore a proud expression, basking in the glory of a displayed number, 50,000. The onlookers marveled in awe, showering praises upon the youth, which only served to inflate his pride further. Lin Xiaoya curled her lips in disdain, her delicate face reflecting her indifference. She muttered, Isn't it just 50,000 pounds? What is so remarkable about that? I could do it too. Nearby, a middle-aged man glanced at Lin Xiaoya, chuckling as he replied, Little girl, do not speak so arrogantly. 50,000 pounds of strength signifies the pinnacle of the physical cultivation realm. Only a select few geniuses can possess such power immediately after foundation establishment. Indeed, young lady, you seem quite uninformed. Refrain from making such claims. Where did this little girl come from? Lacking any knowledge at all. Truly, the longer the hair, the shorter the insight. The surrounding crowd echoed their disapproval. Lin Xiaoya's face flushed with anger, her small features contorting as she bared her adorable little tiger teeth. Despite her charming appearance, she exuded no intimidation. The youth beneath the stone tablet was also stirred by her display, casting a scornful glance in her direction. I recognize you, Lin Xiaoya, he sneered. You rang the chaos bell 3 times yesterday, while I managed 4. Your talent pales in comparison to mine, and yet you dare to speak so boldly before me. Truly, you are deluded and exceedingly arrogant. Lin Xiaoya was not one to swallow her pride in silence. Unable to contain herself, she strode up to the youth, her anger boiling over. Is it just 50,000 pounds? What is so impressive about that? Allow me to demonstrate. The youth extended his palm, graciously stepping aside. Yet his expression was rife with derision, clearly doubting Lin Xiaoya's ability to surpass the 50,000-pound mark. Keep your eyes wide open. Lin Xiaoya huffed, then approached the stone tablet, her small fists raised as she struck the surface with all her might. The crowd, intrigued, turned their gazes toward the tablet. As her fist impacted, a dazzling silver light erupted, enveloping the entire stone. Silver light. How could this be? Such brilliance could only manifest with a force exceeding 50,000 pounds. Could this young girl truly have reached the pinnacle of body refinement? The spectators gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. Even the youth beside her now wore an expression of shock and incredulity. He had observed quite clearly yesterday that Lin Xiaoya had only struck the chaos bell 3 times. Her innate talent could hardly surpass his own. How could she possibly attain the pinnacle of body refinement following her foundational cultivation? As the youth pondered these uncertainties, the silvery light on the stone tablet dissipated, revealing a string of numbers, 58,000. Although it remained within the realm of 50,000, it was a staggering 7,000 pounds more than the previous youth. The crowd erupted in awe, showering Lin Xiaoya with praise, which filled the young girl with delight. As for the boy, upon seeing the numbers on the tablet, he had already slinked away into the crowd, too embarrassed to show his face. Lin Xiaoya returned with a proud expression, grinning at Master Fu. "Master, did I bring you shame?" Master Fu chastised her sternly. "As cultivators, we must not harbor a spirit of boastfulness. Such immaturity. Upon returning, you shall write the character for steadiness, say, 1,000 times." "Oh." Lin Xiaoya pouted in displeasure. At that moment, as the crowd turned their gaze towards her, they also noticed the presence of Xiao Yun. Gasps of astonishment erupted. "It's the son." "What son?" "That is Xiao Yun. He is no longer the son." Had he truly renounced his identity as the son? He appeared quite ordinary. Perhaps the Holy Lord had discerned his mediocrity and thus expelled him from his position. It was indeed possible. After all, how could a dignified son simply abandon his role? I suspect he may have cheated during yesterday's trial, ringing the chaos bell 9 times, only to be discovered by the Holy Lord afterward. He has also arrived and should have already laid a solid foundation. I wonder how much strength he possesses. I suspect even reaching 10,000 pounds would be quite challenging, especially given the formidable difficulty of cultivating the Chaos Sutra. It is said that even the first level requires a month of dedicated effort. As murmurs filled the air, Xiao Yun felt a myriad of gazes directed towards him, some filled with curiosity, others laced with mockery. Chapter 12. Questioned by others listening to the derisive comments. Xiao Yun remained silent, but beside him, Lin Xiaoya immediately took offense. She stepped forward and exclaimed, "You all, cease your chatter. My senior brother voluntarily relinquished his identity as a son of God. He did not resort to any deceit. You little girl, do you comprehend the privileges bestowed upon a son of God? Any person of sound mind would never forsake such a position. Are you implying that your senior brother is a fool?" One individual taunted with a smirk. Lin Xiaoya glared at him defiantly. "My senior brother is certainly not a fool. Then why would he renounce his identity as a son of God? In my opinion, he must have resorted to underhanded means to strike the chaos bell, which led to his expulsion from the position by the Holy Master." The man sneered coldly. Xiao Yun fixed his icy gaze upon this individual, who persistently targeted him, while others merely expressed their schadenfreude in passing remarks. This person's relentless taunts were evidently aimed at him. "Young master," this individual was once a follower of the master. However, due to his improper conduct, he was cast out and now harbors a deep-seated resentment against the master, having even allied himself with one of the master's adversaries. Suddenly, the voice of Uncle Fu resonated within Xiao Yun's mind. Xiao Yun suddenly realized that the individual before him was an enemy of his master, which explained the hostility directed at him. At that moment, Fu Bo stepped forward, casting a cold gaze at the person opposite him. He exclaimed, "Zhu Ping, the Holy Lord has issued a decree stating that the young master voluntarily relinquished his position as the Son of God. Your slander against him is a direct challenge to the Holy Lord's edict, is it not?" Zhu Ping responded with a disdainful snort. "What a grand accusation. I cannot bear such a weight. However, I find no need to concern myself with a cheater. Unlike our young master, who possesses true innate talent, having struck the chaos bell 5 times and reached the pinnacle of body refinement after establishing his foundation, he now wields the aura of a son." As he spoke, Zhu Ping stepped aside, revealing a young man clad in splendid robes. Though he appeared youthful, his eyes were profound, shimmering like lightning, exuding an extraordinary presence. It was Chu Jingxiao, the sole prodigy besides Xiao Yun who had resonated the chaos bell 5 times the previous day. It was rumored that he had become a disciple of the esteemed Elder Tian Yi, the second highest ranking elder within the sect, and was on the verge of attaining the heavenly realm. Unexpectedly, Chu Jingxiao had already perfected his body refinement, and it seemed that in a few months, he would reach the ultimate state of body refinement, destined to become a son in the future. Surrounding onlookers gasped in awe. Xiao Yun cast a fleeting glance at Chu Jingxiao, he did not recognize him, and since no talent had struck the Chaos Bell 5 times before him the previous day, it was evident that this individual had tested after him. Chu Jingxiao was also observing Xiao Yun, a flicker of jealousy and resentment crossing his eyes. The previous day, he had struck the Chaos Bell 5 times, which should have secured him the top rank among his peers, bringing him fame and recognition. However, due to Xiao Yun's 9 strikes preceding his own, all attention was diverted to Xiao Yun, rendering him a super genius with 5 strikes, completely overlooked. Thus, Chu Jingxiao harbored a sense of animosity towards Xiao Yun, yet it was overshadowed by a greater envy. After gazing at Xiao Yun for a moment, an idea sparked within him, and he turned to the side, smiling gently at Zhu Ping, saying, "Your praise is unwarranted, Steward Zhu. My master has stated that brother Xiao possesses extraordinary talent. Had he not cultivated the chaos scripture, he would surely have reached the pinnacle in a day. I'm still far from that." Despite his words, Chu Jingxiao then approached the stone monument. The crowd understood that he was about to test his combat prowess, and they all focused their gaze upon him. With a commanding stride, Chu Jingxiao swiftly reached the monument and unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, brilliant silver light erupted forth, cascading like the Milky Way spilling from the heavens, its brilliance utterly dazzling. The onlookers were astounded, realizing that such intense silver light indicated Chu Jingxiao's combat strength was indeed remarkable, far exceeding the threshold of 50,000, as expected when the silver light dissipated. The monument displayed the number 90,000. Instantly, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. 90,000 in combat strength. He had achieved the consummation of the body refinement realm. To reach such a pinnacle in a single day is an extraordinary testament to his innate talent. The spectators marveled incessantly, their faces awash with disbelief. Standing beneath the stone tablet, Chu Jingxiao's eyes glimmered with a hint of pride. After all, he was still a youth, despite his composure. He could not suppress his desire to boast. However, it was evident that Chu Jingxiao possessed considerable cunning. As he listened to the praises of those around him, he waved his hand dismissively, humbly shaking his head and saying, "You flatter me, esteemed guests. I merely struck the Chaos Bell 5 times, far inferior to Brother Xiao, who has resonated it 9 times. Let us turn our attention to Brother Zhao's performance." With that, Chu Jingxiao departed from the stone tablet, returning to stand beside Zhu Ping, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Xiao Yun. With Chu Jingxiao's words lingering in the air, the other attendees shifted their gazes toward Xiao Yun. Uncle Fu conveyed a message to Xiao Yun, saying, "Young master, this lad, despite his tender age, is adept at manipulating public sentiment and possesses great depth. We must remain vigilant against him." Having lived for several centuries, Uncle Fu had seen more than his fair share of life's intricacies. He quickly discerned Chu Jingxiao's intentions. This was a calculated move to compel Xiao Yun to demonstrate his combat prowess. Should Xiao Yun hesitate to showcase his abilities, he would inevitably be perceived as timid and weak in the eyes of the onlookers. Nevertheless, Uncle Fu harbored no worries, for he held unwavering confidence in Xiao Yun. After all, Xiao Yun had reached the 9th level in a single day, a feat of extraordinary talent. Who could rival him? Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping mistakenly believed that Xiao Yun, having practiced the chaos scripture, would be unable to comprehend it in a day, thus lacking in formidable strength. Regrettably, they vastly underestimated Xiao Yun's innate gifts. "Brother, go show these narrow-minded individuals what true potential looks like," Lin Xiaoya urged from the side, feeling quite constrained. Her senior brother was undeniably talented, yet these people dared to question his abilities. What a group of ignorant individuals. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, preparing to step forward to test his combat prowess when a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "New task. Astonish those around you and create a sensation. Reward: 3 insights. Note, this task can be stacked indefinitely." At last, the task had arrived. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xiao Yun felt a surge of excitement. His opportunities for insight were dwindling, and the timing of this task was impeccable. Moreover, the fact that this task could be stacked without limit meant he could seize the chance to accumulate numerous insights. Xiao Yun couldn't help but glance at the system's latest task once more. To astonish those around him? To create a sensation? Wasn't this compelling him to show off? In simpler terms, it was tantamount to boasting. Testing his combat prowess right now was an excellent opportunity. A smile crept across Xiao Yun's face as he silently thanked the system for its thoughtfulness. He had stumbled upon a chance to gain insights. Consequently, he walked towards the stone tablet under the gaze of the crowd. Humph! The chaotic scripture was universally acknowledged as the most challenging cultivation technique in the realm. After just one day, he hadn't even grasped the first layer. He probably lacked even the strength of 10,000 pounds. Not far away, Zhu Ping remarked with a sneer. Chu Jingxiao smiled gently and said, Zhu Steward, your words are misguided. While others may struggle to comprehend the chaotic scripture in a single day, Senior Brother Xiao is a prodigious talent capable of making the chaotic bell ring 9 times. I firmly believe he can achieve it. Old Fu cast a cold glance at the two individuals, one belittling and the other flattering, their collaboration exhibiting an unsettling harmony. Alas, they have gravely underestimated the young master's innate talent, and they shall soon find themselves utterly astonished. Boom! At that moment, Xiao Yun delivered a powerful blow to the stone tablet. Ouch, my hand hurts, he exclaimed, feigning pain as he rubbed his fist. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and both Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping wore derisive smirks, but their expressions quickly froze. For on the stone tablet, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted, akin to a sun rising, its brilliance radiant and dazzling, illuminating the entire sky. It was golden light. Such a phenomenon could only manifest upon reaching the pinnacle of body refinement. How could this be? He achieved the pinnacle in merely a day's time. My heavens, what extraordinary talent is this? A reincarnation of an ancient sage? Gasps of astonishment filled the square, creating a palpable sensation. Chapter 13. The Might of the Pinnacle. From the stone tablet beside the starry pavilion, golden light surged forth, enveloping the entire square in a rich, golden glow, rendering the realm resplendent. Everyone stood in shock, witnessing the spectacle before them, their breaths hitching in disbelief. During the testing phase, the appearance of golden light signifies that one has entered the pinnacle of body refinement. Indeed, as the golden light gradually dissipated, a staggering number emerged from the stone tablet. 100,000. 100,000 pounds of strength, truly embodying the pinnacle of body refinement. My heavens! Xiao Yun has only just established his foundation, yet he has already reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Such is undoubtedly the caliber of a saintly offspring. What saintly offspring? He is merely a divine progeny who has voluntarily relinquished that title. Truly, he is a peerless prodigy, worthy of the 9 tolls of the chaotic bell. The onlookers gasped in awe, their gazes towards Xiao Yun now devoid of any mockery, replaced solely with admiration and astonishment. To ascend to the pinnacle of body refinement immediately after establishing one's foundation is a rarity, even within the chaotic sacred land, achievable only by a select few saints. Thus, Xiao Yun's innate talent is now beyond dispute, and no one dares to question it. Damn it, how could this be? Not far away, Zhu Ping gazed up at the staggering number inscribed on the stone tablet, his expression dark and his heart filled with disbelief. Beside him, Chu Jingxiao stared blankly at the same number. He had previously jested about Xiao Yun, never imagining that Xiao Yun would indeed reach such heights in a single day. This was a profound irony for him. He. I knew my senior brother was the most formidable. Lin Xiaoya exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the number on the stone tablet. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Zhu Ping and Chu Jingxiao, she taunted, "Didn't you dare look down on him? And you even accused my senior brother of cheating. Now you've witnessed his prowess. Haven't you? Let's go." Chu Jingxiao's face flushed crimson as he felt the stares of those around him. He wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in, utterly mortified. Zhu Ping, too, followed Chu Jingxiao in a hasty retreat from the scene. Ha, senior brother, look at their panicked escape, Lin Xiaoya exclaimed, a surge of exhilaration filling her heart as she clung to Xiao Yun's arm, shaking it with uncontainable glee. Xiao Yun smiled softly, engrossed in examining his system. Moments ago, he had successfully incited gasps of astonishment from those around him, creating a sensation that fulfilled his system's task and granted him 3 opportunities for enlightenment. At present, he still possessed 7 such opportunities, yet it was insufficient. The number required for cultivating the chaos scripture was exceedingly high, and he needed to continue amassing more. Xiao Yun mused inwardly, relieved that he wouldn't lack for tasks in the near future. All he needed to do was keep showing off. Each time he did so, he gained 3 opportunities for enlightenment, which was undeniably exhilarating. However, this meant he could no longer pursue a low-key cultivation path. He had to constantly seek opportunities to showcase his prowess. The purpose of showing off was to elicit admiration, and thus, he could not cultivate discreetly. He had to remain at the forefront of the cultivation world. Fortunately, Xiao Yun did not mind this. After all, he had already made his name resonate throughout the chaos sacred land after ringing the chaos bell 9 times. And any attempt at modesty was futile. He needed to swiftly break through to the extreme realm and step into the forbidden domain, which would surely provoke further astonishment from others. Already, Xiao Yun contemplated how to continue showcasing himself, for every display brought him closer to enlightenment, leaving him no choice but to comply. Senior brother, it's our turn. Let us hurry into the starry pavilion to select our battle techniques. Lin Xiaoya's voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Xiao Yun lifted his gaze and saw that they had arrived at the entrance of the starry pavilion. The entrance to the starry pavilion is exceptionally grand, capable of accommodating more than 10 individuals at once, allowing for a swift queue. At this moment, Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya stepped into the starry pavilion. Wow! Upon entering, Lin Xiaoya exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Yun was equally taken aback, for the interior of the starry pavilion encompassed a myriad of cosmic spaces, with stars twinkling overhead and towering pillars rising to the heavens. Reminiscent of the edge of the universe, a truly magnificent sight. What was even more astonishing was that the stars above were in constant motion, occasionally descending and landing in the hands of nearby individuals, revealing ancient tomes. Close your eyes and focus your minds, awaiting the starry pavilion to select your combat techniques. Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. Xiao Yun recognized it as the voice of a formidable guardian from the chaos sacred land, prompting him to promptly shut his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Yun remained unaware that his display of extraordinary physical cultivation had attracted the attention of numerous powerful figures from the chaos sacred land to the starry pavilion. Even his master, the elder Emperor Tian, had arrived. Nearby, an esteemed elder gazed at Emperor Tian and remarked with a smile, "Emperor Tian, given Xiao Yun's talent, he is likely to be bestowed with a superior combat technique by the starry pavilion." Emperor Tian responded with a slight smile. That should indeed be the case. After all, the resonation of the chaos bell 9 times should elevate him to the highest rank. Oomph! A cold voice interrupted from a distance as a nebulous figure, seated in the void and shrouded in a misty sea, emanated an intimidating aura. Emperor Tian cast a fleeting glance at the figure before him, sneering as he spoke. "Tian, were you not sequestered in deep meditation to ascend to the celestial realm? What brings you out of your retreat? Have you perhaps failed?" With a resounding boom, as Emperor Tian finished his words, the indistinct figure suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. It was the presence of a half-step celestial realm. It appeared that Tian was not far from achieving his goal. The assembly of esteemed elders and senior members gasped in admiration. The countenance of Emperor Tian grew solemn. The shadowy figure known as Tian scoffed disdainfully. "Emperor Tian, though your combat prowess is formidable, you ultimately remain unable to step into the celestial realm. In a century, you shall merely be dust. Your disciple, Xiao Yun, is no different. No matter how extraordinary his talents, he will ultimately be but a fleeting meteor. In contrast, my disciple, Chu Jingxiao, shall follow my footsteps and enter the celestial realm. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to one day aspire to the sacred realm." Emperor Tian's expression darkened as he retorted sharply, "Regardless of the circumstances, you remain a defeated subordinate of mine, and your disciple shall likewise fall beneath my own. A momentary setback means nothing. I shall ascend to the celestial realm, extending my lifespan by millennium, while you will be reduced to ashes. In time, the world will remember me, Tian Yi, as a celestial powerhouse, while no one will recall you, Emperor Tian. Tian Yi Sepulkoldi. The surrounding esteemed elders and seniors, witnessing the escalating conflict, hastily intervened, urging, "Why must you two be so antagonistic? As members of the same sect, we should strive for unity and collaboration." At that moment, within the star pavilion below, a dim star began to fall into Xiao Yun's grasp. The crowd, upon witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly astonished, their faces a canvas of disbelief. Is it a third-rate martial technique? An elder stood in a daze, his face a mask of disbelief. How could a prodigy, capable of making the chaos bell toll 9 times, be bestowed with the most rudimentary combat technique by the Starry Pavilion? Chapter 14. A third-rate combat technique. It was utterly unexpected. The assembly of supreme elders and elders were taken aback by the Starry Pavilion's decision to grant Xiao Yun the lowest tier of combat skills. Did the Starry Pavilion perceive Xiao Yun's talent as merely mediocre? How absurd! A being who could make the chaos bell resonate 9 times could hardly be considered ordinary in talent. What was going on? Tian's eyes widened in astonishment as he questioned, "Has the Starry Pavilion made an error? How could Xiao Yun receive the most basic combat technique?" Not far away, Tian felt a twinge of surprise, but seized the opportunity to mock Tian. "Haha, it seems my disciple was correct. This boy most likely relied on deceit to fool the chaos bell into ringing 9 times. His true talent is, in fact, quite ordinary. Tian's norte dismissivity. Tiani, do you truly believe the chaos bell is so easily deceived? It is a divine weapon of the emperor. Even a sage would find it impossible to fool the chaos bell unless Xiao Yun has the backing of a quasi-emperor. Who knows?" Tian replied with a gleeful smirk. "We both see the truth clearly. Xiao Yun's talent is indeed unremarkable, and the ancestors and fossilized beings share this perspective. Now, the Starry Pavilion seems to concur. Perhaps there is something peculiar about him that caused the chaos bell to toll 9 times, rather than his talent being the reason for such an occurrence." The assembly of esteemed elders and senior leaders nodded in agreement, finding this rationale more compelling. After all, the chaos bell cannot be deceived. Perhaps, as Tianyi suggested, Xiao Yun did not rely solely on his innate talent, but rather on some other force that prompted the chaos bell to resonate 9 times. "Impossible," Tian retorted sharply. "Such utter nonsense. Tianyi, my disciple Xiao Yun possesses unparalleled genius. Last night, he comprehended the Chaos Sutra, achieving 9 levels in a single day, drawing the essence of heaven and earth into his being, refining his body with stellar energy, and directly stepping into the ultimate realm, establishing an unparalleled foundation. How could he possibly be an ordinary individual? What? 9 levels in a single day? That is the Chaos Sutra, the most challenging cultivation technique in existence." The assembly of esteemed elders and leaders gasped in astonishment. Tianyi, too, was taken aback momentarily, but soon sneered, "Tian, this is merely your subjective claim. Perhaps yesterday you exhausted your own energy to assist Xiao Yun in achieving 9 levels in a single day. Otherwise, how could a supreme technique like the Chaos Sutra possibly yield such results? If I recall correctly, it took you 30 years to master the 9th level, which already shattered previous records." Upon hearing this, the crowd cast skeptical glances at Tian. After all, 9 levels in a single day was astonishingly shocking. Tian had spent 30 years to cultivate the 9th level of the Chaos Sutra, an achievement that had already stirred a sensation in the Chaos Sacred Land. Yet, the notion of achieving 9 levels in a single day was simply too staggering to fathom. Tian was indeed taken aback. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. Thus, he fully comprehended the skepticism of those around him. However, he could not permit his disciple to be doubted. He bellowed to the crowd, "I, Tian, can swear to the Tao that what I have just stated is unequivocally the truth." The audience was taken aback. Swearing to the Tao was no trifling matter. To violate such an oath would render the comprehension of the Tao exceedingly difficult, and further advancement in cultivation would become virtually impossible. Could it be that Xiao Yun truly possessed the ability to ascend 9 levels in a single day, reaching the pinnacle of celestial assistance? This was indeed astonishing. Not far away, Tian Yi, upon witnessing Di Tian's oath, could not help but smirk coldly and remarked, "Di Tian, you possess but a century of lifespan left. The likelihood of you attaining the celestial realm is already negligible. Even if you were to lie and break your oath, the consequences would be trivial." The crowd, upon hearing this, cast doubtful glances toward Di Tian, for Tian Yi's words held a semblance of truth. Infuriated, Di Tian glared at Tian Yi and retorted icily, "Since you choose not to believe, I shall say no more. In due time, my disciple shall prove his capabilities. He has already proven himself." Tian Yi foot, casting his gaze downward at the Star Pavilion, derisively stating, "Third-rate combat techniques. TSK, TSK. These are the most rudimentary of skills." It seems that in the eyes of the Star Pavilion, his talent is deemed the most mediocre, placing him among the ordinary. Di Tian's complexion darkened, yet he found himself unable to refute the claim, for it was indeed true that the Star Pavilion had granted Xiao Yun third-rate combat techniques. Simultaneously, a sense of confusion stirred within him. Within the Starry Pavilion, Xiao Yun gazed in bewilderment at the mountain-opening fist in his hand, alongside the insignia denoting it as a third-rate martial art. Third-rate martial art? Does the Starry Pavilion hold me in such disdain, to bestow upon me merely a third-rate technique? Is it truly the extent of my talent in their eyes? A wave of discontent surged within him, an overwhelming frustration. Prior to his arrival, his master, Emperor Tian, had informed him that martial arts were classified into 6 tiers: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, top-tier, super, and ultimate. The third-rate was the lowest classification, reserved for those of mediocre talent and the most ordinary aptitude, deemed worthy of only third-rate techniques by the Starry Pavilion. Xiao Yun's gaze drifted to Lin Xiaoya beside him, who held a resplendent, ancient tome, revealing the first-rate technique, Thousand Shadows Whip. A twitch of embarrassment crossed Xiao Yun's lips. His junior sister had acquired a first-rate technique while he was relegated to a mere third-rate one. How humiliating. "Senior brother, what martial art did you obtain? It must be a super technique, right?" Just then, Lin Xiaoya opened her eyes, astounded by her own martial art, and quickly turned to look at Xiao Yun. Upon noticing the third-rate technique in his grasp, she gasped in disbelief. "How is this possible? Senior brother, you received only a third-rate technique? This is absolutely inconceivable." "What? Xiao Yun acquired a third-rate technique? My heavens, has the Starry Pavilion made an error? With his talent, he should have received a super technique instead. What on earth is happening? How could Xiao Yun be bestowed with a third-rate technique by the Starry Pavilion?" Upon hearing Lin Xiaoya's voice, the surrounding individuals turned their gazes towards her, and soon gasps of astonishment filled the air. It was utterly unexpected that Xiao Yun had been bestowed with a third-rate martial technique by the Starry Pavilion. Given his innate talent, it was anticipated that he would receive a superlative martial art, or at the very least a top-tier one. Ding! The host has once again incited exclamations, creating quite a stir, and is rewarded with 3 opportunities for enlightenment. At that moment, a notification chime resonated in Xiao Yun's mind. A twitch of irritation crossed his lips. He was far from pleased with this reward. However, upon examining the system, he discovered that he possessed a total of 13 opportunities for enlightenment, which perplexed him. Before entering the Starry Pavilion, he had only 7 opportunities, and with the addition of 3, it should have amounted to 10. So how had it transformed into 13? Unbeknownst to Xiao Yun, the elders and high-ranking officials hovering above the Starry Pavilion had already exclaimed on his behalf, and this too had been accounted for by the system. Chapter 15. Cultivation in public, standing within the Starry Pavilion, holding the third-rate martial technique, mountain-opening fist, Xiao Yun wore an expression of displeasure. The peculiar gazes of those around him only deepened his discontent. Lin Xiaoya, standing beside him, offered words of consolation. "Senior brother, do not be upset. Perhaps there was a mistake on the part of the Starry Pavilion." Nearby, someone chuckled and remarked, "Lin Xiaoya, the Starry Pavilion has existed for countless ages and has never erred before." Lin Xiaoya shot the speaker a glare, retorting sharply, "My senior brother has reached the pinnacle. Do you truly believe his talent to be lacking?" At this, the individual found himself at a loss for words. This is indeed a perplexing matter for many. How could one attain the pinnacle of achievement in a single day if they were of ordinary talent? The mysteries abound. Xiao Yun sighed inwardly, for he alone understood that his ability to make the chaos bell resonate 9 times and reach such heights in a single day was solely due to the system that facilitated his epiphany. His innate talent, alas, it is better left unspoken, for to dwell upon it is to invite tears. Yet, regardless, I possess the system. What does it matter if my talent is lacking? I shall rise nonetheless. Xiao Yun soon regained his composure and, upon gazing at the star pavilion before him, felt a surge of indignation. Star pavilion, heed my words. My talent requires no validation from you. My fate is determined by my own will, not by destiny. The martial techniques I wield are mine to command. Present to me the most formidable techniques, and I shall select for myself, he proclaimed loudly to the heavens. Nearby, Lin Xiaoyao was momentarily entranced. Her cheeks flushed as she beheld her senior brother's commanding presence. Her sparkling eyes filled with admiration. "Brother, you are simply magnificent." High above the star pavilion, the assembly of esteemed elders and senior members could not help but smile at Xiao Yun's defiance. This young man remained undeterred. It was only natural. Having reached the pinnacle in a single day, he would surely doubt the limitations of his own talent. The onlookers were curious about how the venerable elder guarding the star pavilion would respond to such audacity. A figure of great significance indeed. The elder was renowned as the Star Elder. As the crowd engaged in lively discussion, within the starlight pavilion, a myriad of stars shimmered, and among them, the most resplendent few suddenly descended, manifesting before Xiao Yun. Clearly, the esteemed elder of the stars had resolved to allow Xiao Yun the autonomy to select his own combat techniques. The starlight pavilion had truly granted him this extraordinary privilege. Others within the pavilion widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief as they turned their gaze toward the light of the stars before Xiao Yun. At this moment, the luminescent stars gradually dissipated, revealing dozens of ancient tomes. 9 transformations of the Overlord Fist, Taiji Divine Palm, Godslayer Scatterhand, Heavenly Might of the 9 Skies, Bagua Celestial Palm, Divine Wind Steps, 10,000 Blades Converging Sea, A Sword Across Time, Heaven Slaying Sword Technique. Each of these tomes contains superlative combat techniques, leaving the onlookers utterly awestruck, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Naturally, while they could only admire from a distance, were they to choose, they would likely abstain. After all, the higher the rank of the technique, the greater the difficulty in mastering it. The body refinement stage merely marks the initial phase of a practitioner's journey. They were reluctant to squander excessive time at this level, deeming it an unwise investment. Even if one were invincible in the body refinement stage, a master in the spirit bridge stage could effortlessly vanquish them. Only prodigies, who cultivate at an astonishing pace and aspire to boundless futures, would continually delve into their potential during the body refinement stage to establish an unparalleled foundation. Ordinary individuals would not undertake such endeavors. Meanwhile, as Xiao Yun surveyed the multitude of exceptional combat techniques before him, he could not help but raise his head and inquire, "Starlight Pavilion, why is it that only superlative techniques are available? Are there no ultimate techniques?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a state of speechlessness. You are dissatisfied with the extraordinary battle techniques and desire the ultimate combat skills instead. It seemed that the Starry Pavilion had not anticipated Xiao Yun's inquiry, leading to a moment of silence. At that moment, the elders and high elders above the Starry Pavilion could only smile and shake their heads. This young man, it appeared, was still unaware of the true essence of ultimate battle skills. Dition, as a master, you are quite remiss, one high elder jested, teasing Dition. Dition's face flushed with embarrassment as he gazed down at Xiao Yun, prompting him to remind, "Disciple, the so-called ultimate battle skills are those that one creates for oneself, tailored to one's own cultivation, capable of unleashing one's strongest power. Hence, they are deemed ultimate. the extraordinary battle techniques before you are, in fact, the ultimate skills for their creators. In your hands, they can only exhibit their extraordinary prowess, unless you can innovate upon them to forge techniques of an even higher caliber, which would then belong to you as your ultimate skills. Within the starry pavilion, upon hearing Tion's voice, Xiao Yun was instantly taken aback, exclaiming, "Master, how is it that you are here?" Tion replied, "Hurry and select your battle technique. Do not be greedy and choose too many. Just pick one. The body refinement realm is merely the first stage of a cultivator's journey, and there is no need to squander excessive time on it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun became quite displeased, declaring loudly, "Disciple merely wishes to demonstrate to the starry pavilion the extent of my talent." Having said that, Xiao Yun directly grasped in his hands the 6 formidable martial techniques, the 9 transformations dominating fist, the Taiji divine palm, the god-slaying scatter hand, the divine wind step, the myriad blades convergence, and the heaven-slaying sword technique. Within the starry pavilion, everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at Xiao Yun as if he were a madman. To cultivate 6 supreme martial arts, did he intend to linger in the body refinement realm for several centuries? Such an endeavor was utterly nonsensical. Observing Xiao Yun's actions, Emperor Tian was rendered speechless, his expression darkening. Across from him, the elder Tian mocked, "Emperor Tian, disregarding this youth's talent for the moment, one must question his intellect. It seems quite compromised. You shall need to guide him extensively. Indeed, even a holy son would require countless years to master these 6 supreme techniques." Emperor Tian's countenance grew increasingly grim. In the starry pavilion, Xiao Yun cast a glance at the crowd, inwardly scoffing at their misconceptions of him as a fool. His intentions were merely to provoke astonishment and create a stir, thus garnering rewards from the system. As he examined the system, he discovered that his comprehension count had surged to 19, an increase of 6. Clearly, his earlier demand for the starry pavilion to present these martial techniques had left everyone astounded. Subsequently, his selection of all 6 techniques further shocked the onlookers, effectively completing 2 system tasks. The acquisition of comprehension was remarkably effortless. Now, how could he continue to elicit their astonishment? An idea sparked in Xiao Yun's mind. He promptly retrieved the 9 transformations dominating fist from his bosom and opened it to examine. As he opened the tome titled Ninefold Overlord Fist, the book instantly transformed into shimmering golden characters, surging into Xiao Yun's mind. In that moment, the cultivation method of Ninefold Overlord Fist unfurled within his consciousness. System. I wish to enter a state of epiphany, Xiao Yun silently intoned, preparing to publicly master this formidable technique to astonish the onlookers once more. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd, along with the esteemed elders hovering above the starry pavilion, cast curious glances at Xiao Yun's actions. What would he possibly be contemplating? Why has he closed his eyes? Is he truly preparing to cultivate a combat technique here? Such a notion seemed ludicrous. The difficulty of mastering a superlative combat skill is exceedingly high. Even a saintly disciple would require many years to succeed in such an endeavor. Is this lad attempting to showcase the cultivation of a super technique before everyone? It is merely an act for attention. Such a level of martial skill cannot be perfected in an instant. The spectators and the revered elders of the starry pavilion shook their heads in skepticism. Only Emperor Tian's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Xiao Yun below. He had witnessed Xiao Yun's remarkable feat of advancing 9 levels in a single day, even mastering the intricacies of the chaos scripture with remarkable ease. Surely, cultivating these super techniques will be a trivial task for him. Anticipation filled Emperor Tian's heart. Chapter 16. Ninefold Body Refinement within the Starry Pavilion. Xiao Yun closed his eyes tightly, embarking on the profound journey of understanding the Ninefold Overlord Fist. Upon entering this state of enlightenment, his mind became crystal clear. Inspiration surged rapidly, and he resonated harmoniously with the path of the universe. The once cryptic 9 turns Overlord Fist now appeared remarkably straightforward in Xiao Yun's eyes. It was akin to transforming a university examination into one suitable for elementary students, with the difficulty reduced to its absolute minimum. So it is. Immersed in enlightenment, Xiao Yun swiftly grasped the essence of the nine, turns overlord fist. He then opened his eyes and began to execute this formidable martial technique. Whoosh! As Xiao Yun unveiled his gaze, two beams of golden light suddenly radiated from his obsidian pupils, within which faint traces of cosmic pathways and celestial scenes could be discerned. He moved. Had he truly mastered this extraordinary technique? It seemed utterly impossible. Around him, several observers fixated intently on Xiao Yun, while the elders of the Starry Pavilion also scrutinized him closely. They were eager to discern whether this young man possessed genuine prowess or was merely seeking attention. Boom! At that moment, Xiao Yun unleashed a powerful punch, a terrifying force that sliced through space, producing a piercing whistle that reverberated through the air. Simultaneously, a golden radiance enveloped him, emanating an overwhelming aura. This was the sign of the golden light body refinement, an indication that he had successfully completed the first turn of the 9 turns overlord fist. How could this be? It had only been a short while. He had already achieved the first turn. This was a supreme martial technique. Even those prodigious disciples required a year to master the first turn. My heavens! Is this his innate talent? Such comprehension is utterly astounding. The surrounding individuals were instantly taken aback, their astonishment palpable as they witnessed Xiao Yun master the first transformation of the 9 turns overlord fist in a mere moment. The shock reverberating within them was beyond imagination, almost too incredible to believe. It is no wonder they reacted this way, for the spectacle was indeed breathtaking. Even the esteemed elders and masters hovering above the Starry Pavilion were left in sheer disbelief, their expressions reflecting the awe inspired by Xiao Yun's performance. Such a feat at the first transformation was nothing short of terrifying. One elder gasped in amazement. Such comprehension! I am beginning to believe what Di Tian mentioned earlier. Perhaps he truly can achieve the 9th layer of the Chaos Sutra in a single day, murmured a senior elder. Not far off, Di Tian stroked his beard with a broad smile, clearly pleased that Xiao Yun had not let him down. In stark contrast, the expression of the elder Tian darkened considerably as he fixated on Xiao Yun below, a tinge of regret stirring within him. Had he known Di Tian would succeed, he might have ventured into the Chaos Hall to claim this disciple for himself. Within the Starry Pavilion, after mastering the first transformation of the 9 turns overlord fist, Xiao Yun continued his training with the second transformation. In his state of enlightenment, the practice flowed effortlessly, as natural as the act of eating or drinking, unfolding seamlessly. Boom! In no time, Xiao Yun had completed the second transformation. As his fist surged forth, it resonated like a thunderclap, causing the void to tremble and the air before him to erupt in a series of explosions, an awe-inspiring display of power. Once again, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. Boom! As time passes, Xiao Yun has cultivated the 9 transformations of Dominance Fist to the pinnacle of its 9th transformation. He swings his fist, and an endless stream of golden light converges, rendering his fist as radiant as a sun. Unlike before, as he manifests the 9th transformation, a searing flame erupts from his body, divine brilliance rising, the fiery light dazzling and resplendent, with rolling colorful clouds transforming into golden symbols that surge into his being. The onlookers are utterly astonished. The venerable elders above the Starry Pavilion also reveal expressions of shock. He has indeed perfected the 9 transformations of Dominance Fist. This is the realm of 9 transformations in body refinement. It is said that upon reaching perfection in the 9 transformations of Dominance Fist, one's body can be tempered into steel, reshaping the physical form. Having already stepped into the ultimate realm of body refinement, it seems he is on the verge of entering the forbidden domain. Such talent is truly terrifying. One wonders how many forbidden realms he could ultimately attain. It is rumored that the true dragon's nest is about to open. Our chaotic sacred land has previously refrained from sending disciples inside, yet perhaps this time, Xiao Yun may venture forth, showcasing the might of our chaotic sacred land. Amidst the gasps of admiration within the Starry Pavilion, Xiao Yun's fist momentum grows increasingly ferocious and tyrannical, rendering him virtually invincible, a force that dares to contend with the heavens and sweep across the universe. At this moment, Xiao Yun's body resembles an eternal divine furnace, emanating searing flames that forge his flesh and nourish his bloodline. Xiao Yun's skin was expanding, every pore on his body opening wide, as each cell and drop of blood within him bore intricate golden symbols, exuding divine radiance, akin to deities in harmonious chant. With the process of 9 transformations of body refinement, Xiao Yun's physique grew increasingly formidable. His form erupted with divine light, radiant as the dawn, adorned with countless golden symbols that clung to him, transforming into wisps of golden flames that began to refine his flesh. Above the starry pavilion, the venerable elders gazed in awe, their eyes alight with wonder, for they could distinctly perceive the white luminescence emanating from his bones, while his flesh had taken on a golden hue. This was the manifestation of golden skin and jade bones. He had indeed stepped into the realm of the forbidden. One elder lamented, reflecting on how long their chaotic sacred land had been devoid of such prodigious talent. Emperor Tian was equally exhilarated, for this unparalleled genius was his disciple, a source of immense pride for him. Thunderous roars echoed within the starry pavilion as Xiao Yun began to retract his fists slowly. Yet within him, it felt as though celestial beings were striking divine drums, causing his body to resonate with booming sounds, erupting in dazzling brilliance. When the drumming ceased, all the golden symbols surged towards Xiao Yun's form, coalescing into the most resplendent divine light, illuminating the entirety of the starry pavilion. The surrounding onlookers instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands, overwhelmed by the blinding radiance. Only after the golden light dissipated did they lower their hands, discovering that Xiao Yun had returned to his original state. The only discernible difference was the transformation of Xiao Yun's demeanor. He had become more domineering than ever before. His ebony eyes faintly shimmered with a golden light, exuding an aura of aggression that instilled fear in those who dared to meet his gaze. Moreover, Xiao Yun's physique had reached unparalleled perfection, rendering him strikingly handsome. "Senior brother, you seem to have become more handsome," Lin Xiaoya exclaimed, her eyes fixated on Xiao Yun, resembling an ardent fan enamored with her idol. Xiao Yun smiled softly, yet he felt as though an ancient volcano within him had been awakened, powerful forces surging through his body incessantly. "I wonder just how much stronger I have become?" he pondered, contemplating a visit to the stone tablet outside the Star Pavilion for a test. Chapter 17. Stepping into the forbidden realm inside the Star Pavilion. As Xiao Yun prepared to depart, a sudden thought struck him. Upon reaching the entrance, he lifted his gaze toward the starry sky and declared, "Next time I return, there will be no need for you to make a selection. Simply present me with the strongest option available." The onlookers stared at him in astonishment, incredulous at the audacity of his words. Was he truly daring to threaten the Star Pavilion? Such impudence was almost unfathomable. However, their bewilderment deepened when they beheld, amidst the celestial expanse above, a colossal inscription formed by countless stars. A collective silence fell over the crowd. It was their first encounter with someone who not only dared to challenge the Star Pavilion, but also succeeded. Xiao Yun, with a satisfied nod, had once again reaped the rewards of enlightenment, joyfully exiting the Star Pavilion. Naturally, he was still intent on maintaining his air of superiority. As he stepped outside, he murmured to himself, "I should venture into the forbidden domain and test my abilities." At the conclusion of Xiao Yun's words, a tremor coursed through the gathered crowd within the starry pavilion, prompting them to rush out in droves, eager to witness Xiao Yun's performance. Their curiosity was piqued regarding the extent of his power following the mastery of his superlative combat technique. The fervent exodus of these individuals also sparked intrigue among those outside the pavilion. But as explanations were offered, the entire square erupted in commotion. Subsequently, a throng of onlookers surged forth, encircling the adjacent stone monument several times. Beneath the stone monument, Xiao Yun stood with eyes ablaze with determination. He unleashed the 9 Revolutions Overlord Fist, delivering a formidable punch towards the stone. As he executed this strike, 9 shadowy fists manifested around his arm, converging into a singular force that erupted in a resplendent golden radiance. With a thunderous roar, An earth-shattering sound reverberated through the air. Upon the impact of Xiao Yun's punch, the very ground trembled beneath him, and a powerful force erupted as if a volcano had awakened, filling the atmosphere with explosive sounds. The stone monument hit by his strike radiated an even more dazzling golden light, akin to a blazing sun igniting the night, rendering the stars themselves dim in comparison. How far would this power reach? Surely it would exceed 100,000. In the forbidden domain, anything surpassing 100,000 is deemed a transgression. Around him, everyone was intently gazing at the stone tablet, while the esteemed elders above the starry pavilion also focused their eyes on it. In the midst of this collective anticipation, a series of numbers finally emerged on the tablet. 200,000. Such a figure was truly awe-inspiring, causing gasps of astonishment to erupt from the crowd. Indeed, he had stepped into the forbidden realm. This was a level only attainable by the Holy Sun, signifying that Xiao Yun had already qualified for this esteemed title. Though originally the Son of God, he had voluntarily relinquished that identity. Given his prodigious talent, ascending to the position of Holy Son was only fitting. Perhaps in the future, he might reclaim the title of Son of God. The crowd was filled with admiration, and Xiao Yun's expression reflected his delight. 200,000 gene of strength represented a doubling of his power, indicating that he had indeed entered the forbidden domain. He pondered to himself whether, after mastering the second tier of super combat techniques, his strength would once again surge by an additional 100,000 gene. However, he was not inclined to continue training these super techniques here, as excessive display might lead others to perceive him as a monster, potentially attracting the scrutiny of formidable experts who might wish to dissect and study him. Xiao Yun decided it prudent to wait a while before returning to this place for further testing. After all, he had already accumulated sufficient insights, and there was no rush to flaunt his capabilities. At that moment, Xiao Yun examined his system. Insight system. Function. Bestows insights upon the host. Insight count. 24 times. Can be used anytime by silently reciting in one's heart. Task. 1. Latest task. Refreshing soon. Unlimited tasks. Causing astonishment among those around you will yield 3 insights as a reward. Xiao Yun glanced at the system and could not help but feel a sense of delight within. This system might as well be renamed the show-off system. Haha, my disciple, it is time for us to return. Just as Xiao Yun was examining the system, Emperor Tian descended from the heavens, taking Xiao Yun, Lin Xiaoya, and Uncle Fu with him back to Emperor Peak. However, although they had departed, the series of events involving Xiao Yun at the Starry Pavilion quickly spread throughout the entire chaotic sacred land. Instantly, Xiao Yun's name resonated across the realm once more. No one dared to question his talent anymore, and his decision to relinquish the identity of the Son of God was no longer seen as foolishness, but rather as a testament to his courage and determination, earning him widespread admiration. At Emperor Peak, within the Heavenly Hall, Uncle Fu was grilling a massive spirit beast, the golden fat exuding an enticing aroma that made both Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya drool. They had yet to enter a fasting state and still required sustenance. Moreover, Xiao Yun felt an insatiable hunger, as if he could consume 10 oxen. He turned to Emperor Tian with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Master, why has my strength increased? Yet my appetite has also grown?" Emperor Tian smiled gently in response. An increase in strength signifies a more robust physique, necessitating greater nourishment. With your current power equivalent to 200,000 pounds, akin to that of 20 elephants, your appetite should indeed match that of 20 elephants. Xiao Yun could only manage a wry smile at this, exclaiming, "Doesn't that make me a bottomless pit? Being able to eat is indeed a blessing, as it signifies the strengthening of your physical form," remarked Di Tian nonchalantly. Beside him, Uncle Fu, who was tending to the barbecue, smiled warmly and assured, "Do not worry. Young master, you need not consume such an abundance. The spiritual beasts here are infused with immense energy. 1 per day will suffice for your nourishment." Xiao Yun gazed at the spiritual beast before him, which was as large as a small mountain, and could not help but ask, "Master, at what realm must a cultivator reach to practice fasting?" He had no desire to remain a mere glutton. Di Tian chuckled and replied, to practice fasting, one must attain the fourth realm of cultivation, the cave heaven realm. Upon reaching this stage, you will unlock the cave heaven world, continuously absorbing the spiritual essence of the universe, which will sufficiently nurture your formidable physical body, rendering the consumption of food unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief. The fourth realm did not seem overly challenging for him. In fact, he had already accumulated 24 opportunities for enlightenment. And should he choose, a breakthrough into the third realm, the divine bridge realm, would be easily within his grasp. However, Xiao Yun aspired to emulate the Chaos Emperor, achieving a strength of 1,000,000 pounds within the body refinement realm, thus reaching the true pinnacle of that stage. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yun sought further wisdom from Di Tian, Master. During my training at the Starry Pavilion, I mastered a super battle technique that augmented my strength by 100,000 pounds. Does this imply that if I cultivate 8 more super battle techniques, I could increase my strength by 800,000 pounds, thereby attaining the ultimate limit of 1,000,000 pounds? Beside him, Lin Xiaoya gazed at Xiao Yun with rapt admiration, her large, glistening eyes brimming with wonder. Truly, he was her senior brother, aspiring to master the 9 supreme combat techniques. Such talent was unparalleled in history. Di Tian and Fu Bo exchanged speechless glances at Xiao Yun. Did he truly believe that mastering supreme combat techniques was a simple endeavor? Yet it must be said, for Xiao Yun, it indeed seemed effortless. They had witnessed him at the Star Pavilion, where in mere moments, he perfected a supreme combat technique. This thought caused them to share a wry smile. Subsequently, Di Tian turned to Xiao Yun, shaking his head with a sigh. Disciple, relying solely on the practice of supreme combat techniques will not suffice to elevate your strength to 1,000,000 pounds. For such techniques can only facilitate the physical transformation 3 times. In other words, while mastering supreme combat techniques may grant you an increase of 200,000 pounds, any further cultivation of such techniques will yield no additional strength. Upon hearing Di Tian's words, Xiao Yun pressed further. Master, how may I continue to enhance my strength? Di Tian elucidated. By mastering 3 supreme combat techniques, you can augment your strength by 300,000 pounds. Furthermore, if you elevate these 3 techniques to the ultimate combat technique realm, you shall gain an additional 300,000 pounds of strength. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun silently calculated in his heart before raising his gaze once more to the Emperor of Heaven and said, Master, even so, it only allows me to possess a strength of 700,000 jin. How can I elevate the remaining 300,000 jin? The Emperor of Heaven fell silent for a moment before sighing. This is already the utmost limit achievable by a mundane physique. Even the Chaos Emperor at this realm has only attained this level. The reason he possesses a strength of 1,000,000 jin is due to the additional 300,000 jin granted by his chaos body. Xiao Yun was taken aback. Then does that mean I have no way to reach a strength of 1,000,000 jin at the body refinement realm? I possess no extraordinary physique. I am merely an ordinary body. The Emperor of Heaven smiled gently. If you can attain a strength of 700,000 jin, that would be more than sufficient. There is no need to become ensnared in the pursuit of 1,000,000 jin. In fact, throughout the entire cultivation world, even among those prodigies with unique physiques, very few can surpass 500,000 jin at the body refinement realm, and those who reach 700,000 jin are exceedingly rare. The Emperor of Heaven spoke the truth. After all, not everyone possesses the ability to attain enlightenment as Xiao Yun does at every moment. Even those super geniuses, despite being able to cultivate formidable combat techniques, require years, sometimes decades, to master a single super combat technique. Therefore, they may only cultivate one such technique, and coupled with their own extraordinary physiques. Even those legendary bodies that rival the chaos body, such as the ancient sacred body or the celestial tyrant body, when combined with the amplification of super combat technique, can only achieve a strength of 50 or 60,000 jin at the body refinement realm. However, Xiao Yun was not content with merely possessing a strength of 700,000 pounds. He lifted his gaze towards Emperor Tian, His eyes resolutely inquired, "Master, is there truly no other method to further augment my power?" Emperor Tian fell silent for a moment, fully aware of his disciple's extraordinary talent and insatiable pursuit of ultimate strength. He realized that persuading him to relinquish such aspirations would be a formidable challenge. After a brief contemplation, Emperor Tian slowly turned to Xiao Yun and replied, "It is not entirely impossible. The fundamental difference between an ordinary body and a special physique lies in the innate foundation. If one were to compensate for this innate foundation, an ordinary body could indeed catch up to a special physique. How can one compensate for the innate foundation?" Xiao Yun could not help but urgently press for answers. Emperor Tian sighed. "It is no simple task. To remedy the innate foundation, one must consume exceedingly rare celestial materials. If you were still the divine son, our chaos sacred land would spare no effort to procure these treasures for you. But alas, you are no longer the divine son." At this juncture, Emperor Tian expressed his own regret, saying, "Ultimately, it is my own inadequacy that hinders us. Were I to possess the strength of a saint, I could venture into perilous lands to procure these celestial materials for you. Master, please do not speak so. Your imparting of the cultivation path has already bestowed upon me immense grace," Xiao Yun quickly replied in earnest. Yet, Emperor Tian still felt a tinge of self-reproach. At that moment, Fu Bo, standing nearby, suddenly recalled something and addressed Emperor Tian. "Master, isn't the true dragon nest set to open in a year? Perhaps we could allow the young master to enter and give it a try." Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian's eyes sparkled with realization. "Indeed, I nearly forgot about the true dragon nest. In the past, our chaos sacred land refrained from sending individuals to the true dragon's nest, as very few among us could venture into the forbidden realms of the body refinement stage. Entering the true dragon's nest would be tantamount to courting death. However, my disciple, you're different." Di Tian, with an expression of exhilaration, gazed at Xiao Yun and continued, "If you can attain a strength of 700,000 Jin within a year, you would undoubtedly be amongst the foremost powerhouses within the true dragon's nest. At that point, you could effortlessly acquire those rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures through your own might." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's face was etched with confusion as he asked, "Master, what exactly is the true dragon's nest?" Di Tian replied with a gentle smile, "The true dragon's nest is a secret realm that opens only once every century, accessible solely to practitioners at the body refinement stage. It is precisely for this reason that the heavenly materials and earthly treasures within have not been plundered by the multitude of cultivators. Therefore, if you manage to enter the true dragon's nest, you will have the opportunity to seize those invaluable treasures that can aid in rectifying your innate foundation." As he spoke, Di Tian presented a book to Xiao Yun. Upon inspecting the cover, Xiao Yun noticed the bold inscription "Secrets of the True Dragon's Nest." Curiosity piqued. He eagerly opened it to explore its contents. Soon, he came to a profound realization. The book detailed the origins of the true dragon's nest. It is said that a true dragon once dwelled there, and before its ascension, it sealed the nest, permitting only those at the body refinement stage to enter. Throughout countless ages, numerous cultivators have sought to unveil the mysteries of the true dragon's nest. However, due to the existence of the true dragon's seal, even the most formidable practitioners have been unable to gain entry. Those at the body refinement realm, possessing insufficient strength, find themselves utterly incapable of uncovering the secrets concealed within the true dragon's nest. Nevertheless, one secret has indeed been unearthed: the dragon rearing program. This initiative was presumably orchestrated by the ascended true dragon, which left behind numerous progeny within the nest. Every century, 10 of these progeny reawaken. Although each of these beings possesses considerable power, they require further refinement to evolve into true dragons. And how is this refinement achieved? Through combat. Only by engaging in blood-soaked rebirth and honing themselves through slaughter can they transcend their limits and elevate their very essence to forge into true dragons. However, the true dragon's nest lacks the dangers necessary for these progeny to engage in battle. If released into the outside world, without the guidance of a true dragon, These still fragile beings would inevitably be captured by adept cultivators, bound by master-servant contracts and reduced to mere slaves. Thus, the true dragon established the true dragon seal, permitting only cultivators of the body refinement realm to enter. This arrangement allows the incoming practitioners to exist on the same level as the progeny, where their battles rely solely on innate talent. The true dragon seeks to utilize these prodigies of the cultivation world to temper its progeny, which encapsulates the essence of the dragon rearing program. The cultivation community wholeheartedly supports this endeavor. Every century, when the true dragon's nest opens, various sects dispatch their finest talents to engage in combat with the true dragon's progeny. There are numerous advantages to this endeavor. Firstly, the true dragon's nest is abundant with rare treasures that can facilitate the evolution of these prodigies and can also be brought back to benefit their sections. Secondly, engaging in combat with the true dragon's descendants and bathing in their blood will further allow these talents to evolve, thereby transcending their inherent limitations. The true dragon seeks to refine its progeny through the talents of the cultivation world, while various sects aspire to hone their geniuses using these descendants. Thirdly, each descendant possesses immense potential, rivaling that of those with extraordinary constitutions. Should one manage to capture a descendant and establish a master-servant contract, they would gain a formidable ally. It is precisely due to these myriad benefits that each opening of the true dragon's nest becomes a grand event in the cultivation realm. With a year remaining until the next opening of the true dragon's nest, Chapter 19, The Selfish Tianni. After perusing the book's secrets of the true dragon's nest, Xiao Yun looked at Emperor Tian with palpable excitement and declared, "Master, I have made my decision. I shall venture to the true dragon's nest in a year." Emperor Tian replied thoughtfully, "The true dragon's nest is fraught with peril. One must possess at least 500,000 pounds of strength to ensure safety. If you cannot reach this threshold, I will not permit your entry." Xiao Yun responded confidently, "Rest assured, Master, I will attain a strength of 700,000 pounds before entering the true dragon's nest." Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian smiled and said, "If that is the case, I shall not impede you. Focus on your cultivation, and should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult with Uncle Fu or myself." "Understood." Xiao Yun nodded, subsequently savoring the spirit beast meat with great satisfaction. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyao lifted her head and inquired of Master Fu, "Master, may I also venture into the true dragon's nest?" "Absolutely not." Master Fu replied without hesitation, shaking his head. "With your limited strength, you would likely meet your demise within just a few days. Do you truly believe that the dangers within the true dragon's nest are merely those 10 remnants? For the sake of seizing rare treasures, cultivators from various sects will turn against one another, and with your current capabilities, you are far from qualified to enter." Ditian, standing nearby, concurred, "Indeed, every time the true dragon's nest opens, countless prodigies enter. Among them, those who have reached the extreme realm of body refinement are commonplace. The number of those who have stepped into forbidden territories is also substantial. Typically, cultivators of the body refinement realm are merely cannon fodder, destined for death." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya gazed at Xiao Yun with a pitiful expression, filled with expectation. "But you're here, senior brother. You will definitely protect me, right?" Xiao Yun was about to nod in agreement when Master Fu's stern voice interjected, "Silence. The young master enters to transcend his limits. Your presence would only hinder him and put him in peril." Lin Xiaoya pouted, but refrained from retorting further. Xiao Yun smiled and said, "Master Fu, allowing Xiaoya to enter could be feasible. If she only faces cultivators at the body refinement level, I am confident in my ability to protect her." Uncle Fu shook his head and remarked, "Carrying this burden will ultimately bring you trouble. It is quite a risk." "She is not a burden," Lin Xiaoya mumbled from the side, but after receiving a glare from Uncle Fu, she lowered her head, silenced. Xiao Yun chuckled, "Uncle Fu, do you still doubt my capabilities? According to my master, even those with the most formidable special physiques, upon reaching the pinnacle, possess only 400,000 gene of strength. Even if they cultivate a supreme combat technique, they can only achieve 500,000 gene, and mastering 2 such techniques would yield a mere 600,000 gene. Yet, I possess a combat power of 700,000 gene. While I may not be able to sweep them away entirely, I can certainly ensure my own safety. Uncle Fu hesitated at his words. Allowing Lin Xiaoya to enter the true dragon's nest could indeed be beneficial. After all, being in Xiao Yun's company would guarantee some celestial treasures. Though venturing into forbidden realms might be out of reach, reaching the physical refinement pinnacle should be quite feasible. However, Uncle Fu was acutely aware that Di Tian had invested heavily in Xiao Yun, and he could not allow even the slightest risk to befall him. At that moment, Di Tian, standing nearby, smiled and said, "How about this? If before entering the true dragon's nest, Xiao Yun truly possesses 700,000 gene of strength, then let Xiaoya accompany him inside." Seeing Di Tian speak, Uncle Fu naturally ceased to oppose. "Yay!" Lin Xiaoya exclaimed with delight, her face beaming as she bowed to Di Tian. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your kindness." Di Tian responded with a gentle smile. Beside him, Master Fu admonished, "Do not rejoice too soon. If you desire to enter the true dragon's nest, in order to prevent you from becoming a burden to the young master, I shall relentlessly hone your skills over the next year, ensuring that your strength increases swiftly." "Ah!" Lin Xiaoya immediately lowered her head, her face etched with worry, for she was acutely aware of the dismal year that lay ahead. Upon witnessing Lin Xiaoya's pitiful expression, Xiao Yun and Di Tian erupted in a hearty laughter. In the chaos sacred land, atop Tianyi Peak, stood the grand hall of the esteemed Elder Tianyi. At that moment, within the magnificent chamber, Elder Tianyi was refining a medicinal furnace, flames dancing fiercely as brilliant light emanated from within, accompanied by a subtly enchanting fragrance. Nearby, Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping attended him with utmost reverence. Before long, Elder Tianyi achieved success in his refinement. He opened the furnace, and 3 golden pills floated forth, landing gracefully in his palm. Chu Jingxiao gazed longingly at the 3 golden elixirs held by Elder Tianyi. With a beaming smile, Elder Tianyi addressed Chu Jingxiao, "Disciple, these are the enlightenment pills I have painstakingly crafted from countless rare materials. They shall aid you in reaching the pinnacle of body refinement within a month, and within a year, you shall step into the realm of the forbidden." With that, Elder Tianyi extended the 3 golden pills to Chu Jingxiao. Gratefully accepting them, Chu Jingxiao prostrated himself on the ground, exclaiming, "Disciple is profoundly thankful for Master's nurturing. Once I enter the true dragon's nest, I shall surely procure sacred herbs for you, Master, to assist you in your future ascension to sanctity." The esteemed Elder Tianyi nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the words. Smiling as he remarked, "You may depart to cultivate. I shall continue to forge your battle armor and soar to enhance your combat prowess." "Thank you, Master. I shall not disturb you further. Please do not overexert yourself on my behalf, and remember to rest well." Chu Jingxiao expressed with heartfelt gratitude, bowing respectfully before exiting the grand hall. As he watched the youth depart, Elder Tianyi's smile abruptly faded. Beside him, Zhu Ping hesitated before speaking. "Master, the young master possesses limited aptitude. Even if he enters the first forbidden domain, he may not hold an advantage within the true dragon nest. What if?" Elder Tianyi interjected with a disdainful snort. "If he dies, so be it. A disciple lost can always be replaced. However, should he return with a holy herb, the returns would be 1,000-fold. After all, the enlightenment pill he had concocted for Chu Jingxiao merely required a handful of low-grade materials, a stark contrast to the value of a holy herb. In Elder Tianyi's eyes, disciples and subordinates were little more than pawns to augment his gains, easily expendable at any moment. His own strength remained his paramount concern. To be invincible is the essence. With a cold sneer, Tianyi derisively mused, "That fool Di Tian, with a mere century of life left, still fails to grasp the urgency of secluding himself for cultivation and instead seeks to take on disciples, an act of sheer folly. No matter how formidable a disciple may be, what advantage does it bring him in a century's time when he is nothing but dust? It is merely a hollow legacy to leave behind." Chapter 20. Is it not the pinnacle of physical cultivation? 3 days later, by the Spirit Lake at Imperial Peak. Xiao Yun reclined languidly in a chair, rod in hand, gazing contentedly at the serene surface of the water, waiting for a fish to bite. "Ah, brother, help me." A piercing scream echoed from a distance, the sound tugging at one's heartstrings. Xiao Yun glanced over casually, his scalp prickling in response. They are not far away. Lin Xiaoya was being mercilessly whipped by Uncle Fu, each strike rendering her flesh raw and eliciting heart-wrenching cries of agony. However, Uncle Fu's actions were not punitive. Rather, they were intended to aid Lin Xiaoya in honing her physical form. His strikes were executed with a particular technique, and prior to this, he had administered some spiritual elixirs to her. Now, he was merely assisting her in refining the potency of those medicines, accelerating the enhancement of her physique. After all, if Lin Xiaoya were to rely solely on her own efforts to assimilate that energy, it would take an excessive amount of time, hindering her rapid advancement. Thus, Uncle Fu was truly working for Lin Xiaoya's benefit. Ah, hiss. Xiao Yun involuntarily inhaled sharply, quickly turning away as he seized the opportunity for enlightenment. He had no desire to endure such punishment from Emperor Tian. Boom! As Xiao Yun entered a state of enlightenment, he promptly began to cultivate the second super martial technique, the Taiji Divine Palm. In this state, he swiftly comprehended the essence of the Taiji Divine Palm. Subsequently, Xiao Yun commenced the practice of the Tai Chi Divine Palm by the lakeside. As he gracefully moved his arms, two ethereal yin-yang fish, formed from the congealed essence of heaven and earth, began to orbit around his being, creating a magnificent representation of the Tai Chi symbol. This extraordinary phenomenon captivated both Fu Bo and Lin Xiaoya, who were nearby. Enduring her own pain, Lin Xiaoya gazed at Xiao Yun in the distance and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What is my senior brother doing?" Fu Bo's pupils constricted, his face a mask of astonishment as he replied, "The young master is mastering the second super martial technique, the Tai Chi Divine Palm. Observe the Tai Chi symbol enveloping him. It signifies that he has achieved perfection in this formidable skill." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya felt an overwhelming urge to bash her head against the ground. While she endured the relentless discipline of her master, suffering countless hardships and still failing to reach the body refinement extremity, her senior brother effortlessly perfected a super martial technique, augmenting his strength by a staggering 100,000 pounds. The disparity between individuals was truly infuriating. Xiaoya, this is precisely the distinction between mortals and prodigies. If you aspire to keep pace with the young master, you must endure further trials, Fu Bo remarked, turning his gaze upon Lin Xiaoya as he raised the whip in his hand. Lin Xiaoya could only respond with a look of exasperation. Moments later, her anguished cries echoed once more, evoking sympathy from those around. Meanwhile, by the lakeside, Xiao Yun gradually concluded his practice and resumed his leisurely fishing. With the second super martial technique mastered, I should now possess an impressive strength of 300,000 pounds. It would be prudent to find an opportune moment to test my prowess at the stone tablet, eliciting gasps of astonishment and creating a stir, thereby securing 3 opportunities for profound enlightenment. Xiao Yun reclined in his armchair, contemplating to himself, "Ah, having a system truly makes a difference. Cultivation is so effortless, and life feels rather comfortable." Suddenly, a desperate cry echoed, "Help me, senior brother. I do not wish to venture into the true dragon's nest." "Master, please cease your actions." The voice of Lin Xiaoya grew, increasingly mournful from a distance. Xiao Yun shook his head, reflecting on the fate of those without a system. A month swiftly passed. On this day, Lin Xiaoya excitedly approached Xiao Yun, her face radiant with exhilaration. "Senior brother, I have refined the medicinal essence, and I believe I have reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Let's hasten to the Starry Pavilion for a test." Xiao Yun, eager to showcase his prowess, smiled and nodded in agreement. Thus, the two, under the guidance of Uncle Fu, made their way to the Starry Pavilion. Upon their arrival, however, they found a throng gathered around the stone tablet, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. It appeared that yet another genius was undergoing a test. Lin Xiaoya, filled with enthusiasm, was eager to demonstrate her newfound strength after overcoming many trials during the past month. Young people often yearn to showcase their progress, and given Lin Xiaoya's struggles, she was particularly eager to shine. Uncle Fu, aware of Lin Xiaoya's pent-up frustration, did not hinder her and led her toward the testing area. As the trio approached, they recognized a familiar figure standing by the stone tablet, Chu Jingxiao, a disciple of the esteemed Elder Tianyi. At that moment, Chu Jingxiao radiated confidence, a triumphant expression gracing his features, for the stone tablet revealed the impressive figure of 100,000, signifying that he had indeed entered the pinnacle of body refinement. Beside him, the sycophant Zhu Ping wore a smug expression as he remarked, "Young master, you truly possess extraordinary talent. In merely a month, you have ascended to the peak of body refinement. Your future as a saint is merely a matter of time." The surrounding crowd gasped in admiration, showering praises upon Chu Jingxiao, which filled him with delight and brought a broad smile to his face. However, that smile soon faltered as he caught sight of an individual who thoroughly displeased him, Xiao Yun. In the distance, Xiao Yun, Lin Xiaoya, and Old Fu approached, and upon recognizing them, the onlookers swiftly parted to create a path. Lin Xiaoya, glancing at the numbers inscribed on the stone tablet, scoffed. "It's merely reaching the peak of body refinement. What is there to be proud of? My senior brother entered the first forbidden realm a month ago." At her words, Chu Jingxiao's expression darkened, his fists clenched in frustration, yet he found himself unable to retort. Despite his impressive achievement of reaching the peak of body refinement in just 1 month, an exceptional feat within the Chaos Sacred Land, making him undoubtedly the second among his peers, he remained overshadowed by the presence of Xiao Yun. Zhu Ping, standing nearby, also appeared displeased. He shot Lin Xiaoya a glare and coldly remarked, "No matter how formidable Xiao Yun is, what does it have to do with you? How much strength do you possess? Little girl? 60,000? Or 70,000? With that, Zhu Ping turned his gaze to Old Fu, who stood behind Lin Xiaoya, sneering, "Old Fu, perhaps you should hurry and take your disciple home. We wouldn't want her to embarrass herself here." Old Fu, arms crossed, paid Zhu Ping no heed and merely regarded him with a mocking expression. Lin Xiaoya stepped forward, disdainfully declaring, "Is it just the peak of body refinement? What is so remarkable about that? I have also reached the pinnacle of body refinement." With that, Lin Xiaoya approached the stone tablet and delivered a powerful punch against it. Immediately, a dazzling golden light erupted from the tablet, revealing a series of numbers. 100,000, the pinnacle of body refinement. It was astonishing that Lin Xiaoya had also attained this level. When did the pinnacle of body refinement become so accessible? Such occurrences in succession. Could it be that our chaos sacred land is on the verge of resurgence? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Lin Xiaoya, brimming with pride, cast a mocking glance at Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping, saying, "What do you think?" Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping's expressions darkened. They had not anticipated Lin Xiaoya's achievement, which left them thoroughly displeased. "Senior brother, it's your turn to shine." Lin Xiaoya, however, disregarded them and called out to Xiao Yun. All eyes turned toward Xiao Yun, filled with anticipation. One wondered how much stronger he had become after a month. Xiao Yun smiled slightly and approached the stone tablet, delivering a punch. 300,000. As the intense golden light faded, a staggering number emerged on the tablet. The crowd erupted in further astonishment. Chapter 21. The Black Iron Blade. 300,000 pounds of strength. This indicated a breakthrough into the second forbidden realm. Truly, one who voluntarily relinquished the title of Divine Son, and within just a month, achieved a breakthrough into a higher forbidden realm. He is indeed a prodigy unparalleled in the cultivation world. With Xiao Yun in our chaos sacred land, we shall undoubtedly rise again, claiming our rightful place at the forefront of the 6 great sacred lands. Xiao Yun possesses such extraordinary talent that he is destined to reclaim the position of the Divine Son in the future. The onlookers gazed at Xiao Yun with awe, showering him with praise, while Chu Jingxiao was completely forgotten by them. In the realm of cultivation, it is always the first that is remembered. The second is of little consequence. Moreover, In comparison to Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao was vastly inferior. Watching Xiao Yun surrounded by adoring admirers, Chu Jingxiao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he said to Zhu Ping, "We must leave." Zhu Ping, equally disheartened and unwilling to endure further ridicule from Fu Bo, promptly accompanied Chu Jingxiao in a hasty retreat. In the Taichu, sacred land, a magnificent and grand temple soared into the clouds, emanating an ancient and weathered aura, as if a great emperor presided over it. Spiritual energy permeated the air, divine light shimmered brilliantly, and countless auspicious beasts prostrated in worship. Within the hall, terrifying beings cloaked in mist revealed only their indistinct forms, the esteemed elders of the Taichu, sacred land. Additionally, a golden figure sat upon the throne above, the master of the Taichu, sacred land. At this moment, an elder stepped forward to report, "Your Excellency, it has come to our attention from the chaotic sacred land that the chaotic bell has tolled 9 times. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted into fervent discussion. The master of the Taichu, sacred land pondered, it should have been the day for the chaotic sacred land to recruit disciples. To cause the chaotic bell to toll 9 times. Could it be that an exceptional prodigy has emerged? It has been many years since the bell has tolled 9 times. It appears that the chaotic sacred land has received a prodigious talent this time. This individual is destined to become a formidable adversary for our Taichu sacred land, and we must remain vigilant." Within the grand hall, the esteemed elders of Taichu engaged in deliberation. The lord of the Taichu sacred land pondered for a moment before proclaiming, "Let us first send someone to probe the situation. We have heard that the chaotic sacred land has recruited a number of extraordinary talents, and we wish to engage in a friendly exchange. We must ascertain the extraordinary qualities of the one who caused the chaotic bell to toll 9 times before making further plans. Yes, we shall diligently adhere to the Lord's decree." One of the elders nodded in agreement. In the chaotic sacred land, at the imperial peak, after returning from the starry pavilion, Lin Xiaoya continued to endure the rigorous training under Fu Bo, while Xiao Yun began preparing to cultivate other superlative combat techniques. However, upon realizing that only 3 superlative techniques would be beneficial for enhancing his strength, Xiao Yun hesitated to pursue additional techniques, as it would squander his opportunity for enlightenment. Yet, when it came to selecting a combat technique, he found himself in a quandary, uncertain of which technique to choose as his third. Fortunately, he had a mentor to consult. Thus, Xiao Yun sought the guidance of Ditian. After considering Xiao Yun's current studies of the 9 turn overbearing fist and the Taiji divine palm, Ditian reflected for a moment before addressing Xiao Yun. "Disciple, your 9 turn overbearing fist leans towards offense, while the Taiji divine palm is more defensive. The combination of these 2 techniques leaves you in need of a technique that enhances your speed." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt as if he had been enlightened. His mind suddenly clear. He promptly nodded and replied, "Master, you are indeed correct. The combination of offense and defense, complemented by speed, renders one invincible." He had already contemplated which combat technique to cultivate, the divine wind steps. This extraordinary technique was designed to enhance speed, and once mastered to perfection, it would allow him to move as swiftly as if teleporting. "Disciple, as the saying goes, bare hands are no match for the might of weapons. If possible, it would be prudent for you to also master a weapon-based offensive technique," Ditian suggested once more. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement and declared, "Disciple understands. I shall cultivate both the divine wind steps and 10,000 blades returning to the sea techniques." Ditian smiled and nodded. "Indeed, these 2 techniques are well suited for you. By the way, I happen to have a blade here, perfectly fitting for your training in 10,000 blades returning to the sea." With that, Ditian waved his hand, and an ancient black blade materialized before Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun gazed intently at the black blade, which measured approximately 1 meter in length, broad and heavy, adorned with intricate mystical runes that suggested it was far from ordinary. However, what puzzled him was the blade's edge, which was remarkably blunt, as if it had yet to be sharpened. Xiao Yun could not help but lift his gaze to Ditian and inquire, "Master, this blade is not sharp at all. Is it capable of killing?" Ditian chuckled gently. "Who says a blade must be sharp to slay? Are fists sharp? With your current mastery of the Nine turns Overlord Fist, a single punch is enough to fell an ordinary practitioner in the body refinement realm. Thus, it is not merely the blade's sharpness that is lethal. Rather, it is the strength of the wielder that truly determines its deadly potential. As long as one possesses formidable power, the true might of this black blade can be unleashed. Xiao Yun nodded, somewhat comprehending, and then inquired, "So, this blade is indeed quite hard." Emperor Tian chuckled. "Why not lift it and see for yourself?" Xiao Yun complied, grasping the hilt of the black blade, preparing to raise it yet. Xiao Yun suddenly furrowed his brow, astonished as he gazed at Emperor Tian, asking, "Master, why is it so heavy?" It is worth noting that he currently wielded a strength of 300,000 jin, theoretically capable of lifting objects of that weight. However, he found himself unable to lift the black blade, indicating that its weight surpassed 300,000 jin, leaving Xiao Yun in utter shock. Emperor Tian, with a smile, remarked, "Disciple, this black blade is forged from a millennium of mysterious iron, not only exceptionally sturdy, but weighing an astounding 360,000 jin. It served as my weapon during both the Qi Gathering and Divine Bridge realms." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was profoundly astonished. The weight of the black blade was truly terrifying. If wielded, one strike could potentially fell a practitioner at the body refinement extreme. Nevertheless, such a heavy weapon is not easily handled. At present, Xiao Yun found it quite beyond his capabilities. After all, this was a weapon used by Emperor Tian in the Qi Gathering and Divine Bridge realms, while Xiao Yun was merely at the body refinement stage, making its use exceedingly challenging. "Disciple, you are not yet capable of wielding this black blade. However, once you attain a strength of 700,000 jin, you should be able to manage it, albeit with some difficulty." Tian spoke with a smile. Xiao Yun nodded, gazing at the black blade before him, pondering silently that it was imperative to enhance his strength swiftly. Chapter 22. The Arrival of Taichu at the Summit of Defying within the Heavenly Palace. Xiao Yun commenced his training in the formidable techniques of divine wind steps and 10,000 blades returning to the sea after returning from his master. Prior to his training, he examined his system and discovered that he still possessed 26 opportunities for enlightenment. The reason for this increase was his previous excursion with Lin Xiaoya to the Starry Pavilion, where they tested their strength, and he had completed another act of ostentation, thereby earning 3 rewards of enlightenment. With 26 opportunities for enlightenment at his disposal, Xiao Yun determined that it was sufficient for his immediate needs. He promptly utilized one opportunity for enlightenment, entering a state of profound understanding as he began to cultivate the divine wind steps. Before long, the hall was filled with the ethereal shadows of Xiao Yun, clearly indicating that he had perfected this technique. After completing the divine wind steps, he expended another opportunity for enlightenment and proceeded to cultivate 10,000 blades returning to the sea. Not long after, using his palm as a blade, he struck forth, and countless blade shadows converged to form a magnificent divine sword. It cleaved through the stone pillars of the hall, splitting them in half with astonishing might. Undoubtedly, he had also perfected the 10,000 blades returning to the sea. In just a single day, Xiao Yun had brought both formidable techniques to their zenith. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the entire chaotic sacred land. Presently, he still had 24 opportunities for enlightenment remaining. However, he resolved to first visit the Starry Pavilion to test his combat strength and earn an additional 3 opportunities for enlightenment. After mastering 2 formidable combat techniques, Xiao Yun glanced at his system, pondering silently. However, he refrained from heading to the Starry Pavilion immediately. He decided to wait for a month before making the journey. After all, he had just completed a significant upgrade and deserved a moment of respite. Furthermore, achieving 2 extraordinary combat techniques in a single day was incredibly astonishing, enough to entice others to dissect and study his progress. It was best to postpone any further actions for a month. A month later, 3 unexpected guests arrived outside the Chaos Sacred Land. They consisted of a gray-robed elder with a youthful appearance, a young girl clad in a red dress, and a boy in a white robe. The gray-robed elder surveyed the entrance of the Chaos Sacred Land and, with a slight smile, proclaimed the primordial sacred lands Wanyang Hui, under the decree of the sacred master, has come to pay a visit to the chaos sacred land. With a rumbling sound, the void split open, and a figure resembling a deity or demon descended, addressing Wanyang Hui. "Ah, it's you, Wanyang, my friend. It has been many years. Your presence remains as striking as ever." The newcomer was none other than the esteemed Elder Tianyi. The reason for sending this second-ranking elder to receive guests was due to the sacred master of the chaos sacred land, recognizing Wanyang Hui's formidable strength, which had reached the heavenly realm. Sending others to welcome him might potentially undermine the chaos sacred land's dignity. Only Tianyi, a half-step into the heavenly realm, could uphold a semblance of respect for the chaos sacred land. As expected, upon seeing Elder Tianyi, Wanyang Hui could not help but smile. "Ah, it appears my friend Tianyi has made great strides. I suspect you have achieved half-step into the heavenly realm and will soon step into the heavenly realm itself. Congratulations. Truly, you are deserving of your esteemed title as the second-ranking elder of the chaos sacred land." Tianyi's lips curled slightly, and he humbly replied, "Friend, your praise is excessive. Compared to Wan Daoyu, I am still far from sufficient." At that moment, a young woman in a red dress whispered from behind Wanyang Hui, "The second-ranked Supreme Elder is merely half a step into the heavenly realm, unable to even secure a position within the top 10 of our Taichu Holy Land. The chaotic Holy Land has indeed fallen into decline." Though her voice was soft, the formidable powers of Tianyi and Wanyang Hui allowed them to hear her clearly. Instantly, Tianyi's expression darkened, his demeanor becoming exceedingly grim. Wanyang Hui feigned anger and reprimanded, "Silence." The girl in red immediately lowered her head. Wanyang Hui, observing Tianyi's somber countenance, couldn't help but express his regret. "Tianyi Daoyu, my young disciple is still inexperienced and lacks understanding. I hope you will not take offense." "Children speak without restraint," Tianyi replied coolly, though inwardly he felt a surge of frustration. Vowing to retreat into seclusion upon returning and not emerge until he reached the heavenly realm. "Wan Daoyu, please allow me to guide you to meet the Holy Master." With that, Tianyi led the way, no longer inclined to converse with Wanyang Hui. After entering the chaotic Holy Land, they soon arrived at a grand hall. Within the hall awaited the Holy Master of the chaotic Holy Land and several Supreme Elders, who had long since been anticipating their arrival. At this moment, the Supreme Elders were engaged in conversation with the Holy Master regarding the unexpected visit from the Taichu Holy Land. Could it be that the true dragon's nest is about to open, inviting our chaotic Holy Land to attend with ulterior motives? In the past, none of our disciples were qualified to enter the true dragon's nest. However, this time, our chaotic Holy Land has produced a remarkable talent in Xiao Yun. It is said that recently he has tested his strength at 300,000 pounds within the Star Pavilion, stepping into the realm of the second restriction, which certainly qualifies him for entry into the true dragon's nest. However, entering the second restriction realm is somewhat precarious for us at the Chaos Sacred Land. Unlike other sects, as one of the sacred lands, every action we take is scrutinized by cultivators across the world. Once Xiao Yun enters the true dragon's nest, he will undoubtedly be targeted by those exceptional prodigies. Merely being in the second restriction realm pales in comparison to those top-tier geniuses. Within the Grand Hall, discussions buzzed fervently. Suddenly, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land spoke, commanding silence. "They have arrived." As his words fell, Tianyi entered to report. Subsequently, Wanyang Hui, accompanied by two young individuals, entered the hall and respectfully bowed to the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land, saying, "Wanyang Hui pays his respects to the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land, wishing for your ascension to the sacred position soon." Upon utterance of these words, the expressions of those present in the hall turned grim. What was initially mere flattery, if directed towards the esteemed elders, would have surely brought smiles to their faces. However, directed at the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land, the implications were starkly different. It is widely recognized that the other 5 Sacred Lands lords have already stepped into the realm of saints, while the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land remains ensnared in the heavenly realm. Thus, this statement, though seemingly complementary, subtly highlighted the fact that the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land falls short compared to the other 5 lords, leaving the members of the Chaos Sacred Land with a profound sense of humiliation. However, despite their anger, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land and several esteemed elders managed to restrain their indignation. After all, the words spoken were mere flattery. To obsess over their implications would be rather petty. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land gazed at Yang Hui below and smiled gently. Friend Wan, there is no need for excessive formalities. I wonder, what brings you here on this occasion? Yang Hui clasped his fists in salute and replied, I have come bearing the decree of my esteemed lord, inviting the Chaos Sacred Land to participate in next year's True Dragon Nest Agreement. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of the Chaos Sacred Land exchanged knowing smirks. Their suspicions had proven correct. At that moment, Yang Hui continued, Moreover, I have brought with me 2 young prodigies from our primordial sacred land, here to engage in exchanges and sparring with the esteemed disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land, allowing them to broaden their horizons. As Yang Hui's words resonated, the collective gaze of the audience turned toward the pair of young men and women standing behind him. Upon closer inspection, their expressions darkened. With their discerning eyes, they could easily perceive the extraordinary talents of these 2 youths. It seemed that within their own ranks, few could rival their prowess at the same cultivation level. After a moment of contemplation, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land commanded, Send for Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao, and Lin Xiaoya to come forth. The elders nodded in agreement. Among the elite of the Chaos Sacred Land, only these 3 had reached the pinnacle of the physical cultivation realm. Inviting them would ensure that, even if they could not secure a victory at the very least, they could preserve their dignity. Moreover, with Xiao Yun present, there was a fair chance of winning at least one match, sparing them from a truly humiliating defeat. Chapter 23. Exchange of Skills in the Grand Hall. Di Feng, Di Tian, Xiao Yun, Fu Bo, and Lin Xiao, you were bidding farewell to an elder who was departing. This elder had been dispatched by the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land to summon Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya for an exchange with the disciples of the primordial sacred land. As they watched the elder's retreating figure, Xiao Yun could not help but inquire, Master, why has the primordial sacred land sent someone to engage with us out of the blue? Before Di Tian could respond, Fu Bo interjected with a disgruntled snort. Every time before the dragon's nest opens, they send someone over. On the surface, it appears to be an invitation for us to attend the dragon's nest, but in reality, it is merely a mockery of our inability to send disciples there. Di Tian turned to Xiao Yun and spoke solemnly. The relationships among the 6 great sacred lands are not as amicable as they seem. There is constant underlying competition, particularly with the primordial sacred land. The rivalry with our Chaos Sacred Land is most intense. Henceforth, should you encounter anyone from the primordial sacred land, you must exercise utmost caution. Xiao Yun nodded, realizing that the primordial sacred land was indeed an adversarial force to their Chaos Sacred Land, warranting careful vigilance. Very well, let us not keep the Lord waiting. Fu, please escort them now, Di Tian instructed. Fu Bo nodded and promptly took to the skies with Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya. Di Tian watched them leave, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The dragon's nest has yet to open, yet the primordial sacred land comes to probe us. This time, our Chaos Sacred Land will not allow you to succeed. Just wait and see how my disciple will vanquish your many talents from the primordial sacred land. Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao, and Lin Xiaoya entered the Grand Hall, first paying their respects to the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land and several esteemed elders. Only after this did they turn their attention to the trio from the primordial sacred land. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land gestured towards Xiao Yun and his companions, introducing them. My friends, these 3 individuals are Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao, and Lin Xiaoya, distinguished practitioners in the realm of body refinement of our Chaos Sacred Land. Yang Hui had been assessing the trio even before the introduction. He merely glanced at Chu Jingxiao and Lin Xiaoya, as his keen insight quickly discerned that they were nothing more than ordinary body refinement practitioners at their peak. However, the young man named Xiao Yun, despite appearing to possess average aptitude, had already cultivated his physique to the level of golden skin and jade bones, stepping into a realm of taboo. Nevertheless, Wanyang Hui retained unwavering confidence in his two disciples behind him. With a smile, he remarked, "Truly, they are exceptional talents from the Chaos Sacred Land. Yuyong Miaodong, do not hesitate to greet these esteemed disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land." At his behest, a young man and woman stepped forward. The youth clad in a white robe regarded Xiao Yun and his companions with a calm demeanor, stating, "I am Jie Yulong, ranked 9th in the body refinement realm of the primordial sacred land." The girl in the red dress displayed a haughty expression, looking down upon Xiao Yun and his companions as she declared, "I am Fu Miaodong, and I hold the 10th rank in the body refinement realm of the primordial sacred land." Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land and the esteemed elders wore solemn expressions. Their displeasure was not directed at the young individual's attitudes, for having lived for centuries, they deemed it beneath them to quarrel with mere adolescents. What troubled them was the fact that these two seemingly formidable young individuals ranked merely 9th and 10th in the body refinement realm of the primordial sacred land. In contrast, Xiao Yun and his companions had already secured positions among the top 3 prodigies within their own Chaos Sacred Land. Truly, there is no pain without comparison. This disparity was sufficient to illustrate the stark inferiority of their Chaos Sacred Land compared to the Primordial Sacred Land, leaving their expressions rather grim. Nonetheless, the conversation was dominated by the younger generation, rendering their elders reluctant to interject. The atmosphere was entirely entrusted to the 5 youthful contenders below. Xiao Yun cast a glance at the 2 prodigies from the primordial sacred land, remaining silent. Beside him, Lin Xiaoya, noticing Fu Miaodong's unfriendly demeanor, could not restrain her indignation and remarked sarcastically, "Ranked merely 10th, yet you carry such pride. One might think you held the first position." Fu Miaodong turned to Lin Xiaoya, her voice dripping with disdain. "Though I may be ranked 10th in the body refinement realm of the primordial sacred land, in your chaos sacred land, that would suffice for the first position." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya could hardly contain her fury, and she retorted fiercely, "Such arrogant claims. Allow me to test your mettle and see if your skills are as formidable as your words. Since you seek humiliation, I shall oblige." Fu Miaodong remained haughtily indifferent, tilting her head to expose her alabaster neck, and contemptuously beckoned Lin Xiaoya with a finger. In an instant, Lin Xiaoya was engulfed in rage, brandishing a fiery red whip towards Fu Miaodong. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun shook his head subtly, thinking to himself, "My junior sister is still too inexperienced, easily provoked by a mere few words." Nevertheless, Xiao Yun chose not to intervene, for sometimes suffering can be a blessing. Allowing Lin Xiaoya to encounter a setback would facilitate her growth for the future. Moreover, they were in the Chaos Sacred Land, where Lin Xiaoya's safety was undoubtedly assured. She would merely endure some hardships. At that moment, Xiao Yun attentively observed the battle before him, eager to witness the prowess of the geniuses from the Taichu Sacred Land. Beside him, Chu Jingxiao was equally focused, aware that he would soon take the stage, and he had no desire to taste defeat. 1,000 layers of shadows. Lin Xiaoya shouted fiercely, her whip transforming into a dense web that enveloped Fu Miaodong completely. This was a first-rate combat technique that Lin Xiaoya had perfected, demonstrating remarkable might. The onlookers in the hall nodded in appreciation, acknowledging her exceptional talent. Having only entered the realm 2 to 3 months prior, her achievements were indeed commendable. However, the disciple from the Taichu Sacred Land, Fu Miaodong, was evidently stronger. Armed with a precious sword, she navigated through Lin Xiaoya with the grace of a fish, unrestrained. Simultaneously, her sword aura radiated outward, causing Lin Xiaoya's web to falter under the pressure. A sword that transcends time. Suddenly, Fu Miaodong called out, her sword shooting forward like a bolt of lightning, swiftly targeting Lin Xiaoya's throat. Lin Xiaoya's hand, which had been wielding the whip, froze in mid-air as she lowered her gaze to the sword poised against her throat. Her fair face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down. Should the sword advance even half an inch further, her fate would be sealed. It was evident that she had lost. Lin Xiaoya was not one to easily accept defeat. Gritting her silver teeth, she cast a resentful glance at her opponent, Fu Miaodong. I may have lost, but you are certainly no match for my senior brother. Fu Miaodong, sheathing her sword, turned her gaze toward Xiao Yun and Chu Jingxiao, disdainfully retorting, which of them is your senior brother? Have him come forth, and I shall defeat him just the same. Furious, Lin Xiaoya hastily implored Xiao Yun, senior brother, please teach her a lesson for me. You were too hasty just now. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lost so quickly. Xiao Yun offered a few words of guidance to Lin Xiaoya before stepping forward. As her senior brother, he naturally had to defend his junior sister's honor. Xiao Yun regarded Fu Miaodong with a calm demeanor, stating, I shall not bully you. If you can compel me to take a step back, I shall concede your victory. Such arrogance. Fu Miaodong, incensed much like Lin Xiaoya had been moments before, drew a sharp sword and lunged at Xiao Yun. The blade gleamed ominously, radiating a chilling aura. Yet, in the face of this formidable strike, Xiao Yun simply advanced and executed a palm strike. A colossal taiji diagram manifested, following the momentum of his hand and sending Fu Miaodong reeling backward. The taiji divine palm. Not far away, the elder one Yanghui of the Taichu Holy Land narrowed his eyes, suddenly regarding Xiao Yun with newfound seriousness. Chapter 24. The Lightning Body Boom. 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 Within the Grand Hall, Xiao Yun unleashed the taiji divine palm, effortlessly neutralizing Fu Miaodong's assaults. The taiji diagram he wielded displayed an impeccable and absolute defense. Regardless of how Fu Miaodong attacked, she could not penetrate Xiao Yun's defenses. She could not even approach his body, let alone force him back even a single step. The young man in white, Jie Yulong, observed this scene with a grave expression and remarked to Fu Miaodong, junior sister Fu, he has perfected the super combat technique, taiji divine palm, and has stepped into the realm of the forbidden. Meanwhile, your sword beyond time is only at the major achievement stage, making you no match for him. Fu Miaodong, unwilling to concede, shouted at Xiao Yun, today, I shall defeat him despite the odds. Perhaps this will elevate my sword beyond time to perfection. With that declaration, she cast aside all distractions, focusing solely on the way of the sword, her eyes igniting with an overwhelming sword intent. I am the sword. The sword is me. In that moment, Fu Miaodong faintly reached the realm of unity between person and sword. As she thrust her sword forward, it seemed as if the heavens and earth were torn asunder, the very void being shattered. Jie Yulong's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, indeed, junior sister Fu has surpassed her limits, breaking through in combat and entering the forbidden realm. Beside him, one Yanghui displayed a satisfied smile. At that moment, a golden radiance enveloped Fu Miaodong's figure. With her sword in hand, she embodied the unity of person and sword, resembling a divine sword of golden light piercing through the mists, hurtling toward Xiao Yun. The higher-ups of the Chaos Holy Land within the Grand Hall wore grim expressions, for Fu Miaodong had genuinely transcended her limits and entered the forbidden realm. Such talent was nearly second only to Xiao Yun within their Chaos Holy Land's physical cultivation ranks. Yet in the ranks of the Primordial Holy Land, Fu Miaodong held merely the 10th position. How the disparities between the Chaos Sacred Land and the Primordial Sacred Land grown so vast? The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land was filled with concern as he gazed at Xiao Yun in the arena, his heart brimming with hope. May this young man truly elevate our Chaos Sacred Land to greatness. Boom. Concurrently, in a state of unity between man and sword, Fu Miaodong unleashed a formidable presence, thrusting her sword fiercely toward Xiao Yun. Yet, Xiao Yun steadfastly struck forward with a palm, causing the taiji diagram to materialize, revealing an extraordinary defensive power. Rumbling, Fu Miaodong's strike was immensely powerful, reaching a force of 200,000 pounds. However, it could not breach Xiao Yun's taiji defense, and instead sent her hurtling backward. Junior sister Fu, it is best for you to withdraw. He has likely stepped into the realm of the second prohibition, remarked the white-robed youth, Jie Yulong, his gaze intensifying as he focused intently on Xiao Yun. Fu Miaodong, still unwilling to yield, lifted her proud head, her beautiful face flushed with anger as she glared at Xiao Yun, exclaiming, do the people of the Chaos Sacred Land only know how to defend? If you possess the skill, defeat me, Otherwise, I shall not concede. Xiao Yun responded coolly, all right. Before the word had fully escaped his lips, his legs moved like lightning, leaving behind fleeting afterimages, while his true form appeared before Fu Miaodong. Boom! Xiao Yun unleashed the 9 transformations of the Overlord Fist, delivering a devastating blow infused with an overwhelming will, a terrifying momentum that seemed invincible within the cosmos, sending Fu Miaodong crashing away. Puff! Fu Miaodong fell to the ground, spitting blood, her lovely face drained of color. Junior sister Fu, Jie Yulong exclaimed in surprise, hastily helping Fu Miaodong to her feet and inspecting her injuries. His expression darkened as he turned to Xiao Yun. It was merely a spar, yet you struck with such ferocity. Xiao Yun replied with indifference. I refrained from attacking, but she insisted that the disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land are solely defensive. When I retaliated, you claim I was brutal. Is this the manner in which your Taichu Sacred Land conducts itself? Truly remarkable. You seem to monopolize all reason. You. Jie Yulong was left speechless. It was indeed Fu Miaodong who had forced Xiao Yun's hand, and now that she had been injured, it was difficult to place blame elsewhere. At this moment, Wan Yonghui interjected with a reprimand. Enough. Our Taichu Sacred Land does not fear defeat. You must understand that there are mountains beyond mountains and heavens beyond heavens. Do not let arrogance consume you. Yes, both Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong replied, their heads bowed. Yet, Jie Yulong soon raised his gaze to Xiao Yun and said solemnly, Senior brother Xiao, your strength is remarkable. I, Jie Yulong, humbly seek your guidance. Xiao Yun responded coolly, having just fought, I am weary and wish to rest. Surely, your Taichu Sacred Land will not resort to such ignoble tactics as a wheel battle? The onlookers within the hall exchanged glances bewildered. Weary? You clearly won with ease. Nevertheless, Jie Yulong could not force Xiao Yun into a wheel battle. He turned to the bystander, Chu Jingxiao, who had been observing quietly, and said, In that case, I shall first seek to learn from senior brother Chu. Chu Jingxiao replied, Why me? It was Xiao Yun who injured your junior sister. What relevance does that hold for me? Chu Jingxiao is no fool. He has realized that he cannot match Fu Miaodong, let alone the more formidable Jie Yulong. However, with so many high-ranking officials from the Chaos Sacred Land present in the Grand Hall, he dared not refrain from battle, lest he be perceived as cowardly, which would tarnish his standing in the Chaos Sacred Land. That damn Xiao Yun. He must have done this deliberately. Chu Jingxiao cursed Xiao Yun vehemently in his heart, and, with great reluctance, stepped forward to spar with Jie Yulong. Xiao Yun stood by, observing the two with a smile. Lin Xiaoya leaned in close and whispered in his ear, Senior brother, you are exceedingly cunning, deliberately setting up Chu Jingxiao for misfortune. Even a fool can see that Jie Yulong is brimming with pin-up frustration and will undoubtedly unleash it upon Chu Jingxiao. He is likely to face dire consequences. Xiao Yun replied softly, Do you now recognize the cleverness of your senior brother? I merely intended to use Chu Jingxiao to gauge Jie Yulong's strength, so in the future, do not rush headlong into situations. One must learn to employ wisdom. Yes, indeed. Senior brother is truly astute. Thank you for your guidance, Xiaoya. Lin Xiaoya quickly nodded in agreement. The crowd in the Grand Hall exchanged glances of disbelief, given their prowess. They could hear even the faintest whispers of Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya. Nearby, Elder Tianyi gritted his teeth in frustration, his countenance dark. The sovereign of the Chaos Sacred Land wore a smile, thinking to himself, This is for the best. A son of destiny with wisdom and depth is far more deserving of cultivation. In the arena, Chu Jingxiao regarded Jie Yulong as if faced with a formidable adversary. The situation for Jie Yulong was considerably more relaxed. He casually regarded Chu Jingxiao across from him and said, You may strike first, otherwise, should I take the initiative, you shall find yourself without the opportunity to retaliate. Such arrogance. Chu Jingxiao acknowledged that he was no match for Jie Yulong, yet upon hearing such utterly audacious words, a surge of anger ignited within him. He immediately unleashed his combat skills against Jie Yulong. With a narrowed gaze, Jie Yulong erupted with searing lightning, arriving before Chu Jingxiao like a bolt from the blue, delivering a devastating punch that sent him flying. He was indeed a lightning body. It turned out he was a prodigy possessing a unique physique. No wonder he was so formidable. This young man not only possessed a lightning body, but had also perfected a superlative combat technique to its pinnacle, his strength likely having ascended into the second restriction realm. Within the Grand Hall, the expression of the elders from the chaotic Holy Land changed dramatically. Chapter 25. The 10 Supreme Bodies with a Thud. Chu Jingxiao was struck by Jie Yulong's punch, crashing to the ground, grievously injured and spitting blood. His condition was evidently more dire than that of the previously defeated Fu Miaodong. He shot a fierce glance at Jie Yulong, yet despair filled his heart. The opponent's exceptional physique and mastery of a superlative technique rendered any of his efforts futile. Useless. In the hall, the elder Tian Yi's countenance darkened upon witnessing Chu Jingxiao's swift defeat. He waved his hand, summoning Chu Jingxiao out of the Grand Hall. Outside, Zhu Ping, who had been waiting, immediately scooped up the wounded Chu Jingxiao and fled in a disheartened manner. Beside them, Elder Fu observed the scene with a face full of schadenfreude. Within the palace, the master of the chaotic Holy Land regarded the figure of Jie Yulong below and remarked, "It is said that the lightning physique is inherently capable of wielding lightning, possessing remarkable speed and formidable attack power. Coupled with your Taichu Holy Land's unique lightning fist, its might is truly extraordinary." Wanyang Hui stroked his beard, humbly responding, "The lightning physique is merely a royal physique. It does not stand out as a genius within our Taichu Holy Land. In our generation, several divine physiques have emerged, along with one supreme physique. In comparison, the lightning physique pales significantly." Such words elicited a somber atmosphere among the senior members of the chaotic Holy Land, who noted that their generation had not produced even a single special physique, while others dismissed the lightning physique as inconsequential. This highlighted the stark contrast between them. However, upon hearing that the Taichu Holy Land had indeed produced a supreme physique, the high-ranking officials of the chaotic Holy Land were visibly stirred. The master of the chaotic Holy Land could not refrain from inquiring, "Oh, a supreme physique? May I ask which supreme physique has emerged in your Taichu Holy Land this generation?" Wanyang Hui replied, brimming with pride, "It is the space-time physique. Ranked 4th on the supreme list. The legendary space-time physique. It is said that one with this physique can manipulate time and space, wielding any divine ability to unleash boundless power. The emergence of such a rare and extraordinary physique in this generation is truly astonishing." Within the Grand Hall, a series of gasps echoed throughout. The esteemed elders of the chaotic sacred land were consumed with envy as they beheld such a formidable talent becoming a disciple of the primordial sacred land. It is foreseeable that, in the years to come, this individual will undoubtedly emerge as a formidable adversary to their chaotic sacred land. Beneath the Grand Hall, Xiao Yun listened intently to the discussions among the prominent figures within, his heart filled with astonishment. To his knowledge, special physiques are categorized into 3 tiers. The third tier comprises the royal physiques, which include lower-tier special physiques, such as the lightning physique, the profound ice physique, and the lesser yang physique. The second tier encompasses divine physiques, which boasts illustrious examples like the lunar divine physique, the solar divine physique, the frenzy divine physique, the 5-element divine physique, and the celestial demon physique, among others. The first tier, regarded as the most powerful special physiques, is referred to as the 10 supreme physiques. These 10 physiques are ranked in order: the chaotic physique, the devouring demon physique, the innate sacred physique, the time-space physique, the indestructible profound yellow physique, the myriad Buddha's physique, the primordial sacred physique, the celestial overlord physique, the divine king physique, and the immortal king physique. It is important to note that this ranking is not absolute, as the differences between the supreme physiques are relatively minor. Thus, even one possessing the myriad Buddha's physique, ranked 7th, could potentially defeat one with the time-space physique, ranked 4th. Ultimately, a special physique is merely a foundation. An individual's strength is not solely reliant on their physique, but also on their diligence and myriad opportunities. Therefore, each of the 10 supreme physiques can rightfully claim the title of the strongest physique. Anyone fortunate enough to possess one of these physiques would surely stand above the rest. Dominating an era. Why would Xiao Yun willingly relinquish the title of Son of God in the chaotic sacred land? His ambition lies in forging the chaotic physique, the premier supreme physique. Moreover, with the decline of the chaotic sacred land, once he forges the chaotic body, it is indubitable that the chaotic bell will be bestowed upon him to command. At that moment, possessing the chaotic body and wielding the chaotic bell, he would undoubtedly be invincible. This desire resides within Xiao Yun's heart. Xiao Xixiang, I wonder if you have rested well? At this moment, the voice of Jie Yulong resonated from across the way. Xiao Yun turned to face Jie Yulong and smiled gently. So it turns out that junior brother Jie possesses the lightning body. I, being merely a mortal body, fear I am no match for you. I kindly ask you to show mercy. Jie Yulong, speechless, thought to himself, addressing you as Xixiang was merely a courtesy. Did you truly consider me your junior? Nevertheless, Ye Yulong, being a disciple of the sacred land, maintained a semblance of composure. He replied calmly, Xiao Xixiang is being modest. There are indeed instances in the cultivation realm where mortal bodies have triumphed over unique physiques. Our special physiques merely offer a slight advantage at birth. The true measure of a person's achievement lies in their future endeavors. Xiao Yun replied with a slight smile, I share the same sentiment. Jie Yulong's lips twitched, and a shadow crossed his expression. He felt a surge of frustration and a desire to silence Xiao Yun's insufferable remarks. With an amiable demeanor, Xiao Yun urged, All right, junior brother Jie, please make your move. Let's conclude this battle swiftly, for I must return home to dine. Very well. Jie Yulong refrained from further pleasantries. Unable to contain his urge to deliver a sound thrashing to Xiao Yun, he immediately surged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed straight at Xiao Yun. Jie Yulong, a prodigy with a unique physique, unleashed a terrifying power, with fierce lightning flickering around him, while his formidable fists emitted blinding arcs of electricity. Xiao Yun's expression grew grave. The punch he faced not only harbored immense strength, but also the potential for additional electrical damage, compelling him to remain vigilant. Thus, Xiao Yun invoked the Tai Chi Divine Palm, erecting an impenetrable defense to withstand Jie Yulong's assault. Bang! 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 Jie Yulong's fist struck the Tai Chi diagram before Xiao Yun, erupting with thunderous roars as the fearsome lightning continually battered against the defensive formation. In mere moments, Xiao Yun noticed faint fissures appearing on his Tai Chi diagram, signaling that it could not endure much longer. Truly, Jie Yulong was a remarkable genius of extraordinary caliber. Xiao Yun marveled inwardly and activated the God Wind steps beneath his feet, transforming into a flurry of lightning as he initiated a counterattack against Jie Yulong. He understood that persisting in defense would inevitably lead to his downfall at the hands of Jie Yulong. Indeed, it was only fitting for talents of their level to engage in direct confrontation, transcending through the heat of battle. Upon witnessing Xiao Yun abandon his defense to launch a counter, Jie Yulong erupted into laughter, his face brimming with anticipation. He, too, yearned for a breakthrough in the midst of combat, much like Fu Miaodong. Nine turns overbearing fist. Xiao Yun bellowed, executing this offensive martial technique. Instantly, his entire demeanor transformed. His gaze became overwhelmingly dominant, akin to an unmatched sovereign wielding invincible might, ready to sweep across the battlefield. Chapter 26. Defeating the Lightning Body. The four forbidden domains, the ninefold, overbearing fist, truly lives up to its reputation as an unparalleled super martial art. Each time this technique is executed, Xiao Yun's demeanor transforms into one of supreme dominance. The overwhelming aura, akin to swallowing mountains and rivers, instills a tremor in the heart of his opponent, Jie Yulong. With a commanding presence, Xiao Yun strides forward, delivering a powerful punch. Countless luminous fists converge into one, unleashing a terrifying force that causes the very air before him to shatter. Sensing the immense threat, Jie Yulong advances rather than retreats, his jet-black eyes igniting with fierce divine light, as if bolts of lightning were surging forth, exuding an overwhelming might. Subsequently, Jie Yulong unleashes the lightning fist, utilizing his incredible speed to strike first, colliding fiercely with Xiao Yun's fist. The impact reverberates like two colossal mountains crashing together. The terrifying clash of physical strength releasing waves of power that resonate throughout the grand hall like a thunderclap. A golden aura envelopes Xiao Yun's body, with glimmers of golden light emanating from within, resembling flames of gold fiercely ablaze. His formidable physical strength distorts the very fabric of space. The ninefold overbearing fist is propelled to its zenith by Xiao Yun, delivering punch after punch in relentless succession against Jie Yulong. Countless luminous fists merge into a myriad of golden runes, coalescing upon Xiao Yun's fists, elevating his combat prowess to its utmost limits. Jade Dragon did not dare to be careless. His gaze was exceedingly grave. He harnessed the power of his lightning body, pushing the technique of lightning fist to its utmost limit, engaging directly with Xiao Yun without a hint of retreat. The resounding clashes reverberated through the hall. Neither combatant yielded an inch, relentlessly battling within the grand chamber, each strike resonating with the force of their formidable physiques, showcasing their immense strength in vivid detail. Those spectating were utterly astonished. Such powerful bodies. Both warriors had entered the realm of the second prohibition, each possessing a staggering force of 300,000 pounds. Truly, the lightning body is formidable, not only endowed with immense power, but also with incredible speed. Were it not for Xiao Yun's mastery of the supreme combat technique, divine wind steps, the outcome might have been uncertain. However, it appeared that Xiao Yun was slightly stronger as he began to gain the upper hand. Within the hall, the upper echelons of the Chaos Sacred Land were intently focused on the fierce confrontation below. Their expressions were grave. For Xiao Yun was the foremost figure in the physical cultivation realm of their sect. A defeat to the ninth-ranked warrior of the primordial Sacred Land would indeed be a source of great shame. Fortunately, Xiao Yun ultimately did not disgrace the Chaos Sacred Land. With a thunderous roar, his eyes blazed with intensity, resembling two divine lamps ignited. The aura emanating from his physique instilled a sense of dread in many onlookers. Kill! Xiao Yun advanced with a dragon-like stride, exuding an overwhelming presence. His body radiated golden light, swelling like raging flames, emanating a brilliant golden glow akin to a solar explosion, rendering him resplendently radiant. 9 turns overbearing fist. Xiao Yun unleashed the full might of this extraordinary combat technique, propelling his fist forward with devastating force, from which erupted a terrifying divine radiance, embodying an overwhelming power that seemed to surpass the heavens. Lightning fist. Jie Yulong also roared, his hair wildly dancing as he basked in the fierce brilliance of the lightning, charging forward with resolute steps, seemingly unmatched by any adversary. He resembled a formidable demon king, his form radiating resplendent electric light as a multitude of purple runes intertwined around him, forming an intricate lattice of electricity that enveloped Xiao Yun. The might of the lightning body was truly deserving of its name. Boom! The two engaged in a fierce melee once more, their battle escalating to a fervent intensity, each extracting the full extent of their power without restraint. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Yun suddenly emitted a prolonged howl, his eyes ablaze with boundless fervor. The fervor of his fists intensified, as did the erupting force behind them. What? Jie Yulong's expression shifted, sensing that the Xiao Yun he had initially regarded as his equal had inexplicably gained an additional 100,000 pounds of strength, overpowering him. Did you think I was merely in the second realm? Xiao Yun gazed at Jie Yulong, his fists growing ever more radiant, his aura increasingly resplendent. Jie Yulong felt an immense pressure, being forced to retreat step by step under Xiao Yun's relentless assault. My apologies, for I have already stepped into the third realm. Xiao Yun bellowed, his momentum soaring, as divine light burst forth from his eyes. He swung his blazing fist forward with unparalleled ferocity. Puff! Jie Yulong coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood amidst the intense radiance of fists, resembling a kite severed from its string as he was sent hurtling through the air. Not far away, Fu Miaodong gasped in shock, her face pale and her eyes filled with disbelief. Jie Yulong had actually been injured. However, he quickly steadied himself and, harnessing the incredible speed of his lightning body, transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting through the void and aiming to strike at Xiao Yun's back. Your strength indeed surpasses mine, but your speed cannot match my own. Combat is not solely about power. Ye Yulong, Belomet, truly worthy of being Brother Jia. Upon witnessing this, Fum Yaodong's spirits lifted, her face alight with anticipation. Yet, Xiao Yun's subsequent actions shattered her hopes. Tai Chi Divine Palm. Sensing the looming threat behind him, Xiao Yun immediately deployed the Tai Chi Divine Palm, and a massive Tai Chi diagram materialized behind him, effectively blocking Jie Yulong's lightning-fast punch. Boom! The searing electric fist struck fiercely against Xiao Yun's Tai Chi diagram. Yet this time, the diagram remained remarkably steadfast, successfully absorbing Jie Yulong's lightning strike. The two Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish seemed to come alive, incessantly rotating atop the diagram, devouring the force of the incoming electric punch, significantly diminishing Jie Yulong's attack power. What? Jie Yulong's pupils constricted as he stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Boom! Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun swiftly turned and delivered a punch that sent Jie Yulong reeling, blood spewing forth as he flew away. This time, the power unleashed by Xiao Yun was even more formidable, shattering the lightning runes on Jie Yulong, rendering him devoid of combat capability. With a thud, Jie Yulong collapsed onto the ground nearby, spewing a mouthful of blood once again. Senior Brother Jie, Fum Yaodong exclaimed in alarm, rushing to assist Jie Yulong. Wan Yonghui cast a sweeping glance and discerned that Jie Yulong's injuries were not severe. He had merely lost his fighting strength temporarily. Consequently, he restrained his urge to approach and investigate further. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he gazed intently at Xiao Yun in the distance, marveling, truly deserving of being a top disciple of the Chaos Sacred Land at such a tender age. He has mastered 3 super combat techniques and even elevated the Tai Chi Divine Palm to the ultimate combat skill realm, stepping into the realm of the 4 bands. Such comprehension is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Jie Yulong was so infuriated that he nearly spat blood again. Did you not claim it was the realm of the 3 bands? Now it's the realm of the 4 bands, with an additional 200,000 pounds of strength. How am I to compete? Chapter 27. Confidence within the Grand Hall. The high-ranking officials of the Chaos Sacred Land beamed with satisfaction as they witnessed Xiao Yun's triumph over Jie Yulong, particularly upon witnessing Xiao Yun's current prowess. Their smiles grew even more pronounced. The master of the Chaos Sacred Land chuckled, saying, "My dear friend Wan, you flatter him. Xiao Yun merely possesses a bit of insight. Compared to your esteemed sex temporal body, he still falls significantly short. I believe that during this expedition to the True Dragon's Nest, your Taichu Sacred Land will once again seize the top position. I kindly request that your disciples show some mercy at that time." Hearing this, Wan Yonghui spoke in a gentle tone. "Rest assured, Holy Master, as we belong to the 6 great sacred lands, we should naturally stand united, hand in hand against external threats." The Holy Master of the Chaos Sacred Land narrowed his eyes slightly, for he was not inclined to believe Wan Yonghui's deceptive words. In the past, when disciples from the Chaos Sacred Land entered the True Dragon's Nest, it was the Taichu Sacred Land that struck the hardest. Among the 6 great sacred lands, the Taichu and Chaos Sacred Lands were undoubtedly mortal enemies. However, they maintained a facade of cordiality, mindful of their respective dignities and refraining from open conflict. "Holy Master, I shall take my leave," Wan Yonghui declared, excusing himself after the 2 parties engaged in a rather tedious exchange. Following this, he departed from the Chaos Sacred Land along with Jie Yulong and Fum Yaodong. In the Grand Hall, after their exit, the Holy Master of the Chaos Sacred Land turned to Xiao Yun and remarked with a smile, "Xiao Yun, you performed admirably this time, earning honor for our Chaos Sacred Land." The surrounding elders regarded Xiao Yun with expressions of admiration, showering him with praise. Xiao Yun quickly responded with humility, "Holy Master, you flatter me. As a disciple of the Chaos Sacred Land, it is my duty to uphold its dignity." The Holy Master and the esteemed elders nodded in satisfaction, expressing their appreciation for Xiao Yun's awareness. "Xiao Yun, has your master, Emperor Tian, ever mentioned the true dragon's nest to you? The Holy Master inquired. Xiao Yun promptly replied with respect, reporting to the Holy Master, "My master has indeed spoken of the true dragon's nest, and I am preparing to enter it next year." Upon hearing the words of the master of the Chaos Sanctuary, his expression grew slightly grave, and he solemnly remarked, "In recent years, our Chaos Sanctuary has not witnessed any prodigies of the body refinement realm. Thus we have refrained from participating in the expedition to the true dragon's nest. This has rendered us the subject of mockery from the outside world, bringing great shame upon our sanctuary. Now that you possess such formidable strength, it is indeed fitting for you to venture into the true dragon's nest. However, as you have observed today, the Taichu Sanctuary and our Chaos Sanctuary are at odds. Once you enter the true dragon's nest, the foremost caution should be directed towards the individuals from the Taichu Sanctuary, who will certainly show you no mercy." Xiao Yun nodded confidently, declaring, "Rest assured, Master, I shall eliminate every member of the Taichu Sanctuary within the true dragon's nest." The master of the Chaos Sanctuary and the esteemed elders exchanged glances, speechless at his audacious words. The master then chuckled wryly, saying, "That may not be necessary. Once you enter the true dragon's nest, your primary focus should be on seeking rare treasures and materials. If the Taichu Sanctuary does not provoke you, refrain from engaging them. Furthermore, they have recently produced a being of temporal and spatial prowess, one of the 10 supreme physiques. Should you encounter him, do not hesitate. Flee at once. At your current stage, you have yet to forge the chaos body and cannot contend with other supreme physiques of the same realm." Listening to the master of the Chaos Sanctuary, Xiao Yun felt a twinge of disbelief within. He was confident in his ability to confront the being of temporal and spatial nature. Nevertheless, as an exemplary disciple, he understood that it was unwise to counter the master's counsel. Thus, Xiao Yun nodded and said, "Rest assured, Holy Master, this time I shall certainly slay that temporal entity, inflicting significant losses upon the Taichu Holy Land." It was evident that Xiao Yun was not merely an exemplary disciple. He was an extraordinarily outstanding disciple, unafraid to challenge the Holy Master. The Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land and the esteemed elders were once again left speechless. They perceived that while Xiao Yun possessed numerous commendable qualities, his overwhelming confidence was a double-edged sword. A mere mortal dared to regard a supreme being, such as the temporal entity, with disdain. Truly astonishing. "Very well. Return to your training," the Holy Master finally declared, unable to engage further with Xiao Yun. "Rest assured, upon my return, I shall diligently cultivate, and by next year, I will undoubtedly slay that temporal entity from the Taichu Holy Land." Xiao Yun affirmed, nodding in agreement, and then, hand in hand with Lin Xiaoya, he swaggered out of the Grand Hall. Inside, the esteemed elders gazed at his departing figure, their expressions a mix of disbelief. The Holy Master of the Chaos Holy Land shook his head and sighed. The Chaos Scriptures not only present formidable challenges in cultivation, but also influence one's character. In the past, after cultivating the Chaos Scriptures, Emperor Tian exhibited a similar arrogance and unwavering confidence as Xiao Yun. It remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. One elder chuckled. "There is no need for concern, Holy Master. I believe Xiao Yun may yet surprise us all. As we just witnessed, he has remarkably perfected 3 super battle techniques within a mere 2 to 3 months. Moreover, he has successfully advanced the Taiji Divine Palm to the ultimate realm of martial arts. With such formidable comprehension, it is entirely possible that he may eventually cultivate the Chaos Scripture, forging an invincible body of chaos." The gaze of the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land shifted, filled with anticipation as he remarked, "If he truly manages to forge the body of chaos, then our Chaos Sacred Land may indeed rise to prominence." Outside the gates of the Chaos Sacred Land, Wan Yanghui, Xiao Yun, and Fu Miaodong departed upon clouds. In the ethereal realm above, Xiao Yun and Fu Miaodong bowed their heads in shame, saying, "Elder, we have failed and brought disgrace to our primordial sacred land. We humbly request your punishment." Wan Yanghui waved his hand dismissively, contemplating, "This is not a sin of battle. That Xiao Yun has already stepped into the realm of 4 prohibitions. possessing a strength of 500,000 pounds, which is beyond your current capability to contend with. Xiao Yulong's expression turned grave as he remarked, "This individual is indeed formidable. Despite being an ordinary body, he has managed to enter the four prohibitions realm, not only perfecting the three supreme techniques, but also advancing one of them to the ultimate level." Wan Yonghui displayed a disdainful expression, sneering, "You are still too inexperienced. You fail to realize that comprehension can also be enhanced, albeit with side effects. For instance, using a comprehension elixir once at each level incurs no adverse effects. However, if used more than 3 times, significant side effects will ensue. Given that Xiao Yun has only been in the Chaos Sacred Land for 2 to 3 months, how could he possibly master 3 supreme techniques? It is evident that he has utilized the comprehension elixir multiple times." Xiao Yulong responded in astonishment. How could the Chaos Sacred Land permit him to do such a thing? Is this not the destruction of a prodigy? What prodigy? Wan Yonghui scoffed disdainfully, asserting, "He is merely a common mortal, and with my discerning eye, I see clearly that he possesses no innate talent whatsoever. At best, he has a modicum of aptitude in terms of comprehension. Thus, the Chaos Sacred Land employs the enlightenment elixir to mold him into a so-called prodigy, solely to infiltrate the true dragon's nest in search of rare treasures for their own benefit. In any case, should there be any adverse effects, they would merely lose a mortal body, incurring little significant loss." Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong suddenly grasped the situation. It must be said that without the fact of the 9 tolls of the Chaos Bell, no matter which expert beheld Xiao Yun, they would not deem him a genius, as his innate qualities are exceedingly poor. And regarding the 9 tolls of the Chaos Bell, Wan Yonghui had not witnessed it firsthand, hence he harbored doubts, believing it might be a mere ruse by the Chaos Sacred Land to amplify their prestige. Wan Yonghui continued with a cold sneer, "To step into the realm of the 4 restrictions is already the limit for a mortal body. No matter how extensively he employs the enlightenment elixir, he will not become stronger. With such meager strength, he cannot even rank among the top 3 in our Taichu Sacred Land's physical refinement realm. Once he enters the true dragon's nest, we shall eliminate him, thwarting the Chaos Sacred Land scheme." Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong nodded in agreement, for they had witnessed the formidable prodigies within their sect, particularly the one ranked first, the time-space body, who was an invincible force beyond compare. Xiao Yun would undoubtedly prove no match for him. Chapter 28. How to Confront the Time-Space Body. Upon returning, Xiao Yun began to inspect his enlightenment system. Originally, he had 23 opportunities for enlightenment. After defeating 2 prodigies from the primordial sacred land, he experienced yet another moment of triumph, thus augmenting his chances for enlightenment by 3. Consequently, he now possesses a total of 26 opportunities. He contemplated that it was time to elevate the remaining 3 supreme combat techniques: 9 turns Overlord Fist, Divine Wind Steps, and 10,000 blades returning to the sea, to the ultimate realm of combat mastery. With such a plethora of enlightenment opportunities at his disposal, he deemed it sufficient for the time being. By advancing these 3 techniques to their ultimate forms, he would augment his strength by an additional 200,000 gene, reaching a staggering total of 700,000 gene. This would represent the pinnacle of his current capabilities. Any further breakthroughs would necessitate his ventures into the true dragon's nest. As he prepared to refine his combat techniques, Emperor Tian arrived. Xiao Yun promptly rose to greet him. Once they were seated, Emperor Tian turned to Xiao Yun with a smile and inquired, "What are your thoughts upon encountering the geniuses of the primordial sacred land?" Xiao Yun pondered for a moment before responding, "The prodigies from the primordial sacred land are indeed formidable. Even those ranked 9th and 10th in the body refinement realm are capable of sweeping aside our disciples from the chaotic sacred land. Only I was able to defeat them. Neither Chu Jingxiao nor my junior sister stood a chance against them. That's quite understandable. I have heard that they also brought along a lightning body which, although merely a king body, is still significantly superior to an ordinary physique," Emperor Tian remarked with a hint of admiration. Xiao Yun smiled slightly and replied, "Master, no matter how powerful they may be, they're still destined to be defeated by your disciple. Emperor Tian gazed at Xiao Yun with a sense of satisfaction, but soon recalled something, his expression turning serious. I have heard that the Holy Master mentioned the emergence of a time-space body in this generation of the primordial Holy Land. This is a supreme body. Once you enter the true dragon's nest, you must be vigilant of this individual. Xiao Yun patted his chest, confidence radiating from him as he replied, Master, do you not have faith in your disciple? Before long, I shall possess the strength of 700,000 pounds. Even if he is a supreme body, I am confident in my ability to defeat him. Emperor Tian shook his head. You underestimate the capabilities of a supreme body. It not only signifies immense talent, but also the extraordinary abilities that accompany it. Consider the lightning body you encountered. You must have felt the potency of his lightning, correct? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's expression grew solemn as he responded, Indeed, that Jie Yulong's lightning body is formidable. Every move he makes is imbued with lightning-infused attacks, and his speed is astonishing. Had he not possessed merely 300,000 pounds of strength while I have 500,000 pounds, I fear it would not have been so easy for me to overcome him. Emperor Tian nodded, his demeanor becoming exceedingly grave. Precisely. That Jie Yulong is merely a lightning body. The time-space body, however, is far superior. As far as I know, a person with a time-space body inherently wields the powers of time and space. What are time and space, you may wonder? You surely understand that before such an individual, the speed of a lightning body is but a jest. His velocity far surpasses yours. Furthermore, he can manipulate time to slow your movements. Ditien gazet at Xiao Yun, his expression grave as he spoke. Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously replied, Even if he possesses the body of time and space, he is merely at the body refinement stage. It is inconceivable that he could wield the power to manipulate time and space. Time and space are formidable forces governed by profound laws, accessible only to the saints. I cannot fathom how a practitioner at the body refinement stage could master such powers. It appears you still do not comprehend the supreme body. Tian lamented with a bitter smile upon hearing Xiao Yun's words. The reason the supreme body is so revered is precisely due to its extraordinary nature. Those who possess it are innately capable of wielding terrifying abilities. Certainly, the individual from the primordial sacred land, who embodies the body of time and space, cannot yet command substantial temporal and spatial powers. However, even a mere fraction of such control would suffice for him to vanquish any adversary at the body refinement stage. Xiao Yun fell silent for a moment, contemplating the implications of temporal and spatial powers. They were truly insurmountable. As the saying goes, space reigns supreme, time reigns majestic. Moreover, the body of time and space amalgamates both forces, rendering it virtually invincible. Master, what should I do? Is there any means by which I can withstand his temporal and spatial abilities? After a lengthy pause, Xiao Yun raised his head, his countenance solemn as he sought Tian's guidance. He was convinced that Tian's visit was not merely to instill fear in him, but rather to impart strategies for countering the supreme body. Indeed, Tian smiled and said, It is quite challenging to contend with the entity of time and space. However, he is currently merely at the body refinement level, which means his command over the powers of time and space is likely limited, thus affording us a chance to resist him. Oh, please enlighten me, Master. Xiao Yun's eyes brightened instantly. Tian continued with a smile. Time encompasses three fundamental abilities: time acceleration, time deceleration, and time suspension. However, based on my estimations, he can only barely grasp time acceleration, and even then, it is limited to accelerating himself. Nevertheless, combined with his innate talent for manipulating space, this suffices to grant him a most formidable speed. Therefore, if you wish to contend with him, you must first curtail his velocity. Xiao Yun nodded, finding Tian's reasoning quite sound. Yet he expressed his confusion. Restrict his speed? But Master, I have already mastered the divine wind steps. Even if I were to elevate them to the ultimate combat skill level, my speed would merely match that of the lightning entity, which is still considerably inferior to the time-space entity. It is not merely a matter of being slightly behind, The disparity is vast. Tian shook his head. In the same realm, the speed of the time-space entity surpasses that of the lightning entity by 100-fold. Gasp! Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "The gap is truly that immense? How can one possibly fight under such circumstances? I have already witnessed the speed of the Juyu Long lightning entity, and if it is to be 100 times faster, then one would scarcely be able to see a shadow. It would be akin to teleportation. How can one engage in battle then? At that point, he would have no means to retaliate, being reduced to mere passive defense. Otherwise, how could it be called the supreme body?" Tian sighed, stating that whether it is the acceleration of time or the compression of space, both can enhance speed. When these two forces are combined, they endow the time-space body with unparalleled velocity, rendering it nearly invincible within the same realm. Xiao Yun, appearing at a loss for words, remarked, "How can I possibly contend with him? How can I restrict him?" Tian replied with a gentle smile, "Do not be anxious, my disciple. Since I have mentioned a solution, there indeed exists one. In fact, there are several methods to limit his speed. The first is long-range attacks. By bolstering your range defensive capabilities, you can strike him before he approaches, preventing him from closing the distance. The second is to enhance your defensive strength. As long as your defenses are fortified, you can temporarily withstand his assaults, allowing you the time to create distance before employing ranged attacks against him. The third method involves formations. By utilizing spirit stones to set up various formations, whether they be offensive, defensive, or constraining types, you can effectively curtail the speed of the time-space body. However, formations have a drawback. They must be arranged in advance, so remember this well. The fourth is sonic attacks. This employs a combination of sound and force to intimidate and impact the enemy, causing their mind to tremble and their strength to diminish, thereby naturally reducing their speed. Upon concluding, Tian glanced at the astonished Xiao Yun and remarked with a smile, "As long as you can master these methods, you will be able to confront that time-space body." Xiao Yun chuckled wryly and said, "This is quite excessive. I assent it? Please, just tell me directly what I need to do." Tian let out a hearty laugh, then waved his hand, sending several books flying toward Xiao Yun. "I have already prepared these for you," he said with a smile. "They consist of 3 extraordinary combat techniques and 3 formations. If you possess the ability to master them all, you will be capable of contending against the temporal body." Xiao Yun immediately turned his gaze to the 6 books before him. In Chapter 29, titled The Hidden Dragon List, the 3 combat techniques Tian provided were Little Flying Dagger, Golden Bell Shield, and Dragon Might. As for the 3 formations, they were Chaotic Sky Formation, Dragon Lock Formation, and 8 Gates Locking Formation. After perusing them, Xiao Yun nodded. Mastering merely 3 extraordinary combat techniques and 3 formations would pose no challenge for him. Given his insight within the span of a year, "My disciple," Tian remarked with a bitter smile, "if I were not aware of your remarkable comprehension, I would never dare to recommend you pursue so many extraordinary combat techniques and formations." He continued, "In truth, these skills are only useful during the body refinement stage. Once you reach the Qi gathering stage or the divine bridge stage, they will become obsolete. Thus, others typically do not invest time in learning extensively during the body refinement stage." Xiao Yun replied with a smile, "Rest assured, Master. With my understanding, I can undoubtedly master these techniques within a year, and it won't consume much of my time." Tian nodded, fully cognizant of Xiao Yun's extraordinary insight. Otherwise, he would never have entrusted such materials to him. At present, Emperor Tian introduced several extraordinary martial techniques to Xiao Yun, stating, "This technique, Little Flying Dagger, is an art of concealed weaponry, as well as a technique for long-range assault. Regardless of how swift your opponent is, you can always launch your flying dagger first. Furthermore, the Golden Bell Shield is an extraordinary power conceived by a senior of our chaotic sacred land after observing the chaotic bell. What I present to you now is merely a simplified version. The true Golden Bell Shield is not merely a combat technique, but a profound supernatural power of immense power. Thus, you must diligently practice this art before you can cultivate the complete version of the Golden Bell Shield. Lastly, we have Dragon Might, which also qualifies as a long-range attack. It is a sound wave technique that can mimic the roar of a true dragon, unleashing a terrifying sonic assault that can subdue all beasts and instill fear in the hearts of enemies. Upon hearing Emperor Tian's introduction of these three extraordinary martial techniques, Xiao Yun's eyes brightened with excitement. Undoubtedly, the might of these techniques is formidable, and when combined with the combat skills he had previously learned, they would elevate his strength to new heights. Subsequently, Emperor Tian introduced Xiao Yun to three formations, all of which were of the confinement variety, characterized by their simplicity and practicality in deployment. Having completed this, Emperor Tian took his leave. Xiao Yun watched him depart, his heart swelling with gratitude, for he understood that Emperor Tian was concerned for his safety, going to great lengths to procure these resources to equip him to confront the formidable being of the Taichu sacred land. Indeed, having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. A faint smile graced Xiao Yun's lips as he picked up the martial techniques before him and began his training. There are a total of 3 supreme combat techniques, which Xiao Yun has elevated to the ultimate realm of battle skills, expending 6 opportunities for enlightenment in the process. In addition, he has also advanced the previously prepared techniques, Divine Wind Step, 9 transformations overbearing fist, and 10,000 blades returning to the sea to the ultimate level, consuming an additional 3 opportunities for enlightenment. Ultimately, he mastered the 3 formations through 3 more opportunities for enlightenment. Altogether, Xiao Yun has utilized 12 opportunities for enlightenment in this endeavor. Following the previous cultivation of the chaos scripture, this has undoubtedly been the day where I have expended the most opportunities for enlightenment. On the following morning, upon opening his eyes, Xiao Yun immediately checked his enlightenment system. At that moment, only 14 opportunities for enlightenment remained. Fortunately, he did not urgently require further enlightenment for the time being, allowing him to remain unhurried. He resolved to engage in practical training during the ensuing period. After all, mastering combat techniques is one aspect, but to truly unleash their power, practical combat training is essential. It is imperative to understand that in the heat of battle, circumstances are ever-changing. One cannot merely perform techniques in a methodical manner, as if on a stage. The decision of which technique to employ is a skill honed through countless battles and experiences. Thus, Xiao Yun requires more combat encounters to enhance his battle experience and effectively assimilate the superlative combat techniques he has learned. Ding! New task. Challenge the potential dragon rankings. Enter the top 50 to receive 1 opportunity for enlightenment. Enter the top 10 for 3 opportunities. Enter the top 3 for 5 opportunities. Achieve first place for 10 opportunities. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Xiao Yun's mind, announcing the arrival of a new task. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Having recently exhausted a wave of enlightenment, he now had the opportunity to replenish it. However, what exactly was the hidden dragon ranking? Xiao Yun had only recently joined the Chaos Sacred Land and was not overly familiar with its intricacies. Nevertheless, he recalled his mentor's advice: if one is uncertain, one must inquire. Thus, he promptly rose to seek out Uncle Fu. He typically refrained from bothering Tian with trivial matters, considering his esteemed mentor had limited time left and needed to focus on breaking through to the heavenly realm. It was best not to disturb him unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, Uncle Fu had been in the Chaos Sacred Land for many years. Surely he would possess the knowledge Xiao Yun sought. In a palace adjacent to the Heavenly Hall, Uncle Fu was instructing Lin Xiaoya in the art of the Divine Wind Step. Having mastered the Thousand Shadows whip to perfection, Lin Xiaoya realized that to further enhance her capabilities, she needed to delve into superlative combat techniques. The recent defeat to Fu Miaotong had left her feeling disgruntled, intensifying her desire to practice advanced martial skills, prompting Uncle Fu to impart the Divine Wind Step to her. Given your innate talent, it may be overly ambitious to pursue superlative combat techniques. It could take a decade to reach perfection, which would be a waste of time, Uncle Fu remarked, observing Lin Xiaoya as she executed the Divine Wind Step. Lin Xiaoya, taken aback, replied with exasperation, "My senior brother mastered it in a single day, and yet I am expected to invest 10 years? The disparity is simply too great. Uncle Fu sighed, remarking on the distinction between genius and the mundane. You, my dear, once you linger in the true dragon's lair and acquire some heavenly materials, boosting your strength by 100 or 200,000 pounds, should promptly ascend to the Qi gathering realm. Do not waste time in the body refinement realm. Master, I understand. I shall not linger too long in the body refinement realm. Otherwise, I may not even keep up with senior brother, Lin Xiaoya replied, nodding obediently. At that moment, Xiao Yun approached with a smile, saying, Xiaoya, when did I ever have a tail? Senior brother, Lin Xiaoya exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Xiao Yun. You have also practiced the divine wind step. Please come and guide me in mastering it. Xiao Yun nodded, certainly. After I consult Uncle Fu about a few matters, I shall assist you in your training of the divine wind step. Having already attained the ultimate realm of the divine wind step, his comprehension of this technique was surely on par with Uncle Fu's, making him well-equipped to mentor Lin Xiaoya. Young master, have you encountered some difficulties? Uncle Fu inquired with a smile. Xiao Yun replied with a slight smile. Indeed, I wish to inquire about the hidden dragon ranking. The hidden dragon ranking? Uncle Fu paused, then chuckled. It is a list among the outer disciples, comprising only the strongest 100. Any outer disciple who ranks on the hidden dragon ranking will receive special cultivation support from our chaotic holy land, along with access to more resources than their peers. May I challenge this ranking as well? Xiao Yun promptly asked. Fu Bo chuckled softly. Of course, external disciples are at the body refinement and Qi gathering stages. However, as the disciple of the Grand Elder, you inherently possess more training resources than they do, rendering it unnecessary for you to challenge the hidden dragon rankings. I require practical combat to enhance my battle experience, Xiao Yun replied. Fu Bo suddenly understood, contemplating. You are correct. You are soon to venture into the true dragon's nest. And indeed, additional practical training is essential. Otherwise, your combat prowess cannot be fully realized. That sounds intriguing, master. I also wish to challenge the hidden dragon rankings. Lin Xiaoya exclaimed with excitement beside them. Fu Bo nodded and then summoned a cloud, carrying Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya away from the Imperial Peak. Chapter 30, Sacred Weapon. Illusionary Demon Tower. Along the way, Fu Bo elaborated on the rules for challenging the hidden dragon rankings to Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya. To challenge the hidden dragon rankings, one does not directly confront those disciples who have ascended the rankings. Rather, one must enter the illusionary demon tower and challenge the phantoms they have left behind within. Xiao Yun inquired with curiosity, Illusionary demon tower? What is its purpose? I know about this. Lin Xiaoya quickly raised her hand, grinning as she added, Senior brother, the illusionary demon tower is truly remarkable. It houses the phantoms left by the strongest practitioners from the various epochs of the chaotic sacred land, allowing us to spar with those legendary disciples and thus enhance our battle experience. Uncle Fu nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, the illusion demon tower can preserve the shadowy avatars of your battles within its confines. Throughout the ages, the most formidable disciples of our chaotic sacred land have left their spectral duplicates in the tower. Furthermore, those who rank among the top 100 of the dragon's hidden list also have their illusions residing therein. You may directly challenge their phantoms when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's face lit up with realization, and he chuckled. The illusion demon tower indeed presents an intriguing prospect. So, if I manage to defeat those experts from the dragon's hidden list, my spectral avatar will likewise remain available for future disciples to confront? Precisely. Uncle Fu replied with a smile, then continued, however, as long as you remain below the gathering Qi realm, your spectral avatar cannot persist indefinitely. Yet, should you vanquish those legendary disciples, your spectral representation will endure eternally, allowing disciples many years hence to witness it. Xiao Yun, now thoroughly captivated, remarked, that sounds splendid. It will allow future disciples to admire my unparalleled grandeur. Brother, is it customary to boast of oneself in such a manner? Lin Xiaoya interjected with a smirk. Ifu, with a gentle smile, cautioned, young master, defeating those historically unparalleled disciples is no easy feat. Each one among them was a dominant force of their era, a true paragon of excellence. That only adds to the challenge. Xiao Yun exclaimed, brimming with confidence. Uncle Fu's cloud riding speed was remarkably swift, and within a mere half-hour, they arrived at the Illusion Demon Tower. Xiao Yun gazed intently, beholding a magnificent pagoda that dwarfed even the Star Pavilion, towering majestically atop a mountain peak. It exhaled clouds and mist, enveloped in celestial radiance, emanating an imposing aura. This pagoda was indeed colossal. Both Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya were astounded. Uncle Fu, with a proud expression, remarked, "This is a formidable sacred weapon. Should a sage personally wield it, they could envelop an entire kingdom." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was once again taken aback. He hailed from a small kingdom and was acutely aware of the vastness of a kingdom, which could encompass hundreds of cities and nearly 1 billion souls. No wonder it is said that beneath the sage, all are but ants. Xiao Yun felt a profound sense of awe and an intensified desire to attain sagehood. He had no wish to remain an ant. With a swish, as they conversed, the trio had already descended before the grand entrance of the illusory demon tower. The area was bustling with disciples, far more lively than the Star Pavilion, resembling a vibrant marketplace. Uncle Fu, with a smile, explained, "In our chaotic sacred land, there are rules. Only those who reach the divine bridge realm may venture out to train. Thus, for outer disciples wishing to gain combat experience, the illusory demon tower is their sole option," making it quite lively. Xiao Yun nodded in understanding, then noticed 14 enormous black and white stone tablets beside the illusory demon tower. Curiosity piqued, he inquired Uncle Fu, "What purpose do these stone tablets serve? Are they akin to the ones at the Star Pavilion that assess combat prowess?" Uncle Fu shook his head with a smile and remarked, "These stone tablets are not meant for testing combat prowess. Rather, they serve to record names. Among them, the 4 white tablets document the foremost disciples of the current era, namely the potential dragon ranking, ascending dragon ranking, true dragon ranking, and sacred ranking. The 10 black tablets, on the other hand, chronicle the most formidable individuals in history, from the body refinement realm to the heavenly realm." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's interest was piqued, and he inquired, "I have heard that my master is the esteemed elder at the pinnacle of the chaos sacred land, renowned for his formidable strength. I wonder, what is his rank among those at the extraordinary realm?" With that, Xiao Yun made his way toward one of the black tablets, while Uncle Fu followed with a cheerful demeanor. This particular black tablet recorded the top 100 individuals in the history of the chaos sacred land at the extraordinary realm, each of whom was a luminary of their time. As Xiao Yun gazed at the tablet, his eyes were immediately drawn to the name at the top, Ancestral Master. Uncle Fu, noticing Xiao Yun's focus, chuckled. The Ancestral Master is a chaos body, sweeping across the realms and unmatched in the world. Thus, he holds the top position on all 10 tablets here. The chaos body is truly formidable. Xiao Yun felt a surge of excitement within him. The desire to forge a chaos body intensified as he aspired to attain such power. Continuing to examine the names inscribed beneath, he encountered many unfamiliar titles until he reached the very last name, the one in the 100th position, which belonged to his adoptive master, Emperor Tian. Xiao Yun's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he exclaimed, "How can this be? Is my master not ranked first in the chaos sacred land? I have heard he can contend against beings of the heavenly realm. How is it possible for him to be placed at merely the 100th position?" Uncle Fu sighed. "This is quite normal. After all, our chaotic sacred land has existed for countless ages, and the number of prodigies that have emerged is beyond measure. The fact that the master has made it onto this list is already a remarkable achievement. In the present chaotic sacred land, only the master has managed to enter these stone tablet rankings." Xiao Yun was profoundly shaken. Could this be the most formidable disciple in history? It was truly terrifying. Even a powerhouse like Tian could barely make it onto this list. He could scarcely fathom the strength of the ancestor who ranked first. Could they possibly confront a saint while transcending 2 levels? Someday, I too shall ascend to these stone tablet rankings. Xiao Yun vowed silently within himself. Uncle Fu interjected, "Young master, it is time to enter the illusionary demon tower." Xiao Yun nodded and proceeded with Lin Xiaoya into the illusionary demon tower. while Uncle Fu remained outside, intently gazing at one of the white stone tablets. This tablet recorded the names of the top 100 disciples on the current potential dragon ranking, and Uncle Fu believed that with Xiao Yun's prowess, he would soon secure a place on this list. As soon as Xiao Yun stepped into the illusionary demon tower, he found himself suddenly transported to a vast expanse of black earth under a white sky, with nothing surrounding him. Lin Xiaoya, who had entered alongside him, had vanished without a trace. Was this place? Xiao Yun pondered, his expression filled with confusion. However, he felt no fear, for this was the chaotic sacred land. He could not possibly encounter any danger here. This was the illusionary demon space, and upon entering the illusionary demon tower, one would invariably be transported to this location. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in Xiao Yun's ear. Xiao Yun immediately surveyed his surroundings, but found nothing. Stop looking. I am the spirit of the illusionary demon tower, and you may call me illusionary demon. The cold voice echoed once more. Xiao Yun suddenly realized, recalling what Uncle Fu had told him, that the illusionary demon tower was a formidable sacred weapon, naturally possessing a spirit. Xiao Yun promptly declared, "Illusionary demon, I wish to challenge the dragon rising rankings." Very well. I shall now summon the phantom of the 100th disciple on the dragon rising rankings. Should you defeat him, you will take his place and become the 100th disciple. Illusionary demon replied nonchalantly. Moments later, a flash of light appeared before Xiao Yun, revealing a young man clad in the attire of an outer disciple of the chaotic sacred land. I am Lin Jie. I seek your guidance. The young outer disciple glanced at Xiao Yun before lunging at him with a sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that shone brilliantly. Gathering Qi realm. Xiao Yun squinted, instantly recognizing the prowess of a master who had entered the gathering Qi realm. This was to be expected, as the Dragon Rising rankings comprised the strongest 100 practitioners from both the body refinement and gathering Qi realms. It was rather implausible for a body refinement practitioner to contend with someone of the gathering Qi realm. One must understand that masters of the gathering Qi realm could already refine spiritual energy into spiritual power, using it to enhance their combat techniques significantly. However, the spiritual power of the gathering Qi realm was relatively feeble. Xiao Yun, confident in his formidable physique, felt no fear. He stood resolutely, bracing himself against Lin Jie's sword energy assault. Sizzle. Lin Jie's sword energy struck Xiao Yun, failing to breach even his physical defenses. He brushed off the dust from his garments, a look of disdain on his face as he remarked, "Is this truly the gathering Qi realm? Is a mere strength of 150,000 truly sufficient? He now possesses a staggering strength of 700,000, rendering him impervious to the attacks of 150,000. Boom! Xiao Yun shook his head and, employing the divine wind steps, delivered a single punch that obliterated Lin Jie before him. This gathering Qi realm practitioner is utterly feeble. Simultaneously, a resounding voice emanated from within the illusory demon tower, reverberating throughout the entire mountain peak. Congratulations to Elder Taishan's disciple Xiao Yun for ranking 100th on the Hidden Dragon list. The voice resonated powerfully, halting countless disciples who had come to the illusory demon tower in their tracks. It was Xiao Yun. Remarkably, he had arrived at the illusory demon tower. Wasn't he a disciple of Elder Taishan? There seemed to be no need for him to challenge the Hidden Dragon list. Astonishingly, he had merely reached the body refinement realm and yet was capable of defeating Lin Jie, who had already attained the pinnacle of the gathering Qi realm. It is said that those who step into the forbidden domain possess the ability to slay foes beyond their level. This indeed rings true. One cannot help but wonder how far Xiao Yun can ascend in the rankings. Outside the illusory demon tower, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. An increasing number of individuals surged towards the stone tablet before Fu Bo, eager to ascertain how far Xiao Yun could climb. Chapter 31. Sweeping the Hidden Dragon List. How formidable Lin Jie is. Within the illusory demon tower, Lin Xiaoyao emerged with a dejected expression, approaching Fu Bo with a face full of shame, saying, "Master, I have brought you disgrace. I couldn't even break into the top 100. Uncle Fu smiled gently and remarked, The one ranked 100th is already a peak disciple of the Qi gathering realm. You are separated from him by a significant realm. Thus, you are certainly no match for him. Only by stepping into the forbidden domain can one surpass their opponents. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya immediately inquired, "Has my senior brother already entered the forbidden domain? He must have defeated that Lin Jie, right?" Uncle Fu nodded and then pointed at the stone tablet before them, smiling as he said, "The young master has secured the 100th position." Lin Xiaoya quickly gazed at the white stone tablet and instantly spotted the last row, where the name Xiao Yun radiated a dazzling golden light. She was filled with joy and exclaimed, "Truly deserving of my senior brother. I wonder how high he can rank this time?" Uncle Fu also looked at the stone tablet with eager anticipation. At this moment, more and more onlookers gathered around, creating a blockade that was impenetrable. The disciples of the chaotic sacred land all widened their eyes, fixated on the name Xiao Yun on the tablet. They were all waiting for Xiao Yun to continue breaking through. Within the illusory demon tower, after defeating Lin Jie, Xiao Yun could not help but ask, "Illusory demon, how can a disciple of the Qi gathering realm be so weak? Has he just stepped into the Qi gathering realm?" The illusory demon replied calmly, "Lin Jie has already reached the peak of the Qi gathering realm." Xiao Yun was taken aback, incredulous as he said, "How is that possible? Is the peak of the Qi gathering realm really that weak?" The illusory demon responded coolly, "When one progresses from the body refinement realm to the Qi gathering realm, each breakthrough in a minor realm doubles their power. From the initial to the mid, later, peak, and ultimate phases of the Qi gathering realm, there are a total of 5 stages. Lin Jie possesses a strength of 30,000 gene in the body refining realm. Thus, upon reaching the peak of the Qi gathering realm, he only has 150,000 gene of power, a 5-fold increase." Xiao Yun, upon hearing this, was struck with astonishment and incredulity, exclaiming, "If I currently possess 700,000 gene of strength, upon reaching the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm, would I not wield 500,000 gene of power? The disparity with those ordinary disciples is indeed staggering." The illusion demon replied calmly, "The more solid the foundation established in the body refining realm, the more formidable the strength will be upon breaking through to the Qi gathering realm." Xiao Yun, perplexed, inquired, "Then why did Lin Jie, with merely 30,000 gene of strength, hasten to break through the Qi gathering realm? Is he foolish?" The illusion demon responded, "Lin Jie has limited potential. He has already squandered several years in the body refining realm. Should he continue to delay, his future achievements will be quite constrained. Thus, he does not wish to waste excessive time in the body refining realm." Xiao Yun suddenly comprehended that no matter how powerful the body refining realm may be, it pales in comparison to the divine bridge realm. Some disciples with inferior talents indeed prefer not to squander too much time in the body refining realm. This illustrates the distinction between genius and the ordinary. Xiao Yun pondered, "This time, I wish to be rank 50. "As you wish," the illusion demon replied. In the next moment, a flash of light appeared before Xiao Yun, revealing a young outer sect disciple. "I am Wang Fei. Please instruct me." The newcomer nodded toward Xiao Yun, and without further ado, charged directly at him. Xiao Yun was aware that these individuals were merely shadow clones and not the actual persons, making conversation impossible. Thus, Xiao Yun acted swiftly. This time, he did not hesitate. He directly unleashed the 9 turns overbearing fist and struck with lethal precision. In merely 2 or 3 blows, he vanquished Wang Fei. This individual had likely ascended to the Qi gathering realm upon achieving the pinnacle of body refinement, possessing a mere strength of 250,000 pounds. As Xiao Yun gazed at the vanishing Wang Fei, he spoke. However, at that moment, Xiao Yun suddenly received a notification from the system. The host had ascended to the 50th position on the potential dragon ranking, earning a chance for Epiphany. The host had incited exclamations, causing a commotion, and was rewarded with 3 additional chances for Epiphany. Upon reading the system's message, Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, but soon came to terms with it. Having surged to the 50th rank, An uproar was undoubtedly stirred outside. In fact, Xiao Yun's speculation was accurate. At that moment, outside the illusory demon tower, the atmosphere was rife with astonishment. As the name Xiao Yun vanished from the 100th position, those present began to search for his name. He had disappeared, and Xiao Yun had risen in rank. Quick, search for him. He is not among the 90th or the 80th rank. Heavens. How many ranks has he ascended? To the 50th position, my goodness. To leap directly to the 50th rank is a testament to extraordinary strength. Those who reach the 100th position are all peak experts in the Qi gathering realm, and the 50th rank is already exceptionally formidable. Yet he was not even a match for a body refinement realm practitioner. The onlookers were left in awe. Lin Xiaoya, too, wore an expression of shock, incredulously exclaiming, "Master, is my senior brother truly this powerful?" She had fought against Lin Jie, who ranked 100th and was aware of his formidable strength. However, being merely ranked 100th indicated a significant gap in power when compared to the 50th rank. Uncle Fu smiled faintly, stating, "At the pinnacle of the gathering Qi realm, one only possesses 5 times the strength of the body refinement realm. For instance, if you have a strength of 100,000 pounds, upon reaching the pinnacle of the gathering Qi realm, you would only achieve 500,000 pounds of strength. At that point, you would still be no match for the young master." Lin Xiaoya suddenly understood. Within the illusory demon tower, Xiao Yun began to select his opponent once more, this time opting for the adversary ranked 10th on the hidden dragon list. Suddenly, a radiant flash revealed a young man of remarkable presence before him. With an air of arrogance, he cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Yun and proclaimed, "To challenge me, Zhang Yun, is sheer folly." Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, "Illusory demon, does this fellow possess any thoughts?" "The illusory clone lacks consciousness. These words are merely remnants left after one concludes their challenge. After you finish your challenge, you too can leave a remark for your illusory clone," the illusory demon replied nonchalantly. Xiao Yun enlightened, realizing that this external disciple named Zhang Yun was rather conceited. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Xiao Yun specialized in correcting such arrogance. Without hesitation, he unleashed the 9 revolutions Overlord Fist and employed the divine wind steps, delivering a thorough beating to Zhang Yun before ultimately defeating him. The host ascended to the 10th position on the hidden dragon list, earning 3 opportunities for profound insight as a reward. The host's actions elicited gasps and caused quite a stir, resulting in an additional reward of 3 opportunities for profound insight. The system chimed in with further news. Xiao Yun examined his system and discovered that he had suddenly gained 6 instances of enlightenment, bringing his total to 24. He felt a surge of exhilaration and resolved to frequently challenge the illusionary demon tower to reap more instances of enlightenment. Xiao Yun mused to himself, recognizing the illusionary demon tower as a remarkable venue. It offered a myriad of rankings to conquer, and as he continued to elevate his standing, he would naturally attract attention, thus increasing his instances of enlightenment. Truly, it was an extraordinary place. "Illusionary demon, summon the 3rd-rank contestant of the hidden dragon list for me," Xiao Yun declared. The system quest to defeat the 3rd-rank competitor promised a reward of 5 instances of enlightenment. This time, Xiao Yun aimed to accumulate more instances, as he aspired to cultivate the Chaos Sutra and forge a chaos body, which required an overwhelming number of enlightenment instances. This was indeed a rare opportunity. "As you wish," the illusionary demon replied nonchalantly. Immediately, a young outer sect disciple materialized before Xiao Yun. "I am Lu Haochu. Please instruct me." The young man nodded at Xiao Yun before swiftly attacking him. After a brief exchange, Xiao Yun discerned that Lu Haochu possessed a strength of 450,000 pounds, indicating he had broken through to the gathering Qi realm at the peak of the body refinement realm. Such individuals could already be considered geniuses. However, compared to Xiao Yun, he was still significantly inferior. In mere moments, Lu Haochu was defeated by Xiao Yun, as the disparity between 700,000 pounds and 450,000 pounds was simply too vast. Xiao Yun successfully ascended to the 3rd position on the hidden dragon list. Chapter 32. The first place is actually a beauty. Xiao Yun had bested the 10th-ranked Zhang Yun. Alas, even the 3rd-ranked Lu Haochu has fallen. He possesses a formidable strength of 450,000 pounds. Next, it is anticipated that Xiao Yun will challenge the 2nd-ranked Zhang Jing, who has transcended the realm of physical refinement to enter the realm of energy convergence, boasting a power of 500,000 pounds. Meanwhile, outside the illusory demon tower, a vast throng has gathered, their astonished exclamations resonating through the air. This is due to the news of Xiao Yun's challenge to the potential dragon ranking, which has spread throughout the Chaos Sacred Land, attracting numerous disciples eager to witness the spectacle. Even those who are listed on the potential dragon ranking have arrived. Among the crowd stands Lin Jie, who was once ranked 100th but has now slipped to 101st. Gazing at the name Xiao Yun inscribed on the stone tablet, he marvels, truly deserving of the 9 tolls of the Chaos Bell. Such a prodigy possesses astonishing strength even at the stage of physical refinement. In the crowd, there is also the 10th-ranked Zhang Yun, who suddenly recalls his own arrogant words left within the illusory demon tower, causing him to feel a wave of embarrassment. The 3rd-ranked Lu Haochu turns to the 2nd-ranked Zhang Jing and remarks, "Brother Zhang, you are merely 5,000 pounds stronger than I. It seems you may not stand a chance against Brother Xiao." Zhang Jing replies with a gentle smile, "Brother Xiao will likely not challenge me. He is certain to seek out the first position." With that, both turn their gaze towards a young woman in a purple dress not far away. She is Shi Chunyu, the illustrious first on the potential dragon ranking, renowned among the outer disciples. Moreover, Shi Chunyu not only possesses extraordinary talent, but also boasts unparalleled beauty, thus garnering significant fame within the Chaos Sacred Land. It is said that the admirers of Shi Chunyu, if gathered together, could encircle the illusory demon tower 10 times. Furthermore, there are whispers of a son from the Chaos Sacred Land who has taken a fancy to Shi Chunyu and is currently pursuing her. Thus, the place where Shi Chunyu resides has become a focal point of attention. Many onlookers exchange glances between Shi Chunyu and the stone tablet before them, engaging in animated discussions. Xiao Yun was on the verge of challenging Shi Chunyu, leaving one to wonder if he could possibly defeat her. The odds appeared slim. It was rumored that Shi Chunyu possessed a combat strength of 750,000 pounds, and unless Xiao Yun had entered the realm of the 7 bands, he would hardly stand a chance against her. Should he succeed, it would be nothing short of astonishing. Being ranked first on the hidden dragon list at the body refinement level is a feat rarely accomplished in the annals of the Chaos Sacred Land. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, not far away, Shi Chunyu donned a flowing purple gown, her raven locks dancing gracefully, droplets of water cascading down her form, epitomizing a stunning beauty. She blinked her captivating eyes, intently gazing at the stone tablet of the hidden dragon list. Xiao Yun. Shi Chunyu's gaze fixated on the name inscribed on the tablet, her exquisite features illuminated with a radiant glow. The name was not unfamiliar to her. After all, Xiao Yun had caused the Chaos Bell to toll 9 times, earning him renown throughout the entire Chaos Sacred Land. Moreover, just recently, he had ventured into the Forbidden Realm, further solidifying his fame. The disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land, who once regarded this young man, who willingly relinquished his identity as a son, as a fool, had gradually transformed their perception into admiration and eventually into reverence. Only such individuals are worthy of my allegiance. Li Bufan pales in comparison. Shi Chunyu seemed to recall something, her delicate face suddenly flushed with a deep crimson. Within the Illusion Demon Tower, after Xiao Yun triumphed over the 3rd-ranked Lu Haochu, he proceeded to challenge the foremost outer sect disciple. With a flash of light, a young woman clad in a flowing purple gown, her beauty unparalleled, appeared before Xiao Yun. He was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the 1st-ranked outer sect disciple on the Qianlong list would be a woman, and such an exquisite one at that. I, Shi Chunyu, have vowed that whoever can defeat my phantom avatar shall have my unwavering loyalty. She spoke softly, her dark hair dancing gently, her visage radiant, and her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's face was filled with astonishment. He could hardly believe that Shi Chunyu had left such a declaration within the Illusion Demon Tower. Did she not fear being bested by an ugly opponent? However, Shi Chunyu had already reached the pinnacle of the gathering Qi realm, poised to break through to the divine bridge realm at any moment. Thus, even if someone were to defeat her, she could swiftly ascend to the divine bridge realm first. At that point, her phantom avatar would automatically dissipate within the tower. This girl is indeed intriguing. A flicker of curiosity ignited within Xiao Yun toward Shi Chunyu. Furthermore, her beauty was simply extraordinary. If his junior sister Lin Xiaoya were an 8 out of 10 in beauty, then Shi Chunyu was undoubtedly a perfect 10. Xiao Yun, possessing a perfectly normale disposition, found it impossible to remain unmoved by such an ethereal beauty, uncertain whether she would indeed choose to follow him after he defeated her. A flicker of anticipation ignited within Xiao Yun's heart. At that moment, Shi Chunyu lunged towards him with lethal intent. "Rain needles!" she exclaimed, sending a silver needle soaring towards Xiao Yun with the swiftness of lightning, propelled by the crimson thread of Vajra. It was the secret technique of the Taiji Divine Palm. Startled, Xiao Yun promptly unleashed the Taiji Divine Palm to counter Shi Chunyu's assault. Crack! The silver needle pierced through the Taiji diagram, causing fissures to rapidly spread outward in all directions. Xiao Yun's pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed, "Her power exceeds a staggering 750,000 pounds. She has surpassed the limits of the body refinement realm, nearly stepping into the forbidden domain." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yun could no longer afford to be careless. He hastily employed another defensive super technique, Golden Bell Shield. Instantly, a golden bell enveloped him, successfully shielding him from Shi Chunyu's needle attack. A gentle drizzle fell. With her initial attempt thwarted, Shi Chunyu pressed her assault, her delicate hands dancing elegantly as she flicked her jade-like fingers. Silver needles cascaded towards Xiao Yun like a spring rain. Understanding that he could not remain on the defensive, Xiao Yun knew he must act decisively. Otherwise, he would surely be no match for Shi Chunyu, who possessed 750,000 pounds of strength, 5,000 pounds more than him. While a mere 5,000 pounds might seem trivial at their level, it still conferred a tangible advantage to Shi Chunyu. However, Xiao Yun possesses his own advantages, namely his mastery of multiple ultimate combat techniques, a feat that Shi Chunyu cannot hope to rival. While Shi Chunyu has honed a singular superlative technique, Xiao Yun adeptly wields a myriad of them. With a swift motion, he dispatched a flying dagger, severing all the golden threads before him and thwarting the onslaught of silver needles. Concurrently, he unleashed the Taiji Divine Palm and Golden Bell Shield to defend against Shi Chunyu's piercing assault. Through the harmonious integration of his various ultimate techniques, Xiao Yun successfully repelled her relentless barrage. Now it was time for my counterattack. Xiao Yun was not one to passively endure blows. With a resounding roar, he invoked the sonic combat technique Dragon's Might. The roar, akin to that of an enraged true dragon, reverberated from his lips, shaking the very fabric of the void and sending ripples through the surrounding space. Evidently shaken by the terrifying sound waves, Shi Chunyu's advancing figure quivered slightly, causing her silver needles to veer off course. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun, adept at capitalizing on moments of combat, immediately executed the divine wind step, which he had refined to the pinnacle of ultimate techniques. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning, his speed rivaling that of the lightning-bodied Jie Yulong. With a swift motion, he appeared behind Shi Chunyu and, without a shred of hesitation, unleashed the 9-turn Overlord Fist, delivering a powerful blow to her jade-like back. After all, it was merely a phantom clone, not her true self. Xiao Yun mused to himself, knowing full well that had it been the real Shi Chunyu, he would not have been so ruthless. The host has ascended to the pinnacle of the Hidden Dragon rankings, rewarded with 10 insights. The host's remarkable achievement has elicited gasps of astonishment, resulting in an additional reward of 3 insights. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Xiao Yun promptly checked his status and discovered that his total insights had reached an impressive 45. This was indeed exhilarating. These insights would undoubtedly bolster his power significantly upon his return from the dragon's nest. Chapter 33. Challenging the greatest of all time. Congratulations to the esteemed elder's disciple, Xiao Yun, for ascending to the first position on the hidden dragon rankings. A resounding voice echoed from within the illusory demon tower, reverberating throughout the entire mountain peak, causing a fervor among the crowd gathered near the stone tablet. Astonished gazes converged upon the top of the hidden dragon rankings, where the name Xiao Yun shone with resplendent golden light. Remarkably, he had dared to challenge the top contender and emerge victorious. Such a feat was beyond belief. He had defeated Xiao Yun, whose strength was rumored to have reached an astonishing 750,000 pounds. How could Xiao Yun possibly prevail? If he could overcome a formidable opponent like Xiao Yun, it was likely that Xiao Yun had crossed into the realm of the seven bands. The seven bands. This revelation was nothing short of staggering. Even within the vast cultivation world, such talent was unparalleled, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the scions of the other five sacred lands. The crowd continued to exclaim in awe, an uproar of disbelief surrounding them. The outer disciples, upon seeing Xiao Yun emblazoned on the hidden dragon rankings, were left in a state of powerlessness. This individual had bested the 100 most formidable qi gathering experts among the outer disciples while still in the body refining realm. The chasm of disparity was simply insurmountable. So profound was their admiration that not a flicker of jealousy stirred within their hearts. After all, it is human nature to feel envy towards those slightly superior. However, when confronted with individuals of overwhelming prowess, they can only revere. Master, senior brother has claimed the first position. How remarkable! Exclaimed Lin Xiaya, her face alight with excitement as she spoke to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu himself was taken aback by Xiao Yun's victory over Xiao Yun, for Xiao Yun possessed strength that slightly exceeded that of Xiao Yun. And with one being in the qi gathering realm and the other in the body refinement realm, there existed an inherent advantage of cultivation levels. This illustrates that Xiao Yun not only cultivates at an extraordinary pace, but also possesses formidable combat abilities, triumphing even when matched against equivalent strength. Truly, he is deserving of the 9 tolls of the chaotic bell, and the old master has indeed made the right choice. The young master is destined to forge the chaotic body. Uncle Fu silently harbored his hopes. At that moment, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from the crowd nearby. How intriguing! Senior brother, Xiao, has actually defeated senior sister Xi. Senior sister Xi, if my memory serves me correctly, did you not declare within the illusion demon tower that anyone who could best you would earn your allegiance? This statement ignited a fervor among the audience. The previously subdued crowd erupted once more, and amidst them, Xiao Yun, already the center of attention, became the focus of even greater scrutiny, as all eyes were drawn towards her. The revelation that Xiao Yun had indeed made such a proclamation within the illusion demon tower sent ripples through the assembly. With Xiao Yun having vanquished Xiao Yun, did this not imply that she was truly bound to follow him? It has come to my attention that within our chaotic sacred land, a certain saint son has taken a liking to Xiao Yun. How intriguing this is! The saint son wields unparalleled authority and holds a lofty status, while Xiao Yun is no longer the divine son. Surely, he must bow his head in the presence of the saint son. A captivating spectacle is about to unfold. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Xiao Yun slightly furrowed her delicate brows. She turned her gaze towards the speaker and recognized him as Xiao Yun, ranked 10th on the potential dragon list. Instantly, her charming countenance turned cold, and she let out a disdainful huff. She was well aware of Xiao Yun's character, boastful and overbearing among the outer disciples. He had once harassed a female disciple of the outer sect, only to be taught a lesson by her, which left him with a lingering grudge. This time, Xiao Yun's attempt to trouble her could very well be motivated by a desire for revenge. However, she found it beneath her to pay attention to such a buffoon. After all, she had already resolved to follow Xiao Yun, and it would eventually become known, which was hardly a matter of great concern. Xiao Yun. He is acting with intent. In the crowd, Lu Haochu, ranked 3rd on the potential dragon list, cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Yun from a distance and let out a cold snort. Beside him, Zhang Jing, ranked 2nd, sneered. remarking on Xiao Yun's typical arrogance and narrow-mindedness. He harbors resentment after being taught a lesson by senior sister Shi for his previous misconduct toward the female disciple. He noted, and now he seeks an opportunity for retribution. Lu Haochu nodded in agreement, and then turned his gaze towards Shi Chunyu, a flicker of admiration glimmering in his eyes as he mused. I wonder if senior sister, she will honor her promise. He often ventured to the illusionary demon tower to challenge Shi Chunyu. Thus, he was well aware of the words she had left behind within its confines. Which youth does not admire stunning beauty like Shi Chunyu? Thus, prompted by this thought, Lu Haochu fervently devoted himself to cultivation, striving to enhance his strength. Yet he remained no match for Shi Chunyu. Witnessing Xiao Yun's victory over her stirred a pang of bitterness within him. Zhang Jing, standing nearby, shared this sentiment, harboring his own admiration for Shi Chunyu. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset and remarked calmly, a celestial being like senior sister, she is surely worthy only of someone like senior brother Xiao. We should wish her well. Lu Haochu managed a bittersweet smile, recognizing the truth in Zhang Jing's words. Yet, he sensed that the situation was far from simple. After all, that esteemed son had long regarded senior sister Shi as a coveted treasure. Given his status, it was unlikely he would hold senior brother Xiao in any regard. Suddenly, Lu Haochu seemed to recall something, voicing his concerns with unease. Zhang Jing's expression tightened slightly, his eyes reflecting apprehension, for he had heard tales of that son's tyranny. Before the steel of the hidden dragon ranking, Lin Xiaoya listened to the surrounding chatter, her expression darkening. She glanced at Shi Chunyu in the distance, her round eyes flashing with jealousy as she pouted. What is this? How can a woman make such a vow? It's utterly shameless. Just look at her alluring demeanor. It's evident she is not a woman of virtue. For reasons unknown to her, the knowledge that such a breathtaking beauty as Shi Chunyu would pursue Xiao Yun stirred a subtle bitterness within Lin Xiaoya's heart. Uncle Fu cast a glance at Lin Xiaoya, his extensive experience allowing him to discern her burgeoning affection for Xiao Yun. Yet, being young and inexperienced in matters of the heart, Lin Xiaoya remained oblivious to her own feelings, merely sensing a vague, ineffable emotion. Uncle Fu paid little heed to this when he initially took Lin Xiaoya under his wing. His intention was to provide companionship for Xiao Yun. Nonetheless, he offered a word of caution. Xiaoya, a prodigious talent like the young master, will naturally attract many admirers. At present, it is merely one Shi Chunyu, but as the young master's prowess grows, the throngs of followers surrounding him may well blanket the entire imperial peak. Lin Xiaoya, upon hearing this, wore an expression of resignation. She recognized her senior brother's exceptional qualities and understood that he would inevitably draw followers. After all, the esteemed disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land, many of whom boasted numerous followers, exemplified this truth. The top 10 among them were particularly surrounded by even greater numbers of admirers. Lin Xiaoya felt powerless to halt this tide, acknowledging that these followers would augment Xiao Yun's influence, significantly aiding his future governance of the Chaos Sacred Land. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from within the illusionary demon tower, leaving all present on the mountain in stunned silence. In that instant, the name Xiao Yun appeared on a black stone tablet beside the tower, radiating a brilliant golden light. Witnessing this, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Xiao Yun had dared to challenge the most formidable figures in the realm of physical cultivation, and he had succeeded. The hearts of all present were filled with an overwhelming sense of awe. Amidst the throng, Shi Chunyu's flowing hair danced gracefully with the wind, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a brilliant radiance as they fixated on a distant black stone monument. Lu Haochu and Zhang Jing stood in a state of astonishment, their faces a canvas of shock. Lin Xiaoya and Uncle Fu, on the other hand, were filled with delight as they rushed towards the looming black stone. The inscriptions upon these monuments chronicled the mightiest figures in the annals of the chaotic sacred land. Each name signified an extraordinary prodigy. To have one's name etched upon the stone would guarantee eternal remembrance, evoking reverence even through the passage of countless ages. In Chapter 34, titled Historical Ranking 10th, Within the illusory demon tower, Xiao Yun was indeed undertaking the monumental challenge against the most formidable entity in the history of the body refinement realm. Following his triumph over Shi Chunyu, which earned him the coveted first position on the Qianlong ranking, the system presented him with a new mission. The latest task was to confront the historical strongest of the body refinement realm in the chaotic sacred land. With rewards structured as follows, achieving the 100th rank would grant 10 opportunities for enlightenment. The 50th rank, 30 opportunities. The 10th rank, 50 opportunities. The 3rd rank, 70 opportunities. In the pinnacle rank, 100 opportunities for enlightenment. The rewards for this mission far surpassed those of the previous challenge against the Qianlong ranking, igniting a fervor within Xiao Yun. Should he succeed in this endeavor, he might swiftly elevate his mastery of the chaos scripture to the 108th level, thereby forging the chaos body, with exhilaration coursing through him. After vanquishing the historically weakest contender in the body refinement realm, he immediately declared to the illusory demon, "Next, I shall challenge the one-ranked 50th. As you wish," the illusory demon replied with a calm demeanor. In the next moment, a remarkable and imposing young figure materialized before Xiao Yun. With his arrival, the temperature in the air plummeted and a chilling frost enveloped the ground, causing Xiao Yun to shiver involuntarily. It appeared that this individual possessed a unique constitution. Xiao Yun's gaze sharpened, though he was not taken aback. After all, the 100th challenger he had faced before was already a genius with a special physique. This was not unexpected. The chaos sacred land had existed for countless ages, undoubtedly producing more than 100 extraordinary talents with unique constitutions. Thus, it was highly likely that the opponents Xiao Yun would encounter next would also be gifted individuals endowed with special physiques. Boom! While he pondered, the formidable figure before him launched a powerful punch. As the force of his strike descended, the temperature around them dropped precipitously, and a layer of frost began to cloak Xiao Yun's body, attempting to freeze him. The Xianbing body. A shock coursed through Xiao Yun as he quickly grasped the nature of this individual's special constitution. A third-tier royal body, the Xianbing body. Though merely a third-tier royal body, it was evident that this person had fully harnessed the potential of the Xianbing body, combined with his postnatal efforts, rendering him no less formidable than those with second-tier divine bodies. Upon their initial contact, Xiao Yun immediately sensed the impressive strength of this individual, far surpassing that of Xie Yulong from the Taichu sacred land, who also possessed a third-tier royal body. In the 4 forbidden domains, this person's strength reached an astounding 500. 000 gene. Xiao Yun's punch sent the Xianbing body before him flying, revealing a hint of astonishment in his eyes. In the realm of the third-tier monarchs, while the radiant figure of Yulong possesses merely a strength of 300,000 gene, this individual stands tall with an impressive might of 500,000 gene. The disparity is unmistakable. However, this 500,000 gene strength pales in comparison to Xiao Yun's formidable 700,000 gene, revealing a significant gap. Without expending much effort, Xiao Yun vanquished the Xianbing entity before him, ascending to the esteemed rank of the 50th strongest in the history of body refinement. Upon examining his system, Xiao Yun discovered that he had gained a remarkable 30 instances of enlightenment, bringing his total to 88. Elated by this progression, he mused that if this momentum continued, mastering the chaos scriptures and forging the chaos body would soon be within his grasp. Overwhelmed with excitement, he declared to the illusory demon, "This time, I shall challenge the 10th position." "As you wish," the illusory demon replied nonchalantly. In the next instant, a commanding figure materialized before Xiao Yun, exuding an overwhelming aura that sent tremors throughout the entire illusory demon realm. Xiao Yun's expression turned grave as he sensed the immense pressure emanating from this individual. This person was extraordinarily powerful. Outside the illusory demon tower, a gathering had formed before the black stone tablet of body refinement, where a crowd was fixated on the name Xiao Yun inscribed in the 50th rank, their faces etched with astonishment. Xiao Yun had triumphed over the formidable adversary ranked 50th, an astounding feat. This was indeed a figure of historical significance. Consequently, within the annals of our chaos sacred land. Xiao Yun's prowess could also rightfully place him among the top 50 in the realm of body refinement. Such an individual could very well realize the potential to master the chaos scriptures and forge the chaos body in the future. The crowd buzzed with animated discussions. The young disciples held an even deeper admiration for Xiao Yun. Some lamented their own lack of talent, wishing they could follow in the footsteps of Shi Chunyu and align themselves with him. Others, who considered themselves to possess considerable talent, exchanged glances, contemplating the prospect of becoming Xiao Yun's followers. After all, the advantages of aligning oneself with an extraordinary prodigy are manifold. Firstly, a being of such exceptional talent is destined for great accomplishments, and those who choose to follow him are likely to rise alongside his success. Moreover, one must consider the principle of loyalty to a powerful master. By aligning with a formidable figure, one effectively secures a substantial backing. Additionally, the resources for cultivation that an unparalleled prodigy possesses are abundant. Even a mere trickle of these resources would suffice to sustain his followers. Furthermore, should Xiao Yun ascend to the position of the Lord of the Chaos Sanctuary in the future, his adherents would undoubtedly find themselves in elevated positions within that realm. Thus, the benefits of following an extraordinary prodigy are undeniably vast. However, there exists a singular flaw in Xiao Yun that leaves these talented individuals in a state of indecision: his practice of the Chaos Sutra. The difficulty associated with mastering the Chaos Sutra is widely acknowledged, and few believe that Xiao Yun can successfully forge a chaos body. Take his master, Emperor Tian, for instance. He was once heralded as the foremost saint son of the Chaos Sanctuary, a figure renowned throughout the cultivation world, second only to the saint sons of the other 5 great sanctuaries. During his prime, Emperor Tian basked in glory with countless followers at his side. Yet in the end, he found himself trapped at the transcendent realm, unable to break through to the celestial realm as his lifespan dwindled, leading his followers to either perish or abandon him one by one. Thus, the disciples were apprehensive that Xiao Yun might emerge as the second Tian. Congratulations to the esteemed elder's disciple, Xiao Yun, for ranking 10th among the most powerful practitioners in the history of the chaotic sacred land. Suddenly, a resounding voice emanated from within the illusionary Devil Tower, reverberating throughout the entire mountain peak. Instantly, gasps of astonishment erupted, akin to a tempest sweeping across the gathering. 10th place. This was a historic achievement. All present gazed in awe at the black stone tablet, where the name Xiao Yun had ascended to the 10th position. In the first position, unmistakably, stood their revered ancestor of the chaotic sacred land. This indicated that only 8 names separated Xiao Yun from the ancestor. Such proximity to the ancestor was indeed a monumental honor. Moreover, the names within the top 10 were distinct from the others, rendered in gold, constantly radiating a soft, golden glow, dazzling and captivating, drawing immediate attention. Such an indelible mark on history was bound to evoke admiration and reverence. Among the crowd, those who had previously wavered now displayed resolute determination in their eyes. They resolved to follow Xiao Yun, believing that even if he could not forge the chaotic body, his current display of talent would ultimately surpass Tian and ascend to the realm of celestial prowess. Although this strength might not rival that of the exalted sages, it was still sufficient for him to become the sovereign of the chaotic sacred land, promising substantial benefits for them all. Chapter 35, I Will Not Allow It. When Xiao Yun claimed the top position on the potential dragon ranking, challenging the historical paragons, the tempest he stirred within the illusionary Devil Tower had already reverberated throughout the entire chaotic sacred land. The esteemed Elder Tianni has long retreated to delve into the realms of transcendence. Upon learning of Xiao Yun's presence in the illusory Demon Tower, both Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping wore expressions of profound concern. They were astonished that the young man had grown so formidable. It seemed he would reap considerable rewards within the true dragon's nest. Zhu Ping's eyes glimmered with apprehension, fearing that Xiao Yun might acquire some ultimate treasure, thereby assisting Emperor Tian in ascending to the realm of transcendence. Over the years, he had often opposed Emperor Tian, taking advantage of his limited lifespan, which rendered him a mere threat. However, should Emperor Tian attain transcendence, his lifespan would extend by a millennium, enabling him to regain his youthful vigor and reclaim his former glory, or even surpass it. Emperor Tian, known as the foremost saint child of the chaotic Holy Land, had already forged a semi-chaotic body. Once he reached the realm of transcendence, he might even rival the saints, or, at the very least, become invincible in the realm of transcendence. The mere thought of such an eventuality filled Zhu Ping with trepidation, for at that juncture, even Tianyi would be unable to protect him. Moreover, given Tianyi's disposition, he might very well hand Zhu Ping over without hesitation. After all, Zhu Ping had accompanied Tianyi for so long and was acutely aware of his self-serving nature. Let him bask in his momentary triumph, though it shall not endure for long. Suddenly, Chu Jingxiao let out a cold snort, piquing Zhu Ping's curiosity. "Oh, young master, what prompts this reaction?" Zhu Ping inquired, taken aback by Chu Jingxiao's demeanor. Chu Jingxiao replied with a derisive smile, "My master has informed me that during each expedition to the True Dragon's Nest, the Taichu Holy Land invariably targets our disciples from the chaotic Holy Land. This generation has witnessed the emergence of a temporal and spatial being from the Taichu Holy Land, and he will undoubtedly seek to eliminate Xiao Yun within the confines of the True Dragon's Nest." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping was suddenly enlightened, and he nodded repeatedly, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "The young master is indeed correct. I almost forgot about the primordial sacred land. They certainly do not wish for our chaos sacred land to give rise to extraordinary prodigies, and thus they will undoubtedly employ every means at their disposal to eliminate that boy, Xiao Yun." A sigh of relief washed over Zhu Ping's heart. No matter how formidable Xiao Yun might be, could he possibly rival the one from the primordial sacred land, who possessed the time-space body? It is essential to recognize that this is a supreme body, a unique physique comparable to the chaos body. Therefore, during this journey to the True Dragon Nest, Xiao Yun is destined to meet his demise within Dong Yu Peak. This is the dwelling of the formidable Dong Yu Tang from the heavenly realm. Among his disciples is Li Bufan, a holy son of the chaos sacred land. Being a holy son signifies that one has resonated 6 times with the chaos bell, marking them as an unparalleled talent. Li Bufan epitomizes such brilliance. Despite his youth, he has already transcended the divine bridge realm and entered the cave heaven realm, his prowess sweeping through the inner sect, rivaling that of the true disciples. However, at this moment, Li Bufan's mood was far from pleasant, for one of his followers had brought him grim news. Shi Chunyu intended to follow Xiao Yun. Li Bufan's gaze turned icy. He had pursued Shi Chunyu for so long, and this wretched girl had chosen to align herself with that good-for-nothing, Xiao Yun. Indeed, in Li Bufan's eyes, Xiao Yun was nothing but a waste. After all, the difficulty of cultivating the chaos scripture is well known. In the past, Emperor Tian shone with brilliance, yet ultimately, due to his practice of the chaos scripture, he became ensnared in the extraordinary realm, surpassed by each of his former subordinates, and thus was reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Li Bufan firmly believed that this Xiao Yun would end up like Di Tian, reduced to a mere wastrel. As for himself, Li Bufan was destined to become a formidable power in the realm of the heavens, perhaps even ascend to the status of a sage. "Wretched fool," he sneered. "Since you are so oblivious to your own insignificance, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Xiao Yun, had you not relinquished your position as the chosen one, I might have harbored some trepidation towards you. But now that you are no longer the chosen, you are as inconsequential as an ant in my eyes. The woman I, Li Bufan, have set my sights upon shall not be taken by anyone." With a piercing gaze and a cold smile, Li Bufan rose to his feet and soared into the sky, heading toward the peak where the illusionary demon tower stood. Inside the illusionary demon tower, Xiao Yun sat on the ground, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, as he channeled the chaos scripture to replenish the energy he had just expended. Fortunately, the chaos scripture was remarkably potent. In just a short while, Xiao Yun's strength was restored to its zenith. "Shall we continue the challenge?" The voice of the illusionary demon echoed. Xiao Yun went slightly and quickly waved his hand. Enough. I exerted every ounce of strength to defeat the 10th-ranked contender. That is my limit. Indeed, defeating the previous strongest contender in the history of the body refinement realm, ranked 10th, was already the pinnacle of Xiao Yun's capabilities. This opponent possessed a second-tier divine physique and had mastered both an ultimate combat technique and a superlative martial skill, wielding a power of 750,000 pounds, surpassing Xiao Yun by 50,000 pounds, much like that of Shi Chunyu. However, this individual's prowess far exceeded that of Shi Chunyu, with 750,000 pounds of might, coupled with the second-tier divine physique. He was akin to a deity manifesting in the world, his might utterly invincible. If Xiao Yun had not mastered the 7 ultimate combat techniques, he would likely have been unable to secure victory. Moreover, even if Xiao Yun were to triumph, the cost would be immense, far exceeding the arduous battle he had fought against Shi Chunyu. Nevertheless, this confrontation afforded Xiao Yun invaluable insights, granting him a true understanding of the terrifying prowess of a second-tier divine body. If such strength could be derived from merely a second-tier divine body, how formidable must the temporal body of that entity from the Taichu sacred land be? At this moment, Xiao Yun's heart brimmed with gravity, leaving no room for carelessness. Clearly, he must continue to exert himself. Otherwise, he would stand no chance against those supreme bodies. However, once he successfully forged the chaos body, he would become invincible, no longer needing to fear those supreme entities. The mere thought of the chaos body ignited a surge of excitement within Xiao Yun as he promptly checked his system, only to be elated to discover that his comprehension count had risen to 141. With such a plethora of insights, he would be poised to forge the chaos body immediately upon returning from the True Dragon Nest. Xiao Yun felt an exhilarating thrill at this prospect. Had it not been for his journey to the True Dragon Nest, he would likely have already entered seclusion to cultivate the chaos scripture. Nevertheless, in pursuit of the level attained by his ancestral master, Xiao Yun believed it prudent to establish the strongest foundation during the body refinement stage. This meant elevating his strength to 1,000,000 pounds, matching that of his forebear. Only in this way could he, like his ancestral master, become the most powerful chaos body. Otherwise, the chaos body would simply mirror other supreme bodies, a fate Xiao Yun was determined to avoid. His ambitions soared high. He believed that with the chaos body at his disposal, he must strive to attain the pinnacle of strength, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the revered ancestors, or even to surpass them. Such is the path that will enable him to sweep across the myriad realms, dominating the heavens and earth, rendering himself invincible. It is time to depart. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Yun exited the illusory demon tower. Outside, a throng of spectators had gathered, all eyes fixed intently upon the tower. As Xiao Yun emerged, he instantly captured the attention of the crowd, their excited gazes converging upon him. A slight furrow formed on his brow, feeling somewhat awkward under the scrutiny of so many. However, upon spotting a young woman in a purple dress at the forefront of the crowd, a flicker of astonishment ignited in his eyes. It was Shi Chunyu. Having encountered her ethereal projection within the tower, Xiao Yun recognized her. Yet, upon beholding her true form, he realized she surpassed her projection in beauty. Her unparalleled visage rendered the surrounding landscape pale in comparison. As the gentle breeze caressed her, her purple dress billowed, accentuating her graceful figure. Resembling a celestial maiden descending from the moon palace, embodying the essence of heaven and earth. Beside her, Lin Xiaoya pouted in discontent, observing Xiao Yun's admiration for Shi Chunyu with evident displeasure. Fu Bo, standing nearby, watched Xiao Yun with a warm smile, his heart filled with awe. After all, she was the 10th strongest in history, destined to be immortalized in the annals of time. Xiao Xixiao. At that moment, Shi Chunyu gracefully approached, her movements ethereal, her flowing black hair dancing as if a celestial being graced the mortal realm. I once vowed that whoever could defeat my projection, I would follow. Now, Brother Xiao has defeated my shadow clone. I wonder if Brother Xiao would be willing to accept me as his follower? Shi Chunyu gazed at the illustrious Xiao Yun, her eyes sparkling with brilliance and allure. It must be said that faced with the affection of such an extraordinary beauty, Xiao Yun could hardly conceive a reason to decline her. Should he dare to refuse, it is likely that countless readers would unleash their wrath upon his chaotic form. Thus, Xiao Yun sincerely smiled and replied, "Thank you, junior sister Shi, for your admiration. We may encourage each other in the future and together validate the great Tao." Upon hearing this, Shi Chunyu smiled sweetly, feeling a slight sense of relief. She had been worried about a potential rejection from Xiao Yun, which would have been quite embarrassing. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed from the heavens, shaking the entire mountain and causing the surrounding trees to sway. In the next instant, a crimson figure descended from the sky, exuding an overwhelming aura that enveloped the entire peak, instilling a profound pressure upon all present. Everyone turned to gaze at the newcomer and instantly recognized his identity. It was the Holy Son, Li Bufan. Chapter 36. The Arrogance of Li Bufan. It is indeed the Holy Son, Li Bufan. It is said that Li Bufan has long been pursuing Shi Chunyu, yet now she has chosen to follow Xiao Yun. It seems that Li Bufan is prepared to confront this situation head-on. This reaction is quite normal. The woman he desires has turned her affections elsewhere, and with Li Bufan's pride, it is remarkable that he could endure such a slight. Xiao Yun, unfortunately, may find himself in a precarious position. He is no longer the Holy Son, and both his status and power are vastly inferior to Li Bufan's. As the crowd murmured in hushed tones, they swiftly stepped aside, granting the space to Xiao Yun and Li Bufan. Neither Xiao Yun nor Li Bufan were individuals they dared to provoke, leaving them to merely observe the unfolding drama from a distance. Among the throng, Zhang Yun, ranked 10th on the Chongong, cast a glance of schadenfreude at Shi Chunyu upon noticing Li Bufan's arrival, inwardly gloating. "You wretched person who once dared to chastise me. Today I shall relish in witnessing how you contend with this esteemed son." Having been humiliated by Shi Chunyu in the past, Zhang Yun felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him at the prospect of revenge. However, a sense of alarm struck Lu Haochu and Zhang Jing as they beheld Li Bufan's swift approach. They had not anticipated his arrival would be so imminent, leaving Xiao Yun with no avenue for escape. After all, once Xiao Yun and Shi Chunyu returned to the imperial peak, even Li Bufan, despite his status as a son, would be reluctant to cause a stir there. Yet, within the confines of the illusory demon tower, the situation was markedly different. Here, Li Bufan would harbor no reservations. In the sky, Li Bufan stood with his hands clasped behind him, his eyes ablaze with a fierce crimson light. Bathed in searing flames, he descended like a deity of fire. With a resounding crash, his feet struck the ground, causing the entire mountain to tremble as an overwhelming aura radiated from him, exuding an imperious might that seemed to dominate the very heavens and earth. The onlookers were struck with terror, their faces paling at the sheer magnitude of Li Bufan's presence. Even Xiao Yun furrowed his brow. The power emanating from Li Bufan was utterly terrifying, a level of strength he had never before encountered. Certainly, Emperor Tian, Master Fu, and the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land far surpass Li Bufan in strength. However, these individuals possess the remarkable ability to completely restrain their aura, leaving Xiao Yun oblivious to their formidable power. In stark contrast, Li Bufan radiates an overwhelming and unrestrained presence, which profoundly impacts Xiao Yun. Yet, Xiao Yun is an extraordinary prodigy who has engaged in battles against the most formidable figures in history. Merely the aura of Li Bufan is insufficient to compel Xiao Yun to bow. Xiao Yun gazes steadfastly at Li Bufan, his expression calm and his eyes icy as he declares, "I, Xiao Yun, do not require your permission to recruit followers." He stands unflinching even before the son of the Chaos Sacred Land. After all, he is one who voluntarily relinquished the title of Divine Son. Furthermore, he has the formidable Emperor Tian as his backing, and both the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land and numerous esteemed elders hold him in high regard. Thus, his status is hardly inferior to that of the Divine Son. What are you, Xiao Yun, to speak to me in such a manner? Do you still consider yourself to be the divine son? Li Bufan retorts, hands folded behind his back as he looks down upon Xiao Yun. His face a portrait of disdain, his gaze betraying unabashed contempt. He dismisses Xiao Yun entirely, regarding him as nothing more than a mere waste who has practiced the Chaos Sutra. How could such a being compare to him, a true divine son? And as for Xiao Yun's prowess in the body refinement realm? The body refinement realm is merely the initial stage of cultivation. No matter how powerful Xiao Yun may be within it, Li Bufan believes he could extinguish him with a single blow. Li Bufan is filled with unwavering confidence. And what are you then? I am recruiting followers. What concern is it of yours? Have I consumed your family's rice? Or am I your father, that you dare to meddle in my affairs? Upon witnessing the disdain in Li Bufan's eyes, Xiao Yun felt an immediate surge of irritation and resorted to vulgar language. Since his arrival in the chaotic sacred land, no one had dared to show him such contempt. Even Chu Jingxiao had only dared to scheme in the shadows. Yet here stood Li Bufan, brazenly dismissive, which incited Xiao Yun's displeasure. Xiao Yun was not one to possess a gentle temperament. If you vex me, I shall return the favor. What have I to fear? Upon hearing Xiao Yun's outburst, those around him were left in stunned silence. Lu Haochu, Zhang Jing, Zhang Yun, and others gazed at Xiao Yun in bewilderment. Shi Chunyu cast a peculiar glance at him as well. They had never witnessed anyone daring to insult a holy son in such a manner. Today was indeed an eye-opener. However, they believed Xiao Yun was doomed. Even if he survived, he would certainly be punished. Audacious. Indeed, the heavens trembled with Li Bufan's fury. His pupils dilated, radiating an imposing aura akin to twin swords piercing through the void, exuding an air of terror. You are the audacious one. Xiao Yun met Li Bufan's glare with equal ferocity, boldly retorting without a trace of fear, treating Li Bufan, this holy son, with utter disregard. You are merely courting death. Li Bufan's forehead throbbed with veins, unable to fathom how a mere disciple of a senior elder could so brazenly disregard him. This was a grave provocation, utterly intolerable. Does this fellow truly believe he remains the divine offspring? At this moment, Li Bufan radiated an overwhelming brilliance, his formidable aura erupting forth, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble. Crack! The void suddenly shattered, revealing a succession of black holes behind Li Bufan, devouring countless strands of spiritual energy, rendering him a figure of sheer terror. There were 7 black holes in total, voraciously consuming the surrounding celestial essence, as if even the air had been siphoned away, enveloping the onlookers in an oppressive and suffocating dread. Astonishment coursed through the crowd, waves of disbelief crashing within their minds. 7 celestial realms. Li Bufan had astonishingly opened 7 celestial realms, a feat utterly terrifying. It was said that within the realm of celestial domains, merely opening one was sufficient to ascend to the spirit offering realm. 3 would mark one as a prodigy. Who could have anticipated that Li Bufan would unleash 7? Such profound potential. Once he stepped into the spirit offering realm, how formidable would he become? The onlookers gazed in sheer shock at the 7 black holes behind Li Bufan. Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed, his heart gripped by astonishment. The ability to tear apart space. How immensely powerful must one be to achieve such a feat? If this was merely Li Bufan, how formidable must Emperor Tian and the others be? How terrifying would those saints appear? In that moment, Xiao Yun's yearning for power intensified profoundly. Yet, the immediate concern remained: how to confront Li Bufan. As Li Bufan revealed the 7 celestial realms, Xiao Yun felt an immense pressure that compelled him to retreat a step. Saint Sun, within our chaos sacred land, we strictly prohibit any harm among brethren. I implore you to cease. As the expression on Uncle Fu's face shifted, he quickly positioned himself in front of Xiao Yun, casting a stern glance at Li Bufan. He understood that Xiao Yun was not yet a match for Li Bufan, for the disparity in their cultivation levels was immense. Li Bufan had been training for decades, while Xiao Yun had only practiced for a few months. How could they possibly be compared? Step aside. However, Li Bufan offered no courtesy to this formidable figure. Sneering dismissively at Uncle Fu, "You are merely a follower of the esteemed elder of the imperial heaven. To put it bluntly, you are but a servant, daring to obstruct me, the illustrious saint's son. Are you not afraid that the enforcers of our chaos sacred land will obliterate you?" A shiver ran through Uncle Fu at the mention of the enforcers, the most fearsome individuals within the chaos sacred land, tasked with punishing disciples who committed grave errors, a sword hanging over everyone's heads. "Young master, although my strength surpasses that of Li Bufan, he holds the title of saint's son, and I cannot strike against him. Doing so would surely lead to my demise. Young master, I shall first hold Li Bufan at bay while you swiftly enter the illusory demon tower. Once you are within, Li Bufan will be powerless against you, and by the time our master arrives, he will be unable to stir up any trouble." At that moment, Xiao Yun heard Uncle Fu's voice resonating in his mind, indicating that Uncle Fu was communicating telepathically. Subsequently, Xiao Yun observed Uncle Fu standing resolutely in front of him, continuing to impede Li Bufan. Uncle Fu then admonished Li Bufan, "Saint's son, should you resort to violence against a fellow disciple, the enforcers, if they truly arrive, will not spare you." Li Bufan responded with a haughty laugh, dismissing the warning. "Do you take me for someone ignorant of the rules of the sect? I am the Holy Son, merely teaching a lesson to an ordinary disciple. I am not killing him, and the enforcers will certainly not interfere." A heaviness settled in Fu Bo's heart, for it was indeed true that the Holy Son possessed such authority and status. Were he the Divine Son, his standing would be even loftier, allowing him to execute a disciple without fear of reprisal. Alas, Xiao Yun had relinquished the position of Divine Son. Fu Bo lamented inwardly. "Get lost. I do not wish to repeat myself a third time." In midair, Li Bufan bellowed with formidable authority. He descended with the weight of 7 profound realms, showing no concern for Fu Bo's superiority. His entire being was enveloped in flames, exuding a terrifying aura and remarkable might. "Li Bufan, I willingly chose to follow Senior Brother Xiao. If you are displeased, direct your ire at me. There is no need to humiliate Senior Brother Xiao." Shi Chunyu finally spoke up, feeling responsible for the trouble and unwilling to let Xiao Yun bear the burden alone. "You wretched woman, silence yourself." Li Bufan cast a disdainful glance at Shi Chunyu, scoffing. "Do you truly believe I have any affection for you? In my eyes, there exists only the path of the sage. A woman like you can only be a mere plaything." Hearing this, Shi Chunyu's face turned pale with fury, her whole body trembling. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes. This Li Bufan was exceedingly arrogant, truly believing he could trample upon him. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoya, who stood beside Xiao Yun, observed that Shi Chunyu dared to confront Li Bufan, the so-called Holy Son. Gathering her courage, she exclaimed defiantly, "What nonsense is this about being a Holy Son? You only know how to bully the weak. You have trained for decades, while my senior brother has only been cultivating for mere months. If my senior brother had trained for decades, he could crush you with a mere finger." "Impudent!" Li Bufan bellowed, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Lin Xiaoya, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, I see you all dare to disregard my authority as the Holy Son. Today, I shall make you understand that the dignity of the Holy Son is not to be trifled with." As he spoke, an intense radiance erupted from the 7 celestial realms behind him. "Young master, retreat." Fu Bo urgently transmitted, preparing to take action. Even if it meant facing execution by the enforcers later, he could not allow Xiao Yun to suffer humiliation at the hands of Li Bufan. "Fu Bo, stay paside. I have my own methods to deal with him." Xiao Yun suddenly replied, to Fu Bo taken aback. Fu Bo thought Xiao Yun had lost his senses. How could he, with his current physical cultivation, possibly contend against the formidable Li Bufan of the celestial realm? The disparity between them was insurmountable. Yet at that moment, Fu Bo witnessed Xiao Yun weaving intricate hand seals, reciting mysterious yet familiar scriptures. Instantly, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth surrounding the mountain began to surge violently, coalescing above Xiao Yun's head like a tempestuous storm. This spectacle left everyone astounded. Chapter 37. The chaotic bell unleashes its power as Xiao Yun intricately manipulated the enigmatic seals and murmured the arcane verses. The surrounding spiritual energy in the void surged violently, converging relentlessly above his head. This extraordinary phenomenon left the onlookers astounded, their gazes instinctively drawn toward Xiao Yun. What could be happening? How could Xiao Yun, merely at the body refinement stage, create such a tremendous commotion? How was he able to absorb such terrifying spiritual energy? Was he employing some divine power in his seal manipulation? It seemed implausible. After all, he was still at the body refinement stage and had yet to condense any spiritual force. So how could he possibly wield such powers? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their expressions a mixture of confusion and intrigue. Even Fu Bo and Lin Xiaoya, who were well acquainted with Xiao Yun, gazed at him in astonishment. When had the young master acquired such a technique? Had the old master secretly imparted it to him? Yet, even if it were some grand divine ability, it seemed impossible for the young master to execute it at his current level of cultivation. Fu Bo's curiosity piqued. In Lin Xiaoya's eyes, a spark of excitement flickered. She sensed that her senior brother harbored hidden strengths, and this time, he would undoubtedly unleash them to subdue the pompous saint's son before him. Not far away, Shi Chunyu watched Xiao Yun with gleaming eyes, filled with anticipation. Could it be that senior brother, Xiao, truly possessed the capability to challenge Li Bufan? However, the disparity in their cultivation levels was undeniably vast. All eyes were glued to Xiao Yun, eagerly awaiting his emergence. They were desperate to discern whether he could turn the tide. Merely a display of theatrics, an insignificant ant at the body refinement stage, who has yet to even condense spiritual energy. What divine abilities could you possibly wield? In the heavens, Li Bufan regarded Xiao Yun with utter disdain. He was briefly astonished, yet failed to perceive any formidable energy emanating from Xiao Yun, swiftly allowing a look of contempt to cross his face. He believed Xiao Yun was merely attempting to intimidate him. How dare this insignificant insect compete with me for a woman and speak to me with such insolence? Today, I shall demonstrate the vast chasm that exists between us. With a cold chuckle, Li Bufan remained with his hands clasped behind his back, but raised one foot, descending with the intent to trample Xiao Yun beneath it. The onlookers' expressions shifted slightly. Li Bufan's audacity to humiliate Xiao Yun was palpable. While this foot might not extinguish Xiao Yun's life, being crushed underfoot would indeed be a disgrace too profound to ever erase, leaving Xiao Yun perpetually unable to hold his head high. How infuriating! Lin Xiaoya clenched her small fists, her teeth grinding in anger. Fu Bo's eyes reddened, and he positioned himself protectively before Xiao Yun, unable to restrain his urge to intervene. At that moment, however, Xiao Yun completed his final hand seal. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his pupils radiating brilliance as a surge of golden light erupted from between his hands. Chaos bell arise, with Xiao Yun's resounding cry. The very void trembled as countless golden rays and the ethereal energy above his head converged, gradually forming an ancient, majestic bell. This colossal bell shimmered with flowing golden light, its walls intricately adorned with myriad mysterious runes, as if a multitude of divine beings were chanting within, imbuing the bell with an aura of terrifying power. The onlookers gasped in unison, their astonishment palpable. The appearance of the great bell was all too familiar to them, for it was none other than the Chaos Bell. As it materialized, a resounding voice echoed throughout the sacred land of chaos, compelling countless powerful beings to look up in bewilderment, subsequently directing their divine senses towards the illusionary demon tower. Simultaneously, the colossal Chaos Bell stood resolutely before Xiao Yun, thwarting Li Bufan's powerful kick. In the presence of this immense bell, Li Bufan appeared diminutive, akin to an ant. His formidable strike not only failed to displace the Chaos Bell, but was met with an even greater recoil, launching him backward. How could this be? Suspended in midair, Li Bufan halted, his gaze blazing with disbelief as he stared at Xiao Yun, incredulously exclaiming, "This cannot be the true Chaos Bell. It is merely a fragment of its power. Yet you, a mere mortal in the body refinement realm, could not possibly summon the strength of the Chaos Bell. Even your esteemed master, elder Emperor Tian, would be incapable of such a feat. Li Buffan's astonishment was profound. He could hardly fathom that Xiao Yun could harness even a sliver of the Chaos Bell's energy. How could this seemingly inept cultivator accomplish such a remarkable act? The surrounding crowd mirrored his astonishment, their expressions a mixture of confusion and shock. The summoning of the Chaos Bell by Xiao Yun left everyone utterly astounded. After all, this was an imperial weapon, one that could only be wielded by saints. For ordinary disciples, the only occasion they might glimpse the Chaos Bell was during the annual initiation of new students. Otherwise, they would seldom have the chance to behold it. At present, Xiao Yun astonishingly possesses the ability to harness the power of the Chaos Bell. Could he possibly be the progeny of the Chaos Bell itself? It is crucial to note that he is merely at the body refinement stage. Even the ancient emperors, at this same level, could not wield the strength of an imperial weapon. This scenario is akin to a 3-year-old child attempting to unleash an atomic bomb. Truly miraculous. Now it becomes clear. However, there is one who comprehends the situation. Uncle Fu. Gazing at Xiao Yun before him, stroking his beard, he wears a relaxed smile and remarks, if I am not mistaken, "It is the Chaos Invocation. Each time new disciples are accepted, they must comprehend the Chaos Invocation to resonate with the Chaos Bell. The more one understands, the louder the sound they can produce." The fact that the young master has managed to make the Chaos Bell resonate 9 times indicates that he has fully grasped the Chaos Invocation. Consequently, as long as he remains within our holy land of chaos, the young master can summon the power of the Chaos Bell at will. At this moment, Uncle Fu is no longer concerned about Xiao Yun's safety. With the ability to draw upon the strength of the Chaos Bell, how could he possibly falter against a holy son of the cave heaven realm? It is essential to recognize that this is an imperial weapon. Even if he can only access a minuscule fraction of its power, it remains immensely formidable. So, it is indeed the Chaos Invocation. No wonder I found Xiao Yun's hand seals somewhat familiar. They are reminiscent of the Chaos Invocation we once studied. I never anticipated that the Chaos Invocation harbored such capabilities. Regrettably, aside from the time we joined the sect to resonate with the Chaos Bell, we have not had the opportunity to study the Chaos Invocation further. With such divine abilities, Xiao Yun is practically invincible within our holy land of chaos. As the onlookers absorbed the words of old Fu, a wave of enlightenment swept through them, followed by a chorus of astonished exclamations. Their gazes towards Xiao Yun brimmed with envy. Although the Chaos Bell resided solely within the Chaos Sacred Land, allowing Xiao Yun to harness its power only within that domain, it was enough to incite considerable admiration. After all, who would dare to bully Xiao Yun in the Chaos Sacred Land henceforth? Not far away, Lin Xiaoya, Shi Chunyu, and others breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Xiao Yun possessed such a remarkable trump card. No wonder he had remained so composed. The ability to wield the power of an imperial weapon was indeed formidable. Chapter 38, treading upon the Saint's Son, how infuriating. It was indeed the Chaos Induction. Meanwhile, Li Bufan also caught wind of old Fu's words, prompting him to recall his past experiences with comprehending the Chaos Induction. He recognized that the seal Xiao Yun had just executed was precisely the one recorded within the Chaos Induction. However, would he simply retreat in disgrace? He had arrived brimming with arrogance and overwhelming dominance, exuding an imposing aura. If he were to flee in shame, frightened by Xiao Yun's Chaos Bell, he would lose all face within the Chaos Sacred Land. At that moment, Li Bufan gritted his teeth and shouted with fervor, his eyes sparkling with determination, "No matter what, you are merely a trifling ant at the body refinement realm. I refuse to believe that with just a fragment of the Chaos Bell's power, you can defeat me." With that, Li Bufan unleashed his full might, casting aside any concerns about potentially killing Xiao Yun. After all, with the protection of the Chaos Bell, it was impossible for Xiao Yun to be slain by him. It was he himself who, should he not unleash his full strength, would face true humiliation if defeated by Xiao Yun. With a resounding roar, Li Bufan channeled his utmost power, causing 7 black holes behind him to coalesce, emanating a formidable force that descended upon Xiao Yun. The might of the saint was unparalleled at that moment. Since you seek disgrace, I shall grant it to you. Observing this, Xiao Yun could not help but smirk coldly. He proceeded to execute the sealing technique, fervently urging the chaotic bell hovering above him. Suddenly, the chaotic bell erupted with golden light, releasing an overwhelming energy akin to colossal waves surging from the ocean, sweeping toward Li Bufan. Begone! Li Bufan bellowed, refusing to retreat. He summoned the 7 realms, gathering an astonishing force to strike down upon Xiao Yun. The immense chaotic bell collided with Li Bufan's 7 realms, igniting a brilliant explosion in the sky that engulfed the entire mountain, allowing all present to witness the cataclysmic power unleashed. However, the energy from the chaotic bell was too terrifying. It swept through the air like autumn winds scattering leaves, shattering Li Bufan's 7 realms instantly, sending him hurtling backward, blood spurting forth, stripped of any semblance of the saintly aura he once possessed, appearing exceedingly disheveled. In stark contrast, Xiao Yun remained unscathed, his chaotic bell overhead, resembling a celestial deity, descended from the heavens, exuding an unmatched authority, impervious to challenge. Li Bufan, is this truly the extent of your power? Such profound disappointment. Xiao Yun approached, bearing the weight of the chaos bell, casting a disdainful gaze upon Li Bufan, who lay on the ground. With a spurt of blood, Li Bufan, filled with indignation, glared at Xiao Yun and bellowed, "Had it not been for the chaos bell, crushing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant." Xiao Yun retorted with a cold smirk, "Were I at the celestial realm, eliminating you would be as simple as slaughtering a dog. Therefore, spare me the what-ifs. You wield your superior rank against me, yet expect me to refrain from using the chaos bell?" Li Bufan was momentarily rendered speechless, acutely aware of his own tendency to leverage his strength against the weaker. Nonetheless, his frustration simmered within him, and he glared at Xiao Yun, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Very well. When you reach my level of cultivation, I shall grant you a fair battle." With that, Li Bufan struggled to rise, intent on departing. "Did I permit your departure?" Xiao Yun sneered, and just as Li Bufan was about to ascend the air, he summoned the chaos bell once more, bringing it crashing down upon him. Li Bufan, caught off guard, was struck by the bell, resulting in a violent expulsion of blood. This time he fell to the ground, spewing blood thrice, staining his garments crimson, his hair disheveled, utterly devoid of the aura of a saint, resembling a beggar instead. Xiao Yun approached with a chilling smile, snorting disdainfully, "The oppressor shall always be oppressed. Since you dare to strike at me, I shall ensure you pay a price today, lest others think Xiao Yun is easy prey." With that, he once again summoned the chaos bell, preparing to strike Li Bufan anew. He was well aware that Li Bufan was a being of the cave heaven realm, not someone who could be easily vanquished. Therefore, he resolved to strike multiple times, determined to incapacitate Li Bufan completely. "Xiao Yun, you madman! If you kill me, the enforcers will not spare you," Li Bufan bellowed in fury. However, faced with the onslaught of the chaotic bell, he could only continue to fortify his defenses. Yet, in his severely injured state, he was no match for the chaotic bell, which, under Xiao Yun's command, sent him hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth, akin to a mere punching bag. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. What were they witnessing? The scion of the chaotic Holy Land was being treated like a rag doll, mercilessly battered about. What an utter embarrassment. Moreover, his assailant was merely a lowly cultivator of the body refinement realm. If there were a ranking for the most unfortunate scions of the chaotic Holy Land, Li Bufan's performance today would undoubtedly claim the top spot, perhaps even in the annals of history. Now, he sought the enforcers? Where was his fear of them moments ago? Xiao Yun continued to unleash the chaotic bell upon Li Bufan, a cold smirk adorning his face. Li Bufan, struck by the chaotic bell and coughing up blood, glared at Xiao Yun through gritted teeth, seething with rage. "I'm a scion, while you are merely an ordinary disciple. The enforcers will surely side with me. Prepare to have your cultivation abolished. Is that so? Then allow me to be the one to abolish your cultivation today." Xiao Yun retorted with a chilling laugh, once more commanding the chaotic bell to send Li Bufan crashing, bloodied and reeling. This time, Li Bufan found himself utterly devoid of strength, sprawled on the ground, unleashing a torrent of curses toward Xiao Yun. Yet, he had sustained grave injuries and lost all his combat prowess. Young master, enough. If this continues, he will truly perish, and it will invoke significant trouble. Just as Xiao Yun prepared to strike again, the voice of Uncle Fu resonated within his mind. Uncle Fu conveyed, "Young master, you are no longer the divine son. You cannot take Li Bufan's life. A lesson is sufficient. The death of a holy son at the hands of an ordinary disciple is a grave sin. Moreover, infighting amongst comrades is an unforgivable crime." Uncle Fu was genuinely concerned that Xiao Yun might act impulsively. Xiao Yun, however, was far from reckless. He had no intention of perishing alongside the foolish Li Bufan. He nodded slightly and subsequently dissipated the chaotic bell hovering above him. With the vanishing of the bell, the onlookers around them breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the oppressive aura emanating from the chaotic bell was overwhelming. Even a trace of its imperial energy sent shivers through their very souls. "Xiao Yun, you dare to act so brazenly within the confines of the chaotic sacred land. Once you step outside, I wonder if you can still harness the power of the chaotic bell." By then, Li Bufan continued to hurl insults at Xiao Yun. But before he could finish, Xiao Yun approached him with determined strides. A sense of foreboding washed over Li Bufan as he glared at Xiao Yun, bellowing, "Xiao Yun, what do you intend to do?" "I am here to complete what you left unfinished," Xiao Yun replied with a cold smirk, then raised his foot and forcefully brought it down upon Li Bufan's cheek. Li Bufan's pupils constricted, and he was struck with a profound terror. If Xiao Yun were to stamp down upon him, the shame he would endure for a lifetime would be irreparable. Yet, in his current state of incapacitation and grievous injury, he had no means to evade Xiao Yun's onslaught. "Dare you challenge me? Today, I shall let you experience the might of my invincible foot," Xiao Yun declared with a chilling smile, ruthlessly slamming his foot onto Li Bufan's face, distorting his features and shattering several of his teeth. Li Bufan was utterly driven to madness, his eyes ablaze with fury. The humiliation of being trampled upon was an affront he believed he could never cleanse from his existence. "I shall put an end to your arrogance. You think you can act so haughtily? Watch as I crush you." Xiao Yun continued to press his foot against Li Bufan, further tormenting him before finally relenting. At that moment, Li Bufan was overwhelmed by rage and collapsed into unconsciousness. Onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the usually refined and cultured Xiao Yun could possess such a ferocious side. "If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. But if one dares to offend, they shall meet their end, regardless of distance," Xiao Yun remarked with a cold snort before turning away. Chapter 39. The mighty Dong Yutong today was undoubtedly a day of upheaval in the Chaos Sacred Land. Xiao Yun swept through the Qianlong rankings, securing the 10th position as the most powerful practitioner in the history of physical cultivation, while delivering a resounding defeat to the Holy Son, Li Bufan. Each revelation was more astonishing than the last. The name Xiao Yun resonated throughout the Chaos Sacred Land once more, becoming a topic of fervent discussion. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun and his companions had already returned to the Imperial Peak. Accompanying Xiao Yun upon his return was a new member, Shi Chunyu. This enchanting beauty had become a devoted follower of Xiao Yun. Emperor Tian was exceedingly pleased with Xiao Yun's acolyte. After all, not only was Shi Chunyu strikingly beautiful, but her talents were also remarkable, promising to be of great assistance to Xiao Yun in the future. "Master, I hope my recent thrashing of Li Bufan 1T caused you any trouble," Xiao Yun inquired. Emperor Tian responded with an air of dominance. "What of it? A beating is merely a beating. It is of no consequence." Xiao Yun expressed his concern, "But master, I've heard that Li Bufan possesses a formidable master of celestial realm prowess." With a cold smirk, Emperor Tian replied, "I am aware. Is that fellow from the East Jade Hall once a defeated foe of mine? Even though he has ascended to the celestial realm, he remains no match for me." Xiao Yun was taken aback, realizing the extraordinary prowess of his master, who could indeed defeat beings of a higher realm. Yet, considering that the adversary also practiced the chaotic scripture, he felt somewhat reassured. It was said that Emperor Tian had attained the formidable state of a half-step chaotic body. Although not comparable to the supreme bodies, it could stand toe-to-toe with a second-tier divine body. Otherwise, he would not have been hailed as the foremost saint of the chaotic Holy Land in his time. Clearly, his esteemed master was quite formidable. Xiao Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. His greatest fear was inciting a minor retaliation that would bring forth a more notable foe. Although elder powers typically abstained from bullying the younger, the character of Li Bufan led Xiao Yun to believe that his master, Dong Yutong, was likely not exceptional either. Once I forge my chaotic body, I shall suppress them all, Xiao Yun mused coldly. Thanks to Li Bufan, Xiao Yun has once again gained 3 instances of enlightenment, bringing his total to 144. He eagerly awaits his return from the True Dragon Nest, where he will forge his chaos body. However, Xiao Yun approaches the expedition to the True Dragon Nest with utmost seriousness. In the days to come, he dedicates himself to honing his combat skills, frequently entering the illusory Demon Tower to battle the most formidable practitioners of the body refinement realm throughout history. His combat experience expands at an astonishing rate, and he witnesses the sheer might of various powerful royal and divine bodies through these encounters. Remarkably, Xiao Yun even dared to challenge the top-ranked ancestor, the Chaos Body. The outcome was predictable. Before he could make a move, the ancestor struck him with a single blow, sending him reeling and spitting blood. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the illusory demon, he might have been struck down on the spot. This encounter instilled in Xiao Yun a profound awareness of the Chaos Body's terrifying power, fueling his desire to achieve it. When the ancestor unleashed his prowess, the resonance of 3,000 great Tao reverberated around him, and every casual strike emanated an awe-inspiring might that Xiao Yun found insurmountable. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. I must forge the Chaos Body. After his battle with the ancestor, this conviction burned ever more fervently within Xiao Yun. Time passed unbeknownst to him. At East Jade Peak, Li Bufan, having endured a severe beating from Xiao Yun, spent over half a year recovering from his injuries. Of course, the severity of his wounds was not solely due to Xiao Yun's kick. The true source of his injuries stemmed from the Chaos Bell, which had shattered 7 of his cave heavens. This was the very foundation of his being. To mend these 7 celestial realms, he devoted countless days and invaluable resources. Fortunately, as the scion of the chaotic sacred land, he possessed an abundance of cultivation materials. Otherwise, recovering from his injuries would have taken him several years. However, although Li Bufan's physical wounds had healed, the scars on his spirit would remain forever. Each time he entered a meditative state, he was jolted awake by a haunting nightmare, one where Xiao Yun trampled upon his face while numerous disciples of the chaotic sacred land looked on, their eyes filled with mockery and schadenfreude. This humiliation was unbearable for Li Bufan, a dignified scion, and it had morphed into a haunting demon within him. Xiao Yun, I shall not let you escape, Li Bufan roared, overturning the gilded table before him, sending his followers into a trembling frenzy, filled with trepidation. At that moment, his followers dared not utter a word. They understood the profound disgrace Li Bufan had suffered, and anyone who dared to mention it would surely incite his wrath. Has my master emerged from seclusion? After venting his frustration, he turned to one of his followers, asking in a grim tone. Given his strength, he found it impossible to seek vengeance against Xiao Yun within the chaotic sacred land, especially with the formidable presence of Emperor Tian backing him. Thus, he resolved to seek the aid of his master, a being of transcendent power surely surpassing that of Emperor Tian. Reporting to the scion, the peak master has remained in seclusion. A devoted follower respectfully spoke. Li Bufan furrowed his brow slightly. His master often secluded himself, emerging only once a year to impart guidance, for his master aspired to attain sainthood and could not afford to squander his time solely on him. However, the thought of vengeance consumed Li Bufan, as this recent humiliation had morphed into a tormenting demon within him, rendering him incapable of enduring even a single day without retribution. I shall seek out my venerable master. Li Bufan resolutely decided to approach his master, even if it meant facing his master's reprimand. He deemed it a small price to pay. Moreover, his master had always treated him with kindness, and he was certain that such an act would not invoke ire. With determination, Li Bufan made his way to the secluded sanctuary of his master, Dong Yutang. Before a resplendent and imposing palace, he bowed deeply, tears of grievance streaming down his face as he implored, "Master, I have suffered an injustice. Please emerge and avenge me." He understood well that a crying child is often rewarded. Thus he resolved to weep most pitifully, hoping to incite greater fury in his master. In the distance, Li Bufan's followers watched in amusement, their lips twitching as they stifled laughter. Master, Li Bufan continued to weep, pouring out his grievances. Indeed, he had reason to feel wronged. Despite being stronger than Xiao Yun, he had been humiliated, which left him deeply dissatisfied. Just then, the grand doors of the palace creaked open, revealing an elderly man with flowing white hair. His attire was decidedly unremarkable, yet his gaze was piercing, his eyes profoundly deep, exuding strands of ethereal brilliance, with mysterious runes swirling around him, emanating an aura of formidable terror. "Disciple, what troubles you so?" the elder inquired, casting a glance at Li Bufan. "Master." Upon seeing the venerable elder, Li Bufan rushed forward, embracing his leg, hastily recounting his grievances. The man before him was none other than the formidable Dong Yutang of the celestial realm. Upon hearing Li Bufan's words, Dong Yutang's eyes suddenly blazed with golden light. Resembling two radiant suns, their intense brilliance erupting forth, causing the very void to tremble with a resounding roar, his gaze remarkably intimidating. What audacity, Xiao Yun, a mere disciple of the Supreme Elder, dares to humiliate the holy son of the chaotic sacred land, transgressing the hierarchy. Such an offense is unforgivable. Dong Yutang snorted coldly and addressed Li Bufan, "Disciple, come with me. I shall lead you to the imperial peak to seek vengeance. In due time, I will shield you from the chaos bell, allowing you to confront him in a fair duel." "Yes, master." A spark of fierce determination ignited in Li Bufan's eyes. Without the chaos bell, he could effortlessly subdue Xiao Yun. He envisioned a moment of retribution, where he would trample Xiao Yun's face, reclaiming his honor. Chapter 40. Striking the Young. Confronting the elder at the imperial peak, Xiao Yun was engaged in a sparring match with Shi Chunyu. Yet he found himself consistently on the defensive, enduring a severe thrashing. This was due to Shi Chunyu's recent breakthrough into the divine bridge realm, having ascended beyond the gathering Qi realm. "Junior sister, let us cease this for now." After a while, Xiao Yun set down his dark iron blade, a bitter smile adorning his face as he gestured to Shi Chunyu. The divine bridge realm was undeniably overwhelming. Previously, he could defeat Shi Chunyu, but now he is no longer a match for her. The disparity in their cultivation levels is too significant to be compensated by mere talent. "Brother Xiao, your strength has increased compared to before. Although your physical power remains at 700,000 Jin, your combat prowess has multiplied 2- or 3-fold. Shi Chunyu gazed at the figure of Xiao Yun before her, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance, her countenance as exquisite as jade, radiating charm. Having spent more than half a year in each other's company, Shi Chunyu, through frequent sparring, was acutely aware of the staggering potential Xiao Yun possessed. He had successfully deciphered 7 supreme combat techniques to their ultimate form, a feat unparalleled in the entire realm of cultivation. Even the ancestors of their chaos sacred land had only mastered 3 ultimate techniques in the body refinement realm. This was the first time Shi Chunyu encountered such a formidable practitioner in the body refinement realm. She believed that even the sons of the other 5 great sacred lands, at the same stage, would likely be on par with Xiao Yun. Yet, what does it matter how strong one is if they cannot contend with those in the divine bridge realm? Xiao Yun remarked wryly. After Shi Chunyu ascended to the divine bridge realm, she began to consolidate her spiritual power, enabling her to control flying swords and strike from 1,000 miles away, significantly enhancing her combat capabilities. In the face of Shi Chunyu's flying sword assaults, Xiao Yun was utterly outmatched. Indeed, even without the swords, he would still find himself at a disadvantage, for practitioners in the divine bridge realm upon consolidating their spiritual power, can cultivate divine abilities. These abilities possess extraordinary might, far surpassing that of ultimate combat techniques. In Xiao Yun's perspective, if the ultimate combat technique represents the pinnacle of mortal capabilities, then divine powers must be akin to the spells of celestial beings, having transcended the realm of the mundane. Each form of divine power possesses the might to upheave mountains and seas, instilling profound terror. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun remains unfazed, for he is merely at the body refinement stage. Once he ascends to the realm of the divine bridge, he will undoubtedly surpass Shi Chunyu by considerable margin, given his profound accumulation and unparalleled foundation. Who is Xiao Yun? Come forth, old man. At that moment, a thunderous voice reverberated across the sky, resembling the detonation of thunder, shaking the very fabric of the void and causing the entire imperial peak to tremble. Xiao Yun and his companions instinctively looked up to see Li Bufan accompanied by an elderly man with white hair, who floated in midair. This elder exuded an aura of terror, his body radiating with a torrent of crimson energy, resembling an immortal phoenix reborn from the flames. His eyes gleamed with a golden hue, akin to two radiant lanterns, instilling profound dread. When Xiao Yun felt the elder's gaze upon him, a chilling sensation enveloped his entire being, as if he had plunged into an abyss, leaving no room for any thoughts of resistance. The power emanating from this figure was overwhelming. He was undoubtedly an ancient being. Observing Li Bufan beside the elder, Xiao Yun had begun to deduce the identity of this formidable figure. Indeed, the nearby Fu Bo conveyed telepathically, "Young master, this is Dong Yutong, the master of Li Bufan, a formidable being of the heavenly realm." Xiao Yun's heart was filled with astonishment. He was in the presence of a great power. In an age where saints are absent, a being of the heavenly realm epitomizes the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Even the lord of their chaos sacred land is merely at the heavenly realm, while his own master exists beyond it, in the realm of the extraordinary. Confronted by such a formidable adversary, Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Even with the power of the Chaos Bell at his disposal, he found himself unable to contend with this individual. In his heart, he mused that, despite his limitations in cultivation, his ability to harness the Chaos Bell's might was exceedingly restricted. It was utterly implausible that he could vanquish a celestial being like Dong Yutong with such scant resources. Fortunately, this was the imperial peak. Xiao Yun felt a surge of relief. Had he encountered them outside, misfortune would undoubtedly have befallen him. After all, observing Li Bufan, who glared at him with unmistakable animosity from short distance away, Xiao Yun was acutely aware that these two had come seeking retribution. Indeed, when a minor adversary is dealt with, the elder arrives to settle the score. The ancients were not mistaken in their wisdom. "Are you Xiao Yun?" At that moment, Dong Yutong's gaze had firmly fixed upon Xiao Yun. With his divine sense sweeping across the imperial peak, it became evident that Xiao Yun was the only young man present, thereby revealing his identity. Being on the imperial peak, with the emperor's presence looming nearby, Xiao Yun felt emboldened, responding with a composed demeanor. "Indeed, I am Xiao Yun. May I inquire what guidance you seek, esteemed senior?" Dong Yutong snorted dismissively. "Impudence. Knowing that I am a senior, you do not immediately pay your respects. You exhibit no decorum whatsoever. It is no wonder you dare to defy authority and humiliate the holy son of our chaos sacred land. Truly, you are unrestrained." Xiao Yun disregarded Dong Yutong's rebuke, directing a cold gaze towards Li Bufan, and retorted with a hint of derision. "When I was a child, I would engage in scuffles with the neighbor's children. If they could not prevail, they would run home in tears to their parents. I never anticipated that I would encounter such juvenile behavior again as an adult. Li Bufan, you truly embody the essence of the holy son of our chaos sacred land." Li Bufan's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he quickly glared at Xiao Yun with indignation, exclaiming, "Xiao Yun, if you are not resorting to deceit by borrowing the power of the Chaos Bell, I could crush you with a mere finger. How about you wait until I reach the Dantian realm to battle me?" Xiao Yun retorted with sarcasm. Li Bufan, in a fit of anger and humiliation, replied. By the time you attain the Dantian realm, I will have already stepped into the spirit offering realm. Are you suggesting I should wait for you? Xiao Yun, with an air of arrogance, declared, even in the Dantian realm, I can still defeat you beyond your level. Such audacity! Li Bufan scoffed, utterly disbelieving Xiao Yun's boastful claims. Nearby, Dong Yutong waved his hand dismissively, gazing at Xiao Yun with indifference as he stated, in the cultivation world, fairness in battles of the same realm is a myth. Since you dare to offend our chaos sacred land's holy sun, today I shall teach you a lesson on the respect owed to those above you, which is not to be trifled with. Dong Yutong, when did my master, Di Tian, require your oversight? Li Bufan Raturta. Is there truly no one left at Defying? Not far away. Di Tian approached slowly. Although his pace was measured, he seemed to traverse the distance in an instant, standing coldly before Dong Yutong and his disciple. Upon seeing his benefactor arrive, Xiao Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. An old man dealing with another old man. Now that seemed fair. As for himself, it was best to contend with another of his own kind. A cold smile crept across Xiao Yun's face as he regarded Li Bufan. Since this fellow had come to him willingly, he might as well continue to lie in bed for another 6 months. Li Bufan seemed to sense Xiao Yun's gaze, involuntarily shuddering as he hastily retreated. He had no desire to be struck by the chaos bell again. Dong Yutong shot an indignant glare at Li Bufan, dismayed that his own disciple could be intimidated by a mere practitioner of the body refinement realm, deeming him a pitiful coward. However, at that moment, Dong Yutong had no time to concern himself with Xiao Yun. His focus was already locked onto Di Tian as he coldly declared, Di Tian, your timing is impeccable. I suffered a regrettable defeat at your hands back then, and today I shall seek to test your prowess once more. In response, Di Tian scoffed, regrettable defeat? How you embellish your own failures. Back then, I left you utterly humiliated, akin to a beaten dog. You were nothing but my subordinate's vanquished foe. Upon hearing this, Dong Yutong's anger flared, and he soared skyward, bellowing at Di Tian below. Enough with the idle chatter. Ascend at once. Today I shall avenge my past disgrace. Since you seek humiliation, I shall gladly oblige. Di Tian retorted with a cold laugh, ascending into the air like a soaring arrow, piercing the sky. Battles of their caliber could only unfold in the heights, lest they risk obliterating the surrounding peaks. Chapter 41. The Enforcer strikes above the peak of the Emperor. Two formidable auras surged through the sky, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to divine wrath, causing those below to tremble in fear. The altitude at which Di Tian and his opponent fought was so great that Xiao Yun, with the naked eye, could not discern their battle. He could only perceive the terrifying thunderclaps reverberating across the heavens. Xiao Yun felt a tinge of regret, lamenting that such a spectacular confrontation was beyond his sight. A true pity indeed. However, it matters not, for another battle awaits. Xiao Yun gazed at Li Bufan in the distance, a cold smile escaping his lips. Turning to his companion, Shi Chunyu, he said, Junior sister Shi, would you kindly carry me aloft on your flying sword? I am determined to confront Li Bufan. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. Yet, since Li Bufan has sought me out, I must return the favor. Otherwise, who would dare to bully me in the future? Very well, Shi Chunyu responded, her beautiful eyes blinking in surprise before she nodded without hesitation. After all, Li Bufan had often troubled her in the past, and she had long yearned to teach him a lesson. Unfortunately, her own strength had been insufficient. Now, with Xiao Yun's assistance, she was more than willing to lend her support. In an instant, Shi Chunyu summoned a flying sword, and together they soared into the skies. Whoosh! This was not Xiao Yun's first flight, and he appeared remarkably composed, reassured by the protective mental energy of Shi Chunyu, leaving him unafraid of falling. Xiao Yun. In the distance, upon seeing Xiao Yun approach on his flying sword, Li Bufan's pupils constricted in fear, prompting him to turn and flee at once. Xiao Yun pursued closely behind, shouting, Li Bufan, are you not the Holy Sun? Why do you not dare to engage me in a fair battle? Li Bufan was nearly overwhelmed with indignation. Is that truly a fair fight? Utilizing the power of the Chaos Bell, who could possibly stand against you? Li Bufan had no desire to spend another 6 months bedridden. Thus he fled with great haste. Xiao Yun relentlessly followed, proclaiming loudly, "Li Bufan, you worthless holy son," not even daring to face a mere practitioner in the body refinement stage. "What right do you have to be the holy son of our chaos sacred land? If I were you, I would simply leap into a latrine and drown myself." Xiao Yun's voice resonated loudly, echoing among the peaks, drawing the attention of disciples from all around. In an instant, figures soared into the air, gazing in this direction. Li Bufan, witnessing the scene, gritted his teeth in fury, for he discerned expressions of mockery and schadenfreude on many faces. It was a profound humiliation for him, a dignified saint, to be pursued by an ordinary disciple, especially one of mere body-refining realm. It was an unparalleled disgrace. Li Bufan could hardly endure such indignity. He roared in anger, disregarding the possibility of contending against Xiao Yun's chaotic bell, and turned to charge at him. "Xiao Yun, I shall slay you," Li Bufan bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury, his visage a mask of rage. Behind him, 7 celestial realms manifested, unleashing terrifying power. Chaotic summon. Xiao Yun was taken aback and hastily formed hand seals to harness the power of the chaotic bell. Instantly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently, coalescing like mighty rivers converging toward Xiao Yun, forming a resplendent golden bell that radiated immeasurable imperial might. With a swift motion, Xiao Yun activated the chaotic bell, hurtling it towards the incoming Li Bufan. Startled, Li Bufan swiftly dodged, but the bell's might was too formidable. Even the residual force sent him spiraling back, blood spewing forth. Li Bufan halted mid-air, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Xiao Yun with indignation. He roared, "What skill is it to rely on the chaotic bell? Dare to face me in a fair battle." "A fair battle?" Xiao Yun regarded Li Bufan with a mocking expression, sneering, "You, a cultivator of the cave heaven realm, expect me, a practitioner of the body refinement realm, to engage in a fair duel? Do you assume everyone is as foolish as you?" With that, Xiao Yun continued to channel the chaos bell, hurling it towards Li Bufan. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from the heavens, akin to thunder crashing in one's ears. In the next instant, a formidable figure appeared beside Li Bufan, shattering the chaos bell with a single palm strike. Startled, Xiao Yun hastily retreated. The being that had suddenly materialized was terrifying, undoubtedly an ancient powerhouse, far beyond his current capabilities. Fortunately, Uncle Fu arrived just in time, shielding Xiao Yun from harm. "Young master, this person is an enforcer," Uncle Fu conveyed gravely to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun turned his gaze towards the fearsome figure across from him, but the individual's features were obscured, rendering them indistinguishable. The enforcer coldly fixed his gaze on Xiao Yun and declared with an authoritative tone, "Xiao Yun, you possess great audacity to defy authority and offend the Holy Sun." Unfazed, Xiao Yun retorted with a scoff, "The master and disciple have come here to confront me. Am I not permitted to defend myself?" Impudence. The enforcer's expression darkened, reprimanding Xiao Yun, "You must comprehend your station. You are merely a disciple of a supreme elder. Upon encountering the Holy Sun, you ought to show proper respect. Such disregard for your superiors renders you, even if you grow stronger in the future, nothing more than a treacherous wolf. Thus, I shall incapacitate you today to eliminate future threats." Xiao Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Fu Bo positioned himself before Xiao Yun, hastily exclaiming, "Esteemed enforcer, my young master possesses extraordinary talent. It is undoubtedly within his grasp to forge a chaos body in the future. If you were to incapacitate him today, how could our chaos sacred land hope to rise again?" The enforcer scoffed dismissively, retorting, "Does the ascendance of our chaos sacred land truly hinge upon a mere child in the body refinement stage? What of Emperor Tion's unparalleled gifts? Did he ever succeed in forging a chaos body? Yearning for such an achievement, I dare say you are merely indulging in a dream." With that, the enforcer raised a hand, unleashing a formidable pressure that instantly immobilized both Fu Bo and Xiao Yun, rendering them powerless. Their expressions shifted dramatically. They felt minuscule before the enforcer, akin to ants at the mercy of a giant. Ha ha ha! Xiao Yun, having dared to offend the Holy Sun, do you now grasp the consequences? Li Bufan stood beside the enforcer, a smug expression adorning his face as he reveled in Xiao Yun's predicament. Xiao Yun glared furiously at Li Bufan and the enforcer, vowing that if he were to survive this ordeal, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against the enforcer in the future. Strength, I crave strength. In the realm of cultivation, dominance is revered. Only with unparalleled power can one stand triumphant and be hailed by all. At this moment, Xiao Yun was consumed by an insatiable desire for strength. Oomph. The enforcer seemed to sense the animosity in Xiao Yun's gaze. With a disdainful snort, he extended his hand towards him. Meanwhile, Emperor Tian was engaged in combat with Dong Yutong above, utterly oblivious to the turmoil unfolding below. Just as Xiao Yun and Fu Bo found themselves in despair, a soft sigh echoed from a distance. In the next moment, the oppressive weight surrounding Xiao Yun dissipated, and he and Fu Bo were instantaneously transported back to the peak of the Imperial Mountain. Simultaneously, a familiar figure materialized before Xiao Yun. It was none other than the Lord of the chaotic sacred land. Upon seeing this revered figure, Xiao Yun felt an immense relief. It appeared that his life had been spared, at least for the time being. In the sky, the enforcer, witnessing the intervention of the Lord of the chaotic sacred land to rescue Xiao Yun, could not help but furrow his brow and remarked gravely, "Your lordship possesses remarkable prowess. It seems you have indeed stepped into the realm of a half-step sage, which is truly commendable. However, even as the Lord, you cannot shelter a disciple who dares to disrespect his superiors." The Lord of the chaotic sacred land turned towards the enforcer and sighed, "King of the Eastern deities, this is merely a conflict between two young individuals. While it may involve the Dongyu Hall, there is no need for you to intervene. Such an act of bullying the weak does not embody the true spirit of a strong individual. I implore you, for the sake of my reputation, to let this matter rest here." Behind him, Fu Bo's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the Lord's words. He hastily transmitted a message to Xiao Yun, saying, "Young master, it turns out this man is the king of the Eastern deities. He is the elder brother of Dongyu Hall and was once the second-ranked disciple of our chaotic sacred land, as well as the greatest rival of our late master." Xiao Yun suddenly understood. It was no wonder that the enforcer had rushed to defend Li Bufan upon his arrival. They were indeed part of the same faction. Anger welled up within him as he silently cursed. He vowed that when he grew powerful in the future, he would suppress all these scoundrels. Chapter 42. The prototype of chaos in the sky, the enforcer, upon hearing the words of the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land, immediately dispelled the veil of confusion that shrouded his face, revealing his true countenance. "Oomph, it is indeed this fellow." Fu Bo let out a cold snort and transmitted a message to Xiao Yun. The East Divine King gazed at the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land atop the Imperial Peak, his expression frigid as he spoke solemnly. "Lord, Xiao Yun's insubordination is a direct violation of our Chaos Sacred Land's regulations. I am merely executing justice and not abusing my power. I beseech the Lord not to tarnish my integrity." The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land furrowed his brows and remarked, "Xiao Yun was once a son of God, having caused the Chaos Bell to toll 9 times. Must we pursue him for such a trivial matter? If this were to spread, the outside world would think our Chaos Sacred Land cannot accommodate talent." The East Divine King shot Xiao Yun a frigid glare and replied, "Months ago, at the Illusion Demon Tower, Xiao Yun injured Li Bufan. I spared him then out of respect for his past status as a son of God. However, this time, Xiao Yun brazenly pursued Li Bufan and slandered him, tarnishing his reputation. This has severely offended the dignity of the Son of God. As the enforcer, it is only right that I uphold the law and restore justice." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun coldly scoffed, "What great authority the Son of God wields! Is it permissible for the Son of God to act against us ordinary disciples at will, while we ordinary disciples are deemed in the wrong for retaliating? Is there such a principle in the world?" The East Divine King regarded Xiao Yun with a chilling gaze and stated, "In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. The Son of God embodies immense potential and is the future pillar of our Chaos Sacred Land, thus deserving of special treatment. Had you not relinquished your position as the Son of God, even if you had slain Li Buffon, you would not have committed any grievous sin, such as the law of our chaotic sacred land. Alas, upon hearing these words, Xiao Yun felt an increasing sense of regret for abandoning his identity as the Son. He immediately turned to the master of the chaotic sacred land and inquired, "Might I ask, Master, how can one become the Son?" He realized that if he were to ascend to the position of Son within the chaotic sacred land, the Eastern Divine King would have no grounds to punish him further. The Eastern Divine King appeared to grasp Xiao Yun's intent as well. He sneered and mockingly replied, "Now you comprehend the significance of identity? Alas, it is too late. In our chaotic sacred land, there are but 3 methods to attain the position of Son. The first is to possess formidable talent and achieve great deeds. The second is to ring the 6 chimes of the chaotic bell during the ceremony of mountain opening and disciple gathering. The third is to possess a unique physique." Having spoken, the Eastern Divine King looked down upon Xiao Yun with disdain, scoffing, "Regrettably, you are incapable of fulfilling any of these criteria." The master of the chaotic sacred land interjected solemnly, "Eastern Divine King, Xiao Yun is soon to venture into the true dragon's nest. With his talents, should he bring glory to our chaotic sacred land within the true dragon's nest, it would indeed constitute a great achievement, making him entirely deserving of the title of Son." The Eastern Divine King retorted coldly, "That is a matter for the future. At present, he is not the Son and must bear the consequences of offending one. Who says I cannot become the Son now?" Xiao Yun bellowed fiercely, pointing at the Eastern Divine King and declaring, "Today, I shall demonstrate to you that the mere title of Son is something I, Xiao Yun, can attain if I so desire." With that, he immediately sat cross-legged upon the ground and commenced his cultivation of the chaotic scripture. His actions instantly left those around him in a state of bewilderment. However, it did not take long for someone to discern Xiao Yun's intentions. "I understand now. Xiao Yun seeks to cultivate the chaos scripture to forge the chaos body. Should he succeed, he would acquire a unique constitution and could immediately ascend to the status of a holy son." Fool! How could the chaos body be so easily forged? Yet, if he were to create the embryonic form of the chaos body, that would indeed qualify as a 3rd-tier royal body, sufficient to become a holy son. To forge the embryonic form of the chaos body, one must cultivate the chaos scripture to its 36th layer of perfection. It took Emperor Tian 2 centuries to achieve this. How could he possibly accomplish it in such a brief moment? Xiao Yun must be out of his mind. Whispers of speculation arose around him as the area became increasingly crowded. Disciples of the chaos sacred land, along with its elders and even some supreme elders, had gathered. After all, the appearance of a law enforcer and the master of the chaos sacred land was an event not to be missed. How absurd! In the sky, the Eastern Divine King paused momentarily, but soon turned to look down at Xiao Yun with a mocking expression, scoffing. Does he truly believe that the chaos scripture is so easily mastered? To rely on it to forge the embryonic form of the chaos body in such a short time? This lad must be delusional. The master of the chaos sacred land regarded the meditating Xiao Yun with a sigh, feeling that Xiao Yun had been pushed to the brink, left with no viable options. However, the lord of the chaotic sacred land still sought to secure some time for Xiao Yun. He turned to the Eastern God King and said, "Since that is the case, why not grant Xiao Yun a little time? Surely, that is not too much to ask." The Eastern God King, skeptical of Xiao Yun's ability to forge the chaos body prototype in such a brief period, scoffed and feigned generosity, responding, "Very well. I shall grant him 1 week to see if he can indeed forge the chaos body prototype." The Eastern God King harbored no concerns about Xiao Yun turning the tables. He was acutely aware of the formidable challenge posed by the cultivation of the chaos scripture. After all, how extraordinary was Emperor Tian's talent. He was suppressed by it. Yet, what was the outcome? Emperor Tian spent 200 years before successfully forging the chaos body prototype, and that alone shattered previous records. Thus, the Eastern God King had little faith that Xiao Yun could achieve the same feat in such a short span. It was an endeavor destined for failure. In the universe, there exist profound truths that elude comprehension. Anything that can be understood belongs to the essence of vitality. Without vitality, there can be no movement of principle. And without principle, vitality cannot manifest. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun had entered a state of profound enlightenment, completely oblivious to his surroundings as he delved into the chaos scripture. At this moment, he was indifferent to whether he would break through to the gathering Qi realm. For the prospect of entering the true dragon nest seemed trivial in comparison to the imminent threat to his life. As Xiao Yun immersed himself in this state of enlightenment, he had grasped more than half of the 10th layer of the chaos scripture. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge towards his body like rivers flowing into the sea. The outside world erupted in astonished exclamations. Xiao Yun had actually broken through to the 10th layer. What remarkable comprehension! What significance does it hold? He had already attained the 9th layer a year ago. He must have been capable of breaking through to the 10th layer long ago. Unfortunately, to forge the Chaos Body prototype, one must cultivate the Chaos Sutra to the 36th layer, a goal he is still far from achieving. To accomplish the creation of the Chaos Body prototype within a week is an endeavor even the deities would find insurmountable. The crowd murmured in speculation. Uncle Fu, his face etched with concern, exclaimed, "This is terrible. The young master still intends to venture into the true dragon nest. If he were to break through to the gathering Qi realm now, he would be unable to proceed to the true dragon nest." Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Ground chuckled and reassured, "Fear not. I can suppress his cultivation, preventing him from advancing to the gathering Qi realm." With that, the Lord waved his hand, enveloping Xiao Yun in a golden barrier, effectively shielding him from the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Observing this, Uncle Fusai din Ridif. In the sky, the eastern god, King, scoffed, disregarding the matter. Only the 10th layer? He is still a great distance from the 36th layer. The notion of forging the Chaos Body prototype seemed utterly fanciful to him. Nearby, Li Bufan wore a derisive smirk, convinced that Xiao Yun's chances were utterly doomed. Achieving the Chaos Body prototype within a week was simply unattainable. Even those great emperors at Xiao Yun's age would have found it impossible. Chapter 43. 3 flowers gather at the apex. A grand opportunity unexpectedly, cultivating to the 10th layer of the Chaos Sutra, required me to undergo 2 insights. At this moment, oblivious to the clamor outside, Xiao Yun remained in a state of comprehension, diligently practicing the Chaos Sutra. To his astonishment, the first 9 levels of the Chaos Scripture could be mastered with merely 1 epiphany each. However, upon reaching the 10th level, 2 epiphanies were required for each subsequent layer. It appeared that the further one progressed, the greater the challenge of cultivating the Chaos Scripture, necessitating an increasing number of insights. Xiao Yun was struck by this revelation. Feeling somewhat unprepared, he had initially believed that 108 epiphanies would suffice to ascend to the 108th layer, but it became clear that he had been overly naive. Nevertheless, he mused that by merely forging the Chaos Body prototype, he could rival a 3rd-tier royal body, thus elevating himself to the status of a saint child. Fortunately, he only needed to establish the Chaos Body prototype without the immediate necessity of perfecting the Chaos Body itself. As he had heard from Emperor Tian, achieving just the Chaos Body prototype required the cultivation of the Chaos Scripture to the 36th layer, and he still had over 140 epiphanies remaining. Resolutely, Xiao Yun expended his epiphany count once more and continued his cultivation of the Chaos Scripture. Level 10, Level 12, Level 14. As time passed, Xiao Yun drew ever closer to the Chaos Body prototype. In a state of enlightenment, he resonated with the principles of chaos, finding the cultivation of the Chaos Scripture as effortless as eating or drinking, akin to having answers to an exam readily available, exceedingly swift. Boom! As Xiao Yun broke through each layer of the Chaos Scripture, the spiritual energy of the world outside surged violently, akin to a flood breaching its banks, relentlessly rushing towards him. However, a golden barrier enveloped Xiao Yun, preventing the influx of celestial energy into his body. Otherwise, he would likely have instantaneously ascended to the Qi gathering realm. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. How terrifying! Just how many levels had he broken through? What could possibly attract such an abundance of celestial energy? When Elder Tian proclaimed his progress of 9 levels in a single day, could it truly be accurate? The sheer volume of celestial energy he was drawing in suggested that he had surpassed merely the 10th level. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, the celestial energy rushing towards Xiao Yun continued to swell. Not far away, King Dong's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated Xiao Yun's exceptional comprehension, managing to break through several levels consecutively, far surpassing Elder Tian's prowess. Li Bufan, equally taken aback, whispered, "Master, could it be that Xiao Yun is truly on the verge of forging the embryonic form of the primordial body?" King Dong snorted dismissively and conveyed, "Rest assured, even with his formidable comprehension, it is impossible for him to cultivate the primordial scripture to the 36th level within a week." With King Dong's reassurances, Li Bufan began to relax. Meanwhile, the celestial energy converging towards Xiao Yun continued to increase, yet the golden barrier kept it at bay, resulting in a gathering of celestial energy around Xiao Yun that was nearing a liquid state, leaving many distant observers in utter awe. Such an extraordinarily dense concentration of celestial energy surpassed even that found in the sanctuaries of the sages. To remain amidst it for cultivation would undoubtedly yield swift advancement in their realms. An esteemed elder sighed, his words serving as a reminder to Uncle Fu. With a flicker of insight in his eyes, he quickly addressed the nearby Miss Shi Chunyu, urging her, "Miss Shi, hasten to the side of the young master and cultivate. The spiritual energy of this realm is of no use to him. You can certainly harness it to enhance your own abilities." Shi Chunyu paused for a moment, but soon grasped the situation and promptly seated herself beside Xiao Yun, assuming a meditative posture to absorb the surrounding spiritual essence. Indeed, while the spiritual energy was superfluous for Xiao Yun, it could be utilized by her. After all, it was far better to make use of it than to let it go to waste. Observing Shi Chunyu enter her state of cultivation, Uncle Fu turned his gaze toward Lin Xiaoya and remarked with a smile, "Xiaoya, if you do not enter the true dragon's nest now, this presents an excellent opportunity for you to break through to the Qi gathering stage. Moreover, there is a possibility that you could seize this chance to ascend to the pinnacle of the Qi gathering stage and potentially transcend into the divine bridge stage." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya found herself in a state of profound conflict. The prospect of attaining the pinnacle of the Qi gathering stage and even breaking into the divine bridge stage was overwhelmingly enticing. If left to her own devices, it would likely take her over a decade to reach the divine bridge stage, yet now she had the chance to achieve it within mere days, saving her a significant amount of time. However, should she break through to the Qi gathering stage, it would mean she could no longer accompany Xiao Yun to the true dragon's nest. What a dilemma. Meanwhile, Shi Chunyu had indeed reached the mid-stage of the divine bridge realm. It seemed she had only recently ascended to the divine bridge stage, yet here she was, achieving another breakthrough so swiftly. With such fortuitous circumstances, it would be a wonder if she did not advance. Little did they know, Xiao Yun's cultivation of the Chaos Sutra had inadvertently paved the way for Shi Chunyu's success. Suddenly, gasps of astonishment echoed around. Lin Xiaoya fixated her gaze on Shi Chunyu, who was seated cross-legged beside her senior brother. She could distinctly sense that Shi Chunyu's aura had intensified significantly, indicating a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the divine bridge realm. How infuriating! This opportunity belonged to her senior brother. It was utterly unjust for it to fall to someone like you. Lin Xiaoya ground her teeth in frustration. At that moment, a disconcerting thought struck her. Following this, the gap in cultivation between her and Shi Chunyu would only widen. This was simply intolerable. Particularly, she knew that Xiao Yun would surely progress rapidly in his training, and when the time came for him to venture into the world, he would undoubtedly take Shi Chunyu along, leaving her, the one burdened by inferior cultivation, behind. Unable to bear this any longer, Lin Xiaoya turned to Master Fu and declared, "Master, I shall not go to the true dragon nest." With that, she dashed forward, settling cross-legged on the opposite side of Xiao Yun. and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Boom! Before long, Lin Xiaoya experienced a breakthrough to the gathering qi realm, and her cultivation continued to surge. Indeed, given her lower starting point, her progress was markedly swifter than that of Shi Chunyu. Master Fu beamed at this scene, realizing it was a tremendous opportunity. Not only would it elevate Lin Xiaoya's cultivation, but it would also relieve the young master of an encumbrance when entering the true dragon nest. Truly a win-win situation. The master of the chaotic sacred land also smiled at the unfolding events. For him, whether it was Shi Chunyu or Lin Xiaoya, both were disciples of the chaotic sacred land, and their growing strength signified the burgeoning power of the chaotic sacred land itself. In the distance, the disciples of the chaotic sacred land gazed enviously at Shi Chunyu and Lin Xiaoya as they transcended their realms. Alas, with the master of the chaotic sacred land standing guard for Xiao Yun, they dared not approach to seize the opportunity. Moreover, the imperial peak was protected by a formidable mountain array, making it a place few could tread upon easily. They could only watch helplessly as the cultivation of Shi Chunyu and Lin Xiaoya soared continuously. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energies of heaven and earth erupted violently, converging wildly towards the imperial peak. In the next moment, all eyes were drawn to the spectacle above Xiao Yun's head, where 3 blossoms gradually took form, radiating overwhelming waves of spiritual energy. Heaven above, this was the manifestation of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown, signaling that Xiao Yun had cultivated the chaotic scripture to the 18th layer. In a single day, 9 layers. I now fully believe in the words of Emperor Tian. Xiao Yun indeed ascended 9 layers in just one day, aided by the heavens, to reach an unparalleled realm. It is truly terrifying. How could his comprehension be so profound? Is he in a perpetual state of enlightenment? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Even the master of the chaotic sacred land and the Eastern divine king, not far away, stared at Xiao Yun in disbelief. The 3 flowers gathering at the crown, the 18th layer of the chaotic scripture, is simply terrifying. It has not even been a full day. Even the ancient emperors could not possibly possess such an extraordinary level of comprehension. Could they? Chapter 44. 5 Qi Converging. A shocking revelation. As Xiao Yun perfected the 18th layer of the chaotic scripture, revealing the wondrous phenomenon of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. However, it was not long before their envy shifted towards Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu. Due to the 3 blossoms atop Xiao Yun's head, he was utterly unable to assimilate them, as they were obstructed by a seal meticulously laid by the sovereign of the chaos sacred land. Thus, these 3 flowers seemed destined to go to waste. However, would Uncle Fu allow such a waste to occur? Certainly not. Almost instantaneously, he acted, transferring the 3 blossoms from Xiao Yun's head into the bodies of Shi Chunyu and Lin Xiaoya. Among them, Shi Chunyu, possessing a stronger cultivation, received 2 blossoms, while Lin Xiaoya was bestowed 1. For them, these 3 flowers represented an extraordinary opportunity. After absorbing her blossom, Lin Xiaoya's cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket, directly ascending to the pinnacle of the qi gathering realm. Following the absorption of her 2 blossoms, Shi Chunyu also experienced a breakthrough, advancing to the late stage of the divine bridge realm. In the distance, the disciples of the chaos sacred land gazed upon them with expressions of envy, jealousy, and intense longing. The sovereign of the chaos sacred land chuckled softly, remarking, "Indeed, these 2 young ladies have been fortunate." With a knowing grin, Uncle Fu added, "As the saying goes, when one ascends, even their chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. Such is the truth. Many individuals choose to follow prodigies for this very fortune." Uncle Fu himself had savored similar benefits in his past, having chosen to follow Emperor Tian early on. Each time Emperor Tian made a breakthrough in the chaos scripture, his followers also reaped certain rewards. It was through such fortuity that Uncle Fu attained the extraordinary realm. Without it, his innate talent would have rendered him incapable of reaching such heights. Now, it was Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu's turn to relish this exceptional fortune. Truly, they were 2 remarkably fortunate young ladies. Uncle Fu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu. Undoubtedly, Xiao Yun's talent far surpasses that of DT On. The two young ladies accompanying him are destined for remarkable achievements in the future. Meanwhile, as Xiao Yun diligently practices the Chaos Sutra, he encounters a troubling matter. He discovers that advancing to the 19th layer of the Chaos Sutra requires an astonishing 3 instances of enlightenment. This is a cumulative challenge. It appears that to forge the Chaos body, he must accumulate at least several hundred instances of enlightenment. Xiao Yun feels somewhat exasperated. He now comprehends the immense difficulty inherent in cultivating the Chaos Sutra. No wonder, throughout the years, no one has succeeded in mastering it. The challenges are simply overwhelming. Without the assistance of the system, he fears he might never even achieve the Chaos body prototype in this lifetime. Fortunately, he possesses the system. Xiao Yun silently rejoices. Next, he examines his system and discovers that he still has 135 instances of enlightenment remaining. This number seems to exceed his expectations. However, he soon realizes that his cultivation of the Chaos Sutra must have triggered some extraordinary phenomenon, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around him and granting him additional opportunities for enlightenment. What a delightful surprise! He never anticipated that his cultivation would provoke such admiration and increase his instances of enlightenment. It seems that the success of forging the Chaos body prototype is assured. A confident smile spreads across Xiao Yun's face. Outside, night has fallen, and the stars shine brilliantly in the sky. Yet, the onlookers remain, captivated by Xiao Yun's extraordinary pace of cultivation. They believe he might truly succeed in forging the Chaos body prototype, and thus they are unwilling to miss this extraordinary spectacle. As Xiao Yun continued his enlightenment training with the Chaos Sutra, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth grew increasingly dense, eventually liquefying into a flowing essence akin to water, cascading in all directions. This was not to be squandered. Witnessing this spectacle, Uncle Fu hastily employed his mystical powers to gather the liquefied spiritual energy and direct it towards Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu. Their cultivations experienced yet another breakthrough. Lin Xiaoya attained the pinnacle of the gathering qi realm, poised to coalesce her mental energy and ascend to the divine bridge realm. Meanwhile, Shi Chunyu surged to the zenith of the divine bridge realm, her strength significantly amplified. Uncle Fu nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that the likelihood of Lin Xiaoya breaking into the divine bridge realm was exceedingly high. As for Shi Chunyu, she was at least bound to reach the full realization of the divine bridge realm, with the potential to even transcend into the celestial realm. It must be said, this fortuitous opportunity was overwhelmingly extraordinary for them, effectively saving them 2 to 3 decades of cultivation time. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the void, and flashes of lightning illuminated the sky. Above Xiao Yun, a cluster of resplendent yellow clouds began to coalesce. A bystander counted, and there were 5 distinct clouds. An elder, taken aback, seemed to recall something, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "It is the 5 qi invoking origin. He has cultivated the Chaos Sutra to the 27th layer." At this revelation, the onlookers erupted in excitement. The gathering of the 3 flowers atop the head and the invocation of the 5 qi was astonishing. He had managed to break through 18 layers of the Chaos Sutra in merely 1 day. If this young man fails to master the chaotic scripture and forge the chaotic body, then it is likely that no one in this world will ever succeed. With the 5 qi converging towards the origin, Xiao Yun is merely 9 layers away from forming the incipient chaotic body. The exclamations of astonishment echoed around him, leaving all present in a state of sheer shock. Even the lord of the chaotic sacred land was rendered speechless, gazing incredulously at Xiao Yun. In the distance, the Easter divine king wore an expression of utmost displeasure, his countenance as dark and foreboding as a turtle lurking in the depths of the ocean. Li Bufan was utterly stunned, resembling a fool as he watched Xiao Yun, whispering to himself, "Impossible. Impossible. This cannot be happening." The spectacle before them had left the onlookers completely astounded. Prior to this, Who could have anticipated that Xiao Yun would ascend to the 27th layer of the chaotic scripture in just one day? This was nothing short of an unattainable miracle. Such profound comprehension undoubtedly paved the way for the creation of the chaotic body, igniting hope for the resurgence of our chaotic sacred land. After a moment of reflection, the Lord of the chaotic sacred land sighed, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he gazed at the meditating Xiao Yun. At that moment, he resolved that even if Xiao Yun ultimately failed to forge the incipient chaotic body, he would protect him, ensuring that the Eastern Divine King could not harm him in the slightest. Xiao Yun's extraordinary insight had deeply impressed the Lord of the chaotic sacred land. Although a year prior, Xiao Yun had also reached 9 layers in a single day, that had only been reported by Emperor Tian and not witnessed firsthand by the Lord, leading to his skepticism. However, this time, it was the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land who bore witness with his own eyes, and he finally acknowledged the terrifying talent of Xiao Yun. Believing firmly that he could indeed master the Chaos Sutra and forge an unparalleled chaos body that would endure through the ages. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope for the resurgence of the Chaos Sacred Land, and that hope resided within Xiao Yun. Chapter 45. The Embryonic Form of the Chaos Body. Ascension to Saint Sun, yet another wave of great fortune. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Uncle Fu gazed at the 5 resplendent golden clouds coalescing above Xiao Yun's head, reflecting on the remarkable luck of Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu. These 5 clouds promised to significantly enhance their prowess, undoubtedly surpassing the previous trio of blossoms. Upon the completion of the 5 clouds formation, Uncle Fu swiftly intervened, drawing one of the clouds towards him and bestowing it upon Shi Chunyu. As for Lin Xiaoya, she was not granted a cloud, for she found herself ensnared at the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm, unable to consolidate her mental energy and consequently unable to ascend to the divine bridge realm. She could not absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Conversely, after absorbing 1 cloud, Shi Chunyu's cultivation advanced to the pinnacle of the divine bridge realm, where she too found herself obstructed by a bottleneck. Uncle Fu had no choice but to seal away the remaining 4 clouds, observing Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu while sighing. Now, it is up to your own fortunes. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land, standing nearby, smiled and remarked, "Indeed, meeting is a form of destiny. Today, I shall lend them a helping hand." As the words fell, the master of the chaotic sacred land began to recite a sacred scripture, yet oddly, no sound emerged. However, Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu nearby found themselves enveloped in a radiant golden light. The great sound is the subtle essence. This is the sacred sound. Fubo, astonished, recognized the master of the chaotic sacred land's technique. After all, he was an extraordinary master with considerable insight. This was a sacred sound only a sage could emit, akin to the thunderous resonance of the Buddha in the Buddhist realm, capable of enlightening one's mind and providing profound clarity. In simpler terms, it bore effects akin to sudden enlightenment, albeit on a much smaller scale, perhaps 1,000th of true enlightenment. Nevertheless, it could undoubtedly aid individuals in transcending their limitations. Furthermore, the thresholds of the gathering Qi realm and the divine bridge realm were not particularly arduous, given the innate talents of Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu. A breakthrough was merely a matter of time. The master of the chaotic sacred land's actions were but a means to facilitate their advancement. With the sacred sound resonating from the master, Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu felt their bodies tremble as if thunder had erupted in their minds, granting them the sensation of piercing through their bottlenecks. Almost instantaneously, both began to assault their barriers, striving to ascend to the next realm. Among them, Lin Xiaoya, due to her relatively lower cultivation, achieved the breakthrough first, swiftly consolidating her mental energy and stepping into the divine bridge realm. Excellent. Fu Bo beamed with joy upon witnessing this. He immediately gestured, sending forth a cloud of yellow light for Lin Xiaoya to absorb. In an instant, her cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket, advancing from the early stages of the divine bridge realm directly into the mid-stages. Unquestionably, Master Fu harbored no reluctance towards his disciples, and thus, he promptly bestowed another yellow cloud upon them. Lin Xiaoya's cultivation continued to advance, reaching the late stage of the Divine Bridge realm. At this juncture, Master Fu sent forth the remaining 2 yellow clouds simultaneously. Lin Xiaoya welcomed them without hesitation, and after absorbing these 2 clouds, her cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the Divine Bridge realm, placing her on par with Shi Chunyu. However, at that moment, Shi Chunyu too finally overcame her bottleneck, stepping into a new realm, namely the Cave Heaven realm. Suddenly, behind Shi Chunyu, a black hole emerged, voraciously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, rapidly expanding in size. At this point, Lin Xiaoya had reached the bottleneck of the Divine Bridge realm, rendering her unable to break through in the short term. She reluctantly opened her eyes, conceding her meditation. Meanwhile, the dense spiritual energy that filled the air now favored Shi Chunyu, aiding her in swiftly establishing her cave heaven space. Before long, Shi Chunyu began to condense her second cave heaven. Sister, she is truly remarkable. She has effortlessly ascended to the cave heaven realm. At this moment, Lin Xiaoya had returned to Master Fu's side, observing Shi Chunyu's significant advancement in cultivation. Surprisingly, she felt little jealousy, for she had already attained the complete state of the Divine Bridge realm, just a step away from entering the cave heaven realm herself. It could be said that in comparison to Shi Chunyu, she had ascended like a rocket. The benefits she had gained were monumental, almost allowing her to leap towards the heavens. Master Fu chuckled warmly. You 2 girls are exceptionally fortunate. However, do not rejoice too soon. Your rapid elevation in cultivation is rather precarious. Thus, henceforth you are to visit the illusionary demon tower daily, seeking out those phantasmal duplicates to engage in combat training, honing your battle experience, and solidifying your cultivation. Yes, Master. Lin Xiaoya responded obediently, her face adorned with a radiant smile, for she had ascended to the Divine Bridge realm, enabling her to soar through the skies on her sword, an event she had long anticipated. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested above Xiao Yun's head. This time, it was neither the convergence of 3 flowers atop the head nor the 5 energies converging towards the origin, but rather a series of colorful beams of light that pierced the heavens, resembling colossal pillars supporting the vast expanse of sky and universe. Furthermore, golden lotus flowers began to emerge incessantly from the earth surrounding them. A resonant symphony of the great Tao reverberated through the void, echoing throughout the imperial peak. Above in the night sky, countless stars cast their silvery glow, illuminating the entire imperial peak with an extraordinary brilliance, reminiscent of torrents cascading from thousands of feet, as if the Milky Way had descended from the heavens. Such a spectacle was profoundly magnificent, leaving the onlookers in sheer awe and disbelief. Yet soon, their astonishment deepened as they beheld Xiao Yun, who sat cross-legged with closed eyes. At that moment, his body began to levitate gently, radiating a dazzling golden light, akin to a resplendent sun, exuding a magnificent divine radiance. Behind him, the colorful pillars of light had multiplied to 30, resembling 30 celestial columns holding aloft the vast firmament. Even more astonishing was the continuous emergence of the resounding Tao sounds from within these vibrant pillars. Could it be that these were projections of the Tao itself? Certainly, it is the projection of the great Tao. I have once witnessed the 300 projections of the Emperor's Tao. Xiao Yun possesses 30 Tao projections. Has he truly forged the chaos body prototype? Hiss! The crowd gasped, many inhaling sharply in astonishment. It was utterly shocking. Xiao Yun has indeed forged the chaos body prototype, advancing the chaos scripture to the 36th layer. What an extraordinary revelation. Some of the esteemed elders inadvertently plucked their own beards in their astonishment. In merely a day's time, Xiao Yun astonishingly forged the chaos body prototype. Nothing could be more astounding than this. Should this news reach the realm of cultivation, it would surely ignite a frenzy throughout. Such comprehension is truly terrifying. The forging of the chaos body is imminent. The master of the chaos sacred land gazed in shock at Xiao Yun, suspended in midair, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Beside him, Fubo wore a broad smile. In stark contrast, the Eastern god king Enlightenment, not far away, wore expressions as dark as the abyss. Their faces clouded with despair. They understood that they had failed. Xiao Yun had indeed forged the chaos body prototype and ascended to the status of a saintly disciple. Indeed, at that moment, the master of the chaos sacred land proclaimed in a resounding voice, Elder Taishan's disciple, Xiao Yun possesses exceptional talent. He has forged the chaos body prototype. And therefore, I hereby elevate him to the rank of Saint's Son. His booming voice echoed throughout the entire chaos sacred land. In that instant, all disciples of the chaos sacred land erupted in jubilation. Chapter 46, Transformation 800, 000 Gene of Power, as Xiao Yun comprehended the 36th layer of the chaos scripture to perfection. He felt the heavens showering auspicious colors and the earth surging with golden lotuses. Blossoms of lotus flowers radiated vibrantly. Divine radiance filled the sky. And dragons soared while phoenixes danced, with auspicious purple energy flowing from the east. A magnificent 30 pathways manifested as projections behind him, their five-color divine light illuminating both the heavens and the earth, while seven-colored brilliance cascaded over the entire chaos sacred land. Numerous wondrous phenomena and profound portals emerged in abundance. The sound of the Tao resonated in layers, akin to the admonitions of a venerable monk or the enlightening teachings of a Taoist sage, echoing thunderously within Xiao Yun's heart. His expression was solemn and grave, entranced as if he had encountered a life-giving downpour in the desert, instantly revitalized. The dust upon his soul was swept away in an instant, resembling a pristine mirror of enlightenment, untouched by the slightest impurity. In that moment, Xiao Yun's physical form underwent a complete transformation, evolving from a mere mortal body to that of a royal physique, having initially attained the embryonic form of the chaos body. Is this the embryonic form of the chaos body? At this juncture, Xiao Yun ceased his cultivation, turning his introspection within. He discovered that his flesh, organs, and bones had all undergone qualitative changes, each radiating a spectrum of colors, appearing supremely sacred. Simultaneously, he sensed that his physical strength had grown far greater than before. With his vital energy surging vigorously, imbued with boundless power, estimating an increase of at least 100,000 gene. In essence, Xiao Yun now possessed a total strength of 800,000 gene, having stepped into the realm of the seven restrictions. This was quite natural, for possessing a third-tier royal physique inherently granted an additional 100,000 gene of power compared to a mortal body. Xiao Yun was filled with immense excitement. With such formidable combat strength, who could possibly stand against him once he entered the true dragon nest? He could easily sweep aside all formidable foes. Of course, he owed a debt of gratitude to the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land for aiding him in suppressing his cultivation. Otherwise, he would likely have ascended directly to the Dantian realm by now. For Xiao Yun, there was no urgency in advancing to the Dantian realm. What he truly needed was to attain the utmost strength at each level, establishing an unparalleled foundation. This was also the common choice among exceptional prodigies. For these extraordinary beings, elevating their cultivation was not a challenge. Rather, they sought to forge the most powerful foundation, which would serve as their confidence in ascending to the status of emperor. Without a robust foundation, the opportunity to become an emperor would be elusive. Xiao Yun's goal was undoubtedly to become an emperor, so he did not rush to enhance his cultivation. With his moments of enlightenment, his progress was swift and natural, akin to a river flowing effortlessly. The esteemed elder's disciple, Xiao Yun, displayed extraordinary talent, having forged the chaos body prototype, and was thus elevated to the status of Holy Son. At that moment, he heard the voice of the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land. Xiao Yun immediately opened his eyes, gazing at the Lord before him, and quickly bowed in respect, saying, "Thank you for your protection, Lord." He understood that the Lord stood firmly by his side, which fostered deep respect within him. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land held Xiao Yun in high regard, and, upon hearing his words, smiled and replied, "There is no need for such formality, Holy Son. It brings me great joy to witness you forge the Chaos body prototype. This is a momentous event for our Chaos sacred land. I hope you will continue to strive diligently and endeavor to complete the Chaos body, leading our Chaos sacred land to rise." Xiao Yun's expression was solemn, and with unwavering determination, he spoke, "Rest assured, Holy Master, I shall undoubtedly forge the Chaos body." The Holy Master of the Chaos sacred land nodded, and then turned his gaze toward the Eastern God King in the sky, stating calmly, "Eastern God King, Xiao Yun is now also a Holy Son. According to our regulations, as long as the conflicts between Holy Sons do not result in harm among our own, we must refrain from intervening." The Eastern God King's countenance darkened, and he replied coldly, "Di Tian has indeed taken on a commendable disciple. I hope he can truly forge the Chaos body in the future." With that, the Eastern God King departed into the void. Li Bufan stood there, feeling somewhat at a loss. He gazed at Xiao Yun below, a profound sorrow filling his heart. Xiao Yun had ascended to the status of a Holy Son, equating his own standing, and he could no longer restrain Xiao Yun by virtue of rank. Within the confines of the Chaos sacred land, with the power of the Chaos Bell at his disposal, Xiao Yun's strength would undoubtedly surpass his own. It was evident that if he wished to avoid misfortune in the future, he would have to keep his distance from Xiao Yun. This realization left Li Bufan feeling deeply resentful. At that moment, Xiao Yun also turned his gaze toward Li Bufan, smiling as he inquired of the Holy Master, "Holy Master, does this mean that as long as I do not strip Li Bufan of his cultivation or take his life, I can freely engage him in combat?" The Holy Master of the Chaos sacred land, upon hearing this, appeared speechless. After a pause, he responded, "As long as it does not involve the life of a Holy Son or result in the forfeiture of their cultivation, we will not intervene in the grievances between Holy Sons." With that, the Holy Master departed into the void. Xiao Yun then cast a cold smirk toward Li Bufan in the sky, clenching his fist as he remarked, "Li Bufan, did you hear that? Whenever I encounter you henceforth, I shall strike you once." Before Xiao Yun could finish his words, Li Bufan in the sky had already fled at an astonishing speed, leaving Xiao Yun utterly astonished. "Alas, it appears that I am not yet capable of confronting this fellow." Xiao Yun felt a sense of helplessness. Although he could harness the power of the Chaos Bell to defeat Li Bufan, he was still merely at the body refining stage and lacked the ability to fly, making it impossible for him to match Li Bufan's speed. If Li Bufan truly wished to escape, Xiao Yun would be unable to catch him. Once I return from the True Dragon's nest and enhance my cultivation, I shall settle the score with you." With a cold snort, Xiao Yun quickly dismissed Li Bufan from his thoughts. A mere Li Bufan was not worth his concern. To be regarded as his rival, one must at least possess a supreme body. As for Li Bufan, he was still far from that level. "Senior brother, Xiao senior brother." At that moment, Fu Bo, Lin Xiaoya, and Shi Chunyu approached. Xiao Yun immediately noticed the significant improvement in Shi Chunyu and Lin Xiaoya's cultivation, prompting him to smile and exclaim, "Congratulations on your remarkable advancement. This is all thanks to the fortuitous opportunities bestowed upon us by Xiao senior brother." Shi Chunyu said, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. She had experienced a tremendous leap in her cultivation, entering the cave heaven realm and saving decades of arduous training. Beside her, Lin Xiaoya also beamed with joy, declaring, "Senior brother, I have now reached the perfect state of the divine bridge realm, far surpassing you." Xiao Yun chuckled softly. "In that case, does this mean you can no longer accompany me to the True Dragon's nest?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya's expression immediately fell. Beside him, Uncle Fu chuckled, remarking, "Without her as a burden, young master, you could navigate the dragon's nest with greater ease." Indeed, upon hearing this, Xiao Yun couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoya, puffing up her cheeks and stamping her feet, glared at them with an expression of displeasure. At that moment, Di Tian descended from the heavens, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face, exuding an air of triumph as he approached. Observing Di Tian's beaming expression, Xiao Yun surmised that his master had emerged victorious. He immediately extended his congratulations, saying, "Master, you truly are formidable, able to defeat even those of the heavenly realm with ease." It is essential to note that Tian was merely at the transcendent stage. Typically, a practitioner of this level would be akin to a child facing a formidable opponent from the heavenly realm, utterly defenseless. Yet, Tian's ability to triumph over a heavenly realm powerhouse speaks volumes of his terrifying strength. A mere early-stage heavenly realm waste, if I, with my half-step chaos body, cannot vanquish him, it would indeed be a disgrace to the esteemed title of the chaos body, renowned as the supreme form. Tian nonchalantly waved his hand, then looked at Xiao Yun with a beaming expression, exclaiming, "Disciple, you surpass me by leaps and bounds. You have swiftly forged the nascent form of the chaos body, and in the future, you shall undoubtedly manifest the true chaos body, invincible across the world." Although he was engaged in battle with Dong Yutong in the skies, his divine sense allowed him to perceive everything unfolding below. When the Eastern Divine King appeared to confront Xiao Yun, it was Tian who had sent a message to summon the Master of the Chaos Sacred Land. Otherwise, do you think the Master of the Chaos Sacred Land would have arrived so promptly? Fortunately, later on, witnessing the nascent form of the chaos body sculpted by Xiao Yun, Emperor Tian felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. The more he observed this disciple before him, the more his satisfaction grew. He was thrilled, for he truly had a worthy successor. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yun, who was oblivious to all that his master had done, he responded to Emperor Tian's words with a smile, assuring, "Rest assured, Master, I shall undoubtedly forge the chaos body." He yearned for it profoundly. The chaos body, ranked first among the 10 supreme bodies, has long been heralded as the mightiest of special physiques across the myriad realms. Xiao Yun felt an impatient anticipation swell within him. For once he manifested the chaos body, he would stand proudly as a dragon soaring through the skies. Chapter 47. Arrival at the True Dragon's Nest half a month later at Emperor Peak. Xiao Yun and Emperor Tian prepared to embark on their journey to the True Dragon's Nest. Fu Bo, Lin Xiaoya, and Shi Chunyu came to bid them farewell. "Young master, this is a spatial ring containing a wealth of spiritual beast meat, as well as a mysterious iron flying dagger and numerous spirit stones," Fu Bo said, presenting a spatial ring to Xiao Yun with a sense of urgency. Xiao Yun nodded appreciatively, accepting the ring with gratitude. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoya gazed at Xiao Yun with reluctance. "Senior brother, you must take care." Xiao Yun smiled gently, patting Lin Xiaoya's head with confidence. "Do you still doubt my strength?" "Wishing you triumphant success, senior brother Xiao," Shi Chunyu added softly in blessing. Xiao Yun returned her smile before ascending the clouds with Emperor Tian, departing from Emperor Peak. Meanwhile, atop the peaks within the Chaos Sacred Land, numerous onlookers directed their gazes toward Xiao Yun and his companions, seemingly aware of their purpose. After all, the opening of the True Dragon Nest is a momentous event in the realm of cultivation, known to all. Brother Xiao is heading to the True Dragon Nest. Over the years, the talents who ventured to the True Dragon Nest have faced ambushes from the primordial sacred land, resulting in heavy casualties. It seems Brother Xiao may be in peril this time. Brother Xiao has already reached the realm of the 7 bands, wielding a formidable strength of 800,000 pounds, ranking 10th among the most powerful in the history of body refinement. He is surely capable of sweeping through the True Dragon Nest. Indeed, Brother Xiao is exceptionally strong. Yet I have heard that the primordial sacred land has unleashed a supreme body, purportedly the 4th-ranked time-space body, whose prowess may surpass that of Brother Xiao. We hope for Brother Xiao to achieve victory, thereby upholding the prestige of our Chaos Sacred Land. Many disciples within the Chaos Sacred Land are offering their blessings to Xiao Yun, for his journey to the True Dragon Nest represents the dignity of their sect. Should Xiao Yun triumph, it would bring honor to them all. Conversely, a defeat would render them subjects of ridicule in their future endeavors. Thus, aside from a couple of fools, nearly everyone wishes for Brother Xiao to emerge victorious and return in glory. Many eyes are upon me. In the sky, Xiao Yun and Di Tian stood upon a white cloud, acutely aware of the multitude of gazes directed at them, infused with fervent anticipation. Xiao Yun unconsciously felt a tinge of pressure. This expedition to the true dragon nest bore immense responsibility. Di Tian sighed. Our chaos sacred land has been in silence for far too long, to the point that the cultivators outside have completely forgotten that we are one of the 6 great sacred lands of the Central Land. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's face brimmed with confidence as he clenched his fist and declared with radiant eyes, "Then this time, let me, Xiao Yun, proclaim to them that our chaos sacred land remains the strongest sacred land." Di Tian smiled faintly, pleased with Xiao Yun's self-assurance. As a peerless prodigy, such confidence was well-deserved. To be invincible, one must possess an unwavering belief in their own strength. Otherwise, how could one hope to vanquish their foes? Thus, every invincible genius embodies the conviction of "with me, there is invincibility." Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in the ears of Xiao Yun and Di Tian. It was the voice of the master of the Chaos Sacred Land. Both Xiao Yun and Di Tian promptly bowed respectfully towards the master. The master responded with a smile and a nod. Xiao Yun could sense the expectation in the master's gaze, igniting a surge of ambition within him. He could not help but roar, "Today I, Xiao Yun, shall venture to the true dragon nest and sweep away all the talents, proclaiming the might of our chaos sacred land." His resounding voice echoed throughout the entire chaos sacred land. Instantly, the master of the chaos sacred land and many esteemed elders revealed expressions of gratification. The disciples of the chaos sacred land were equally invigorated, silently bestowing their blessings upon Xiao Yun. After departing from the chaos sacred land, Di Tian quickened their pace, heading towards the true dragon nest. Within a span of several days, the two arrived at their destination. Before you lies a vast canyon, ensconced within a shimmering golden array, where clouds and mist swirl in a mesmerizing dance, obscuring the scenery within. Yet, one can faintly perceive the overwhelming presence of dragon might, instilling a sense of awe and trepidation. At the entrance to the canyon, a grand platform of azure stone serves as a gathering place, where numerous youthful figures bustle about, engaged in spirited conversation and lively discourse. "Disciple, await the opening of the true dragon's nest here. I must first pay a visit to a few old friends," declared Emperor Tian, as he left Xiao Yun behind and ascended into the air. With keen eyes, Xiao Yun soon spotted a young woman, suddenly appearing amidst the clouds, departing alongside his master. A hint of scandal flickered in his mind. However, he felt little surprise, for Emperor Tian had once been the foremost son of the chaotic sacred land, basking in glory. It was only natural for him to have a couple of cherished companions. Xiao Yun could only reflect on how his master remained as formidable as ever. "Perhaps you are Brother Xiao Yun?" At that moment, a young girl approached, her bright, curious eyes sparkling as she regarded Xiao Yun with keen interest. Taken aback, he inquired, "May I ask your name, fair maiden? How is it that you know me?" The young girl beamed, "I am Tang Yun, hailing from the Mountain Water sect. As for how I came to know you, the enchanting lady who just departed with your master is my own mentor." With that, Tang Yun playfully winked at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun could not help but smile gently, realizing that this girl was the disciple of his master's companion, which made her, in a sense, his junior apprentice. After all, who could tell if this girl's master might one day become his own mistress? Xiao Yun immediately adopted a courteous demeanor, smiling as he addressed her. "So it is junior sister Tang. I am honored to meet you." Tang Yun surveyed Xiao Yun with curiosity in her eyes, smiling brightly as she said, "My master often speaks highly of you, senior brother Di Tian, claiming that you are an extraordinary disciple destined to make your mark upon the 9 heavens continent. Meeting you today certainly confirms that." "Junior sister Tang, you flatter me," Xiao Yun replied. "Yet I perceive that your corporeal form radiates with a resplendent golden light. You must have already stepped into the realm of body refinement. Am I correct?" The two exchanged compliments in a playful manner. At that moment, however, a carriage came rushing from afar, heading directly toward Tang Yun's position. Consequently, the coachman, seeing her in the path, shouted, The tyrant sect is here. You had better move aside. In the coachman's view, anyone hearing the name tyrant sect would hastily yield. Yet, Tang Yun was not one to submit meekly. With a cold huff, she leaped into the air and struck downwards with her palm, instantly slaying the fierce horse that pulled the carriage. Ah, the coachman cried out, crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, the carriage, flickering with a blue light, landed steadily without a hitch. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, sensing two powerful auras emanating from within the carriage, both surpassing Tang Yun's strength. They were likely prodigies who had entered the forbidden realm, explaining their audacious arrogance. You dare to obstruct the carriage of our esteemed Ba Wang sect, and even go so far as to slay our noble steed? Are you tired of living? The coachman, rising to his feet, glared furiously at Tang Yun. She responded with a cold snort. The audacity of her Ba Wang sect is astonishing. You collide with others and yet display such righteous indignation? The coachman glared at her, seething with anger. At that moment, the curtain of the carriage was drawn aside, revealing a girl clad in a striking red dress. She gazed coldly at Tang Yun and inquired, "Did we collide with you?" Taken aback, Tang Yun retorted, "If it weren't for my formidable strength, you would have already struck me. Then it follows that we did not collide with you," the girl in red replied icily, and in an instant, her figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Panic surged through Xiao Yun as he realized the gravity of the situation. But before he could act, it was too late. A crisp slap echoed through the air, and he witnessed Tang Yun's face flush crimson, blood trickling from her lips as she glared at the girl in red, teeth clenched in fury. Chapter 48. A resounding slap. Xiao Yun's gaze turned frosty. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to strike here, catching him off guard and leaving him unable to intervene. The girl in red continued, "Our Ba Wang sect does not bully others, yet we will not allow others to bully us either. If we had indeed collided with you, we would have offered our sincere apologies. However, since we have not, the death of my horse shall serve as the price for that slap." Tang Yun, covering her face, her eyes glistening with tears of rage, glared fiercely at the girl in red and exclaimed, "You twist the truth and create chaos." The girl in the red dress gazed at her and calmly remarked, "Our tyrant sect has always valued reason. If you do not believe me, you may inquire among those around us whether I truly collided with you." Upon concluding her statement, her cold eyes swept over the surrounding crowd. The onlookers, feeling the chill of her gaze, instinctively recoiled, and none stepped forward to defend Tang Yun. Such is the domineering nature of the tyrant sect. Xiao Yun approached Tang Yun's side, his icy stare fixed upon the girl in the red dress. With a voice sharp as frost, he declared, "You will slap yourself immediately and apologize to her. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." As Tang Yun was the disciple of his future master, Xiao Yun felt compelled to stand up for her. Moreover, the girl before him was exceedingly arrogant and overbearing. "Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner?" Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, the girl in the red dress shot back with a frosty glare, her face adorned with a sneer. "Do you wish to be a hero saving the damsel in distress? I fear you are merely a bear." Xiao Yun's gaze turned even colder, penetrating to the bone. "You will slap yourself at once and apologize to her." "I do not wish to repeat myself a third time." With a boastful demeanor, she retorted, "Very well, then I shall grant you a slap, fulfilling your fantasy of a bear saving a maiden." The girl in the red dress raised her brows defiantly, snorted, and then transformed into a blur, hurtling toward Xiao Yun. In an instant, she stood before him, delivering a fierce slap. For even the most beautiful woman, if her heart is as venomous as a serpent's, will evoke disdain. Xiao Yun's voice was frigid and piercing. He had initially deemed it beneath him to take action against a woman. However, given her overbearing and willful demeanor, he resolved to abandon any semblance of courtesy. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, seemingly arriving before her despite having been the later initiator. He seized the wrist of the girl in the crimson dress with one hand while the other hand clasped tightly around her throat, causing her to tremble and become immobile. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, wholly unprepared for Xiao Yun's remarkable prowess. This person is formidable. He has subdued Zhang Yakin with but a single move. Indeed, Zhang Yakin of the Overlord sect was renowned, her brother Xiao Yun possessing the five elements divine body, being the most esteemed disciple of the sect. She herself had entered the realm of the first ban, heralded as one of the dual prodigies of her generation. Yet, today, she found herself bested by a nameless individual. Given his evident strength, he could not truly be an unknown. The question lingered as to which esteemed sect he hailed from. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, their gazes toward Xiao Yun were filled with incredulity. Meanwhile, Zhang Yakin, held captive by Xiao Yun, wore a grim expression. She had not anticipated such formidable strength, at least that of someone in the third ban. Nevertheless, Zhang Yakin remained undaunted, fixing her cold stare upon Xiao Yun and demanding, "Release me at once." Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly, "Since you are unwilling to strike your own cheek, I shall assist you in doing so. At that time, I shall naturally set you free." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yakin's brows furrowed in indignation. Her gaze sharpened as she glared at Xiao Yun, exclaiming, "Do you dare? Why would I not dare?" Xiao Yun grasped Zhang Yakin's throat, effortlessly lifting her off the ground. He then raised his right hand, poised to deliver a slap. Zhang Yakin's pupils constricted as she shouted at Xiao Yun with fury, "My brother is Zhang Yunfei. If you dare to lay a hand on me, he will not spare you." Xiao Yun responded with a cold smirk, "I'm afraid I do not know this individual, hence your threat holds no weight with me." He lifted his palm, his gaze icy. Zhang Yakin shot him a look filled with venomous hatred. "Stop!" At that moment, another person from within the carriage could no longer remain seated. With a sharp exclamation, she stepped out. The crowd turned their gazes, witnessing a graceful figure emerging. She possessed an angelic visage and a devilish physique, akin to a divine lotus in full bloom. Her skin radiant and exquisite, her beauty unparalleled. It was none other than Mu Qianxue. She was the foremost beauty of a younger generation in Central Earth, a prodigious talent with an extraordinary ice body. Rumor had it that she was betrothed to the time-space body of the Taichu sacred land. It seemed an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Upon sighting her, the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement. Even Xiao Yun momentarily lost his composure, for her beauty was rivaled only by Shichunyu. However, Xiao Yun was not one to be swayed by mere appearances. Regardless of her allure, he remained undeterred, raising his hand once more towards Zhang Yakin. Seeing Xiao Yun audaciously prepare to strike, Mu Qianxue called out, "You cannot harm her." Xiao Yun halted his hand, momentarily taken aback, and then chuckled in disbelief, looking at Mu Qianxue with a cold smile. "And why is that?" Mu Qianxue gazed at Xiao Yun with clear eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips, akin to a garden in full bloom. "Just consider a favor for me, shall you?" Xiao Yun, with an indifferent expression, inquired, "Do we know each other?" Mu Qianxue paused momentarily, but soon replied with a charming smile, "We were not acquainted before, but now." "Since we are not acquainted," Xiao Yun interrupted her, casting a cold glance her way, "why should I grant you any favor?" The surrounding crowd was momentarily stunned, followed by an uproar. How audacious to show such disrespect to Mu Qianxue. It was the first time anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner. Could this young man be employing a strategy of feigned indifference to capture her attention? The murmurs among the onlookers intensified. Mu Qianxue was momentarily taken aback. As the foremost fairy of the younger generation in Central Land, blessed with extraordinary talent and unparalleled beauty, she was accustomed to receiving respect wherever she went. Yet Xiao Yun disregarded the chatter around him and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap. Smack! The force of Xiao Yun's strike was formidable, leaving Zhang Yakin's cheeks swollen and knocking out 3 of her teeth, rendering the crowd speechless. Did he truly dare to resort to violence? The arena fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The spectators were utterly astonished. After all, that was Zhang Yakin from the Tyrant sect, whose brother was a prodigy possessing the 5-element divine body. Mu Qianxue's gaze turned somewhat dazed. She too had not anticipated that Xiao Yun would take such action. Get lost, and do not be so arrogant next time. After Xiao Yun struck, he unceremoniously cast Zhang Yakin aside. Mu Qianxue hastily caught Zhang Yakin, shielding her behind herself. Chapter 49. The Overlord Sect, Zhang Yunfei. I will not let you escape. I swear that my brother will grind you to dust and shred your body into pieces. At this moment, Zhang Yakin cowered behind Mu Qianxue, her eyes burning with venomous fury, almost ablaze with rage. She bellowed with a twisted expression. Zhang Yakin, a true disciple of the Overlord sect, was a gifted prodigy who had ventured into forbidden realms. Her brother, Xiao Yun, was a peerless genius endowed with the 5 elements divine body. With such a prestigious lineage, who would dare provoke her? Yet today, she had been publicly slapped, an insufferable humiliation. Zhang Yakin was seething with rage, trembling uncontrollably. Her once graceful face had contorted into a terrifying mask, her eyes glaring hatefully at Xiao Yun. Very well, I await your brother's arrival. By the way, I am called Xiao Yun. Make sure your brother does not mistake his target. Xiao Yun coldly stated, regarding Zhang Yakin with indifference. Should she wish to court death, he would show no mercy. Once they entered the true dragon's nest, he would not hesitate to unleash a massacre. Just you wait. Zhang Yakin shot Xiao in a fierce glare before swiftly retreating. Beside them, Mu Qianxue gazed at Xiao Yun as if he were already a ghost, softly sighing. You should not have acted. I intended to save your life. Alas, it seems fate has decreed otherwise. Indeed, it appears that Mu Xianzi seeks to resolve this enmity and avert a potential massacre. No wonder the world reveres her as a reincarnation of the Bodhisattva. Her compassion is truly profound. Those around were immediately filled with admiration. Xiao Yun rolled his eyes, finding himself bemused by the mindset of these individuals. Gazing at the ostensibly virtuous demeanor of Mu Qianxue, Xiao Yun scoffed. So, according to your reasoning, if someone strikes my friend, we are to remain passive and accept our fate. Mu Qianxue regarded Xiao Yun and softly replied, I understand your resentment and anger, yet you must realize that sometimes taking a step back opens up a world of possibilities. Apologies, but I'm not one to retreat. Xiao Yun retorted coldly. Mu Qianxue shook her head, almost in lament. Stubborn impulsiveness can lead to self-inflicted wounds. Why subject yourself to such pain? Xiao Yun replied icily, perhaps my adversaries will find themselves crushed beneath my resolve. Confidence is commendable, yet lacking the corresponding strength renders it mere posturing, a pursuit of disgrace. Mu Qianxue remarked with a calm demeanor. Xiao Yun sneered. How can you presume I lack the requisite strength? Mu Qianxue gently brushed her hair and said softly, while I cannot claim to know every hero in the world, I am familiar with many prodigies possessing extraordinary abilities across the Central Plains. Among this younger generation, however, the name Xiao Yun does not appear. Is a special constitution truly superior? Must a mundane body inevitably succumb to one with extraordinary traits? I refuse to believe that. Xiao Yun huffed defiantly. Mu Qianxue gazed at Xiao Yun and shook her head, saying, a mortal body is ultimately just a mortal body, inherently inferior to those with special constitutions. This is a universally acknowledged truth within the cultivation realm, and cannot be refuted simply by your disbelief. Xiao Yun replied coldly. That merely reflects your narrow-mindedness and lack of insight. His words, however, incensed the surrounding onlookers. What an arrogant individual! He was utterly presumptuous to claim that Lady Mu was short-sighted. Such audacity was intolerable. Once Zhang Yunfei arrives, I shall witness his downfall. It must be said that Mu Qianxue's entourage was quite substantial, rendering Xiao Yun the target of scorn for many. Yet, Xiao Yun chose to disregard these nameless bystanders, turning instead to Tang Yunyun and inquiring, Sister Tang, are you unharmed? Tang Yunyun glanced at Mu Qianxue in the distance, and then whispered to Xiao Yun, Brother Xiao, I have brought you trouble. You must leave quickly. That Zhang Yunfei is formidable. Xiao Yun smiled slightly. I must ultimately venture into the true dragon's nest. Even if I flee now, how shall I escape once inside? Tang Yunyun paused, her face filled with self-reproach. It is all my fault that you are in this predicament. Xiao Yun shook his head with a smile. You have done nothing wrong. How can you claim to have harmed me? She had done no wrong, but you have. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from afar. The crowd turned to see a young man striding forward with an imposing presence. His hair was as dark as ink, his face chiseled, with long brows framing eyes that sparkled like stars, exuding an aura of dominance that seemed to gaze down upon the world. Behind this individual stood the self-satisfied Zhang Yakin, her head held high, casting a disdainful gaze over the surrounding crowd, much like a proud peacock. However, when Zhang Yakin's eyes fell upon Xiao Yun, her expression instantly transformed into one of seething resentment, her gaze filled with venom. Zhang Yunfei had arrived. Possessing the 5 elements divine body, it was said that Zhang Yunfei's strength was already on par with that of the scions from the sacred grounds, second only to the one from the Taichu sacred land, who wielded the power of time and space. This young man named Xiao Yun was doomed. As the imposing figure of Zhang Yunfei loomed beside Zhang Yakin, astonishment rippled through the onlookers, gasps of disbelief echoing in the air. From a distance, several young prodigies turned their attention towards this scene. Initially, they had regarded Xiao Yun and Zhang Yakin with indifference, but now, the presence of both Mu Qianxue and Zhang Yunfei piqued their interest. After all, both Mu Qianxue and Zhang Yunfei were regarded as the pinnacle of genius, undoubtedly ranking among the top 10 among these young cultivators. Who had dared to provoke Zhang Yunfei? How intriguing it was that someone had the audacity to anger him. Could it be a scion from a sacred ground? A spectacle was about to unfold. A number of these prodigies began to converge towards this place. These individuals were renowned and formidable, causing the casual bystanders to part ways. In the midst of the crowd, Zhang Yunfei's gaze was like a flash of lightning, cold and unyielding as it fixed upon Xiao Yun. With every step he took, an overwhelming aura of pressure radiated outward, enveloping the surroundings. He did not deliberately unleash a formidable power. Rather, it was an aura that emanated from him naturally. Only a true prodigy could cultivate such an invincible presence. At that moment, the surrounding air grew unbearably oppressive, as if the very space had solidified. A terrifying aura surged forth, making one feel as though they were being crushed by a great mountain. Zhang Yunfei's overwhelming presence stirred the young geniuses who had rushed over, their faces reflecting shock and awe. Yet, when they turned to look at Xiao Yun, they were met with expressions of disbelief. Unable to fathom how this seemingly ordinary mortal dared to offend Zhang Yunfei. Do you regret it now? Suddenly, Mu Qianxue sighed softly beside him, casting a glance at Xiao Yun, as if seeking to find astonishment, fear, despair, and regret in his eyes. She had encountered many such individuals before. However, this time she had misjudged, for in Xiao Yun's gaze, there was no trace of fear or remorse. He remained as calm and confident as ever. Such an expression was one she had only seen in the eyes of unparalleled prodigies. Zhang Yunfei, the 5 elements divine body? Is he truly that powerful? Xiao Yun cast a dispassionate glance at Mu Qianxue before turning his attention to Zhang Yunfei, coldly stating, "I do not find you impressive." Chapter 50. A stunning revelation. I do not find you impressive? How audacious! This fellow is incredibly arrogant to dare claim that Zhang Yunfei lacks strength. Does he imagine himself to be the one with the time-space body from the primordial Holy Land? I have encountered many arrogant individuals, but none have matched such unbridled hubris. In the realm of arrogance and hubris, I, Zhang San, would dare to proclaim him as the mightiest in the domain of cultivation. As Xiao Yun's words echoed through the air, a cacophony erupted around him. Truly, Xiao Yun's declarations were excessively audacious. Who is Zhang Yunfei, you may ask? He is none other than the foremost true disciple of the Overlord sect, possessing a second-tier divine physique known as the 5 elements divine body. His prowess in the realm of physical cultivation rivals that of the most extraordinary prodigies from the sacred lands, commanding respect from all. And who, pray tell, is this Xiao Yun? The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet none could claim familiarity with such a talent. Thus, he is merely an unknown. Xiao Yun? I have not heard of you. An obscure individual daring to be so presumptuous is indeed the height of arrogance. Zhang Yunfei observed Xiao Yun with a calm demeanor. His strength was palpable as he stood there like an immovable mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure upon those around him. However, Xiao Yun remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yunfei, retorting with scorn. When it comes to arrogance, who could possibly rival your overlord's sect? And as for you, Xiao Yun, I do not recognize you. Does that not imply that you too are but an unknown? The onlookers were rendered speechless. This Xiao Yun was undeniably audacious, daring to confront Zhang Yunfei in such a manner. It was an utter disregard for authority, as if he fancied himself a prodigy of the sacred lands. Zhang Yunfei, upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, could not help but let out a cold laugh. His formidable aura surged forth like a tempest, compelling the surrounding crowd to retreat in alarm. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun felt the oppressive force of dominance bearing down upon him. You do not recognize me? Very well, but from this day forth, I shall be eternally imprinted upon your heart. Zhang Yunfei's gaze was icy as he fixed his sharp, blade-like eyes upon Xiao Yun. A palpable aura of lethal intent instantly enveloped the air, surging toward Xiao Yun. At that moment, an intangible chill, frigid to the extreme, seemed to freeze the very essence of the space around them, rendering the atmosphere suffocating as if it could halt a heartbeat. Apologies, but my heart yearns solely for beautiful women. I harbor no interest in men, so please refrain from harboring any illusions. Xiao Yun abruptly stepped back, casting a look of disdain towards Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yunfei's expression darkened, and with a scowl, he retorted, "Are you mistaken? I merely wish to impart a lesson upon you, so you may forever remember who truly cares for you." The onlookers were equally bemused, as the previously tense atmosphere dissipated, disrupted by the audacity of this young man. A soft laugh escaped Tang Yunyun, who quickly covered her mouth in an attempt to stifle it. Mu Qianxue also cast an odd glance at Xiao Yun. Boom! Zhang Yunfei's temples throbbed as he finally reached his boiling point. He unleashed a punch directed at Xiao Yun. This blow appeared unremarkable, lacking in speed and seemingly devoid of power. It exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, akin to a mountain crashing down from the heavens, instilling an acute sense of suffocation. In that moment, the talented individuals positioned opposite Zhang Yunfei all displayed expressions of shock, for beneath the weight of his punch, they felt their bodies ensnared, rendering them momentarily incapable of evasion. Xiao Yun also felt this sensation, his expression immediately turning grave. The prowess of the individual before him, Zhang Yunfei, was indeed formidable, surpassing even that of the once-conquered Jie Yulong. However, Xiao Yun was not daunted. He too raised his fist and struck out. Unlike Zhang Yunfei's ordinary punch, Xiao Yun's attack was imbued with an overwhelming force, for he unleashed the ninefold dominance fist, a technique renowned for its sheer ferocity. With a resounding boom, as Xiao Yun unleashed his punch, the surrounding spiritual energy erupted violently, and a glimmer of golden light radiated from his fist, resembling waves of golden seas crashing relentlessly toward Zhang Yunfei. The momentum was unparalleled, a display of might that felt utterly unstoppable. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished by Xiao Yun's extraordinary strength. After all, they were all prodigies, capable of discerning the exceptional nature of Xiao Yun's strike. At that moment, the fists of Xiao Yun and Zhang Yunfei collided with a thunderous crash, akin to a clap of thunder, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to explode, enveloping the arena in a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire platform. In that exchange, neither side emerged victorious, prompting them to continue their fierce engagement. Their fists clashed repeatedly in the void, a true contest of strength with neither willing to yield. The intensity of the battle stirred the atmosphere into a frenzy. The spectators were left in awe, while Zhang Yunfei's prowess was anticipated. Who was this Xiao Yun that wielded such terrifying strength? They were not fools and could clearly perceive the might of Xiao Yun. Yet they were left wondering just how deeply he had ventured into the realms of power. How could this be possible? Beside her, Zhang Yakin, who had initially been brimming with pride, now wore a changed expression, her smile abruptly frozen. She had believed that with her elder brother's intervention, Xiao Yun would surely be defeated by a single blow. However, to her astonishment, her brother was momentarily unable to contend with Xiao Yun. Who exactly was this individual? There was no record of him among the prominent sacred grounds. A look of bewilderment also flickered in Mu Qianxue's eyes, she had not anticipated Xiao Yun's overwhelming strength. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed through the arena, as the earth trembled violently, prompting all present to retreat swiftly. The ground fissured, cracking open with immense crevices. The clash between Xiao Yun and Zhang Yunfei was extraordinarily intense, their fists colliding like two titanic mountains engaged in battle. A terrifying force radiated outward, creating tumultuous waves that swept across the surroundings, a golden tempest engulfing the scene. In a moment of fierce determination, Zhang Yunfei bellowed, unleashing a dazzling halo of 5 colors that erupted from his being. As he hurled a punch into the air, it descended upon Xiao Yun with catastrophic force. Instantly, the earth splintered, the void quaked, and an extraordinary might emanated from him. This was the 5 Elements Divine Fist. Rumored to be a superlative technique forged from 5 elite martial arts, its power vastly surpassing that of conventional super techniques. The onlookers, particularly the gifted, recognized this maneuver and gasped in awe. Others lauded, remarking that Zhang Yunfei was indeed a prodigious talent endowed with the 5 Elements Divine Body. And the cultivation of the 5 Elements Divine Fist was notoriously arduous, achievable only by him. The synergy between the 5 Elements Divine Fist and Zhang Yunfei's Divine Body promised a force rivaling ultimate martial techniques. The spectators understood that the moment of reckoning was at hand. Zhang Yunfei had unveiled his formidable 5 Elements Divine Fist, and it was inevitable that he would seek to vanquish this young man named Xiao Yun. Boom! In the face of Zhang Yunfei's 5 Elements Divine Fist, Xiao Yun did not dare to be careless. He unleashed the 9 turns tyrant fist to its utmost potential. A tremendous force erupted, shattering everything in its path. Unstoppable and overwhelming. To everyone's astonishment, Zhang Yunfei's 5 Elements Divine Fist was decisively countered by Xiao Yun, forcing him to stagger backward. Onlookers were left in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. What had they just witnessed? Zhang Yunfei's 5 Elements Divine Fist had been directly defeated by someone? Chapter 51. A new realm unveiled. The revelation that Zhang Yunfei's 5 Elements Divine Fist had been repelled was staggering. This individual was undeniably formidable. Who was he? How could he possess such strength? This person was certainly not a nameless foe. The crowd erupted in exclamations, each person visibly shaken by the display of power Xiao Yun exhibited, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Mu Qinxue and Zhang Yakin's eyes sparkled with disbelief. They had not anticipated Xiao Yun's extraordinary prowess, which took them by surprise. The battle intensified. Both sides were pushing their combat abilities to the limit. Xiao Yun, at that moment, resembled an invincible war deity, wielding his fearsome luminous fists. His blood surged with fervor, akin to golden flames engulfing him, emanating an overwhelming and terrifying aura. While Zhang Yunfei was indeed strong, this only fueled Xiao Yun's excitement, igniting a passionate battle spirit within him, making him increasingly formidable as the fight progressed. Boom! Xiao Yun exerted his utmost strength to unleash the 9 turns overbearing fist. A resplendent golden light erupted from his fists, radiating with a brilliance akin to the sun, exuding an overwhelming might. Subsequently, these luminous beams coalesced into 9 radiant fists, gradually merging into a singular force that erupted from Xiao Yun's hands in an instant. Reminiscent of solar explosion. In that moment, the dazzling light shone forth, accompanied by a formidable momentum, as waves of energy surged toward Zhang Yunfei on the opposite side. Zhang Yunfei's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed an almost suffocating pressure. The strength exhibited by Xiao Yun was utterly overwhelming, dominating him with sheer power. This realization filled Zhang Yunfei with indignation and fury. Who is Zhang Yunfei? He was the foremost disciple of the Overlord sect, and if the sect were sacred ground, he would be its divine offspring. Furthermore, he possessed the 5 Elements Divine Body, a formidable and rare constitution ranked among the second tier of divine physiques, second only to the supreme bodies. Such a prestigious identity naturally fostered Zhang Yunfei's proud demeanor. He was unwilling to be bested by this nameless individual before him. and he absolutely refused to allow it. Ah, five elements domain, manifest. In his fury, Xiao Yun bellowed, succumbing entirely to his rage. Suddenly, a radiant domain of 5 colors enveloped him, expanding outward like an ethereal realm that enveloped Xiao Yun and began to encroach upon him. As Xiao Yun was engulfed by this 5-colored light, he felt his body become sluggish, as if the very fabric of space around him had contracted, significantly hampering his speed. What is this? Xiao Yun's expression shifted as he experienced a moment of shock. He sensed that the colorful domain had yet to fully take shape. Otherwise, its power would surely be even more formidable. It was the domain of the 5 elements. Legends whispered that those endowed with a 5-elemental body are inherently bestowed with such a domain, a remarkably potent force. It is said that only cultivators of the spirit-offering realm can forge a domain, yet unexpectedly, Xiao Yun had achieved this while still in the body refinement realm, truly terrifying. This was merely the embryonic form of a domain, yet it was already formidable. After all, among those in the body refinement realm, only Xiao Yun had managed to manifest such a nascent domain. The crowd around gasped in astonishment. Zhang Yakin, regaining her confidence, proudly lifted her chin and disdainfully regarded Xiao Yun in the arena, exclaiming with immense pride, "Once my brother's 5-elemental domain emerges, who among all but the unparalleled prodigies of the 6 sacred lands can contend with him?" No one dared to contradict her, for Xiao Yun's prowess was indeed well known. Boom! In the arena, empowered by the 5-elemental domain, Xiao Yun became incredibly fearsome, unleashing a barrage of punches with overwhelming force, seemingly intent on engulfing Xiao Yun. "Forcing me to utilize my 5-elemental domain. You have indeed made a name for yourself today," Xiao Yun declared with a haughty gaze, his confidence restored. At that moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from Xiao Yun's body, coalescing into a massive bell that enveloped him entirely. Boom! Xiao Yun's fists relentlessly struck against the golden bell. Yet he could not breach its defenses, failing to inflict even the slightest harm upon Xiao Yun. How could this be possible? Xiao Yun's pupils dilated suddenly, and his expression changed drastically. Outside the arena, the smile on Zhang Yakin's face froze, her countenance betraying disbelief as she gazed at Xiao Yun. Beside her, Mu Qianque's beautiful eyes sparkled with insight, and she soon realized, this is the Golden Bell Shield, a remarkable divine ability from the Chaos Sacred Land. Could it be that he hails from the Chaos Sacred Land? The crowd erupted in astonishment. The Chaos Sacred Land, the most ancient of the sacred realms in the Central Plains, has gradually declined over the years. Yet, even in its diminished state, its name still commands respect. No wonder this individual is so formidable. He is a genius from the Chaos Sacred Land. The onlookers quickly grasped the significance. As the saying goes, a great teacher begets exceptional students. Since he is a prodigy nurtured by the Chaos Sacred Land, he is undoubtedly extraordinary. Even though the Chaos Sacred Land has fallen from grace, it remains incomparable to the disciples of ordinary sects, given its profound heritage. Zhang Yakin's expression darkened considerably. She never anticipated that she had offended someone from the sacred realm, and a sense of regret welled within her. However, it seems she soon recalled something and disdainfully taunted. The Chaos Sacred Land currently ranks at the bottom among the 6 great sacred lands. It has long since declined. What is there to be proud of? Indeed, the Chaos Sacred Land has experienced a significant downturn in recent years, having not sent anyone to the true dragon's nest in several generations. The previous disciples who ventured there seemingly perished within, suffering grievous losses, which is why they have refrained from sending representatives in recent years. During the previous grand exchange of the 6 sacred lands, a holy son from the chaotic sacred land unexpectedly suffered defeat at the hands of a disciple from the Holy King sect, indicating their utter decline. Indeed, in recent years, the Holy King sect has been gaining remarkable momentum, and it is rumored that they have produced a new God King physique in this generation, whose might rivals that of the time-space physique from the primordial sacred land. Should this individual attain the status of a great emperor in the future, the chaotic sacred land may very well be eclipsed by the Holy King sect. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Xiao Yun, present at the scene, overheard their words. His expression turned frigid, and his fist radiated an increasingly ferocious energy, resembling a humanoid behemoth rampaging through Zhang Yunfei's five elements domain with unparalleled dominance. The spectators derided the chaotic sacred land, questioning its very existence. Had the chaotic sacred land truly fallen? If so, let me, Xiao Yun, carve out a new realm. With a deep roar, Xiao Yun ceased to restrain his power. Waves of formidable energy erupted from his being, amplifying the might of his nine turns overbearing fist. Boom! With a fierce punch, a cascade of luminous fists converged into a singular, overwhelming force, striking forth like celestial radiance piercing the heavens. As Zhang Yunfei made contact, his form was immediately jolted, disbelief flooding his eyes. Chapter 52. Follow me, and one day I shall crown you as king. Gazing upon the suddenly tempestuous Xiao Yun, Zhang Yunfei was filled with astonishment, realizing that Xiao Yun's strength had surged to an insurmountable level. In truth, Xiao Yun had been suppressing his strength while battling Zhang Yunfei. Otherwise, with his current power of 800,000 pounds, a single punch could have severely injured Zhang Yunfei. After a prolonged engagement, Xiao Yun had discerned that Zhang Yunfei's strength was merely 400,000 pounds, only half of his own. It was merely out of curiosity regarding the capabilities of the five elements divine body that Xiao Yun chose to engage with Zhang Yunfei for a while longer. However, upon hearing the ridicule from those around him, Xiao Yun decided to cease prolonging the battle. Suddenly, amidst the astonished and disbelieving gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yun shattered the embryonic form of Zhang Yunfei's five elements domain with a single punch. His formidable figure surged forward, embodying an invincible momentum, radiating an overwhelming aura of supremacy. One cannot help but remark on the terrifying ferocity of Xiao Yun's punch. The nine turns overlord fist had already been pushed to its zenith. The dazzling light of his fist coalesced as if the tumultuous waves of the ocean had been summoned, surging forth with tremendous force towards Zhang Yunfei. Beneath the weight of such an awe-inspiring attack, the earth trembled as if 1,000 horses were galloping. The once sturdy green, stone ground cracking under the residual force of Xiao Yun's power. With a splatter, Zhang Yunfei coughed up blood, his arms quaking violently, and his palms torn asunder. He was hurled back by an overwhelming force, his complexion turning pale. He had been defeated in a direct confrontation. With even his five elements domain shattered in the process, the loss was utterly comprehensive. Zhang Yunfei had never experienced such a crushing defeat before. A fierce sense of unwillingness surged within him, and in a fit of agitation, he inadvertently exacerbated his internal injuries, unable to restrain another spurt of blood. Possessing the extraordinary five elements divine body, the seemingly invincible Zhang Yunfei has been defeated. The onlookers, momentarily holding their breath, eventually erupted into gasps of astonishment. All eyes turned towards Xiao Yun, the disciple of the once mighty Chaos Holy Land, who exhibited such formidable strength. It appears that after years of silence, the Chaos Holy Land has finally unearthed a remarkable genius. However, the question lingered in their minds. Does this individual possess a unique physique? Brother, Zhang Yakin exclaimed, rushing forward to assist Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yunfei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on the distant Xiao Yun, his face etched with disbelief. Being publicly vanquished left him feeling despondent. After all, he had never tasted defeat before. Yet, this was largely due to his avoidance of confrontations with the extraordinary prodigies of the sacred lands. Although Zhang Yunfei was indeed formidable, he was not foolish enough to challenge those unparalleled talents. He had never anticipated that a fallen disciple from the Chaos Holy Land could best him. Was this the depth of the sacred lands? Even in decline, the Chaos Holy Land remained beyond the reach of their sections. Zhang Yunfei felt a wave of disheartenment wash over him. Such potent power, at least at the threshold of the fourth forbidden domain, if not the fifth, not far away. Mu Qinxue observed the awe-inspiring Xiao Yun, her beautiful eyes finally reflecting a hint of seriousness. Senior brother Xiao, so you are this strong. Master was indeed correct. Tang Yunyun approached, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at Xiao Yun, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Throughout history, who among young maidens has not cherished heroes, especially those who rise to champion their cause? From the moment Xiao Yun decisively defeated Zhang Yunfei, his imposing figure became indelibly etched in Tang Yunyun's mind, an image that could never be erased. After all, Zhang Yunfei was hardly worth mentioning. Xiao Yun turned to Tang Yunyun with a faint smile. Not far away. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunfei's face flushed with rage, and he could not suppress the urge to spit out another mouthful of blood. Brother, we must seek our master to heal your wounds. Zhang Yakin, witnessing her brother's defeat at the hands of Xiao Yun, dared not linger any longer. She promptly helped Zhang Yunfei away, fearing that Xiao Yun might retaliate against her. In truth, Xiao Yun had not regarded them as significant at all. His gaze was fixed coldly on Mu Qianxue, as he remarked with a sardonic smile, "It seems I did not suffer a grievous injury. Rather, it is my adversary who has met his demise." Mu Qianxue found herself momentarily speechless. This individual was excessively petty, recalling her previous remarks. However, upon learning of Xiao Yun's origins from the Chaos Sacred Land, her demeanor shifted. Her expression grew indifferent, and with a frigid tone, she stated, "I can see that your strength is formidable, somewhat beyond my expectations. Yet, the disciples of previous generations from the Chaos Sacred Land perished within the true dragon nest. I hope you will take heed." With that, Mu Qianxue gracefully turned and departed. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked at her retreating figure, "I am aware of your engagement with that time-space entity from the Taichu Sacred Land. However, I advise you to annul the engagement sooner rather than later, lest you find yourself an early widow." An uproar ensued as Xiao Yun's words echoed around him. Anyone not devoid of intelligence grasped the implications behind his statement. After all, Mu Qianxue was betrothed to the time-space entity of the Taichu Sacred Land. The only way to render her a widow would be to eliminate that time-space entity. How audacious such words were! The onlookers were utterly astounded, perceiving Xiao Yun as somewhat reckless, having merely triumphed over Zhang Yunfei. He dared to challenge the time-space entity of the Taichu Sacred Land, a display of sheer arrogance. Although the time-space entity was still quite youthful, merely a cultivator at the body refinement stage, his extraordinary talent had already revealed an air of supremacy, destined to be invincible in the future. Despite Xiao Yun's impressive performance against Zhang Yunfei, to the spectators, he still paled in comparison to the time-space entity of the Taichu Sacred Land. It was worth noting that Zhang Yunfei could not withstand even a single strike from the time-space entity, while Xiao Yun had engaged Zhang Yunfei for an extended period. The victor and the vanquished being all too evident. Arrogant. Even Mu Qianxue, a celestial maiden of refined grace, found herself provoked at this moment. She could not suppress a cold huff, turning away from Xiao Yun in disdain. Xiao Yun smirked coldly. Since she was the fiancée of the time-space entity, she was, by extension, his adversary. He would show no mercy to an enemy, regardless of their beauty. Boom! Shortly after Mu Qianxue departed, a figure descended from heavens, crashing down with such force that the ground trembled beneath his feet. As the crowd turned to look, they beheld a figure radiating golden light, as if his very being were forged of gold. Even his hair shimmered in golden hues, emanating an aura of divine brilliance. Moments ago, I observed the battle from above, and I must say, you performed admirably. Follow me and become my foremost general, for when I sweep across the vast lands and stand invincible, I shall bestow upon you the title of king, granting you dominion over a realm. The figure, entirely clad in gold, gazed down upon Xiao Yun with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent, his piercing gaze exuding an intimidating power. "How arrogant he is!" someone murmured at the sight. Nearby, another seemed to recognize the individual, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is the sacred body, the primordial sacred body. He is Zhao Wuji of the primordial sacred land." The revelation of the primordial sacred body ignited a fervor among the crowd. Chapter 53. Perhaps he is mad. The primordial sacred body ranks among the 10 supreme physiques. Known as the body of saints, a natural embodiment of sanctity endowed with unparalleled might. This truly is an extraordinary prodigy. In comparison to Xiao Wuji, Zhang Yunfei pales significantly. The atmosphere became electric as more individuals flocked to witness the magnificent presence of the primordial sacred body. However, under Xiao Wuji's intense gaze, Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, questioning the audacity of these talented individuals. Their desire to subjugate him was even more brazen than that of Zhang Yunfei moments earlier. Xiao Yun's expression turned icy as he retorted, "Who are you? What do you represent? Do you truly believe you can tame me?" The surrounding crowd was taken aback by Xiao Yun's audacity in confronting the primordial sacred body, their faces reflecting disbelief. Some could not restrain themselves from speaking. Xiao Yun, to be a follower of a primordial sacred body would not bring you shame. Should Zhao Shengzi become invincible, you too could share in his dominion, illuminating your lineage. Would that not be splendid? Indeed, the ancient sacred body possesses unparalleled might, and the possibility of achieving the status of a great emperor in the future is not beyond imagination. To have the fortune of following such an ancient sacred body is a blessing that one could only dream of in 8 lifetimes. We ourselves lack the qualification to accompany the ancient sacred body, and yet you remain unsatisfied. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Should you let it slip away, you will undoubtedly rue the day when the ancient sacred body reigns supreme across the world. The surrounding crowd began to voice their opinions. Xiao Yun's expression grew increasingly grim. How dare these scoundrels underestimate him? What nonsense about the ancient sacred body. He could single-handedly confront 100 of them. Nonetheless, Xiao Yun refrained from engaging in a rebuttal, for there were simply too many of these bystanders, and he deemed it unnecessary to squander his time arguing with a multitude of fools. Once he swept through the true dragon nest, none would dare to belittle him again. "I am Zhao Wujia, bearer of the ancient sacred body. The holy son of the ancient sacred land," Xiao Wujia declared with an air of arrogance, hands clasped behind his back. It seemed as though he believed that Xiao Yun's allegiance to him was an immense honor. Xiao Yun rolled his eyes in disdain, questioning the source of Xiao Wujia's confidence. With a darkened gaze, he scoffed, "Xiao Wujia, I have never heard of you. What significance does the ancient sacred body hold? The moment our chaos sacred land's chaos body emerges, who would dare to stand against it?" The onlookers, upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, deemed him excessively arrogant. One could not help but chastise him. "Xiao Yun, you are far too presumptuous. The ancient sacred body ranks among the top 10 supreme bodies. It is not inferior to the chaos body. Furthermore, has your chaos sacred land produced a second chaos body in all these years?" Zhao Wuji waved his hand, his gaze shining brightly as he looked at Xiao Yun and smiled. "All geniuses are inherently unruly. Should you choose to follow me on the spot, it would only lead me to underestimate you. You may first enter the true dragon nest, and when I sweep through it, you can then decide whether to accompany me." Xiao Yun's expression turned dark. This arrogant scoundrel was insufferably presumptuous. He coldly scoffed, "With your capabilities, you dare to dream of sweeping through the true dragon nest? I could subdue you with a mere gesture." "Excellent. The more defiant you are, the more I appreciate it, for it indicates your exceptional talent. You could undoubtedly become my foremost warrior," Zhao Wuji remarked, his face radiating admiration rather than anger. Xiao Yun, his face lined with frustration, retorted, "You must be out of your mind." He was utterly speechless, as this man's arrogance was deeply ingrained. It would be futile to reason with him now. Perhaps it would be best to teach him a lesson once they entered the true dragon nest. At that moment, a long-awaited system voice echoed in Xiao Yun's mind. New mission. Defeat a genius with a special physique to earn 3 opportunities for enlightenment. Eliminate a genius with a special physique to earn 10 opportunities for enlightenment. Subdue a genius with a special physique to earn 20 opportunities for enlightenment. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xiao Yun's spirits lifted. It had been quite some time since a mission was issued, and his opportunities for enlightenment had scarcely increased. After forming the initial shape of the chaos body, he had only 78 opportunities left. Although he had just defeated Zhang Yunfei, garnering 2 rounds of astonished gasps, he currently possessed only 84 opportunities for enlightenment. Although it may seem substantial, Xiao Yun is acutely aware that the number of insights he has attained is far from sufficient for his cultivation of the Chaos Sutra. His practice requires 4 insights for each layer from the 27th to the 36th, and he estimates that ascending from the 36th to the 45th layer will demand 5 insights per layer. Consequently, as he progresses further, the number of insights required for each level of the Chaos Sutra will only increase. Thus, Xiao Yun concludes that without several hundred insights, he cannot hope to forge the Chaos body. At this moment, he finds himself in dire need of insights, making the current system task remarkably timely. A reward of 10 insights for defeating a genius with a special physique? Delightful. Capturing such a genius grants 20 insights, though the challenge is considerable. After all, super geniuses possess an unwavering belief in their invincibility, making it exceedingly difficult to bring them to submission. Xiao Yun mused silently. Seeing Xiao Yun lost in thought, Zhao Wujin assumed he was contemplating whether to follow him and thus smiled slightly, saying, "Take your time to consider. As the saying goes, when one ascends, even the chickens and dogs rise with him. If you follow me, once I achieve the status of a great emperor, the chaotic sacred land will soar once more because of you." Zhao Wujin exuded immense confidence, as if his ascension to the great emperor was a certainty. His eyes glimmered like 2 golden suns, radiating a brilliance that was almost blinding. The might of Zhao Xingzi grew ever more formidable. Fool, that is the aura of supremacy, a unique essence of the supreme body. It is rumored that the ancient sacred body possesses astonishing combat prowess, growing stronger with each battle, truly embodying the essence of a warrior saint. Surrounding individuals express their admiration, as extraordinary prodigies like Zhao Wuji inevitably attract the attention of the masses wherever they go. With a darkened expression, Xiao Yun raised his head. He had just perused the system, but overlooked Zhao Wuji. This scoundrel incessantly spoke of becoming a great emperor and subduing him, which was utterly intolerable. To be frank, Xiao Yun had initially harbored the desire to teach him a lesson. However, upon receiving a task from the system, he abruptly shifted his perspective, for he aspired to subdue Zhao Wuji, to claim this ancient sacred body as his own. First, capturing the ancient sacred body would grant him the reward of 20 moments of enlightenment. Second, merely defeating Zhao Wuji would not suffice to alleviate his frustration. Yet, if he could subdue Zhao Wuji and have an ancient sacred body as his follower, it would undoubtedly bring him great prestige and satisfaction. With this thought, Xiao Yun involuntarily smiled. Upon seeing Xiao Yun's smile, Zhao Wuji mistakenly believed he had acquiesced and nodded slightly, saying, "Since you have agreed, you may enter the true dragon's nest first. Should any danger arise, simply invoke my name." With that, Zhao Wuji departed with a contented expression. Xiao Yun glared at Zhao Wuji's retreating figure, gritting his teeth in anger. He vowed that once he entered the true dragon's nest, he would ensure this person knelt before him, sobbing as he became his follower. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yun truly followed Zhao Wuji, and he was destined to make a name for himself and shine in an era. One must admit, Xiao Yun's fortune was remarkably favorable. To be valued by Zhao Wuji is indeed a stroke of immense fortune. Surrounding individuals engaged in fervent discussions. With a darkened expression, Xiao Yun grasped Tang Yunyun's hand and swiftly departed from the scene. He feared that should he linger, he might be unable to restrain himself from unleashing a violent rampage. A moment of patience was required. Once they entered the true dragon's nest, he would ensure they understood the reason behind the blooming of the flowers, and that all notions of the so-called ancient sacred body and time-space body would be crushed beneath his feet. Chapter 54, A Generation of Talents. A resplendent era after Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun left, they made their way towards the entrance of the canyon, eager to enter the true dragon's nest as soon as it opened. Xiao Shixiang, do you truly intend to follow that ancient sacred body? Dan Yuinun Inguit, her curiosity evident as she walked beside him. With gritted teeth and a sullen face, Xiao Yun replied, "I shall subdue him and make him my follower." Tang Yunyun was momentarily taken aback. To subdue the ancient sacred body? If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly stir the entire cultivation world into a frenzy. Yet, it was likely that the cultivators would mock Xiao Yun for his audacity. She found his ambition a tad fantastical, but still encouraged. Go for it. I believe you will succeed, Xiao Xixiang. Upon saying this, a blush crept onto her fair cheeks, leaving her feeling as though it resembled a confession. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Xiao Yun glanced at Tang Yunyun, offering a faint smile. Unquestionably, after his junior sister Lin Xiaoya, he had garnered yet another little admirer. Sigh. Being handsome and gifted certainly attracts the attention of beautiful women. Xiao Yun felt somewhat helpless. His focus lay solely on attaining the path of the emperor, with no intentions of establishing a harem. The two individuals continued their journey, and upon reaching the entrance of the canyon, they discovered a plethora of structures. Ornately carved pavilions adorned with intricate designs flanked the sides, alongside charming bridges and flowing streams. At this moment, the area was already bustling with a multitude of people. Among them stood the audacious Zhao Wuji of the ancient sacred body, perched within one of the pavilions, surveying all below with an air of superiority. He radiated a brilliant golden light, captivating and overwhelming. Numerous practitioners cast reverent glances towards Zhao Wuji, recognizing the presence of the ancient sacred land's esteemed figure. Indeed, he embodied the supreme body. Even in casual repose, he exuded an oppressive aura, akin to a mountain pressing down upon one's chest. This aura was undeniably resplendent, not only producing the temporal body, but also the ancient sacred body. One might forget the divine king body from the sacred king sect, and the overlord body from the overlord sacred land, for supreme bodies coexisting in a single era was nothing short of unprecedented. This foretold a magnificent age. To be born in such a time is both a lament and a blessing. Surrounding individuals murmured amongst themselves, sighing deeply. Tang Yunyun expressed her sentiments, lamenting, to exist alongside these unparalleled prodigies, we are destined to play the role of mere supporting characters, which is indeed tragic. However, witnessing their fierce competition is a fortunate occurrence. Beside her, Xiao Yun's gaze shimmered with confidence, his eyes imbued with an indomitable spirit. He harbored an unwavering belief in his own invincibility. Regardless of the ancient sacred body, temporal body, divine king body, or overlord body, he would conquer them all. In this era, with my presence, who dares to claim invincibility? What mere so-called geniuses or young supremes can stand against me? I will slay any who dare to assert their superiority. Xiao Yun's eyes gleamed with resolute determination. In the path of the future emperor, he aims to sweep across the vast realms, shaking the heavens and the earth. Much like the revered ancestor of their chaotic sacred land, claiming dominion over the world, invincible across all realms. The God King physique has arrived. Suddenly, a chorus of astonished gasps emerged from the distance. A young lad stepped forth from the crowd, a slight smirk gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with a majesty that seemed to survey the cosmos. Though still in his youth, he exuded a formidable aura, as if destined to rise above all beings, gazing down upon the myriad realms like a descending deity. Upon witnessing this individual, Xiao Yun could not help but concede his strength. He was indeed formidable, enigmatic as Zhao Wuji. Yet, Xiao Yun remained confident in his ability to subdue him. Look, Lu Nanshan from the Heavenly Blade Sacred Land and Yi Wuchen from the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land have also arrived. These two, one with an innate sword physique and the other with an innate blade physique, were destined to be formidable rivals. The question of which is superior, blade or sword, would surely be determined by their hands. From afar, another wave of astonishment arose. Xiao Yun lifted his gaze to see two youths approaching, one radiating sword energy that pierced the heavens, and the other wielding a blade with fierce momentum, both extraordinary talents. Although the innate sword and blade physiques did not attain the status of supreme physiques, they were nonetheless classified as second-tier divine bodies, akin to Zhang Yunfei's 5 elements divine body. However, these two hailed from sacred lands, and due to their profound heritage, their strength surpassed that of Zhang Yunfei. The celestial tyrant physique has also made an appearance. It is said that a year prior, Xiao Yun challenged the body-refining practitioners of the Tyrant Celestial Land, sweeping through all opposition until he encountered Wu Gang, the Celestial Tyrant, resulting in a stalemate. This time, during the Dragon's Nest expedition, they are destined to clash once more. The ancient sacred body and the celestial overlord body are sworn adversaries, and their inevitable confrontation in the future is a foregone conclusion. Suddenly, exclamations filled the air as onlookers engaged in fervent discussion. Another supreme body had emerged. Xiao Yun surveyed the figure of the celestial overlord body not far away. This youth, named Wu Gang, exuded remarkable strength. Clad in a black and gold battle robe, his flowing purple hair danced in the wind, radiating an extraordinary aura, akin to an ancient behemoth striding forth, imbued with an overwhelming and terrifying presence. The crowd instinctively parted, fearful of incurring the wrath of this formidable celestial overlord. Xiao Yun, during this expedition to the true dragon nest, I shall undoubtedly bring you to your demise, Wu Gang declared, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Yun in the loft above. His eyes emitting two beams of terrifying light, his expression sharp and intimidating. In the loft, Xiao Yun looked down upon Wu Gang, his eyes ablaze with brilliance. Resembling a solar deity, instilling a sense of dread with his formidable aura, as if he were a divine enforcer of justice. Wu Gang, savor your final moments, Xiao Yun replied coldly. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. The tension between the two was palpable, their murderous intent evident. It seemed that this expedition to the true dragon nest would undoubtedly yield a victor. Perhaps this time a supreme body could indeed fall. An event of monumental significance in the realm of cultivation. Amidst the throng, Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled even brighter. The continuous emergence of these young prodigies ignited a fervor within him. In life, one need not fear the strength of their adversaries, but rather the absence of foes. With an unwavering belief in his invincibility, Xiao Yun embraced the challenge of all formidable opponents. Suddenly, from a nearby pavilion, a figure emerged as if conjured from thin air, astonishing all who beheld him. Clad in a flowing white garment and adorned with a gentle smile, he radiated a brilliant countenance enveloped in a silvery divine light, reminiscent of a sage enlightened beneath the moonlight, exuding an aura of otherworldly grace. Xiao Yun's pupils constricted as he sensed an overwhelming presence approaching. Yet, even he could not discern how this individual had entered the pavilion, for the speed was unfathomably swift, hundredfold faster than himself, akin to teleportation, strikingly terrifying. This velocity evoked thoughts of a singular figure, Li Shangdi. The temporal embodiment of the Taichu sacred land had finally arrived. It was said that he was not originally named Li Chengdi, but had adopted this name only after joining the Taichu sacred land. Clearly intent on achieving the status of a great emperor, Xiao Yun was not alone in his deduction. Around him, gasps of astonishment erupted, the fervor surpassing that of the previous appearances of several revered bodies. He scrutinized Li Chengdi within the pavilion, recognizing him as his formidable adversary from the true dragon nest, the sole opponent capable of challenging him in this realm. Chapter 55. The true dragon nest opens. Archenemy approaches upon Li Chengdi's arrival. The cultivators on the platform erupted in excitement, an increasing throng converging to witness the unparalleled grandeur of the temporal embodiment. It must be noted that even the illustrious figures such as the ancient saint body, the celestial overlord body, and the divine king body appeared somewhat diminished in his presence. Ranked fourth among the supreme entities, the title is indeed monumental. Moreover, this Emperor Li Cheng not only possesses a formidable space-time physique, but his innate talents are also exceptionally strong. When these two attributes are combined, they result in an even more terrifying presence. Among the crowd, many young women gazing at Emperor Li Cheng have their beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. In terms of both talent and appearance, this Emperor Li Cheng stands at the pinnacle, resembling the quintessential prince charming in the hearts of all female cultivators. Xiao Yun harbored a strong disdain for this individual and secretly mused, how dare he flaunt himself before me? Once we enter the true dragon nest, I shall ensure he emerges in a state of repose. Brother Xiao, this Emperor Li Cheng is formidable. If you encounter him in the true dragon nest, you must exercise utmost caution, reminded Tang Yun, standing nearby. Despite Emperor Li Cheng's exceptional prowess, Xiao Yun's preconceived notions had already etched themselves in Tang Yun's mind. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yun smiled slightly and declared, "Rest assured, I shall be invincible in this world." His eyes brimmed with dominance and confidence, leaving Tang Yun momentarily entranced before she bashfully lowered her gaze. At this moment, the crowd continued to swell, with discussions echoing all around, primarily focused on Emperor Li Cheng, which provided Xiao Yun with substantial information about him. It is said that Emperor Li Cheng has reached the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, capable of effortlessly sweeping aside cultivators at the Qi gathering realm within the primordial sacred land. What is the Qi gathering realm, after all? I have heard that Emperor Li Cheng has already defeated the projections of the strongest body refinement realm cultivators throughout the history of the primordial sacred land, ranking first among them, even surpassing their ancestral figures. Indeed, I have also heard of this matter. It is said that even the fossilized remains within the primordial sacred land were stirred, promptly declaring Li Chengdi as the quasi-son of the primordial sacred land. Had it not been for Li Chengdi's still limited cultivation and the presence of another divine son within the primordial sacred land, he might have already ascended to that esteemed position. Li Chengdi's brilliance is simply resplendent, rendering him the focal point of all attention. Even the unparalleled prodigies, such as the ancient holy body, the celestial dominance body, and the divine king body, who are not far off, cast their gazes towards him, their expressions reflecting an unprecedented gravitas. Clearly, it is not just Xiao Yun who regards Li Chengdi as a formidable adversary. These extraordinary beings also view him as their greatest rival. Roar! At this moment, a resonant roar emanated from within the canyon, akin to the explosive thunder of the heavens, drowning out the discussions of all present. Subsequently, a vast and mighty dragon might surge forth like tumultuous waves from the ocean, enveloping the entire expanse and sending tremors through the hearts of all in attendance. Even the unparalleled prodigies, including Li Chengdi and Zhao Wuji, could not help but tremble inwardly. Xiao Yun, too, felt a sudden shock, sensing an unprecedented terror. This was the might of the dragon, the furious roar of a true dragon. It seemed the dragon's nest was about to be unveiled. Whispers floated around, and Xiao Yun instantly realized the gravity of the situation. No wonder it was so terrifying. Such a single roar bore immense intimidation. The strength of the true dragon is formidable enough to rival that of an emperor. However, this must have been left behind before the true dragon ascended. Otherwise, if a true dragon were to roar in person, even a saint would instantly perish and be reduced to a crimson rain. The true dragon's lair has opened. Everyone, hasten to enter. If I could acquire some treasures this time, I would be able to step into the realm of body refinement. What is the realm of body refinement? My ultimate ambition is to tread into the forbidden domain. The true dragon's lair appears once in a century. We absolutely cannot let this grand opportunity slip away. Quickly, let's proceed. Just as the roar of the true dragon faded, the golden array barrier at the entrance of the canyon finally revealed a gap, prompting the crowd to surge forward. Among them, the unparalleled prodigies, such as Li Chengdi and Zhao Wuji, transformed into fleeting shadows, vanishing into the entrance. Come, Sister Tang. I shall take you to explore the true dragon's lair. Xiao Yun grasped Tang Yunyun's hand and made his way inside. Tang Yunyun followed closely behind him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, Xiao Yun did not notice that amidst the crowd, several faces were coldly fixated on his retreating figure. Among them were two familiar figures, namely Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong from the Taichu Sacred Land, who had previously clashed with Xiao Yun when they visited the Chaos Sacred Land. Was that just now the Xiao Yun from the Chaos Sacred Land? A young man beside them asked disdainfully. Jie Yulong nodded and replied, "Indeed, he is quite formidable. It is said that not long ago he defeated Zhang Yunfei, and he is likely even stronger now. What is Zhang Yunfei to speak of? Although he possesses the 5 elements divine body, He is not a disciple of the sacred lands and lacks their foundational strength. His 5 elements divine body has not been fully realized. The young man beside them wore a look of disdain and proudly declared, I possess the longevity physique, and I have now attained a strength of 550,000 pounds. Xiao Yun is utterly insignificant in my presence, and dealing with a mere mortal like Xiao Yun is as effortless as slaughtering a dog. Brother Zhou spoke rightly. Compared to him, Xiao Yun is nothing of consequence. Xiao Yun shall undoubtedly be no match for you. Beside them, Fu Miaodong gazed at the young man with admiration, her eyes brimming with reverence. Let us proceed into the true dragon nest and follow Xiao Yun, ensuring that the Chaos Holy Land returns empty-handed once more. With that, the young man, along with Jie Yulong and several other prodigies from the Taichu Holy Land, entered the true dragon nest. Inside the true dragon nest, towering ancient trees surrounded them, and spiritual herbs and flowers flourished abundantly. However, the vastness of the space, coupled with the dense foliage, caused many cultivators to be swiftly dispersed upon entry. Xiao Yun and Tang Yun advanced without a specific direction, simply delving deeper into the true dragon nest. For the emperor had once stated that the most valuable treasures lay at the heart of the nest. Of course, that area was known to harbor the remnants of true dragons, making it exceedingly perilous. Yet Xiao Yun felt no fear, as he was eager to capture a dragon to serve as a steed in the future. Suddenly, 9 powerful auras surged from behind, capturing the attention of Xiao Yun and Tang Yun. In the next moment, 9 young figures materialized before them, all regarding them with icy expressions. Xiao Xiao. Tang Yun's expression was grave, as though she were facing a formidable adversary, for she sensed that the strength of these individuals far surpassed her own. However, Xiao Yun recognized among them Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong. With a demeanor of indifference, he remarked, Jie Yulong, it's been a long time. Last we met, you suffered defeat at my hands. Have you come seeking assistance this time? Xiao Yun, today marks your demise. Do not blame me. Blame yourself for aligning with the Chaos Holy Land, Jie Yulong replied, his gaze as frigid as the winter's chill, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The Taichu Holy Land and the Chaos Holy Land were arch-rivals, and in past encounters within the True Dragon Nest, disciples from both sanctuaries had been compelled to decide each other's fates. This occasion would be no different. Chapter 56. Come forth and be slain. What an audacious proclamation. Xiao Yun retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Jie Yulong. You? Merely a defeated foe, yet you dare to act so arrogantly before me. Though I may not be your match, our Taichu Holy Land boasts an array of heroes, and there are many who would gladly bring about your end. Jie Yulong replied coldly. Xiao Yun scoffed. Who might that be? The so-called time-space body? He then declared, I shall go forth and slay him. You are excessively arrogant. Jie Yulong warned, his eyes icy. The time-space body, Li Chengdi, was the pride of the Taichu Holy Land and the object of Jie Yulong's admiration. Fu Miaodong glared at Xiao Yun with venomous disdain and admonished, why waste words with him? Let us surround and eliminate him. Xiao Yun fixed her with a chilling stare and replied, slaying you all would be as effortless as slaughtering a dog. A mere mortal dares to utter such brazen words. Truly, your chaos sacred land has become increasingly degenerate. The foremost young man regarded Xiao Yun with disdain, shaking his head. Xiao Yun met his gaze, retorting coldly, and who might you be? The young man's expression darkened at the inquiry. Who am I? Is that a description of a person? It is a term for beasts. Zhou Feiyu's countenance was instantly shrouded in frost, his icy eyes piercing into Xiao Yun as he intoned chillingly, remember my name, Zhou Feiyu. When you descend to the realm of the underworld, do not forget who is responsible for your demise. Xiao Yun regarded him with a frosty demeanor and beckoned him closer with a dismissive gesture, stating, a mere fish dares to be insolent before me? Come forth. I shall slay you now and prepare a fish head soup. Impudent. Youngster, your arrogance knows no bounds. Daring to speak thus to senior brother Zhou. A fellow disciple interjected. Senior brother, this insolent wretch is but one individual. There is no need for you to intervene. We can easily vanquish him together. The remaining 6 disciples of the Taichu sacred land were incensed by Xiao Yun's haughtiness, clamoring in unison. Xiao Yun snorted derisively, casting them a contemptuous glance. "Come at me all at once. I shall escort you on your journey. By the heavens, this fellow is excessively arrogant. Let's all attack and slay him." One disciple from the Taichu sacred land could no longer restrain himself, brandishing a sharp sword and charging at Xiao Yun. Instantly, a surge of sword energy erupted, chilling and frosty, enveloping the entire ground and causing the temperature to plummet. One cannot deny that those hailing from the Taichu sacred land, who could venture into the true dragon nest, are indeed the elite among their ranks. This individual, seemingly unremarkable, has already ventured into the forbidden realm, surpassing both Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong in cultivation level. Young man, I am unafraid to disclose to you that I rank 8th in the body refinement realm of the Taichu Holy Land. Yet that is more than sufficient to overwhelm you from the Chaos Holy Land. The newcomer exuded arrogance, utterly disregarding Xiao Yun, as he unleashed a torrent of sword energy aimed directly at Xiao Yun's brow, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Crack! Xiao Yun extended his hand to intercept the assailant's blade, and with an eruption of formidable physical strength, effortlessly shattered the sword, causing the intruder's pupils to constrict in shock. The mere second-tier Forbidden Realm, not significantly stronger than Jie Yulong, what grants you the audacity to believe you could slay me? Xiao Yun regarded him coldly, and before the opponent could respond, launched a powerful punch. Halt! From a distance, Zhou Feiyu bellowed. Xiao Yun, in his folly, paid no heed to him, his master. Emperor Tian had previously stated that within the true dragon nest, one could kill at will without provoking a conflict between the two great holy lands. Thus, Xiao Yun struck without mercy, unleashing his full might, and with one punch, obliterated the 8th-ranked disciple of the Taichu Holy Land. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining the void crimson. From afar, Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong watched in astonishment. Their senior brother, stronger than them, had failed to withstand even a single punch from Xiao Yun, highlighting the vast disparity in their strengths. Withdraw. This individual is beyond your capacity to contend with. He has already stepped into the 4th-tier Forbidden Realm. Zhou Feiyu waved his hand and stepped forward, his gaze piercing as it locked onto Xiao Yun, his face a mask of lethal intent. A junior disciple was mercilessly slain before his very eyes, and he was unable to render aid, a profound disgrace for him. Moreover, the news of this incident spread, and he would inevitably face reprimand from the higher-ups of the Taichu sacred land. Thus, at this moment, Zhou Feiyu was consumed by a surging tide of murderous intent. With a frigid gaze fixed upon Xiao Yun, he spoke in a voice laced with menace. Xiao Yun, in light of our shared status as disciples of the sacred land, I shall grant you a moment to utter your last words. Otherwise, once I make my move, you shall have no opportunity to speak again. Xiao Yun beckoned him with a flick of his finger, coldly retorting, "Come closer. I can hardly wait to slay you." "Very well." Zhou Feiyu laughed in fury, his blood surging with an intensity akin to a blazing golden flame, transforming him into a radiant sun, resplendent and dazzling. A terrifying aura emanated from him, sweeping forth with overwhelming force. "Since you are so eager for death, I shall oblige." With that, Zhou Feiyu launched himself forward with astonishing speed, rivaling the lightning speed of the Jade Dragon. "Kill! Eternal life awaits," he bellowed, channeling an immense and formidable energy as he descended upon Xiao Yun with a mighty palm strike. That searing hand radiated an alarming power, akin to a mountain crashing from the heavens, shattering the void with unfathomable terror. "To perish beneath my long-life palm is indeed a mark of pride," Zhou Feiyu proclaimed with an expression of arrogance, as if he could already envision Xiao Yun's demise beneath his might. Boom! As the formidable Zhou Feiyu charged towards him, Xiao Yun let out a cold snort, unleashing his full combat prowess. A radiant golden light coalesced around his body, enveloping him as if he were clad in a suit of golden armor, rendering him akin to a divine deity of unparalleled might. 9 turns overbearing fist. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Yun propelled his fist forward, conjuring 9 golden fish shadows that converged into a colossal orb of solar brilliance, erupting explosively from his hand. Boom! Instantly, a torrent of overwhelming power surged forth, akin to the tumultuous waves of the ocean, advancing relentlessly ahead. This terrifying force obliterated Xiao Feiyu's longevity palm with ease. The residual shockwave sent Xiao Feiyu staggering backward, crashing into a towering ancient tree, which splintered under the impact of the residual energy. Impossible. This cannot be. Am I seeing things? Xiao Feiyu's strength is actually inferior to his? In the distance, the 7 disciples of the Taichu sacred land gaped in disbelief at the astonishing spectacle before them. It was utterly shocking. Xiao Feiyu, possessing a longevity body with a strength of 550,000 pounds, had been sent flying by a single punch from Xiao Yun. Just how formidable is Xiao Yun's power? Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong appeared ashen, realizing they had gravely underestimated Xiao Yun's strength, an ominous revelation for them. After all, this was not merely a sparring session, but a life-and-death struggle. Xiao Yun would undoubtedly show no mercy henceforth. Chapter 57, The Annihilation of the 9 from Taichu. A longevity body? Merely that. Xiao Yun cast a disdainful glance over the 8 disciples of the Taichu sacred land, his expression replete with scorn. He radiated a brilliant golden light, resembling a divine warrior of gold, his long black hair billowing without wind, surrounded by an aura of divine brilliance that enveloped him entirely. You are all too weak. I have no interest in wasting further time with you. Come forth and meet your demise. Standing in the center, he looked down upon Xiao Feiyu and the others, akin to a deity perched high above, exuding an unmatched aura that belittled all beneath him. Xiao Feiyu and his companions wore grim expressions. As disciples of the Taichu sacred land, they had never been so belittled. Attack! Everyone! Let us surround and eliminate this intruder. They cried. How dare a mere individual, regardless of their strength, display such arrogance? The disciples of the Taichu sacred land, incensed by Xiao Yun's hubris, charged at him in unison. Xiao Feiyu joined the fray without hesitation. There was no need for words. Seeing Xiao Yun's formidable power, they resolved to overwhelm him collectively, disregarding the fairness of their numbers in this isolated setting. Eternal Life Palm, Golden Wave Fist, Hengshan Seal. The 8 disciples encircled Xiao Yun, each employing their unique techniques, unleashing a torrent of terrifying attacks directed at him. To their surprise, the disciples of the Taichu sacred land had resorted to overwhelming numbers. Their conduct was utterly despicable. Nearby, Tang Yunyun, witnessing this scene, was consumed by rage and intervened to confront one of them, Fu Miaodong. You, a mere practitioner of the body refinement realm, dare to obstruct me? You are courting death. Fu Miaodong cast a scornful glance at Tang Yunyun before merging with her sword, charging towards her adversary. Tang Yunyun's pupils constricted, her countenance filled with horror. The strength of her opponent was terrifying, exceeding her imagination. Suddenly, a silver flying dagger sliced through the air, piercing the center of Fu Miaodong's forehead, causing her head to explode instantly, leaving behind a headless corpse. Junior sister Fu, Jie Yulong exclaimed in terror upon witnessing this scene, his eyes narrowing with rage as they fixed on Xiao Yun. That very dagger was launched by Xiao Yun. Regrettably, the dagger's speed was too swift for Jie Yulong to intercept. Forget about that woman. Let us first surround and eliminate Xiao Yun. Xiao Feiyu bellowed. In his eyes, Tang Yunyun was merely at the realm of physical cultivation. Once they dispatched Xiao Yun, killing Tang Yunyun would be a trivial matter. I shall kill you. Ye Yulong, filled with fury, charged at Xiao Yun like a madman, his eyes ablaze. Fu Miaodong had been his companion, and now she lay dead, her essence extinguished by Xiao Yun's single strike, leaving her remains beyond recognition. How could Jie Yulong contain his wrath? The other disciples of the Taichu sacred land were equally incensed, unleashing their full power as they surged toward Xiao Yun. Boom! A powerful wave of energy erupted from Xiao Yun, his blood boiling like molten lava, surging upward and transforming into a crimson river that flowed endlessly across the heavens. A group of worthless fools. Next year on this day shall be your memorial." At this moment, Xiao Yun unleashed his full combat prowess, launching a punch that sent Zhou Feiyu flying. He then delivered a palm strike, slaying an incoming disciple of the Taichu's sacred land. Blood gushed forth, and a lifeless body plummeted to the ground, instilling terror in the remaining disciples of the primordial sacred land, their hearts gripped by profound fear. Xiao Yun had already slain 3 of them, showcasing an overwhelming prowess. Xiao Yun accompanied junior sister Fu to the afterlife. A sudden bellow echoed, revealing Jie Yulong charging in. Instead of defending against Xiao Yun's assault, he unleashed his most formidable technique, intent on perishing alongside him. His lightning body surged to its zenith, propelling his speed to an unfathomable level, so swift that the human eye could scarcely perceive it, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Clearly, the death of Fu Miaodong had inflicted a tremendous shock upon Jie Yulong, prompting a significant enhancement in his power and an eruption of extraordinary offensive might. "Your courage is commendable, but ultimately, you remain too feeble." Xiao Yun cast a dispassionate glance at Jie Yulong, then extended his hand. His palm shimmered with a translucent brilliance, akin to a sculpture of jade, radiating a dazzling aura as blood surged within him, moving with astonishing velocity. With a crack, Xiao Yun seemed to seize a bolt of lightning, capturing the remarkably swift Jie Yulong. With his other hand, he cleaved downward, akin to an unparalleled divine blade, tracing a graceful arc that emitted a blinding brilliance, cleaving Jie Yulong's form in twain. Jie Yulong let out a wretched cry, unable to utter a final word before meeting a gruesome demise. His body was severed by Xiao Yun, blood splattering and staining the sky, rendering the scene exceedingly grotesque and terrifying. Several disciples of the primordial sacred land who rushed forward turned ashen, paralyzed by fear, unable to advance against Xiao Yun. Due to Xiao Yun's truly terrifying performance, not only was his strength unparalleled, but his ruthless strikes were also lethal, showing no mercy whatsoever. "Xiao Yun, you are exceedingly cruel. As a fellow disciple of the sacred land, how could you so mercilessly slaughter the disciples of the Tai Chu sacred land?" Zhou Feiyu exclaimed, his eyes twitching in horror as he gazed upon the shattered corpse of Jie Yulong. Xiao Yun calmly retrieved a jade claw from his bosom to wipe the blood from his hands, casting a cold glance at Zhou Feiyu, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Your Tai Chu sacred land has exterminated our Chaos sacred land disciples at the True Dragon Nest for 5 consecutive sessions, and you dare accuse me of cruelty? How utterly laughable!" Zhou Feiyu, enraged by these words, retorted, "It's one thing to kill, but why must you desecrate their bodies? This is akin to the actions of a demon. How can you still claim to be a disciple of the sacred land?" With a disdainful snort, Xiao Yun replied, "To kill is to kill. Why must I leave intact corpses? Are you engaged in some form of art? A bunch of fools. Come forth and meet your demise." Xiao Yun was acutely aware of the brutality of the cultivation world. Thus his strikes were exceptionally fierce, showing no leniency. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to future troubles. Just like the group before him, despite not being his match at present, most possessed special physiques, and once they grew stronger, they could become a significant headache for him when they banded together. Therefore, Xiao Yun was determined to eradicate them completely, preemptively eliminating potential threats. Kill. There was nothing more to be said. Unwilling to squander any time, Xiao Yun charged toward Zhou Feiyu, swinging his blazing fist with tremendous force. For 5 consecutive sessions of the True Dragon Nest expedition, the disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land were utterly vanquished by those of the Primordial Sacred Land, to the extent that the former were too intimidated to send forth their disciples ever again. Such a humiliation must be cleansed today by me, Xiao Yun. The Chaos Sacred Land may have declined, but I, Xiao Yun, shall once again elevate it, carving out a new realm of existence. In this iteration of the True Dragon Nest expedition, I shall ensure that all of you from the Primordial Sacred Land are buried here. What nonsense is this so-called time-space body? Sooner or later, it shall become a soul beneath my fist. Xiao Yun's voice was as cold as ice, his gaze sharp as a blade. He resembled a harbinger of death, driving Zhou Feiyu into a corner, instilling dread in the remaining disciples of the primordial sacred land. Chapter 58. The Chaos Unleashed. Zhou Feiyu's Shock Arrogance. Xiao Yun, you are exceedingly presumptuous. Senior brother Li possesses the time-space body, rendering him invincible among his peers. You will inevitably perish at his hands. Zhou Feiyu, while struggling to fend off Xiao Yun's relentless assaults, shouted in defiance. Though he had witnessed Xiao Yun's formidable prowess, he remained unconvinced that Xiao Yun could rival Li Qingdi. After all, Li Qingdi's might was something he had personally experienced, especially the latter's speed, so swift it was beyond counteraction, leaving no one of the same cultivation realm able to match him. In the face of such terrifying velocity, anyone who encountered Li Qingdi was destined for defeat. Invincible among peers? He is hardly worthy. With a cold snort, Xiao Yun intensified his assault, pummeling Zhou Feiyu until he bled profusely, breaking his ribs in the process. With a violent cough, Zhou Feiyu was sent flying back, spewing blood. Even Brother Zhou is far from being his match. The remaining disciples of the Taichu sacred land, witnessing Zhou Feiyu's dire plight, were overcome with dread. They had already begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. However, with Zhou Feiyu still alive, they dared not flee. Otherwise, they would bear the grave sin of abandoning a fellow disciple, which would spell their doom even if they returned to the Taichu sacred land. Kill. Xiao Yun paid little heed to their concerns, beginning to demonstrate the breathtaking speed of the divine wind steps, traversing through the void with fluid grace. He swung his golden fist, sending one disciple of the Taichu's sacred land crashing back, spitting blood. Brother Wang. The others gasped in astonishment. He was the second strongest after Zhou Feiyu, ranked third in the body refinement realm of the Taichu sacred land. Yet he couldn't withstand even a single blow from Xiao Yun. You're all too weak. Xiao Yun scoffed, his countenance laced with disdain. His body radiated golden light, his blood energy boiling, resembling a golden ocean that enveloped him. A terrifying power surged and gathered within his fist, showcasing an unparalleled might. Puff! Another disciple of the Taichu sacred land was annihilated by Xiao Yun's strike. Suddenly, only 4 individuals remained in the arena. Xiao Yun stood like an invincible war god, surveying all with disdain as he charged towards the last 4 disciples of the Taichu sacred land, intent on slaying them all. At that moment, Zhou Feiyu finally comprehended that they were utterly outmatched by Xiao Yun. Remaining here would surely lead to their total annihilation. He could not help but bellow, "Run! Everyone scatter, and be sure to inform Brother Li of this news. He will avenge us." With that, Zhou Feiyu unexpectedly charged toward Xiao Yun, prepared to sacrifice his life to buy time for the others to escape. It must be said that even Xiao Yun was somewhat taken aback. He gazed upon the blood-soaked Zhou Feiyu before him, a flicker of admiration glimmering in his eyes. "Though you are my adversary, your courage to hold the rear is truly commendable. I shall grant you the opportunity to leave a final message." Zhou Feiyu retorted, "Xiao Yun, I did not anticipate that a mere mortal could possess such formidable strength. No wonder your chaos sacred land dares to send you into the true dragon's nest. However, a mortal remains a mortal. You will never fathom the terror of a supreme body. My senior brotherly shall avenge my grievances." Xiao Yun's countenance turned frigid as he replied, "Is this your farewell message? Alas, though I wish you could live to witness the moment I slay Emperor Li, I prefer to avoid complications. Therefore, you may take your leave first. In a few days, Emperor Li shall join you. Do you believe you can defeat my senior brother? Once you encounter him, you will realize the vast chasm that lies between you two. I, Zhou Feiyu, shall await you below." With a thunderous roar, Zhou Feiyu charged at Xiao Yun like a moth drawn to a flame. "Kill!" Xiao Yun refrained from further chatter and unleashed his most potent might, no longer concealing his power. Boom! 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 From behind Xiao Yun, 30 colorful celestial pillars emerged, a projection of the great Tao, exuding an unfathomable divine might, rendering Xiao Yun akin to an invincible war god. This extraordinary phenomenon immediately left the remaining disciples of the primordial sacred land in awe, including Zhou Feiyu. all staring in disbelief at the 30 vibrant pillars behind Xiao Yun. Is this the projection of the Great Path? How could he possess such a manifestation? This phenomenon is exclusive to the chaotic body. Several disciples from the primordial sacred land were utterly astonished and perplexed. However, Zhou Feiyu recalled something, his expression transforming into one of incredulity as he gazed at Xiao Yun, his pupils constricting in horror as he uttered, "You have actually cultivated the Chaos Sutra and reached the 36th layer, forging a nascent chaotic body." A tempest surged within him, overwhelming his senses. It was truly astonishing. The Chaos Sutra is renowned as the most challenging cultivation method across the heavens and the earth. Apart from the chaotic emperor, who is born with a chaotic body, no one else has succeeded in mastering this unparalleled technique. Yet before him stood Xiao Yun, scarcely 20 years old, who had already cultivated the Chaos Sutra to its 36th layer, manifesting the initial form of the chaotic body. What extraordinary comprehension! What prodigious talent! No, Elder Wan Yinghui was mistaken. It seems we were all wrong. Zhou Feiyu gazed at Xiao Yun, who was revealing this terrifying manifestation, and could not help but smile bitterly. When Elder Wan Yinghui returned from the chaotic sacred land and claimed that you merely possess some understanding, relying on the enlightenment pill to master a few formidable combat skills, thus gaining considerable strength, we dismissed you entirely. We thought you were merely a pawn orchestrated by the chaotic sacred land to undermine our own talented disciples. To my astonishment, you have indeed mastered the Chaos Sutra, exhibiting such formidable insight. It is no wonder that there were rumors when the sacred land of chaos accepted disciples. The chaos bell resonated with 9 chimes. Zhou Feiyu gazed at the approaching Xiao Yun with a grim smile, a flicker of realization dawning in his eyes. That person must be you, indeed. To elicit 9 chimes from the chaos bell. It is no surprise that you possess such unparalleled talent. My defeat is not in vain. Is this your final farewell? Xiao Yun stood before Zhou Feiyu, his gaze icy, his form radiating golden light, with 30 colorful celestial pillars soaring towards the heavens, resembling an invincible war god, exuding an unfathomable might. With that, Xiao Yun unleashed an overwhelming force, obliterating Zhou Feiyu with ease. Despite your cultivation of the Chaos Sutra, despite having forged a nascent chaos body, you have yet to attain the true chaos body. You remain no match for Senior Brother Li. As Zhou Feiyu's voice faded, his body was torn into fragments by that tempestuous power, transforming into a crimson mist that stained the heavens and the earth. Senior Brother Zhou, the remaining 3 disciples of the primordial sacred land gasped in horror. The demise of Zhou Feiyu left them feeling icy dread, all transpiring in the blink of an eye, beyond anyone's ability to halt or impede. We must flee. The 3 disciples of the primordial sacred land, paralyzed by terror, fled in disarray. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without even a glance at them, Xiao Yun sent forth 3 silver flying daggers, each striking true, sealing the fate of the 3 in an instant. Thus, the 9 prodigies of the Taichu sacred land met their tragic demise at the hands of Xiao Yun, leading to the complete annihilation of their forces. Chapter 59. 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma. After vanquishing the 9 disciples of the Taichu sacred land, the formidable aura surrounding Xiao Yun gradually subsided. The ethereal projections of the great Tao behind him faded, and the resplendent golden light receded into his being, no longer radiating its brilliance. Not far away, Tang Yunyun gazed at Xiao Yun with a pallid complexion, her body slightly stiffened and trembling. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words, as the scene was overwhelmingly gruesome, with dismembered bodies and scattered entrails resembling a veritable hellscape. In this realm of carnage, Xiao Yun stood as the harbinger of death, instilling a profound sense of dread. Even though Xiao Yun had returned to an innocuous demeanor, his smile devoid of malice, Tang Yunyun remained deeply apprehensive. After surveying the battlefield, Xiao Yun collected the spatial rings from the 9 disciples and approached Tang Yunyun, casually inquiring, "What is it? Do you find me cruel?" His gaze was somewhat indifferent, a sharp glint flickering in his eyes as he regarded her. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yunyun shook her head and replied softly, "No. They sought to kill Senior Brother Xiao. It is only right for you to strike them down. Let's continue our journey, Xiao Yun responded, the chill in his expression dissipating as he reverted to his previous cheerful self, leading Tang Yunyun away. Fortunately, Tang Yunyun was not of the same ilk as Mu Qianxue, for had she been so, even if the adversaries were disciples of his future master, he would have chosen to maintain his distance and refrain from further engagement. As Xiao Yun journeyed onward, he took a moment to assess his system. Among the 9 disciples of the Taichu sacred land he had previously vanquished, a remarkable 6 possessed extraordinary physiques, granting him a total of 60 opportunities for enlightenment. This was undeniably exhilarating. Xiao Yun felt a surge of anticipation. If he could eliminate more geniuses with special physiques, he might very well forge a chaotic body in one fell swoop. After traveling for an hour, Xiao Yun and his companions stumbled upon some rare treasures of heaven and earth. Before him stood a 1,000-year-old crimson fruit, known to elevate one's cultivation upon consumption. Perched upon a small tree radiating a spectrum of colors, he beheld several luscious, ruby-like fruits, leaving him awestruck. Senior brother Xiao, look, there's a 10,000-year-old ginseng. It's actually running away. Suddenly, a cry of astonishment erupted from Tang Yunyun nearby. Turning his gaze, Xiao Yun was astonished to see an elder ginseng scuttling away on its roots, moving faster than a human could run. Nevertheless, as a practitioner at the pinnacle of body refinement, Tang Yunyun swiftly apprehended the fleeing ginseng. A 10,000-year-old ginseng, it has truly attained sentience. Xiao Yun marveled, recognizing that treasures of such caliber were exceedingly rare in the outside world. Even within their sacred land, only the holy sons were privileged enough to obtain them. It was undeniable that this place was a veritable treasure trove. With haste, Xiao Yun collected the 1,000-year-old crimson fruit before continuing his journey alongside Tang Yunyun, both of them fervently seeking more treasures. As they delved deeper into the dragon's nest, their discoveries multiplied, and smiles adorned their faces. Senior brother Xiao, our gains this time are immense. Once we exit, I fear I shall soon ascend to the divine bridge realm. Tang Yunyun appeared exceedingly joyful, resembling a cheerful lark, chattering incessantly beside Xiao Yun. Although Xiao Yun was also pleased, he remained somewhat discontented. After all, he was now the saint's son of the chaotic Holy Land, fully deserving of the treasures that could enhance his cultivation within this realm. His purpose for entering the true dragon's nest was twofold. Firstly, to acquire a treasure that would facilitate the transformation of his physical body, and secondly, to obtain a treasure that would extend his lifespan. The former was intended to elevate his physical strength to the extraordinary limit of 100,000 pounds, while the latter was meant as a gift for his rather unassuming master, for without it, she would surely perish in a century. Consequently, Xiao Yun was dissatisfied with their current gains and said to Tang Yunyun, "Let us hasten our pace and make our way swiftly to the heart of the true dragon's nest." Tang Yunyun nodded, closely following behind him. The two quickened their steps, continuing to gather the rare treasures they encountered along their path. Shortly thereafter, they ventured deep into the periphery of the true dragon's nest's core. "Brother Xiao, come quickly. Is this not the legendary 9-leaf heavenly Ganoderma?" Tang Yunyun exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment beside a green vine. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yun's expression shifted instantly, and he transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing at her side in an instant. He gazed intently at the verdant vine before him, where colossal Ganoderma thrived. Unlike ordinary Ganoderma, this one was entirely crystalline, resplendent and translucent, adorned with 8 golden leaves, while the 9th leaf had already begun to form halfway. In the chaotic sacred land, Xiao Yun had perused numerous tomes concerning rare treasures of heaven and earth. After all, he was about to enter the true dragon's nest. If he could not even recognize these precious materials, what purpose would his entry serve? Thus, Xiao Yun was quite familiar with the treasures of the cultivation realm. Almost at first glance, he recognized the spirit fungus before him. It was indeed the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, the legendary supreme artifact that Tang Yunyun had spoken of. Most importantly, it was a treasure capable of facilitating a transformation of the physical body. Xiao Yun's face instantly lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Indeed, It is the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma. Although it has not yet fully matured, it will not be long now. This is a treasure that can catalyze a metamorphosis in one's physical form. Beside him, Tang Yunyun also appeared delighted. With a beaming smile, she remarked, Xiao Xixiao, you are already formidable. Should you refine this nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, your strength will undoubtedly reach new heights. Although she had discovered the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma first, she was acutely aware that without Xiao Yun's guidance, she would never have reached this place, let alone obtained this precious fungus. Hence, Tang Yunyun graciously allowed him to take it. Xiao Yun, for his part, was not hesitant. He had no intention of relinquishing such a treasure. Moreover, having assisted Tang Yunyun in gathering numerous other treasures along their journey, he felt no sense of obligation towards her. Senior Sister Tang, you truly are my lucky star. Without your discovery, I would never have encountered this nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, Xiao Yun said with a smile, nodding at her. He then added, you should rest for now. I will remain here to guard this treasure until it has fully matured. Upon hearing this, Tang Yunyun nodded slightly and then sat cross-legged nearby, calming her mind. Xiao Yun stood guard beside the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings with utmost vigilance. The nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma was on the verge of ripening, and at this critical moment, he was determined to prevent any disruption. However, fortuitously, after an hour of vigilance, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from the dense forest before him. As a figure approached at an alarming speed, Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing like a blade, directed towards the thicket ahead. Regardless of who it was, anyone daring to seize his nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma would meet a single fate, death. Ah, my great fortune has arrived. I have encountered the legendary nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma. With this treasure in hand, Yi Wuchen would no longer pose a challenge to me. Even the temporal entity of the Taichu sacred land would be within my grasp for a confrontation. Before the figure arrived, a voice echoed through the air. A tall silhouette emerged from the thicket, bearing a battle sword on his back, his long hair flowing as if caught in an unseen wind, exuding a fierce blade intent. He was Lu Nanshan, the holy son of the heavenly blade sacred land, gifted with a natural blade physique. Xiao Yun recognized him at a glance. As night fell, the moonlight poured down, enveloping the forest in a veil of ethereal mist, creating an enchanting atmosphere. On a vibrant vine, the ninth golden leaf of the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma began to take shape, emanating a faint golden glow, appearing extraordinarily sacred. Not far away, Lu Nanshan fixed his gaze upon the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, his eyes brimming with unabashed greed. He exclaimed, to encounter such a treasure capable of transforming the flesh is indeed a tremendous fortune. Upon uttering these words, Lu Nanshan noticed Xiao Yun beside him, and a look of disdain immediately crossed his face. Begone! Considering you have found the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma for me, I shall spare your life today out of goodwill. His tone was exceedingly domineering, as if he were bestowing a favor upon Xiao Yun, his words laden with an air of undeniable authority. However, as the holy son of the heavenly blade sacred ground and a prodigious talent endowed with a natural blade physique, Lu Nanshan undeniably possessed the credentials to be overbearing. Neither Zhang Yunfei of the tyrant sect nor Zhou Feiyu of the primordial sacred ground could remotely compare to Lu Nanshan. Yet, fate had conspired to place him in the path of Xiao Yun today. Gazing at the arrogant and imperious Lu Nanshan, Xiao Yun's hand glimmered, and a black iron war blade materialized in his grasp. As he caressed the hilt of the obsidian blade, he regarded Lu Nanshan with an expression of indifference and remarked, a natural blade physique, you say? I too wield a blade. Let us see whose weapon proves superior. With that, Xiao Yun's eyes transformed into piercing daggers, emanating an aura as sharp as a blade's edge. A surge of overwhelming blade intent erupted from him, seemingly slicing through the very fabric of the surrounding space. In that moment, Xiao Yun resembled a divine sword poised to unleash its unparalleled brilliance. Lunan Mountain furrowed his brow momentarily, yet he quickly resumed his haughty demeanor, declaring with an air of disdain, to dare wield a blade before me, a a natural-born blade body, is nothing short of utter foolishness. In his eyes, Xiao Yun was inconsequential, eclipsed by the formidable competitors that occupied his thoughts: the temporal body Li Chengdi, the primal saint body Zhao Wuji, the celestial titan Wu Gang, the divine monarch body Jiang Haoren, and his arch-nemesis, the natural sword body Yi Wuchen. All others paled in comparison, mere trifles unworthy of his notice. Characters like Zhou Feiyu and Zhang Yunfei posed no threat to him. As for Xiao Yun, he was a stranger, likely a nameless individual, and thus not worthy of his regard. A natural-born blade body? Listening to Lunan Mountain's arrogant proclamations, Xiao Yun remained unfazed, continuing to caress the dark iron blade in his grasp. He spoke slowly. "This blade has accompanied my master for decades, forged from millennium-grade dark iron, weighing 360,000 pounds. My master once wielded it to vanquish foes of equal standing. To slay you, a natural-born blade body, would not tarnish its honor." With that, Xiao Yun rose, gripping the blade with unwavering resolve. His stance was imposing, and his gaze, fierce and captivating, radiated an unparalleled brilliance. The 360,000-pound dark iron warblade, held effortlessly in his hand, felt as light as a feather, a testament to his strength, which had reached an astonishing 800,000 pounds, allowing him to wield it at will. Millennium-grade dark iron? 360,000 pounds? Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, Lu Nanshan wore a mocking expression, as if he had heard an absurd jest. "Are you jesting? Do you truly believe that you can wield a blade weighing 360,000 pounds? Do you take me for a fool, thinking that mere bravado could intimidate me? Intimidate you? No, I intend to slay you," Xiao Yun replied coldly, raising the mysterious iron battle blade in his hand. He had not forgotten the task set forth by the system. By eliminating a genius with a special physique, he could earn 10 opportunities for enlightenment. Since Lu Nanshan had so audaciously come forth to seek his own demise, Xiao Yun would show him no mercy. Such audacity! A mere nobody dares to act so arrogantly before me. It is nothing short of a death wish. Lu Nanshan, incensed, exuded an aura of unparalleled ferocity, akin to a sovereign ruling over all, capable of laying waste to 100,000 foes in his wrath. One glance at his imposing presence revealed that Lu Nanshan was immensely powerful, far surpassing the likes of Zhou Feiyu and Zhang Yunfei. Yet, Xiao Yun remained undaunted. With the mysterious iron battle blade in hand, he was prepared to unleash his utmost strength. Even Zhou Feiyu had not compelled him to wield the blade, which indicated the significance he placed on Lu Nanshan. "Kill!" Lu Nanshan refrained from further dialogue, immediately striking towards Xiao Yun with a fierce slash, the force of his blade enveloping the arena. To Xiao Yun, this attack appeared rather ordinary, yet was executed with such precision and decisiveness, as if severing all techniques and variations in one stroke. All evasions and cunning maneuvers were rendered futile beneath the onslaught of this singular blow. A seemingly ordinary strike severed all avenues of retreat and evasion for Xiao Yun, ensnaring even his spirit within the blade's formidable momentum, akin to plunging into an enchanting illusion from which escape seemed impossible. What a remarkable innate swordsmanship! Xiao Yun could not help but commend it. In terms of blade techniques, he was undoubtedly no match for the present adversary, Lu Nanshan, with his inherent sword talent. Lu Nanshan's accomplishments in the art of the blade rendered him invincible among his peers, without equal. However, Xiao Yun was not merely a practitioner of swordsmanship. His essence lay in his sheer strength. "No matter how formidable your techniques may be, as long as my power is overwhelming, I shall cleave through any stratagem." Unyielding and unstoppable, with a swift motion, Xiao Yun brandished his mysterious iron warblade and charged towards Lu Nanshan with a decisive strike, executing it without any elaborate combat skills, which rendered the attack seemingly fraught with flaws. Lu Nanshan's gaze swept over the scene, and he scoffed. "Is that all the strength you possess? In our sacred land of the heavenly blade, even a mere body refinement practitioner wields the blade with greater finesse than you." "I concede." Xiao Yun nodded, and with that, he delivered a downward slash, unleashing a torrent of formidable power that surged forth like a tempest, defying the heavens. Lu Nanshan's expression shifted to one of alarm as he sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, akin to a mountain crashing towards him. I may not wield the blade with skill, but I possess unparalleled strength, a power that transcends all. Regardless of your techniques, I shall cleave through them. I firmly believe that sheer force can overcome any obstacle. Xiao Yun swung his blade towards Lu Nanshan, forcefully disarming him and sending his long knife flying. The residual power of the strike caused Lu Nanshan to spew blood, violently propelling him backward. In the face of overwhelming strength, Lu Nanshan was actually forced to retreat by a Xiao Yun single strike. Were onlookers to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left in awe, as it was truly astonishing. Lu Nanshan, possessing an innate talent for swordsmanship, was no ordinary opponent. He was a genuine prodigy of unparalleled caliber. Xiao Shixiang is extraordinarily formidable. Once he refines the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, he might truly possess the ability to slay that entity of time and space. Not far away, Tang Yunyun observed the battle, her heart surging with tumultuous waves, her face a canvas of shock. A prodigy of such caliber was grievously wounded by Xiao Yun's strike. What immense power this is! Chapter 61. The mightiest blade is insufficient. With a thud, Lu Nanshan crashed into a large tree, quickly regaining his footing. Yet he could not suppress the blood that escaped his lips. Staring incredulously at Xiao Yun, his expression morphed into one of horror as he exclaimed, "Your blade truly weighs 360,000 pounds. Regret flooded his mind. He had underestimated Xiao Yun, failing to realize that his blade was forged from a millennium of mysterious iron, weighing an astonishing 360,000 pounds. Had he known, he would never have engaged in such a reckless confrontation. That would have been tantamount to seeking his own demise. Who exactly are you? Lu Nanshan swiftly produced a pill and swallowed it, simultaneously regulating his breathing to mend his injuries while intensively scrutinizing Xiao Yun. A nameless individual cannot possibly wield such power. Who are you truly? Are you attempting to buy time to heal? Xiao Yun gazed at Lu Nanshan with a mocking expression. Lu Nanshan's countenance shifted slightly. Indeed, he harbored such intentions. Having been severely injured due to his own carelessness, continuing to battle Xiao Yun would place him at a disadvantage. To his dismay, Xiao Yun had discerned his thoughts with a mere glance. Although I could allow you to recover from your injuries, I remain unafraid. Yet, I shall not be so foolish as to grant you the opportunity. In the ruthless realm of cultivation, one must seize the advantage of an opponent's weakness. With that, Xiao Yun once again brandished his mysterious iron battle blade, charging at Lu Nanshan. The notion of restoring Lu Nanshan's strength for a fair contest was absurd. Xiao Yun was no fool. In a life-and-death struggle, considerations of fairness were irrelevant. Eliminating the opponent was the sole objective. Kill! Xiao Yun bellowed, unleashing the combat technique known as 10,000 blades returning to the sea. Instantly, a multitude of blade images coalesced, resembling a torrential downpour, forming an expansive net that enveloped Lu Nanshan. This technique had long been refined through his enlightenment system to the pinnacle of martial prowess, rendering it extraordinarily formidable. It was precisely because of this technique that the emperor bestowed the mysterious iron blade upon Xiao Yun. Although Xiao Yun had predominantly fought with his fists, it was with the blade that he truly reached his peak potential. After all, how could bare hands ever rival the sharpness of a sword? Moreover, Xiao Yun's weapon was exceptional, forged entirely from a millennium of mysterious iron, weighing an astonishing 360,000 pounds and possessing immense power. Wielding this blade allowed him to unleash extraordinary strength. Damn it! Lu Nanshan's expression changed dramatically. His injuries had yet to fully heal, and he could only muster 70% of his combat prowess. At this moment, engaging in battle was exceedingly disadvantageous for him. Yet he had no choice. Xiao Yun was resolute in not waiting for Lu Nanshan to recover, leaving Lu with no alternative but to confront him with his blade. However, this time, Lu Nanshan was considerably more astute, aware that his strength paled in comparison to Xiao Yun's. He chose not to engage in a direct clash, but instead employed agile maneuvers to evade and deftly deflect Xiao Yun's immense power. With the finesse of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, Lu Nanshan let out a low cry and executed a diagonal slash, unleashing an inexplicable force that diverted the trajectory of Xiao Yun's mystical iron warblade while he slipped past the opportunity. Xiao Yun's expression shifted slightly. Lu Nanshan's swordsmanship was exceedingly clever, skillfully utilizing force against force to neutralize his overwhelming strength. Kill. Lu Nanshan would not squander such an opportunity. A seasoned warrior with abundant combat experience, he immediately fused with his blade, his essence coalescing and ascending. In that moment, Xiao Yun felt a hint of perilous energy. In the state of unity with his blade, Lu Nanshan's power surged dramatically, far surpassing his previous capabilities. Boom! Lu Nanshan's blade surged forth like an avalanche or tsunami, the blade shimmering with a blazing white light that rendered it strikingly radiant. This strike possessed an unparalleled momentum, resembling an invincible sword capable of sweeping across the world, shattering mountains and rivers with its overwhelming force. Before such a fierce and potent aura, anyone would find their spirit shaken and their soul trembling. This is my most powerful strike, originally intended for Yi Wuchen, but today it shall be wielded to vanquish you. Lu Nanshan bellowed, his gaze sharp and his countenance brimming with confidence, fully assured of the might of his blow. This strike encapsulated the entirety of his strength, merging his essence and spirit into one, a truly terrifying blow that transcended all limits. The inherent strength of the blade was magnificently showcased within this singular strike. It was an invincible slash, a weapon capable of obliterating all in its path. This blow surged forth with unyielding ferocity, unstoppable and relentless. Xiao Yun observed the lethal strike hurtling towards him, feeling his body grow rigid, as if his very soul were on the verge of shattering, rendering him utterly immobile. Lu Nanshan's strike not only bore immense power, but also carried with it the essence and spirit of its wielder, merging material and spiritual assaults into the most formidable of blades. Truly, one must not underestimate the heroes of this world. In awe, Xiao Yun could not help but reflect on Lu Nanshan's exceptional prowess. His strength far surpassed his expectations. For the first time, he felt the chilling embrace of death's threat in the face of Lu Nanshan's strike. Unlike previous adversaries, such as Zhou Feiyu and Zhang Yunfei, who posed no such peril, Lu Nanshan had indeed achieved what they could not, a testament to his formidable capabilities, undeniably a prodigious talent. You are powerful, and I shall employ my utmost strength to slay you, as a mark of my respect. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Yun revealed the embryonic form of the chaos body, with 30 colorful pillars reaching toward the heavens. The terrifying aura of the great Tao projection instantly dispelling Lu Nanshan's spiritual assault. What? Lu Nanshan gazed in astonishment at the 30 projections of the great Tao behind Xiao Yun. As the scion of the sacred land, he immediately recognized the significance of these manifestations. The embryonic form of the chaos body, the 30 projections of the great Tao. With a face full of horror, Lu Nanshan turned to Xiao Yun, his eyes wide with disbelief. You are from the chaos sacred land, and you practice the chaos scripture? Correct, but alas, there is no reward. After revealing the embryonic form of the chaos body, Xiao Yun swiftly unleashed the formidable defensive techniques. The Golden Bell Shield and the Tai Chi Divine Palm. Boom! At the same moment, Lu Nanshan's most powerful strike collided fiercely against the golden shield enveloping Xiao Yun. The Golden Bell Shield, a formidable defensive technique, erupted with immense power, staunchly resisting the force of Lu Nanshan's mightiest blow. Shatter! Lu Nanshan's eyes blazed with intensity as he bellowed, fully aware that if he failed to slay Xiao Yun with this strike, his fate would be sealed. 4. Such a supreme strike could not be executed a second time. Once unleashed, it would either mean the enemy's demise or his own. It was a strike of such overwhelming prowess that it earned the title of the strongest. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Nanshan continued to roar in fury, determined to breach the golden shield surrounding Xiao Yun, throwing himself into the fray with reckless abandon. The searing glow of his blade relentlessly battered against the golden shield, causing it to tremble violently. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as a fissure finally appeared in the golden shield, eliciting a fleeting smile of exhilaration from Lu Nanshan. Yet, his smile quickly froze. As the golden bell shield shattered, a colossal taiji diagram erupted forth, sending Lu Nanshan, along with his blade, hurtling away. No! Lu Nanshan let out a cry of agony, flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth, his face etched with despair. Chapter 62. The Maturation of Lingji. What an extraordinarily powerful strike. Xiao Yun gazed at Lu Nanshan, who had been struck by the taiji diagram, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Just moments ago, Lu Nanshan's most formidable blow was nothing short of breathtaking, akin to a divine annihilation, leaving Xiao Yun profoundly shaken. Had it not been for his superior strength and his mastery of the Golden Bell Shield and the Taiji Divine Palm to their ultimate realms, he might have truly found himself outmatched by Lu Nanshan. Despite both being second-tier divine bodies, Lu Nanshan surpassed Zhang Yunfei and Zhou Feiyu by a considerable margin. Such a formidable adversary was a rarity, only previously encountered by Xiao Yun within the illusory Demon Tower, and he could easily rank among the top 20 strongest in the annals of physical cultivation. Alas, such a warrior had the misfortune of crossing paths with Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, unyielding toward his foes, merely reflected on the situation before advancing with his blade against Lu Nanshan. Boom! Lu Nanshan gritted his teeth and swung his blade in a desperate attempt to fend off Xiao Yun's assault. However, weakened and gravely injured, he stood no chance against Xiao Yun, who struck him with such force that blood spewed forth, driving him into a corner. Xiao Yun was somewhat surprised. Lu Nanshan's strength had diminished significantly. It seemed that the earlier most powerful strike had taken a considerable toll. With a smile, Xiao Yun addressed Lu Nanshan. Lu Nanshan's countenance darkened as he gritted his teeth and implored, "Spare my life, and I shall assist you in dealing with Li Chengdi." He begged for mercy, a request that filled Lu Nanshan with profound humiliation, marking his greatest disgrace. However, he truly did not wish to perish in this place. Possessing an innate body of blades, he was an extraordinary prodigy of the heavenly blade sacred land, endowed with the potential to ascend as a great emperor. His resplendent life had only just commenced, and he was not ready for it to conclude. Moreover, Lu Nanshan believed that, if granted time, he would undoubtedly triumph over Xiao Yun, thereby erasing the humiliation he faced today. Suddenly, as Lu Nanshan finished speaking, he was struck by Xiao Yun's blade, causing him to spew blood and be propelled backward. Xiao Yun continued to swing his sword towards Lu Nanshan, a cold smirk adorning his face. "If my strength were inferior to yours, I would have been slain by you just now. Now that you have been defeated, do you seek mercy? Do you think this is merely a game? Apologies, but this is a ruthless cultivation world. Since you have lost, there is only a path to death. As for Emperor Li, I shall slay him myself, and I have no need for assistance from a defeated foe like you." Driven to a corner by Xiao Yun, Lu Nanshan was seized by fear and shouted, "You underestimate Emperor Li far too much. The Supreme Body possesses terrifying power beyond your imagination. I acknowledge your strength, but I must inform you that during our sparring, I nearly fell to a single strike from him, and that was merely a friendly exchange." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's heart trembled, yet he continued to swing his blade toward Lu Nanshan, snorting disdainfully. "If Emperor Li is indeed so formidable, then I have even less need for your assistance, considering you cannot withstand even one of his attacks." The ferocity of Xiao Yun's strikes intensified, his overwhelming power causing Lu Nanshan to cough up blood and retreat relentlessly. Lu Nanshan felt himself on the brink of collapse. He bellowed at Xiao Yun, "You madman, if you kill me, our heavenly blade's sacred land will not spare you. My grandfather is." This was Lu Nanshan's final utterance. Before he could finish, Xiao Yun's mysterious iron blade had already shattered Lu Nanshan's internal organs. His corpse remained intact, eyes wide open, yet within him there lay nothing but a mass of pulverized flesh. The overwhelming power of Xiao Yun, amplified by the iron blade, had decisively vanquished this prodigious talent, born with a natural affinity for blades. This marked Xiao Yun's first kill of an extraordinary genius, the first son of the sacred land, and it granted him 10 additional opportunities for enlightenment. Xiao Yun checked his system, his face brimming with joy. The elimination of a genius with a special physique awarded him 10 chances for insight. For this reason alone, Xiao Yun would not let Lu Nanshan escape, rendering any pleas for mercy futile. After Xiao Yun removed Lu Nanshan's spatial ring, he returned to sit beside the 9-leaf heavenly Ganoderma, awaiting its maturation. Not far away, Tang Yun, having observed the conclusion of the battle, approached and began digging a hole nearby. Xiao Yun, momentarily taken aback, looked at Tang Yun in confusion and asked, "Junior sister Tang, what are you doing?" With a serious expression, Tang Yun replied, "Brother Xiao, we must not let others know that you have killed Lu Nanshan, or will attract trouble." Xiao Yun felt a warmth in his heart, yet he shook his head and replied, "Tang Shimi, you are overreacting. My master once mentioned that within the true dragon's nest, we may engage in mutual combat without incurring enmity among the various sections." Tang Yun, upon hearing this, cast Xiao Yun a peculiar glance and inquired, "Xiao Xixiao, you seem unaware of Lu Nanshan's true identity, do you?" Xiao Yun, puzzled, responded, "Is he not simply the holy son of the heavenly blade, sacred ground? Could there be some extraordinary identity I am unaware of?" Tang Yun nodded slightly, her expression turning grave as she articulated, "The current divine son of the heavenly blade, sacred ground, known as Overlord Blade, is none other than Lu Tiandu, his grandfather." Xiao Yun was taken aback. He had heard Emperor Tian speak of the legendary Overlord Blade Lu Tiandu, a peerless prodigy from the same era as Emperor Tian himself. Emperor Tian had remarked upon the formidable strength of this individual, claiming he had already reached the threshold of a half-step saint. Once he attained full sanctity, he would undoubtedly become the new lord of the heavenly blade, sacred ground. No wonder Lu Nanshan mentioned his grandfather before his demise. Xiao Yun immediately recalled Lu Nanshan's last words. However, he felt no fear. As the holy son of the chaos sacred ground, could Lu Tiandu, no matter how powerful, truly come to the chaos sacred ground to take his life? Nonetheless, curiosity compelled Xiao Yun to ask, "Tang Shimi, since Lu Tiandu and my master are contemporaries, he must be at least 1,000 years old. How then does he have such a young grandson?" Tang Yun sighed and replied, "Once we practitioners step into the extraordinary realm, our lifespans extend to a millennium. Thus, prior to entering this realm, we generally refrain from establishing families. After all, what sorrow it would be if your partner fails to reach the extraordinary realm, leaving you to grieve for 1,000 years." Xiao Yun suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. It became clear that practitioners tend to marry later in life. He then listened as Tang Yun continued, stating that individuals like Lu Tiandu, who are unparalleled prodigies, are solely consumed by their aspiration to attain the status of a great emperor, often devoid of romantic entanglements. It is only upon encountering equally formidable celestial women that they may develop feelings, thus resulting in delayed marriages. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement, recognizing that he would likely make the same choice. After all, the lifespan of a cultivator increases alongside their prowess. If one's partner cannot transcend to the extraordinary realm, their lifespan would only extend a few centuries, leaving one to endure several millennia of solitude. Therefore, practitioners seek partners who are a match in terms of cultivation and potential rather than social status. This notion of compatibility refers not to one's lineage, but to one's cultivation level and latent abilities. A genius like Xiao Yun is destined to attain sainthood, and it is almost certain that he may even become a quasi-emperor, enjoying a lifespan of several thousand years, perhaps even tens of thousands. With such longevity, Xiao Yun would certainly dismiss those with mere centuries of life expectancy, seeking instead a woman capable of achieving sainthood. Of course, that is a matter for another time. At this moment, however, Xiao Yun's attention was captivated by the 9-leaf spirit herb before him. The ninth leaf of this extraordinary herb had fully formed, emanating a gentle golden radiance and releasing an enchanting fragrance that invigorated the surrounding flora, causing rapid growth and a flourishing of blossoms. Undoubtedly, this nine-leaf spirit herb had reached complete maturity. Chapter 63. Successful Transformation. 900,000 Gene of Power finally matured. Xiao Yun was instantly filled with excitement. Once he refined this nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, his strength would surge by an astounding 100,000 pounds. With a formidable strength of 900,000 pounds, would he still have to fear the likes of Emperor Li? Senior Brother Xiao, hurry and harvest it. I have heard from Master that if the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma is not picked in time, it will gradually dissipate into the ether, reminded Tang Yun anxiously from the side. Xiao Yun smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. It will take at least a week before it begins to fade. Nevertheless, he swiftly reached out to pluck the magnificent nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, cradling it in his palm. This extraordinary fungus was immense, comparable in size to a human head, radiating a translucent brilliance, adorned with 9 golden leaves that emitted a resplendent glow. Senior Brother Xiao quickly refined the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma. I will guard you. With that, Tang Yun began to patrol the vicinity, ready to alert Xiao Yun at the first sign of an intruder. Xiao Yun immediately sat cross-legged and began to consume the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma. Despite its considerable size, it melted effortlessly upon entry, delivering a refreshing sensation that invigorated his entire being. Soon, he felt a torrent of vibrant life essence surging within him, nurturing his flesh and causing his skin to emit a radiant glow. Truly, it was a treasure of unparalleled worth. Xiao Yun commenced his cultivation, diligently absorbing and refining this immense life force. In an instant, his entire form was enveloped in a dazzling aura, ethereal and misty. The forest around him was illuminated by the brilliance of Xiao Yun's radiant body, as if it were broad daylight. Streams of vibrant green life energy began to emerge from Xiao Yun's pores, enveloping his entire being. At that moment, he felt a warm and soothing sensation coursing through him, as if every organ, sinew, and bone was undergoing a profound transformation and elevation, constantly enhancing his essence. The life force of the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma was overwhelmingly potent. Xiao Yun absorbed it for half a day without reaching completion. By midnight, his body radiated light, continuously evolving and growing stronger. As another hour passed, once he had absorbed all the life energy from the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, a golden divine flame began to surge forth from him, igniting his flesh as if to remold him entirely. Enduring the searing torment of his physical form, Xiao Yun recognized that this was a pivotal moment of metamorphosis. For a mortal being to catch up with those possessing extraordinary qualities, one must endure rigorous trials. The fierce divine flame scorched Xiao Yun's body, dismantling his old form to forge a new existence. Had he not previously absorbed the immense life energy from the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, his corporeal body would have been incinerated by the divine flame. However, with the substantial life force of the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma aiding him, Xiao Yun's body could withstand the refining heat of the divine flame, initiating an elevation of his life essence, allowing his physical form to evolve to a higher plane. Streams of golden light gradually emanated from his flesh and bones, even radiating outward to merge him with the golden divine flame. The following morning, the dawn mist enveloped the entire forest, with nearby leaves and blossoms adorned with dewdrops that refracted a crystalline radiance, resembling exquisite, translucent water pearls. A gentle breeze wafted in, bringing with it refreshing air. Xiao Yun gradually opened his eyes, discovering that his physical form had grown even stronger than before, with a slight increase in height. Within him surged an incomparably potent force, akin to the mighty Yangtze River, yearning to burst forth. Each of his cells seemed to harbor immense energy, as if his entire being had been tempered through countless trials. This represented a rebirth through the flames, reminiscent of the immortal phoenix undergoing its nirvana, enabling Xiao Yun's corporeal form to transform anew. The last time such a metamorphosis occurred was when he forged the embryonic form of the chaotic body. At this moment, he possessed a strength of 900,000 gene, tantalizingly close to the limit of 1 million gene. With such power, who could possibly rival me within this true dragon's nest? A brilliant light sparkled in Xiao Yun's eyes, his face radiating confidence and extraordinary dominance. Suddenly, Tang Yun sensed that Xiao Yun had concluded his training and swiftly flew over from a distance. Xiao Yun smiled at her, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, junior sister Tang, for safeguarding me. You're too kind, brother Xiao. By the way, how do you feel now?" Tang Yun gestured dismissively, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed intently at Xiao Yun, eager to uncover the changes he had undergone. However, Xiao Yun had concealed all his aura, making it impossible for someone of Tang Yun's caliber to discern the truth. "I feel unprecedentedly well." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun broke into a grin and waved his hand, saying, "Let us proceed to the heart of the true dragon's nest." Tang Yun nodded in agreement, and the two set off once more towards the core of the true dragon's nest. In less than half a day's time, they arrived at the heart of the nest, where faint sounds of commotion reached their ears, piquing their curiosity. "Brother Xiao, it seems there are many people over there. Should we go take a look?" Tang Yun inquired, listening intently before glancing at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun pondered for a moment and replied, "It would be wise to investigate. Who knows, there might be treasures we could seize." Tang Yun couldn't help but feel exasperated. Her senior brother was indeed quite self-assured. However, considering that the treasures within the true dragon's nest were ownerless, it was indeed feasible for Xiao Yun to claim them, as the law of the jungle prevailed here. Might makes right, and the weak are prey to the strong. In the lush, verdant forest, a crystal-clear river meandered into the distance, alongside which stood a small tree, no taller than a person. Its trunk was robust and sturdy, exuding an air of ancient resilience. The tree's foliage was abundant, interspersed with numerous white blossoms. Curiously, it bore but a single fruit, resplendent in golden hues, radiating a faint golden light that rendered it extraordinarily eye-catching. This golden fruit was unmistakably extraordinary. In the distance, a group of young cultivators gazed at the fruit with faces full of greed, yet none dared to approach and pluck it. In the vicinity of the diminutive tree stood 3 formidable figures, each representing a unique and powerful entity: the temporal body, Li Chengdi; the divine monarch body, Jiang Haoren; and the primordial saint body, Zhao Wuji. With these 3 unparalleled prodigies gathered, who would dare to seize treasures in their presence? They formed a triangular formation around the small tree, and any who dared to encroach upon their space would surely face the wrath of the other 2. The expressions on their faces were laden with gravity and vigilance. Heavens! That is the Bodhi tree, a legendary divine tree. It is said that the Bodhi tree blooms once every millennium and bears fruit after another millennium. The flowers fall, and the fruits ripen. This fruit is known as the Bodhi fruit, and consuming it can instantaneously elevate one into a state of profound enlightenment. It is one of the 10 extraordinary treasures in the world, coveted even by saints and quasi-emperors alike. If this treasure were to be taken away, it could be exchanged for a sacred weapon. With Li Chengdi, Jiang Haoren, and Zhao Wuji present, one could only wonder who among them would lay claim to the Bodhi fruit. As Xiao Yun and Tang Yun approached, they overheard the buzzing discussion surrounding them. Chapter 64. 3 Unparalleled Prodigies. The Bodhi Tree? The Bodhi Fruit? Xiao Yun, intrigued by the murmurs, turned his gaze towards the river ahead and indeed beheld a small tree, adorned with a golden fruit the size of a fist, radiating a resplendent golden hue. However, what captivated Xiao Yun's attention even more were the 3 extraordinary prodigies beside it: Li Chengdi, Jiang Haoren, and Zhao Wuji. The convergence of these 3 exceptional beings was indeed unexpected for Xiao Yun. However, Xiao Yun soon found himself elated. Having searched for Li Chengdi and Zhao Wuji for quite some time, he finally encountered these 2 individuals. Eliminate Li Chengdi and subdue Zhao Wuji. Xiao Yun mused inwardly, recognizing this as his imminent course of action. Should this information circulate, it would undoubtedly incite a considerable uproar, for Xiao Yun's ambitions were exceedingly audacious. Was it truly so simple to vanquish Li Chengdi, the embodiment of time and space? He was already acknowledged as the mightiest among the true dragon nest. Moreover, the ancient sacred body of Zhao Wuji was equally formidable. Possessing a supreme physique, he may not surpass Li Chengdi, yet he was hardly inferior. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun brimmed with confidence. Having just undergone a transformation, his strength had soared to an impressive 900,000 gene, placing him at the pinnacle among his peers. Senior brother Xiao, this is a Bodhi fruit. Once consumed, it can instantaneously induce a state of enlightenment, and it is one of the 10 extraordinary treasures of the world, which will undoubtedly benefit you immensely, came the excited voice of Tang Yunyun from beside him. It was then that Xiao Yun turned his attention back to the golden fruit and the sapling, which did bear a resemblance to the Bodhi tree and its fruit as depicted in texts. However, he found himself less intrigued, as he still possessed 154 opportunities for enlightenment. With the enlightenment system at his disposal, such moments held little value for him, far overshadowed by the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, a treasure capable of facilitating a metamorphosis of his physical form. Senior brother Xiao, this Bodhi fruit is exceedingly precious. Li Chengdi and his associates will undoubtedly strive fiercely to seize it. You must exercise caution. It is important to note that this Bodhi fruit can enable them to enter a state of enlightenment, thereby assisting them in mastering an extraordinary combat technique that enhances their strength by a staggering 100,000 pounds. Tang Yunyun spoke gravely, of course. Consuming this Bodhi fruit at the body refinement stage would be an utter waste. They are far more likely to ingest it while stuck at the heavenly realm's bottleneck. At that juncture, they can leverage the state of enlightenment to break through and achieve sanctity. Upon hearing Tang Yunyun's subsequent words, Xiao Yun's eyes lit up as if struck by a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily stunned. Indeed, while this Bodhi fruit may hold no value for me, it would undoubtedly be of great significance to my master. He has been ensnared in the extraordinary realm for many years with this Bodhi fruit. He could surely transcend his bottleneck and ascend to the heavenly realm. Once he enters the heavenly realm, he would gain an additional 1,000 years of lifespan. What more treasures could one seek to extend life? Xiao Yun's thoughts raced. Initially, he had only considered his own circumstances. For someone endowed with an enlightenment system like himself, the Bodhi fruit seemed of little worth and unworthy of attention. However, for Emperor Tian, its value was immense. The reason Emperor Tian remained trapped in the extraordinary realm was due to his chaos scripture being unable to progress to the next tier. Yet, with the assistance of this Bodhi fruit, he could swiftly break through to the next level. At that time, Emperor Tian would shatter his bottleneck and ascend to the heavenly realm. Not only would a heavenly realm powerhouse gain an additional 1,000 years of lifespan, but they would also wield even greater power. Once Emperor Tian ascends to the realm of celestial prowess, Xiao Yun shall no longer harbor concerns regarding his potential downfall. Furthermore, a more formidable Emperor Tian will serve as a robust pillar for Xiao Yun during his earlier, weaker days. Contemplating this, Xiao Yun's eyes gleamed with determination as he fixated on the Bodhi fruit before him, his gaze imbued with an undeniable resolve. This Bodhi fruit is destined to be mine, he murmured, confidence radiating from him. Almost instantaneously, he resolved to seize the fruit and present it to his master, aiding him in achieving celestial greatness. Dang Si Mai, please wait here for a moment while I endeavor to procure the Bodhi fruit, Xiao Yun whispered to Tang Yunyun. She nodded in understanding, aware that her presence would only hinder him, as the prowess of Li Chengdi and his companions far surpassed that of Zhou Feiyu. Nevertheless, Dang Yuinun Gaotion, Xiao Xixing. Do exercise caution. Moreover, the Bodhi fruit has yet to reach maturity. It will only fully ripen once all the blossoms on the Bodhi tree have fallen. Xiao Yun acknowledged her words. Such knowledge was indeed documented in the tomes of their chaotic sacred land. The reason why Li Chengdi and his companions had refrained from acting thus far was that the Bodhi fruit remained unripe. Should a conflict arise and the aftermath of battle ruin the fruit, it would surely cause them great distress. With that, Xiao Yun approached the Bodhi tree, standing out amidst the crowd like a crane among chickens. Consequently, he immediately captured the attention of all present, inciting a flurry of whispers around him. Curious gazes converged upon Xiao Yun. Who is that individual? Is he courting disaster? How dare one approach the Bodhi tree? Humph, with 3 unparalleled prodigies present. Does he still dare to covet the Bodhi fruit? Truly, he values wealth over life, oblivious to the peril he invites. I believe I recognize him. His name is Xiao Yun, a disciple of the Chaos Sacred Land, who previously triumphed over Zhang Yunfei outside. Oh, how surprising that the Chaos Sacred Land has sent someone. Do they not fear the annihilation that the primordial Sacred Land could unleash upon them? A mere Zhang Yunfei cannot possibly compare to these 3 exceptional prodigies. Even if he hails from the Chaos Sacred Land, he stands no chance against Li Chengdi and his companions. The Chaos Sacred Land has evidently fallen into utter decline. Not only do their disciples lack strength, but they also seem devoid of wit. A murmur of discussion arose from the crowd. Xiao Yun's ears perked up, and in an instant, 5 silver flying daggers appeared in his hand, shooting forth like silver meteors, darting into the throng. With a series of ghastly cries, 5 young cultivators collapsed, each with a silver dagger protruding from their foreheads. The crowd was immediately struck with horror, gazing at Xiao Yun with dread as they began to retreat. Xiao Yun cast a cold glance at them, his voice chillingly resonant. One may indulge in reckless consumption, but one must not speak carelessly, lest it cost them their lives. His tone was frigid, akin to the biting cold of winter, plunging the surrounding atmosphere into a deep freeze. The onlookers shivered involuntarily, silenced, no longer daring to utter a word about Xiao Yun. With a cold snort, Xiao Yun turned and continued his approach towards the Bodhi tree. Within the true dragon's nest, he harbored no reservations. Those who dared to act recklessly would meet their demise. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun's actions had drawn the attention of Emperor Li Cheng and his companions. The 3 unparalleled prodigies gazed intently at Xiao Yun, their eyes filled with an intimidating sense of pressure. Xiao Yun met their stares boldly, his eyes sharp as blades, exuding an aura akin to a drawn sword, heralding the emergence of his extraordinary might. Chapter 65. The Maturation of the Bodhi Fruit. Emperor Li Cheng scrutinized Xiao Yun before him, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. He had previously overheard the discussions around him and was aware that Xiao Yun hailed from the chaotic Sacred Land. In fact, this was the very individual mentioned by the Elder One Yang Wei, the one who had once defeated their Taichu Sacred Land's lightning body, the Jade Dragon. This revelation intrigued Emperor Li Cheng. Before entering, the senior officials of Taichu Sacred Land had issued a stern command to Zhou Feiyu and his group to eliminate Xiao Yun, ensuring that the chaotic Sacred Land would once again face defeat. As for Emperor Li Cheng, he had not received any orders from the higher-ups of Taichu Sacred Land. In their eyes, a mere mortal like Xiao Yun was not a worthy opponent for Zhou Feiyu and the others. Thus there was no need for Emperor Li Cheng to intervene. Upon learning that Xiao Yun was but a mortal, he dismissed him with disdain. However, having spent some time within the true dragon's nest, it was only logical that Zhou Feiyu and his companions should have already slain Xiao Yun. Yet, why did this individual stand before them now? A flicker of doubt crossed Emperor Li Cheng's eyes. Could it be that those incompetent fools, Zhou Feiyu and his companions, had failed to locate anyone? As Emperor Li Cheng scrutinized Xiao Yun, Jiang Haoren and Zhao Wuji, who stood nearby, also turned their gaze toward Xiao Yun. Zhao Wuji recognized Xiao Yun at a glance and could not help but laugh heartily. Xiao Yun, I did not expect to see you here. Have you encountered any dangers along the way? There was a hint of genuine concern in Zhao Wuji's tone, which astonished the crowd nearby. Only a select few were aware that Xiao Yun had allegedly allied himself with Zhao Wuji. Naturally, Zhao Wuji regarded Xiao Yun as one of his loyal followers, hence his concern. After all, Xiao Yun was designated as his foremost warrior. Madman, Xiao Yun shot Zhao Wuji a glare. Had it not been for Emperor Li Cheng's presence, he would have long since dealt him a swift blow. Yet, Xiao Yun understood that his greatest adversary at present was Emperor Li Cheng. Once he had resolved that matter, he could then attend to Zhao Wuji. As he approached the Bodhi tree, he carefully assessed Emperor Li Cheng's strength. Halt! Jiang Haoren finally spoke. his sharp gaze fixed on Xiao Yun, filled with disdain. This place is not for just anyone. Be gone at once. You lack the qualifications to contest the Bodhi fruit with us. And who might you be, barking like a dog before me? Xiao Yun retorted coldly, fixing his gaze on Jiang Haoran. Impudence. Jiang Haoran was taken aback that a mere nameless individual would dare speak to him so disrespectfully. Enraged, he prepared to take action. You are the one who is truly impudent. Beside him, Zhao Wuji cast a cold glance at Jiang Haoran and disdainfully remarked, "This is my follower, my foremost general. I summoned him here. Do you dare to contest that?" Jiang Haoran's countenance darkened, yet he refrained from speaking further. Though he too was a prodigious talent, Zhao Wuji was a disciple of the sacred land. While their sacred king's sect boasted considerable prestige, rivaling that of the sacred land, it ultimately lacked the profound heritage that the sacred land possessed. Nevertheless, Jiang Haoran cast a deep glance at Xiao Yun, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, clearly marking this individual for future reckoning. Xiao Yun, however, paid Jiang Haoran no heed. His gaze was fixed upon the figure of Emperor Li Cheng, eyes shimmering as he pondered the emperor's strength. Li Cheng regarded Xiao Yun with indifference and remarked, "You are fortunate indeed, having avoided encountering Zhou Feiyu and his ilk." Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. A smile graced his lips as he realized that Li Cheng believed his survival was due to the absence of Zhou Feiyu. Little did Li Cheng know that Zhou Feiyu and his companions had already been vanquished by Xiao Yun. After all, such news was profoundly shocking. With this thought, Xiao Yun faced Li Cheng and coldly retorted, "I have always been quite fortunate. For instance, this Bodhi fruit appears not yet ripe, seemingly waiting for my arrival." A scoff escaped Jiang Haoran's lips, his expression dripping with derision as he regarded Xiao Yun, clearly dismissing him as overly arrogant for presuming the Bodhi fruit to be his own, as if the three prodigious talents were mere decorations. Zhao Wuji, however, remained unfazed. With his arms crossed and eyes gleaming, his golden irises fixed upon Xiao Yun as he extolled, "Truly, you are my foremost warrior, exuding an extraordinary aura. I can almost envision the day when we shall sweep across the world together." Xiao Yun, dismissive of this eccentricity, averted his gaze and began to scrutinize the Bodhi fruit before him. He noted that only 3 blossoms remained on the Bodhi tree, nearing their ripeness. Until the Bodhi fruit had matured, Xiao Yun would not take action. Otherwise, with 3 unparalleled prodigies present, any one of them could effortlessly obliterate the Bodhi fruit. He fixed his attention on the 3 flowers of the Bodhi tree, patiently awaiting their transformation. The other 3 exceptional prodigies also waited with measured patience, regarding Xiao Yun with indifference. After all, aside from his victory over Zhang Yunfei, he had little else to boast of in terms of accomplishments. Had Xiao Yun been a genius of a special physique, hailing from the chaotic sacred land, he might have garnered the attention of Li Chengdi and Zhao Wuji. However, as a mere mortal, he was overlooked by them. The disparity between a mortal body and a supreme physique was insurmountable. As time trickled by, 2 blossoms fell from the Bodhi tree, landing softly upon the ground, merging with the soil and transforming into formless spiritual essence, nourishing the tree. The Bodhi tree emitted a gentle luminescence, and the Bodhi fruit grew increasingly resplendent, its golden radiance dazzling and accompanied by an enchanting fragrance. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense, with all present holding their breath in anticipation. As everyone is aware, the Bodhi fruit is on the verge of ripening. Only one final blossom remains, and once it falls, the moment of the Bodhi fruit's maturation will arrive. At that time, the 3 extraordinary prodigies before me will undoubtedly seize the opportunity without hesitation. The gazes of Li Chengdi and his companions sharpen, akin to blades, fixated on the Bodhi fruit while remaining vigilant of one another. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun finds himself overlooked by them. He relishes this disregard, momentarily fixating on the Bodhi fruit before casting a glance at Li Chengdi and his companions, contemplating whom to target first. Presently, it is evident that Li Chengdi possesses the greatest strength and speed. If I were Zhao Wuji or Jiang Haoran, I would undoubtedly join forces against him. As Xiao Yun calculates in his mind, a flicker of light dances in his eyes. He has already determined his target, Li Qingdi. Eliminating him first is crucial, for his swiftness is formidable. Should he seize the Bodhi fruit, no one would be able to catch him if he attempted to flee. With a flash of silver light, Xiao Yun retrieves a silver flying dagger, firmly grasping it in his palm. At that moment, the last flower on the Bodhi tree cascades down, and boundless golden light converges, causing the Bodhi fruit to radiate with a brilliance akin to the sun. The three prodigious beings present immediately narrow their pupils, and in unison, their eyes blaze with resplendent divine light. Chapter 66. The Clash of Prodigies. The Bodhi fruit has finally matured. Those observing from afar widen their eyes, fully aware that a confrontation among the three extraordinary prodigies is imminent, with none wishing to miss such a spectacular scene. Near the Bodhi tree, the extraordinary talents Li Qingdi, Zhao Wuji, and Jiang Haoran had swiftly sprung into action. With astonishing speed, akin to teleportation, Li Qingdi appeared before the Bodhi tree in an instant, reaching out to pluck the Bodhi fruit. "Halt! Insolence!" Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji shouted simultaneously, launching their attacks toward Li Qingdi. Should he dare to seize the fruit, they would unleash their fury upon him. This was a classic strategy of surrounding the enemy to rescue an ally. At that moment, a silver flying dagger had already been unleashed, soaring forth before Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran could make their move. The dagger sliced through the air, leaving an elusive trail, and in an instant, it struck the back of Li Qingdi's hand as he reached for the Bodhi fruit. Li Qingdi furrowed his brow, glancing at Xiao Yun with a hint of surprise, seemingly taken aback by his unexpected skill. The force behind the flying dagger was formidable, enough to send his hand flying and draw blood. What he did not realize was the shock that coursed through Xiao Yun's mind. He had distinctly felt the dagger slow down upon contacting Li Qingdi's hand, significantly diminishing the force he had imparted. Otherwise, with his terrifying strength of 900,000 pounds, he could have obliterated Li Qingdi's hand. This was a manifestation of time deceleration. He had managed to wield such power, even at the body refining stage. Xiao Yun's expression turned grave as he set aside any complacency, his eyes now fixed on Li Qingdi with utmost vigilance. The prowess of Emperor Li Cheng was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, his current predicament was far from favorable. Although he had successfully thwarted Xiao Yun's flying dagger, he found himself subjected to a combined assault from Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran. The might of these two extraordinary talents was formidable, as both possessed the supreme physique. When the two supreme physiques launched their joint attack, even Emperor Li Cheng had to treat the situation with utmost seriousness. He was compelled to abandon his pursuit of the Bodhi fruit, and instead turned to confront Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran. A silvery luminescence emanated from the surface of Emperor Li Cheng's body, transforming into a resplendent full moon, pure and sacred, approximately the same size as himself, hovering behind him. The radiance enveloped him, exuding an unparalleled brilliance. It was undeniable that Emperor Li Cheng's strength was extraordinary. He stood before the Bodhi tree like a divine idol, his entire being aglow with splendor, as the silver moon spiraled around him, a force akin to the surging waves of the ocean sweeping in all directions. Boom! The combined strike from Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji was effortlessly countered by Emperor Li Cheng, who merely took a half step back, remaining steadfast before the Bodhi tree. Exuding immense power, the spectators in the distance were utterly astounded. It was the phenomenon of the moon rising over the sea. The manifestation of Emperor Li Cheng was indeed that of the moon rising over the sea, a remarkably potent phenomenon. His strength was unparalleled. He had managed to block the joint attack of two extraordinary talents without sustaining any harm. The crowd marveled in awe. Yet, amidst the astonishment, no one noticed that Xiao Yun had stealthily crept up behind Emperor Li Cheng while he was engaged in combat with Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran. Perhaps Emperor Li Cheng took notice, yet he regarded Xiao Yun with indifference. In his estimation, the true adversaries before him were Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran. Thus, even upon discovering Xiao Yun, Emperor Li Cheng did not pay him any heed, merely establishing a layer of defense behind him. He continued to channel his own extraordinary phenomenon. The luminous moon rising over the sea, launching it towards the approaching Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji, who had once again united in their assault. War God Fist, Zhao Wuji bellowed, his voice reverberating through the heavens. His aura surged like a tempest, golden flames flickering his eyes as he unleashed a devastating punch. Imbued with an overwhelming force, behind him, the manifestation of an unparalleled war god emerged, surging forth with the impact of his strike. Ruling the world, Jiang Haoran struck towards Emperor Li Cheng with a commanding palm, an awe-inspiring scene of deities and worship materializing behind him. He appeared as a true sovereign of the divine, seated high above in the celestial realms, reigning over myriad worlds, as countless deities knelt in reverence before him. Both of these exceptional prodigies displayed their mightiest assaults, their presence strikingly formidable. A newfound gravity emerged in Emperor Li Cheng's gaze. He dared not underestimate these two and promptly summoned his own phenomenon to confront them. With a tumultuous roar, the ocean surged, waves crashing relentlessly as a resplendent moon ascended slowly, resembling an unparalleled curved blade, poised to cleave through Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran with its dazzling brilliance and overwhelming momentum. Simultaneously, the assaults of Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran cascaded forth. In an instant, the area was ablaze with brilliance, a dazzling spectacle that captivated the eye. Thunderous roars of explosions resounded incessantly, reverberating through the air. Suddenly, amidst the dazzling brilliance, a furious bellow emerged from Emperor Li Cheng. The onlookers, taken aback, beheld a shocking scene. Xiao Yun, seemingly oblivious to the peril, charged towards Emperor Li Cheng, wielding a formidable black warblade, poised to strike fiercely at the emperor's back. At that moment, Emperor Li Cheng was fiercely engaged with Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran, rendering Xiao Yun's timing impeccable. With the majority of his strength diverted towards his opponents, Emperor Li Cheng had little power left to counter Xiao Yun's audacious assault. Nevertheless, as a prodigious figure, he regarded Xiao Yun with disdain, effortlessly swatting at him as one would a mere fly, underestimating any potential threat. Yet, he failed to notice the sinister smile curling at the corners of Xiao Yun's mouth. "How dare you underestimate me? You have brought this upon yourself." With a gaze as frigid as ice, Xiao Yun raised his mysterious iron warblade high, channeling an immense force within him that surged forth like the mighty Yangtze River, infusing it into the weapon. In an instant, the black warblade appeared to come alive, radiating an eerie dark glow. As it sliced through the air, it seemed to carve out a chasm of shadows, devouring all surrounding light. A deep sense of impending danger surged within Emperor Li Cheng as he fixated on the mysterious iron warblade in Xiao Yun's grasp, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Have you realized it? Alas, it is already too late. With a booming laugh, Xiao Yun unleashed the terrifying force of 900,000 pounds within him, channeling it through the mysterious iron battle knife as he struck down upon Emperor Li Cheng with overwhelming might. Chapter 67. The Grand Victor Xiao Yun's strike was immensely powerful. As his 900,000 pounds of strength erupted, Emperor Li Cheng found himself at the forefront, acutely sensing the dreadful intent to kill emanating from the attack. How is this possible? A wave of horror surged through Li Cheng's heart. He had never anticipated Xiao Yun's formidable prowess. At this juncture, any attempt to muster his own strength for defense had become futile. In a moment of desperation, Emperor Li Cheng could only mobilize a fraction of his power to unleash his ultimate technique. Time dilation, space immobilization, he bellowed, pushing his temporal and spatial abilities to their utmost limit, invoking a forbidden maneuver of time and space. The surrounding area froze, attempting to resist the onslaught of the iron blade. However, Xiao Yun's strength was simply too overwhelming. The meager spatial energy that Li Cheng could summon was utterly insufficient to withstand the assault of 900,000 pounds. Even though Li Cheng subsequently enacted time dilation, it proved ineffective. Xiao Yun was far too close. The mysterious iron battle knife was already poised before Emperor Li Cheng, rendering his ultimate technique too late to bear fruit. It must be said that Xiao Yun had keenly seized the opportune moment to strike, leaving Li Cheng no time to even activate his own manifestation. Xiao Yun's power was inherently formidable, and now, with a full force attack against a hasty defense, the outcome was all too clear. With a resounding crack, the very fabric of space seemed to shatter. The spatial confinement of Emperor Li Cheng could not obstruct the black blade of Xiao Yun's mysterious iron sword, which tore through the layers of void, striking towards his chest. In that moment, Emperor Li Cheng felt an overwhelming pressure that left him breathless. The force of 900,000 pounds erupted in its entirety, and the terrifying power of the mysterious iron sword reached its zenith. A monstrous energy surged forth like a tumultuous wave, relentlessly crashing towards Emperor Li Cheng. His palm print was instantly torn apart, and the tremendous force struck him with the ferocity of a natural disaster, sending him hurtling backward. As he flew through the air, a mouthful of blood was expelled, his face turning ashen. Disbelief etched across his features as he stared at Xiao Yun beside the Bodhi tree, his heart tumultuous with shock. The sheer magnitude of Xiao Yun's strength became evident only when he experienced that fateful strike. Even without a sneak attack, it was sufficient to threaten him. Was this truly what the esteemed elder of Wanyang Hui referred to as merely a mortal body? Emperor Li Cheng couldn't help but curse inwardly. If Wanyang Hui were before him now, claiming Xiao Yun was just an ordinary mortal, he would not hesitate to slap him across the face. Had he ever witnessed a mortal with 900,000 pounds of strength in the physical refinement realm? Emperor Li Cheng felt utterly deceived by Wanyang Hui. Had he been even slightly wary of Xiao Yun beforehand, he would not be in such a dire predicament. Good heavens, what have I witnessed? Emperor Li Cheng was actually sent flying, spitting blood from a single blow. How could this disciple of the Chaos Holy Land, known as Xiao Yun, possess such formidable prowess? It was inconceivable. How could Emperor Li Cheng be so severely injured by a single strike from Xiao Yun? Not far away, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd observing the scene. Many were drawing in sharp breaths, their eyes wide with disbelief etched across their faces. Even Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren were momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to fathom that Xiao Yun had indeed managed to inflict harm upon Emperor Li Cheng. Moreover, with their discerning eyes, they could easily perceive the severity of Emperor Li Cheng's injuries. The pallor of his face alone indicated that he had suffered a significant setback. This revelation left Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren in a state of incredulity. Just how formidable was Emperor Li Cheng? Moments ago, their combined efforts had failed to subdue him, and they had even found themselves at a disadvantage. This underscored the immense power possessed by Emperor Li Cheng. Yet this unparalleled prodigy had been severely wounded by Xiao Yun, a mere unknown individual. Although there were implications of sneak attack by Xiao Yun, it nonetheless highlighted his formidable prowess. After all, had it been anyone else, even if Emperor Li Cheng were to stand still, it would have been nearly impossible to inflict any damage upon him. The so-called body of time and space. It seemed rather overrated. Meanwhile, under the watchful gaze of the multitude, Xiao Yun plucked the Bodhi fruit from the Bodhi tree, grinning as he declared, "Indeed, this Bodhi fruit is mine." In the distance, Emperor Li Cheng consumed a pill, silently cultivating to mend his injuries, utterly unable to prevent Xiao Yun from claiming the fruit. Forced to witness the act with a face darkened by fury, devoid of his previous composure, Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren, having been sent flying by Emperor Li Cheng moments prior, were equally incapable of halting Xiao Yun's acquisition of the Bodhi fruit. In one fell swoop, Xiao Yun emerged as the undisputed victor. However, Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren stood resolutely in front of and behind Xiao Yun, effectively blocking his path. It was evident that they would not relinquish the precious Bodhi fruit so easily. In the distance, Emperor Li Cheng quietly recuperated, biding his time. "You surprised me by injuring Emperor Li Cheng, young one. Yet, it was merely a sneak attack. Surrender the Bodhi fruit, and I may spare your life," Jiang Haoren declared, his gaze icy upon Xiao Yun. Although Xiao Yun had wounded Emperor Li Cheng, Jiang Haoren remained unconvinced of Xiao Yun's superiority. This sentiment was a common understanding within the cultivation realm. The exceptional physique was deeply respected, and few believed that an ordinary body like Xiao Yun's could triumph over a prodigy born with extraordinary gifts. Of course, should Xiao Yun reveal the nascent form of a chaotic body, the situation would be drastically different. Only Emperor Li Cheng, nursing his wounds from afar, comprehended the true terror that Xiao Yun embodied, yet he wisely refrained from alerting Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji, allowing them to engage in a deadly struggle with Xiao Yun while he positioned himself to reap the benefits. Zhao Wuji, observing Xiao Yun, expressed his astonishment with a smile. Xiao Yun, you have exceeded my expectations. I find myself increasingly impressed by you. Hand over the Bodhi fruit, and once I ascend to the status of a great emperor, you may serve as my envoy, overseeing the myriad realms, second only to me in power. What say you? Xiao Yun cast a glance at Zhao Wuji, then at Jiang Haoran, before beckoning them with a finger, coldly stating, "Come here, kneel, and submit to me. Today, I shall grant you mercy." Such words were undeniably arrogant, daring to provoke two unparalleled geniuses, a clear indication of recklessness. Yet, following the earlier spectacle of Xiao Yun's overwhelming defeat of Emperor Li Cheng, the onlookers from afar refrained from uttering any scornful remarks, their attention wholly captivated by the unfolding scene. In the arena, Jiang Haoran, upon hearing Xiao Yun's audacious proclamations, could not help but scoff. What a foolhardy creature you are! It seems imperative today that you come to understand the decline of your chaotic sacred land. What are you barking about? Step forward, and I shall slay you now. Xiao Yun regarded him with a chilling gaze, his tone laced with disdain. Unable to contain himself any longer, Jiang Haoran launched a direct assault on Xiao Yun, unleashing a torrent of golden palm imprints that swiftly engulfed the sky, threatening to consume Xiao Yun. Boom! In response, Xiao Yun erupted forth like a volcano, transforming the previously tranquil space into a tempest of surging energy that surged from his fists. With a single strike, 9 luminous fists danced through the air, their might sweeping across the heavens. The palm imprints conjured by Jiang Haoran were shattered into fragments by Xiao Yun's fists, and the terrifying force cascaded through the remnants, crashing towards Jiang Haoran like an unstoppable tide. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Haoran was relentlessly forced back, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Yun across from him, his eyes filled with incredulity. The power of his opponent was far superior, reaching an astonishing weight of 900,000 pounds. Chapter 68, Defeating the Divine King Body, Earning Renown in Battle Heavens. Witnessing Jiang Haoran being repelled by Xiao Yun's frontal assault, the crowd of spectators erupted in astonished cries and fervor. They could now ascertain that Xiao Yun possessed strength rivaling that of an unparalleled prodigy. Indeed, he was a dark horse, finally revealing his extraordinary brilliance. Jiang Haoran's expression was grim as he gazed at the figure of Xiao Yun before him. In a low voice, he remarked, "I underestimated you. Who would have thought that such a prodigy could emerge from the chaos sacred land? No wonder they dared to send someone here. It is now my turn to strike." Xiao Yun replied coldly, and with that, he unleashed the 9 transformation dominance fist. 9 luminous fists coalesced into a singular, breathtaking blow that surged toward Jiang Haoran with tremendous force. "Do you think I fear you?" Jiang Haoran bellowed, unwilling to evade the attack under the gaze of so many onlookers, for such an act would be profoundly humiliating. After all, he was a supreme body, while Xiao Yun was merely a mortal. How could a supreme body retreat from the assault of a mere mortal? Would that not diminish the esteem of the supreme body? Would it not strip away its dignity? Jiang Haoran summoned the full power of his divine king body, radiating an aura of a sovereign, ruling over all. Each of his strikes carried an overwhelming momentum, akin to a celestial dome crashing down. An infinite brilliance erupted from the imprints of his palms, sweeping toward Xiao Yun like a relentless tide, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, presenting an astonishing spectacle. In that moment, Jiang Haoran exuded an unparalleled aura. His body shone with resplendent light, divine radiance illuminating the surroundings as a terrifying presence surged throughout the space. Observers from a distance could not help but express their awe at the formidable strength of the divine king body, rightfully ranking among the top 10 supreme bodies. However, Xiao Yun remained unfazed, his demeanor remarkably calm. He merely propelled his fist forward, gold light intertwining as if a golden lightning bolt tore through the heavens, exuding immense might. With a thunderous clash, the two engaged in an unrelenting battle, shaking the very earth beneath them, uprooting nearby trees that burst into fragments against the sky. A terrifying force surged forth, leaving the surrounding land in utter devastation, as countless trees lay toppled upon the ground. Gigantic fissures, resembling a spider's web, sprawled across the earth, extending into the distance. Kill! Each strike from Zhang Haoren was infused with an overwhelming might, akin to a wrathful deity laying waste to millions, instilling sheer terror. Yet, Xiao Yun's fists proved even more formidable, unleashing a staggering power of 900,000 pounds that obliterated Zhang Haoren's palm imprint with ease. Boom! 9 radiant punches coalesced into blinding light, forcing Zhang Haoren to retreat repeatedly. The sheer force caused blood to seep from the corners of his mouth, his complexion turning ashen. Onlookers from afar watched in astonishment. Zhang Haoren had unexpectedly fallen to a disadvantage, suffering injuries at the hands of Xiao Yun. He was no match for him. It was evident to discerning eyes that Xiao Yun had secured an absolute upper hand. The Divine King's physique was nothing extraordinary. With a cold sneer, Xiao Yun unleashed a torrent of blazing fist light that engulfed Zhang Haoren. The terrifying force battered Zhang Haoren, causing him to spout blood continuously. Nearby, Li Chengdi and Zhao Wuji wore grave expressions, their demeanor growing increasingly solemn. Xiao Yun's prowess had earned their utmost respect. Conversely, Zhang Haoren was consumed by an intense fury. The thought of being bested by a mere mortal was utterly intolerable. You are far too arrogant. Today, I shall reveal to you the absolute disparity between a mortal body and that of a divine king. The gods shall annihilate the world. Zhang Haoren suddenly bellowed, and behind him, the manifestation of divine palaces emerged, with countless ethereal deities surging forth alongside him toward Xiao Yun, as if the gods of the heavens were intent on annihilation. Is this an extraordinary phenomenon? Do I lack such a spectacle? Xiao Yun scoffed lightly, his flowing black hair swirling as if stirred by an unseen wind, and behind him, 30 vibrant pillars of light erupted, reaching towards the heavens, exuding an extraordinary aura. The projection of the great Tao appeared, and the onlookers in the distance gasped in astonishment. What is that? It is a projection of the great Tao. He has actually cultivated the legendary chaos scripture, and has even forged the embryonic form of the chaos body. Indeed, it is the embryonic form of the chaos body. No wonder he possesses such formidable strength. How old is he? He has already forged the embryonic form of the chaos body. Even the first holy son of the chaos sacred land, Emperor Tian, was not as terrifying as this in his youth. The crowd buzzed with excitement, utterly shaken. The chaos body, regarded as the supreme entity across countless realms, shone resplendently. And even though Xiao Yun had merely manifested the embryonic form of the chaos body, it was enough to leave everyone in awe. Even Li Chengdi and Zhao Wuji, who were not far away, stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with disbelief. The renown of the chaos body from the chaos sacred land is indeed monumental. Or rather, the former chaos emperor was overwhelmingly formidable, the greatest emperor of all realms, the strongest throughout the ages. This has immortalized the myth of the chaos body, universally acknowledged as the supreme entity among the myriad worlds. So, it is. What mere mortal form can compare? Li Chengdi silently cursed one Yang Hui once more at his heart. This scoundrel is truly a source of great embarrassment. As a venerable elder, he ventured into the sacred land of chaos to test the waters, only to fail to discern that Xiao Yun had cultivated the chaos scripture and forged the embryonic form of the chaos body. He is nothing short of fool. Who would have thought that after so many years of silence, the sacred land of chaos would once again give rise to a madman bold enough to practice the chaos scripture? No wonder he dares to look down upon me. Not far away, Zhao Wujia gazed at the imposing figure of Xiao Yun and finally abandoned his desire to subdue him. In the realm of cultivation, it is common knowledge that those who practice the chaos scripture are deemed lunatics. How could one expect such individuals to submit? It is utterly impossible. The previous generation's Emperor Tian was most renowned for his battles against the supreme bodies and the dual pupils, never once conceding defeat. Of course, no one could defeat Emperor Tian, who had already forged a half-step chaos body, rivaling those of the supreme bodies and rendering him invincible within the same realm. Now, yet another Xiao Yun has emerged from the sacred land of chaos. What astonishes everyone is that this Xiao Yun is still quite young, not yet 20, and has already forged the embryonic form of the chaos body. With such innate talent, it is certain that he will eventually cultivate a half-step chaos body. If fortune favors him, he may even achieve the unparalleled chaos body that dominates all realms. Just as the crowd was reeling from this revelation, the battle in the arena had reached its conclusion. After unleashing the embryonic form of the chaos body, Xiao Yun, with his astonishing strength of 900,000 gene, swiftly shattered Jiang Haoran's manifestation, sending him flying and spitting blood once more. This time, Jiang Haoran sustained grave injuries, collapsing to the ground and coughing up blood incessantly, even more severely wounded than the earlier Li Qingdi. Xiao Yun would not show mercy, advancing relentlessly towards Jiang Haoran, as he did not wish to leave a formidable enemy for himself in the future. However, at that moment, a golden figure appeared before him, radiating a terrifying aura that compelled Xiao Yun to halt. This individual was Zhao Wuji, an extraordinary prodigy possessing the ancient saint body. Chapter 69. The defeat of the ancient saint body. Again, Xiao Yun frowned as he gazed at Zhao Wuji, contemplating the resolution of Zhao Wuji after he dealt with Jiang Haoran. He had not anticipated that this individual would be so eager to meet his demise. Zhao Wuji, with piercing eyes ablaze with fighting spirit, proclaimed to the heavens, "It is rare indeed to encounter a chaotic body in the cultivation realm. Today, fate has granted me this opportunity. Although you have yet to fully forge your chaotic body, you are still worthy of my attention." Undoubtedly, he was a battle enthusiast, a martial fanatic. Zhao Wuji was indeed extremely combative. Otherwise, he would not have dared to challenge all the body refinement cultivators of the dominant heavenly sacred land single-handedly. It is worth noting that during the body refinement stage, practitioners typically remained within their sects, engrossed in their own cultivation, seldom venturing out to explore. Only upon reaching the divine bridge realm, gaining the ability to fly with a sword, would they embark on journeys to hone their skills. This illustrates that Zhao Wuji was truly a martial fanatic, born for combat. However, such individuals are also exceedingly formidable, as they possess extensive battle experience and fight with relentless fervor, living and dying for the sake of battle. The ancient saint body, often referred to as the battle saint body, is not a mere jest. Among the 10 supreme bodies, the ancient saint body is a unique existence. It may appear weak, yet it possesses the potential to be incredibly strong. In moments of weakness, the primal sacred body ranked at the bottom among the 10 supreme bodies, even inferior to certain second-tier divine bodies. Yet, in times of strength, the primal sacred body could challenge the chaos body. During the ancient era, a fully realized primal sacred body dared to confront the Chaos Emperor. Although ultimately vanquished by the Chaos Emperor, this confrontation solidified the illustrious reputation of the primal sacred body. Since then, the lineage of the primal sacred body has yearned to challenge the chaos body to redeem the humiliation of their past defeat. Alas, since the reign of the Chaos Emperor, no second chaos body has emerged. Now, upon witnessing a nascent chaos body, how could Zhao Wujie remain unperturbed? The fervor of battle within him had already been ignited. To engage in combat with the chaos body is the pursuit of my lifetime. Zhao Wujie stepped forward, advancing toward Xiao Yun, his form radiating a brilliant golden glow, reminiscent of a sun infused within him, rendering him resplendent and dazzling. Moreover, behind Zhao Wujie loomed a colossal golden silhouette, akin to a war god from the ancient era, transcending the rivers of time to wage battles across the heavens and the earth, exuding an aura of divine might and indomitable battle spirit. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Wujie took a decisive step forward, unleashing a tremendous force that caused the ground to tremble beneath him, creating a terrifying spectacle of upheaval. It was as if the earth itself had been shattered by Xiao Wujia's stride. Amidst the cacophony of wild sounds, his golden fist appeared before Xiao Yun, resembling a hand forged from gold, glowing with an astonishing radiance, akin to a sun, blindingly brilliant. The war god punch. Xiao Wuji let out a thunderous roar, unleashing an overwhelming force from his fist that surged forth like an unstoppable river, rushing toward Xiao Yun. Behind him, the golden war god followed suit, delivering a powerful punch that instilled sheer terror. Ninefold dominance fist. Xiao Yun scoffed, channeling his own strength into the ninefold dominance fist, unleashing a staggering battle power of 900,000 pounds. His strike was utterly fearsome, akin to a lightning bolt descending from the heavens, a colossal axe cleaving through mountains, or a torrential waterfall cascading downwards. Unstoppable and relentless, the might of this force was unparalleled. No one could withstand its oppressive momentum. Under the impact of Xiao Yun's punch, even the very heavens and earth seemed compelled to submit. In an instant, Xiao Yun elevated his spirit and energy to their zenith, his fist's momentum enveloping the surrounding realm, rendering Xiao Wuji unable to evade. Yet, Xiao Wuji had no intention of retreating. His heart was ablaze with the fervor of battle. Kill! Kill! Both warriors roared in unison, engaging in a fierce clash reminiscent of two prehistoric behemoths locked in a brutal struggle, intense and harrowing. The visceral nature of their combat was striking, leaving onlookers aghast at the spectacle. Meanwhile, the injured divine king, Jiang seized the opportunity to escape into the distance, vanishing into the thicket. He was acutely aware that remaining there would spell disaster, potentially leading to his demise at the hands of Xiao Yun. It was wiser to withdraw for the time being. Xiao Yun noted Jiang flight, but lamented that he lacked the opportunity to pursue, for the formidable Xiao Wuji before him was not an adversary to be easily dispatched. Since he has fled, I shall subdue you first. Xiao Yun gazed indifferently at Xiao Wuji, then summoned the 30 colorful pillars of heaven behind him. These projections of the great Tao erupted with terrifying energy, intensifying the ferocity of his fists. As Xiao Yun activated the celestial phenomenon behind him, Xiao Wuji sensed the dire situation, for he had already employed his own manifestation, yet found himself unable to contend with Xiao Yun. Now, with Xiao Yun further unleashing his power, how could he possibly resist? Indeed, as soon as Xiao Yun's manifestation emerged, the overwhelming force of his punch shattered the very fabric of reality, sweeping forth with a destructive momentum that seemed to explode the world itself, unmatched in its potency. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Wuji felt utterly isolated as everything around him vanished. Earth and sky alike dissolved into an abyss of darkness, leaving only a singular fist, imposing and relentless, hurtling towards him. In this realm of shadows, Xiao Yun stood as an invincible deity of war, an unparalleled sovereign, the supreme ruler whose gaze could pierce through all. With a resounding roar, as Xiao Yun's fist descended, Xiao Wuji felt his arms tremble violently, his palms splitting apart, his body being propelled like a tree uprooted, launched away like a cannonball. As he was flung backwards, he coughed up blood, his face as pale as parchment. It was evident that in this direct confrontation, he was utterly overpowered by Xiao Yun, who had decisively defeated him. At that very moment, Li Chengdi, who had been healing from a distance, vanished as if teleporting, disappearing into thin air. Yet, Xiao Yun sensed an acute feeling of peril emanating from behind him. Do you wish to ambush me? I have long been prepared for your approach. A cold laughter echoed in Xiao Yun's heart, for Emperor Li had underestimated him, intending to launch a surprise attack akin to their previous encounters. Xiao Yun had remained vigilant against Emperor Li, recognizing that this man's prowess surpassed even that of Xiao Wujia and Jiang. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. At this critical juncture, Emperor Li struck from behind with astonishing swiftness, faster than lightning, akin to teleportation. However, as Emperor Li neared Xiao Yun, a blinding radiance erupted from the surroundings, enveloping the entire land in a domain that ensnared both Xiao Yun and Emperor Li within its grasp. It was a formation. A startled exclamation echoed from nearby. Emperor Li's expression shifted to one of horror as he realized the surrounding space had seemingly solidified, greatly diminishing his speed. Furthermore, countless silver flying daggers surged forth from every direction, surrounding Emperor Li completely. "I have been waiting for you to fall into my trap." Xiao Yun gazed with a cold smile at Emperor Li, who was ensnared within the formation. Chapter 70. Suppressing the Temporal Body Boom. As Emperor Li's speed waned, and with the silver daggers restraining him, Xiao Yun effortlessly repelled Emperor Li's assaults, forcing him back. After all, the force of 900,000 pounds was no trifling matter, undoubtedly surpassing Emperor Li's strength. Moreover, Emperor Li's injuries had only partially healed, recovering merely halfway. Faced with Emperor Li at his peak, Xiao Yun harbored no fear, how much less so against the half-damaged Emperor Li. Under the relentless assault of Xiao Yun's ninefold dominance fist, Emperor Li staggered backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staining his garments crimson. It was evident that Xiao Yun held an unequivocal advantage in strength. "When did you set up the formations?" Emperor Li inquired darkly, attempting to fend off Xiao Yun's attacks while retreating swiftly. At that moment, within the confines of the formations, his speed was severely hampered, compounded by the presence of another formation that disrupted the spatial fabric, rendering him incapable of harnessing spatial powers. Clearly, Xiao Yun had come prepared, having meticulously established two formations specifically designed to counter him. "Huh! I had already begun arranging the formations while you were engaged in battle with Jiang Haoren and Zhao Wuji." Xiao Yun retorted with a smug smirk, his golden fists relentlessly pummeling Emperor Li, forcing him to retreat further. From the onset, Xiao Yun had regarded Emperor Li with utmost caution, as his master, Emperor Tian, had equipped him with numerous strategies precisely to confront this adversary. Thus, while Emperor Li was embroiled in combat with Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren, Xiao Yun had covertly set up the formations, discreetly placing a few spirit stones in pivotal locations. He ensured that they remained concealed, making detection exceedingly difficult. Moreover, cultivators of the body refinement realm typically had no inclination to study formations, as their time was consumed by the rigorous training of superlative combat techniques. Consequently, no one anticipated that Xiao Yun possessed such expertise in formations. While Emperor Li and his companions were preoccupied with their battle, they failed to notice Xiao Yun's subtle maneuvers, underestimating him entirely. Subsequently, after Xiao Yun had severely injured Emperor Li Cheng, the latter was preoccupied with his recovery and could not pay attention to Xiao Yun. Seizing the opportunity during his battles with Jiang Haoren and Zhao Wuji, Xiao Yun successfully established two formations. These were relatively simple to arrange, known as the Chaos Void Formation and the Dragon Lock Formation. The most formidable formation, the Eight Gates Locking Formation, was rendered impractical due to its complexity, so Xiao Yun opted not to employ it. Nevertheless, the combination of the Chaos Void Formation, the Dragon Lock Formation, and Xiao Yun's own prowess was sufficient to contend with Emperor Li Cheng. The Chaos Void Formation could disrupt spatial dynamics, limiting Emperor Li Cheng's spatial abilities, while the Dragon Lock Formation effectively diminished his speed. Consequently, Emperor Li Cheng's velocity was significantly reduced, posing no threat to Xiao Yun. "It seems you have long been plotting against me. My injuries are not unfounded." Emperor Li Cheng's expression darkened, yet he conceded defeat with a sense of respect. The adversary had been devising strategies against him even before entering the true dragon nest, while he himself had underestimated Xiao Yun, failing to accord him the slightest regard. In light of this comparison, Emperor Li Cheng's defeat was indeed justified. "Huh, that Wanyang Hui claimed you were a being of time and space, extolling your greatness, and naturally, I had to take you seriously," Xiao Yun remarked with a grin, before delivering a powerful punch that sent Emperor Li Cheng spewing blood. As Emperor Li Cheng wiped the blood from his lips, he mentally cursed Wanyang Hui once more, lamenting that the fool not only failed to gauge the enemy's strength, but also unwittingly exposed his own vulnerabilities. This time, Emperor Li Cheng had truly fallen victim to Wanyang Hui's blunders. It was the formations. Indeed, it was the formations. Moreover, there are two formations. When did Xiao Yun set them up? It seems that Emperor Li Cheng is destined to fall into Xiao Yun's hands this time. It is astonishing that Xiao Yun possesses such a skill. How profound is his understanding? Not only has he mastered multiple supreme combat techniques, but he is also well-versed in formations. He is barely 20 years old. ISNT. This formation is specifically designed to counter Emperor Li Cheng's temporal and spatial body, indicating that the chaotic sacred land has prepared thoroughly for this day. The Taichu sacred land has undoubtedly been outmaneuvered. The chaotic sacred land, despite its decline, still radiates a brilliant light, proving itself as the most ancient of sacred realms. Outside, discussions have already erupted. It is evident to all that with the aid of the formations, Xiao Yun has completely seized the advantage, forcing Emperor Li Cheng into a retreat. The once pristine garments of Emperor Li Cheng are now drenched in blood, as he suffers severe injuries and increasingly finds himself outmatched by Xiao Yun. The crowd is utterly astonished. That is the temporal and spatial body, yet today it is poised to be defeated by a mortal body. Of course, it would be inaccurate to label Xiao Yun merely as a mortal body now. He has already cultivated the embryonic form of the chaos body, equivalent to a third-tier royal body. However, for a royal body to conquer a supreme body is nothing short of miraculous. Undoubtedly, Xiao Yun has created this miracle. After today, the name Xiao Yun will surely resonate throughout the entire cultivation realm. Some have expressed their sentiments aloud, and many others nodded in agreement. Today, Xiao Yun has consecutively defeated Jiang Haoren, Zhao Wujuan, and now Emperor Li Cheng. If he does not gain renown now, it would be as if the cultivators of this realm were blind. Within the formation, as Emperor Li Cheng resisted the fierce onslaught of Xiao Yun, he pondered an escape strategy. However, after much contemplation, he could not discern an opportune moment to flee. The ferocity of Xiao Yun's attacks was relentless, and the occasional flying dagger hindered his ability to break free. The two formations enveloping the area, though somewhat simplistic, boasted formidable defensive capabilities, beyond the immediate capacity of Emperor Li Cheng to dismantle. Only an external assault on the formations could create an opportunity for him. Yet, who would dare to attack these two arrays? Others lacked both the ability and the courage. Only Zhao Wuji had the potential to accomplish such a feat thus. Emperor Li Cheng bellowed. Zhao Wuji, swiftly breach the formations, or else, should I perish, you shall not fare well either. Although the formations shrouded the area, they were merely rudimentary and could not entirely suppress Emperor Li Cheng's voice from escaping. Therefore, Zhao Wuji, who was recuperating outside, immediately heard the emperor's words. His eyes flickered, seemingly weighing the decision of whether to intervene and rescue the emperor. In truth, his best choice at that moment was to seize the opportunity to flee, which would render him immune to Xiao Yun's threat, let alone death. Consequently, there was no necessity for him to save Emperor Li Cheng. Rather, he could leverage Xiao Yun's hand to eliminate this future adversary. Ultimately, however, Zhao Wuji chose to act. He did not wish to retreat in disgrace. The thought was simply too humiliating. Moreover, he perceived Xiao Yun as the more formidable opponent, undoubtedly his greatest rival in the future. Thus, he deemed it prudent to seize this moment to join forces with Emperor Li Cheng to vanquish Xiao Yun. Boom! Once Zhao Wuji reached a decision, he acted with immediacy, unleashing the god of war fist. With an invincible fist imprint in hand, the brilliance of his strike shone resplendently, a radiant blaze that forcefully crashed into the formation before him. Within the array, Xiao Yun's expression turned icy as he declared, Zhao Wuji, you are courting death. Chapter 71. 1 against 2? Invincible at the same level. Boom. Ultimately, the formation was shattered by Zhao Wuji. After all, it was merely a pair of simple arrays, lacking sufficient defensive strength to withstand the assault of such an extraordinary prodigy. Whoosh! As the array collapsed, Xiao Yun immediately lost sight of Emperor Li Cheng's figure. Freed from the constraints of the formation, Emperor Li Cheng could now harness the power of space, employing the ability to shrink distances, further augmented by an acceleration of time, bestowing upon him a terrifying speed. Xiao Yun could scarcely perceive Emperor Li Cheng's presence. He could only sense the rapid approach from behind. Golden Bell Shield. Tai Ti Divine Ban. Without a moment's hesitation, as the formation fell, Xiao Yun swiftly executed these two defensive martial techniques. Instantly, a Tai Chi diagram enveloped his form, while a golden bell shrouded him in layers of protection. Rumble. Simultaneously, Emperor Li Cheng struck the golden bell with his palm, unleashing a surge of overwhelming power that radiated blinding light and echoed like thunder. However, Emperor Li Cheng failed to breach Xiao Yun's golden bell shield. For Xiao Yun now wielded a strength of 900,000 pounds, rendering the shield's defenses extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, Emperor Li Cheng had already sustained grievous injuries after enduring such a prolonged assault from Xiao Yun, rendering his capacity for combat severely limited. War God Fist. Zhao Wuji charged in from another direction, joining forces with Emperor Li Cheng in a concerted effort to besiege Xiao Yun. Onlookers from afar displayed expressions of astonishment. Witnessing two unparalleled prodigies attacking Xiao Yun was beyond their wildest imagination. In those earlier times, Xiao Yun was merely an obscure figure, and who would have dared to envision him confronting two such extraordinary beings, one of whom was none other than Emperor Li Cheng himself. Within the fray, Xiao Yun defended against Emperor Li Cheng's onslaught while simultaneously fending off Zhao Wuji's strikes, his countenance starkly indifferent. His voice resonated with an icy chill. Very well. Do you think that without the formation, I am powerless against you? Today, I shall slay you both. Whatever you boast of, temporal body, primal sacred body, before me, Xiao Yun, you are but refuse. Xiao Yun's tone was undeniably domineering, exuding an air of unparalleled arrogance. Yet, he possessed such confidence, with a strength of 900,000 gene. Coupled with a nascent form of the chaotic body, his power had already surpassed that of Emperor Li Cheng and Zhao Wuji. Kill. Xiao Yun unleashed the 9 transformations of Dominance Fist, launching a formidable punch forward. The sheer momentum surged skyward, resembling an undulating mountain range stretching for a staggering 80,000 miles, connecting heaven and earth in a magnificent display. Emperor Li Cheng and Zhao Wuji faced a sensation akin to a celestial dragon roaring towards them, the overwhelming force nearly suffocating. As the terrifying might cascaded like the waters of the Milky Way, threatening to upend the very fabric of this realm. Li Chengdi and Zhao Wuji fought with unwavering determination, yet they were ultimately unable to withstand the overwhelming force. They resembled a fragile boat amidst the vast ocean, instantly capsized by the surging waves. With a gasp, both men were sent flying, blood spewing forth, unable to fend off the might of Xiao Yun's punch. Such terrifying power transcended their limits. The onlookers gasped in disbelief as the two unparalleled prodigies succumbed to Xiao Yun, a disciple from the chaotic sacred land who appeared utterly invincible among his peers. With a triumphant roar, Xiao Yun pressed his advantage, unleashing a formidable shout that reverberated through the void, sending ripples of sound crashing across the sky, causing the towering trees around him to sway and shatter. The sheer might of his voice was overwhelming. He charged towards Li Chengdi and Zhao Wuji with a force exponentially greater than before, embodying an indomitable war god, his fists sweeping through the air, driving Zhao Wuji and Li Chengdi into retreat. War God Fist, I am the war god. Zhao Wuji, consumed by fury, refused to accept defeat at Xiao Yun's hands. With a thunderous roar, he merged with the ethereal manifestation behind him, transforming into a golden war god, launching a powerful punch toward Xiao Yun. Space reigns supreme. Time holds dominion. Witness as I shatter the fabric of time and space. Li Chengdi, too, unleashed his desperation, channeling the forces of time and space to their utmost limits. His palm radiated with the essence of temporal and spatial power, making it appear as though he was wielding the very forces of the universe, striking fiercely at Xiao Yun. In a fierce clash of two unparalleled prodigies, the surrounding towering trees erupted, their immense power radiating outward, causing the earth to fissure in a web-like pattern. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yun unleashed the 9-turn overlord fist, enveloped in a golden radiance that illuminated him in resplendent glory, akin to donning a golden battle robe. exuding an overwhelming presence. As Xiao Yun's fist struck forth, the very void trembled. The terrifying force drained the surrounding spiritual essence from the air. His golden fists surged forward, unstoppable and invincible, resembling a colossal mountain that instilled a profound sense of pressure. Boom! The battleground of the three erupted with a deafening roar, resonating for miles and causing nearby onlookers to cover their ears. The dazzling light shot skyward, akin to a blazing fire, illuminating the entire firmament and rendering the area as bright as day. Xiao Yun displayed his invincible strength, with 30 magnificent projections of pathways manifesting behind him. Moving in concert as he advanced, swift as lightning, relentlessly closing in on Zhao Wuji. Boom! Xiao Yun swung his golden fist, unleashing a blazing brilliance as it descended upon Zhao Wuji's chest. The immense force seemed to warp the very fabric of space, momentarily blurring Xiao Yun's form. Roar! Zhao Wuji bellowed fiercely, raising both fists to withstand the onslaught. The two fists collided with a violent clash, producing a thunderous explosion, followed by a surge of radiant divine light that sent Zhao Wuji reeling, blood spewing forth as he was thrown back. Kill! Taking advantage of the moment, Emperor Li Cheng struck fiercely, his palm shattering the air as though it were mere illusion, causing the flow of time around them to slow significantly, rendering Xiao Yun's movements somewhat sluggish. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Yun unleashed a terrifying sonic wave that struck Emperor Li Cheng, momentarily staggering him. This was the formidable battle technique, Dragon Might, which Xiao Yun had perfected to its ultimate form. Its sudden eruption caught Emperor Li Cheng off guard. After all, sonic attacks are exceedingly rare, with few capable of mastering such a skill. Under the immense pressure of Dragon Might, Emperor Li Cheng faltered, and Xiao Yun seized the opportunity to launch a powerful punch. With no alternative, Emperor Li Cheng met Xiao Yun head-on, retaliating with his own strike. The impact was resounding, their fists colliding with a metallic clang that reverberated through the air, a brilliant radiance illuminating them as if they were draped in golden light, akin to two deities of war locked in fierce combat. Subsequently, the onlookers witnessed Emperor Li Cheng spitting blood and being sent flying, prompting gasps of astonishment. In Chapter 72, subduing the ancient sacred body, Xiao Yun triumphed against two opponents, defeating both Emperor Li Cheng and Zhao Wuji. This time, he relied solely on his own combat prowess rather than any formations, leaving all present utterly astounded. The arena fell into a profound silence, the sound of a pin drop echoing in the stillness, as everyone seemed to be rendered speechless, unable to articulate their astonishment. For it was indeed a shocking revelation. Emperor Li Cheng, renowned for possessing the fourth-rank supreme body, the temporal body, whose name resonated throughout history, had now been bested by Xiao Yun, who had only recently begun to forge the embryonic form of the chaos body. The renown of the chaos body has once again penetrated the hearts of all. After a brief moment, someone remarked, "The chaos body truly deserves its esteemed title as the supreme body. Even in its nascent form, it possesses such formidable strength." This statement, however, may be somewhat biased. The might of Xiao Yun is not solely attributed to the embryonic chaos body. Rather, it is his exceptional comprehension that is truly remarkable. Observe his martial techniques. They are all superlative skills, each meticulously developed to the pinnacle of ultimate techniques. Such profound insight is indeed rare, and it is no wonder he was able to forge the embryonic chaos body within such a short span of time. Indeed, Xiao Yun's comprehension is extraordinarily potent. With such insight, I find myself genuinely believing that he may indeed forge the chaos body and become the second individual in eons to attain this status. Once the chaos body is fully realized, it would be virtually invincible, sweeping across the realms. Are we to witness the emergence of a second chaos emperor in our lifetime? It is said that a fully realized chaos body can stand toe-to-toe with an emperor akin to the primordial sacred body. Yet, the primordial sacred body is shackled by limitations, making it exceedingly difficult to ascend to the rank of emperor. In contrast, the chaos body faces minimal obstacles in this regard. Should the chaos body achieve emperor status, it would undoubtedly be the mightiest among them. Throughout the ages, the Chaos Emperor has ranked among the top 10 of all emperors, with only a handful of extraordinary heavenly emperors and divine sovereigns capable of standing beside him, highlighting the terror of the chaos body. If Xiao Yun can truly manifest the authentic chaos body, then the chaos sacred land may very well ascend to its former glory, reclaiming its title as the foremost sacred ground. The crowd was enveloped in contemplation and discussion as the battle between Xiao Yun, Emperor Li Cheng, and Zhao Wuji reached its conclusion. The two men, severely injured by Xiao Yun's relentless assaults, found themselves increasingly outmatched. In a decisive move, they chose to flee in opposite directions, evidently fearing for their lives. Having only recently embarked on their journey into the realm of cultivation, their boundless potential made it clear that they were unwilling to perish here. Such a fate would be far too costly. Xiao Yun briefly cast a glance toward the direction in which Emperor Li Cheng had escaped, yet he refrained from pursuit, opting instead to chase after Zhao Wuji. Although Emperor Li Cheng was gravely wounded, his speed still surpassed that of Xiao Yun, rendering pursuit futile. Xiao Yun resolved to devise a means to enhance his own speed. Otherwise, he would remain at a disadvantage against Emperor Li Cheng. With a subtle signal to Tang Yinyun amidst the crowd, Xiao Yun directed his focus toward Zhao Wuji, whose speed was significantly hampered by his injuries. Indeed, Xiao Yun had already mastered the divine wind steps to an ultimate level of combat skill, making him almost unparalleled in speed among his peers, save for Emperor Li Cheng. Moreover, Zhao Wuji's injuries further diminished his capabilities. Before long, Xiao Yun caught up to Zhao Wuji. In a dense thicket, Xiao Yun unleashed a powerful punch, sending Zhao Wuji hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he collided violently with the towering trees, staining the ground crimson. With a cold expression, Xiao Yun advanced, his face etched with fury as he declared, "Look at the chaos you have wrought. Not only did you allow Jiang Haoran to escape, but you also facilitated Emperor Li Cheng's flight. If I do not end your life today, my wrath shall remain unquenched." One, Jiang Haoran, another Li Chengdi. Should they be slain, 20 opportunities for enlightenment would be procured. Yet Zhao Wuji squandered this chance. How could Xiao Yun not feel incensed? Moreover, eliminating Jiang Haoran and Li Chengdi would aid in vanquishing two formidable future adversaries. Particularly, Li Chengdi is a figure of immense dread. Though Xiao Yun has triumphed over him this time, one must recognize that Li Chengdi has yet to reach his full potential. His powers of time and space are but a mere whisper of what they could become, once he attains greater mastery. His manipulation of these forces will undoubtedly manifest as an unparalleled might. In contrast, while Jiang Haoran's divine king physique is indeed formidable, Xiao Yun pays it little heed. If I must kill, then let it be so. I, Zhao Wuji, am born for battle and shall perish in it, at worst in 18 years. I shall rise anew as a hero. Zhao Wuji bellowed, his blood surging, radiating golden light. He summoned his final reserves of strength and charged at Xiao Yun. It must be acknowledged that the primordial sacred body is indeed a vessel of combat prowess, especially when faced with a martial fanatic like Zhao Wuji, which amplifies its capabilities further. Alas, Xiao Yun's prowess far eclipsed that of Zhao Wuji. With a resounding thud, Xiao Yun once more sent Zhao Wuji sprawling, placing his foot upon Zhao Wuji's chest, causing Zhao Wuji's eyes to blaze crimson with fury as he roared, "If you intend to kill, then do so. Why must you humiliate me? Is this the breadth of your chaotic body's spirit?" Xiao Yun gazed indifferently at Zhao Wuji beneath him and coldly remarked, "I have suddenly changed my mind. I wish for you to become my follower, to accompany me in conquering the realms, to oversee the myriad worlds, and to serve as my foremost general." Why does that sound so familiar? Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained composure, his face flushed with indignation, trembling with rage. Was this not precisely what he had previously uttered to Xiao Yun? At that time, Zhao Wuji had been unaware of Xiao Yun's formidable strength, merely recognizing a glimmer of talent and wishing to recruit him. Now, the roles had reversed. Xiao Yun intended to recruit him instead. This was indeed a profound humiliation. A resounding slap in the face. Zhao Wuji's face turned crimson with fury, his eyes ablaze as he bellowed at Xiao Yun. You are delusional. Throughout history, there have been only those ancient saints who died in battle, never those who surrendered. If you wish to kill me, then do so. To think I would bow to you is sheer folly. Xiao Yun chuckled coldly. Do not be so hasty in your judgments. Beware the law of unexpected affection. Go to hell. Zhao Wuji roared, igniting the ancient blood within him, unleashing his peak battle prowess, forcing Xiao Yun's foot away and delivering a powerful punch towards him. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Xiao Yun's eyes as he remarked appreciatively, Indeed, you are the ancient saint body, truly the finest combatant in the world. The better you perform, the more I admire you. Submit to me and join me in conquering the myriad realms. In the future, you too can wield dominion and leave your mark in history. What joy is there to be found in refusal? With that, Xiao Yun exchanged blows with Zhao Wuji once more, sending him flying back yet again. Even if Zhao Wuji were to regain his former peak, he would still be no match for Xiao Yun. Infuriated by Xiao Yun's words, Zhao Wuji erupted in rage. For the very phrases uttered by Xiao Yun were once his own words directed at Xiao Yun. This reversal was a profound humiliation for Zhao Wuji. In the depths of the forest, the battle raged on, with Xiao Yun mercilessly pummeling Zhao Wuji, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Zhao Wuji was no match for Xiao Yun, relying solely on the peak power emanating from the burning of ancient sacred blood. He could not endure for long before reverting to his original state. Subsequently, the battle turned overwhelmingly in Xiao Yun's favor, with Zhao Wuji being knocked to the ground time and again, thoroughly defeated. Consider this well. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, even their dogs and chickens rise with them. If you choose to follow me, once I achieve the status of emperor, your ancient sacred land will soar once more because of you. I understand that geniuses are often headstrong. If you concede too quickly, I may underestimate you. The more you resist, the more pleased I am, for it demonstrates the strength of your will, making you fit to be my foremost general. Become my follower, and when I ascend to emperor, you shall be my emissary, surveying the myriad realms, standing above countless others. What joy could there be in refusing such an offer? As Xiao Yun spoke, he continued to unleash a relentless assault on Zhao Wuji, transforming him into a pitiful mess. Though Zhao Wuji could endure the physical pain, he found it unbearable to withstand the torment of his own conscience. For every word from Xiao Yun echoed his own past admonitions to Xiao Yun. How truly ironic. He sought to recruit Xiao Yun as his foremost general. Yet now Xiao Yun conversely extends an invitation to him for the same position. How swiftly the tables have turned. Zhao Wuji's eyes blazed crimson with fury as he bellowed. I, Zhao Wuji, shall battle heaven and earth, and I will never submit to anyone. There exists only the ancient sacred body that falls in battle, not one that yields. With a resounding thud, Xiao Yun unleashed a punch that sent Zhao Wuji reeling, causing him to spit blood once more. This time, his injuries were grievous, rendering him unable to rise from the ground. Nevertheless, Zhao Wuji's eyes remained alight with indomitable fighting spirit and unwavering resolve. It was evident that subduing a prodigy of his caliber was nearly an impossibility. Xiao Yun understood well that such unparalleled talents would never bow to another. Were he in Zhao Wuji's position, he too would prefer to perish in battle rather than serve beneath another's banner. Every genius possesses their own pride, and these extraordinary beings are no exception. They are imbued with an invincible will, steadfastness, and resilience that defies easy submission. Perhaps another attempt is warranted. If it fails, then he must be eliminated. Xiao Yun pondered inwardly. He then crouched down, gazing at the nearly extinguished Zhao Wuji before him, and solemnly proposed, "Let us forge a gentleman's agreement. I shall not yield to you. It would be best for you to abandon this notion and grant me a swift end, lest I come to look down upon you." This chaotic entity, Zhao Wuji retorted coldly, "You would do well to reconsider." With a slight smile, Xiao Yun replied, "Allow me to finish my words." Zhao Wuji remained silent, his expression one of derision as he regarded Xiao Yun. To think he would ever submit? Absolutely not. He would rather perish than lower himself beneath another. Xiao Yun remained unfazed, continuing, "Let us make a pact. Whoever proves stronger shall assume the role of the leader. In other words, now that I have bested you, you shall become my follower. However, if the day comes when you surpass me, I shall then be your follower. What say you?" Zhao Wuji merely snorted in response, falling into silence. With a teasing smile, Xiao Yun provoked further, "Do you truly believe that you will always remain inferior to me? Keep in mind that I have merely begun to forge the embryonic form of the chaos body. It remains uncertain whether I will fully achieve it in the future. Having been defeated by me now, do you lack the confidence to overcome me later?" At these words, Zhao Wuji's expression shifted. He would never concede to the notion that he might be inferior to Xiao Yun in the future. Indeed, he held firm in his belief that Xiao Yun would not surpass him. After all, Xiao Yun had yet to truly establish the chaos body. His current strength stemmed solely from having mastered several formidable combat techniques, which he had refined to their ultimate forms. Nevertheless, should they ascend through several realms of cultivation, the scales of strength could very well tip in favor of either. Zhao Wuji possessed great confidence in his ancient sacred body. Not only was Xiao Yun merely a nascent chaos body, but even if he were to achieve the true form, Zhao Wuji would not tremble in fear. During the ancient times, ancestors of the ancient sacred body had once challenged the Chaos Emperor. Observing Zhao Wuji's silence, Xiao Yun pressed on, "Consider this carefully. I am willing to grant you a chance. For every realm I conquer, you shall have an opportunity to challenge me. Should you defeat me, I will gladly take on the role of your follower. Of course, if you are unable to best me consistently, what grievance is there in being my follower? I shall not be defeated by you in the future." Zhao Wuji exclaimed in fury. Xiao Yun replied with a slight smile, "Then let us establish this gentleman's agreement. I swear by the Tao of Chaos. You may rest assured. Do you truly dare to swear by the Tao of Chaos?" Zhao Wuji inquired, astonished, gazing at Xiao Yun with disbelief. It is important to note that Xiao Yun was destined to forge the chaos body, and his path would inevitably lead him down the Tao of Chaos. However, should Xiao Yun swear an oath to the Tao of Chaos, any breach of that vow would condemn him to never attain the status of a great emperor. Of course, as long as you agree. "I shall immediately swear to the Tao of Chaos," Xiao Yun said with a beaming smile. He was confident in his ability to remain superior to Zhao Wuji. Thus, he had no intention of violating his oath. What a farce! With the assistance of the comprehension system, if he could not defeat Zhao Wuji, it would be a grave insult to his identity as a transmigrator, and even more so to the system itself. "Very well. If you swear, I shall accept your terms." Zhao Wuji paused for a moment in contemplation before nodding. He had faith in himself. With time and further cultivation, he would undoubtedly surpass Xiao Yun. Moreover, it was still uncertain whether Xiao Yun could truly forge the chaos body. As their powers grew, his ancient sacred body would only become more formidable. Thus, Zhao Wuji was filled with confidence about his future. "Excellent. You have made a wise choice." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun finally smiled, and without delay, he swore to the Tao of Chaos. After listening to Xiao Yun's vow and confirming there were no issues, Zhao Wuji solemnly declared, "Very well. I shall temporarily become your follower. Once we emerge from the true dragon's nest, I will announce it to the world." Little did Zhao Wuji realize that he had previously proclaimed he would never become Xiao Yun's follower. Yet here he was, finding it surprisingly agreeable. Xiao Yun nodded in understanding. He did not believe Zhao Wuji would deceive him. For a person who fears not even death has no need to resort to lies. Thus, Xiao Yun helped Zhao Wuji to his feet, allowing him to recuperate nearby, while he himself examined his system. Indeed, after subduing Zhao Wuji, his system granted him an additional 20 opportunities for enlightenment. This served as confirmation that Zhao Wuji was truthful. Otherwise, the system would not have rewarded Xiao Yun with such opportunities. This was truly a significant gain. Xiao Yun's face beamed with joy as he surveyed the system. Besides acquiring Zhao Wuji's allegiance and the 20 opportunities for enlightenment, he had previously defeated Jiang Haoran and Li Qingdi, each yielding 3 opportunities, totaling 9. Moreover, during the battles, Xiao Yun had elicited several waves of astonishment, which granted him an additional 9 opportunities for enlightenment. In total, he had amassed 38 opportunities for enlightenment, bringing his cumulative total to 192. He was now one step closer to forging the chaotic body. How could Xiao Yun not be elated? Chapter 74. Journey to the core. In addition to acquiring a substantial number of enlightenment opportunities, Xiao Yun's greatest achievement was gaining Zhao Wuji as a follower. This being, a figure of the ancient sacred body, had the potential to ascend to great heights, capable of challenging emperors in the future, a truly formidable warrior indeed. Moreover, there exists the Bodhi fruit, a precious treasure that could aid his master, Emperor Tian, in breaking through his limitations and ascending to the celestial realm, thereby significantly enhancing both his strength and longevity. It can be asserted that since entering the true dragon's nest, most of Xiao Yun's objectives have been accomplished. Now, he is left with a singular goal: to discover another treasure capable of facilitating the transformation of his physical form, elevating his power to the extraordinary limit of 1,000,000 pounds. Once he accomplishes this task, his journey to the true dragon's nest will be deemed a resounding success. Naturally, should the opportunity arise, he would seize the moment to eliminate Li Chengdi and Jiang Haoren while within this domain. Otherwise, once he departs from the true dragon's nest, it would be exceedingly difficult to vanquish them. After all, slaying Li Chengdi outside would undoubtedly provoke a catastrophic war between the primordial Holy Land and the Chaos Holy Land, a burden that Xiao Yun is not prepared to bear at this moment. Thus, the true dragon's nest presents his sole chance to confront them, prioritizing the search for treasures. He also hopes to encounter them fortuitously. Xiao Yun mused that locating the treasure that would enable his physical transformation is of greater significance than the elimination of Li Chengdi and his companions, as it lays the foundation for his supreme potential and will greatly assist him in his future pursuit of the Emperor's path. As Xiao Yun focused on regulating his breath, he awaited Zhao Wujin's recovery from his injuries. It must be said that the ancient sacred body truly lives up to its reputation as a supreme physique, exhibiting astonishing recuperative abilities. Xiao Yun witnessed firsthand that after Zhao Wujin consumed several medicinal pills, his injuries began to heal at an incredible pace. The swelling on his head had vanished, and his wounds returned to their original state. A powerful aura, surging with vibrant vitality, emanated once more from Zhao Wuji, enveloping his form in a resplendent golden glow that dazzled the eyes. The ancient sacred body truly deserved its title as the body of battle. Xiao Yun mused inwardly. What constitutes a body of battle? It is a physique that grows stronger with each confrontation, boasting an astonishing recovery capability. Indeed, the essence of the body of battle. In this regard, the ancient sacred body holds an unequivocal advantage, with the celestial overlord body trailing closely behind. Thus, they are arch-rivals, as both are fervent warriors. As of now, he has yet to encounter the celestial overlord body, and the thought of subduing him would be immensely gratifying. Suddenly, Xiao Yun called Wu Gong, the celestial overlord body. If he could also bring Wu Gang under his influence, he would stride forth accompanied by both an ancient sacred body and a celestial overlord body. An utterly impressive sight to behold. Just the thought of it filled him with exhilaration. However, the celestial overlord body is not easily tamed. Xiao Yun remained uncertain whether the approach he employed with Zhao Wuji would prove effective. After all, to his knowledge, those of the celestial overlord lineage are notoriously domineering and reckless, each akin to a frenzied demon, reminiscent of the scions he had seen in anime during his previous life. If the ancient sacred body represents the zeal of a battle fanatic, then the celestial overlord body embodies the essence of a battle madman, a true fiend. While they share similarities, they are not entirely alike. Xiao Yun could only await the opportunity to encounter the celestial overlord body again and test his theories. Xiao Xixiao. Soon after, Tang Yunyun finally arrived, having pursued them at a slow pace and taken considerable time to catch up. Observing her panting figure, Xiao Yun smiled and said, "Tang Shimmy, please take a moment to rest." At this moment, Tang Yunyun caught sight of Zhao Wujia, who was recovering from his injuries, and her face was filled with astonishment as she inquired, "Senior brother Xiao." In her view, Xiao Yun should have killed Zhao Wujia. Why had he spared him? Rest assured, he is now my follower, one of us, Xiao Yun replied with a smile. Beside them, Zhao Wujia opened his eyes briefly to glance at Tang Yunyun before closing them again, evidently regarding her as insignificant, a mere waste. Tang Yunyun was left in shock, her heart churning with tumultuous waves, her eyes widened in disbelief. Zhao Wujia had become Xiao Yun's follower? Xiao Yun had subdued Zhao Wujia? This was simply unfathomable. Had the world gone mad? Had the sun risen in the west? The formidable ancient sacred body would actually submit to another, even if Xiao Yun was exceptionally strong. Such a feat seemed impossible. After all, it is easy to take a life, but to earn someone's willing submission is an entirely different matter, especially for a peerless prodigy like Zhao Wujia, whose pride was as formidable as his indomitable will. If even the heavens and earth would not yield to him, how could he possibly bow to another? However, witnessing Zhao Wujia remain silent in the face of Xiao Yun's assertion compelled Tang Yunyun to accept the reality, albeit reluctantly. The news was simply too shocking. After a moment, she sighed, "Senior brother Xiao is truly remarkable." Xiao Yun smiled gently. "Let us rest for now. Soon we must venture deeper into the heart of the true dragon's nest." At this point, they had merely begun to enter the core of the true dragon's nest, yet there remained considerable distance to the innermost sanctum. After all, they have yet to encounter the true dragon's legacy. Tang Yunyun nodded and subsequently settled down beside her to recuperate. Having traveled for such an extended period, her strength had been considerably depleted. Fortunately, they all possessed stored elixirs and provisions, allowing them to sustain themselves with ease. Half a day later, as dawn broke the following morning, Zhao Wuji abruptly opened his eyes. His golden gaze emitted two beams of light, radiating like brilliant lanterns, shimmering with an exquisite brilliance. "Are you ready?" Xiao Yun inquired, having sensed Zhao Wuji's stirrings. Zhao Wuji replied coldly, "Yes." "Where do we head next?" Although he was now a follower of Xiao Yun, as per their agreement, it did not imply that he would extend any warmth towards him. Xiao Yun, unfazed, responded, "We shall proceed to the heart of the true dragon's lair, seeking treasures that can facilitate the transformation of our physical forms, and capture a few true dragon legacies for mounts." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji regarded Xiao Yun with a hint of surprise and remarked, "With your innate talent, did the chaos sacred land not bestow upon you treasures to aid in the transformation of your corporeal body? Or has the chaos sacred land so fallen from grace that it lacks even such treasures?" His tone bore a touch of mockery. For the chaos sacred land had indeed suffered a rapid decline in recent years, especially after the era of Dtion, leaving them devoid of any remarkable talents. "I am but a mere mortal, not a supreme being like yourself. Thus, the chaos sacred land would naturally overlook me," Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened, feeling as though Xiao Yun was belittling him with the term mere mortal. "If you are but a mere mortal, then I, as an ancient sacred body, would be utterly humiliated to have succumbed to one of your kind. It would be an affront to my dignity." Zhao Wujia would much prefer to believe that he fell to a chaotic entity. Such news would be far less disgraceful. "Let's not squander any more time." Xiao Yun roused Tang Yunyun and promptly led Zhao Wujia toward the heart of the true dragon's nest. At that moment, had anyone witnessed this scene, they would have been astounded to see Zhao Wujia trailing behind Xiao Yun like a devoted follower. Chapter 75. Encounter with the true dragon's offspring. Above the platform outside the true dragon's nest, towering figures stood atop billowing white clouds. Their powers were formidable, with divine light radiating from their forms, their auras exceptionally imposing, akin to deities surveying the earth from their lofty heights. Undoubtedly, these individuals were the esteemed elders of the talented disciples within the true dragon's nest. At this juncture, 5 days had elapsed since the group of prodigies had entered the true dragon's nest. Traditionally, the nest is accessible for a mere 7 days. On the 7th day, all must depart, lest they become entrapped within its confines, where the formation would inevitably spell their doom. Hence, by the 5th day, some had already exited the true dragon's nest, emerging from the canyon's entrance. Instantly, their elders approached, expressing concern for their disciples and inquiring about their experiences within the nest. Remarkable news began to circulate. The time-space body, Li Chengdi, was invincible, facing no obstacles as he charged forth to the core of the true dragon's nest. In the ancient realm, Zhao Wuji of the sacred body and Wu Gang of the celestial dominance engaged in a fierce battle upon entering, neither able to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, they ceased their conflict, wary of the powerful onlookers such as Emperor Li Cheng and Jiang Haoren. Meanwhile, Lu Nanshan and Yi Wuchen clashed with swords, resulting in a stalemate as well. News of these events spread, capturing the attention of the formidable beings in the sky. Wan Yonghui, the esteemed elder of the Taichu sacred land, stroked his beard with a smug expression as he gazed at Emperor Tian, chuckling. It seems there is no news from your chaos sacred land. Has your disciple perished within? If I recall correctly, his name was something like Xiao. Indeed, a nameless individual, such as he would likely go unnoticed in death. On a floating cloud, Emperor Tian stood alongside a young woman named Lu Xianwan, a revered elder of the Mountain and Water sect and the mentor of Tang Yunyan. In response to Wan Yonghui's mocking jibes, Emperor Tian scoffed, "Do not rejoice too soon. Beware of the pitfalls of excessive delight." He held unwavering faith in his disciple, for Xiao Yun possessed an extraordinary strength of 800,000 gene, complemented by a repertoire of ultimate combat techniques, rendering him formidable within the true dragon nest. Emperor Tian, do not be so defiant, Wan Yonghui retorted with a sneer. I am well aware of your disciple's limitations. He is merely a pawn in your Chaos Sacred Lands game, possessing some insight, bolstered by the enlightenment pills to enhance his cultivation, and having learned a few extraordinary combat skills. Yet, such trivialities cannot compete with true genius. Your ambitions in the Chaos Sacred Land are destined to fail. Imperial Heaven wore an expression of utter disbelief. Had his disciple truly consumed the enlightenment pill? His apprentice, Xiao Yun, could effortlessly master a supreme martial technique to perfection within moments. Did he truly require such a detrimental elixir? With a cold smirk, Imperial Heaven gazed at the opposite figure, Wan Yonghui, fully aware that one had misunderstood Xiao Yun. If this were the case, the disciples of the primordial sacred land were in for a significant misfortune. Almost as if to validate Imperial Heaven's assertions, a gasp echoed from the platform below. The 9 foremost disciples of the primordial sacred land, including Zhou Feiyu and Jie Yulong, had been brutally slain by a mysterious powerhouse. Witnesses had seen their lifeless bodies, the scene drenched in blood. Jie Yulong had been severed in two, rendering the place a veritable hellscape. As this shocking news spread, it left many formidable figures in the sky utterly astonished. The earlier reports could be dismissed. Those prodigies had only just entered the true dragon's nest and would undoubtedly engage in some friendly sparring, making it reasonable that no clear victor emerged. However, this revelation struck everyone with profound shock. Zhou Feiyu and his companions had been killed, and outside the core of the true dragon's nest, whoosh, a powerful figure surged down from the sky, emanating an overwhelming presence that stifled all those present. It was Wan Yonghui, the esteemed elder of the primordial sacred land. At that moment, his hair and beard bristled, and his eyes emitted beams of astonishing light, his aura as deep as the ocean, captivating all hearts. He fixed his gaze upon one youthful individual and bellowed, "Speak. How did Zhou Feiyu and the others meet their demise? Did you witness it with your own eyes? Who was responsible for their demise?" The young lad, merely a disciple of an ordinary sect, found himself overwhelmed by the imposing presence of Wan Yonghui, prompting him to retreat behind his master. Even a master, daunted by Wan Yonghui's aura, quickly whispered, "You must relay everything you witnessed to Elder Wan. He is a senior and will not stoop to your level." At that moment, Wan Yonghui recognized his own lapse in decorum, understanding that a junior could hardly bear his weighty presence. He promptly reined in his aura and spoke in a gentler tone. "Fear not, young one. I merely wish to inquire about certain matters." Following this, Wan Yonghui presented the youth with a fine spiritual treasure, which calmed the boy enough to begin recounting his experiences. In the skies above, powerful divine senses probed the scene, clearly indicating the widespread concern regarding the situation at the primordial sacred land. After all, Figures like Zhou Feiyu were not insignificant. Their deaths occurring outside the core of the true dragon's nest was indeed astonishing. Di Tian, with a broad smile, turned to the side to speak to Lu Xianwan. I just advise him to be cautious of excessive joy leading to sorrow, and look, it has manifested in no time. Lu Xianwan responded with a subtle smile, her gaze tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Di Tian, observing the youth below, mused that he could surmise, without the boy's elaboration, that it was indeed his own disciple responsible for the incident. After all, no one else, even with such prowess, would dare to provoke the primordial sacred land to such an extent. Only Xiao Yun would engage in such reckless behavior. The young man spoke slowly, saying, "Upon entering the true dragon's lair, I randomly chose a direction in search of treasures. However, it was not long before I sensed intense fluctuations of battle ahead. I discovered that many formidable warriors were present, each more powerful than myself, which frightened me into hiding, too intimidated to approach and observe." Wang Yangui urgently inquired what happened next. The young man continued, "Eventually, when the powerful presences had completely dissipated, I cautiously ventured forth to investigate. To my horror, I found senior brother Zhou lying in a pool of blood, alongside the other 8 seniors from the Taichu sacred land." As he spoke, the young man opened his spatial ring and retrieved the bodies of Zhou Feiyu and the others, a wave of pungent blood reeking from the scene. The onlookers beheld the ground littered with dismembered limbs and 8 gaping heads, filled with disbelief and resentment. There were 9 corpses in total, yet only a few remained intact. The others had been severed in half or had their skulls exploded, presenting a ghastly and terrifying sight. Wang Yangui's pupils dilated upon witnessing this gruesome spectacle, and he erupted with indignation, shouting, "Feiyu Yulong! Ah, who could have committed such a heinous act? I shall rend them limb from limb." Wang Yangui was utterly consumed by rage, for he recognized these 9 individuals as the 2nd to 10th ranked members of the body refinement realm in their Taichu sacred land. It was evident that, aside from Li Chengdi, virtually all those who had ventured into the true dragon's lair with them had perished. How could Wang Yangui not be furious? For so many years, had the Taichu sacred land ever endured such humiliation within the true dragon's lair? In that year, Emperor Tian inflicted considerable losses upon the Taichu Holy Land. It was implausible that so many prodigies perished. Wang Yanghui was driven to madness, his hair standing on end, his fury reaching the heavens, and his gaze was exceedingly intimidating. The young disciple hastily concealed himself behind his master, stammering, "Senior, I am unaware of who is responsible. But judging by the situation, it appears that senior brother Zhou and his companions were besieging a single individual. I only discovered 2 unfamiliar footprints, one of which remained at a distance, seemingly observing the battle without entering the fray." Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with profound astonishment. Zhou Feiyu and his associates were attacking someone, and they suffered such a dire defeat? Who could that individual possibly be? Was he an unparalleled genius? Wang Yanghui's eyes glimmered with divine light, his aura immensely imposing, as he surveyed the members of the other 5 holy lands in the sky, snorting with ire, "Good, good, good." The only ones capable of single-handedly slaying Zhou Feiyu and his companions must be those exceptional prodigies. In an instant, he fixated on Jiang Haoran, Zhao Wuji, Wu Gang, Lu Nanshan, Yi Wuchen, and others, for it was inconceivable that anyone else could achieve such a feat alone. The assembly shared this sentiment. Even the elders from Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji's sects held the same belief. Among them, a venerable elder from the ancient sacred land spoke solemnly, "Wang Yanghui, I express my regret over the demise of Zhou Feiyu and his companions. However, our 6 holy lands have long established an agreement within the true dragon nest. We are free to engage in combat, and no one may use this to harbor enmity against the other. If one is outmatched, one cannot blame others. Can the sacred land of Taichu truly not bear defeat?" Wang Yanghui scoffed coldly. "Rest assured, I shall not direct my ire towards mere juniors. However, do not rejoice too soon. Our sacred land of Taichu still has Li Chengdi amongst us, and he will undoubtedly avenge Zhou Feiyu and his companions." With that, Wan Yonghui ascended into the sky once more, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the canyon, hoping to soon hear favorable news concerning the sacred land of Taichu. Within the true dragon nest, Xiao Yun, accompanied by Tang Yunyun and Zhao Wuji, had journeyed for 2 days, finally reaching the innermost core of the nest. The duration was not due to their sluggish pace, but rather the myriad of heavenly treasures and earthly materials they encountered along the way, necessitating pauses to gather them, which delayed their progress. Regrettably, despite Xiao Yun's collection of numerous treasures, none possessed the power to transform his physical form. Curse it! Is there truly not a second specimen akin to the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma here? He muttered with indignation, surveying the jungle before him. Beside him, Zhao Wuji, already aware of Xiao Yun's acquisition of a 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, felt a twinge of envy, though he could not resist taunting. Do you think treasures like the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma are as common as cabbages? Do you really expect to find another? You might as well be dreaming. Encountering even one of such caliber within the true dragon nest is already an immense stroke of fortune. Senior brother, there is a treasure here. Suddenly, the delighted exclamation of Tang Yunyun rang out from not far away. Xiao Yun burst in a hearty laughter and said to Zhao Wuji, "It is not my fortune, but that of my junior sister. Just look at her joy. She must have discovered a treasure of immense value. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so exhilarated. Umph. Do not rejoice too soon. I refuse to believe that a second 9-leaf celestial Lingji will appear." With a cold snort, Zhao Wuji followed suit. Before long, Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji arrived beside Tang Yunyun. At that moment, not far from them, beside the rocks at the entrance of a cave, there grew enormous emerald green vines, adorned with clusters of bright red fruits, glistening and appearing extraordinarily enticing. Xiao Yun immediately recognized the fruit and exclaimed with delight, "It is the legendary dragon's saliva fruit." Zhao Wuji expressed some surprise, but quickly donned a mocking smile and said, "Though the dragon's saliva fruit holds considerable value, it merely extends one's lifespan by a decade. For beings like us, it is but a trifling matter. With our unparalleled talents, achieving sanctity is a certainty when the time comes. A few thousand years of life will hardly matter." Indeed, Xiao Yun had no need for the dragon's saliva fruit, yet he felt elated at the prospect of gifting it to his elder, Fu Bo. The elder's lifespan had reached its limits, and unlike Di Tian, he lacked such extraordinary qualifications. Thus, even a Bodhi fruit would not allow him to break through his bottleneck. The dragon's saliva fruit, however, would be more suitable for him. Ignoring Zhao Wuji's sarcastic remarks, Xiao Yun promptly collected the dragon's saliva fruits, 30 in total, a truly bountiful harvest. Tang Yunyun remarked beside him, "Xiao Shixiang, each person may only consume 10 dragon saliva fruits. Any more would be rendered ineffective." "I am aware," Xiao Yun nodded. 10 fruits equate to a century of lifespan. While it may seem scarce, 100 years is ample time for me to cultivate and grow stronger. When my prowess reaches its zenith, I shall venture into forbidden realms, potentially aiding Uncle Fu in acquiring even more exquisite treasures. Tang Yunyun did not contest Xiao Yun for the dragon saliva fruits. She displayed remarkable foresight, willingly yielding such valuable treasures to him. As for Zhao Wuji, he exhibited no interest whatsoever in the fruits. At that moment, as Xiao Yun finished gathering the dragon saliva fruits, a series of furious roars erupted from within the nearby cave. Subsequently, 2 immensely powerful auras emanated from the cave, enveloping the surroundings in an overwhelming sense of oppression. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted dramatically as a glimmer of intensity sparkled in his eyes. It is a true dragon's progeny. It is said that where dragon saliva fruits are found, true dragons are sure to appear, and it appears to be the case. Dang si mai, veget sweeply, Xiao Yun bellowed, joining Zhao Wuji's side. Although both were aware of the true dragon's progeny lurking within the cave, neither showed the slightest inclination to withdraw. Instead, they were fueled by an indomitable fighting spirit. What was their purpose in the true dragon's nest? Aside from seeking treasures, it was to engage in combat with formidable foes. Only through such trials could they grow stronger. The true dragon's progeny possessed not only exceptional talent, but also formidable strength. each comparable to peerless prodigies, representing the very opponents Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji had longed for. There were indeed two true dragon progenies. Zhao Wuji spoke in a deep voice, having sensed two extraordinarily powerful auras surging forth from a cave. Perfect. They would make splendid mounts. Xiao Yun grinned widely. Zhao Wuji's gaze flickered with intrigue. Using the true dragon remnants as steeds was undeniably impressive. Furthermore, as the true dragon remnants grew stronger, they could evolve into formidable battle companions, a rare opportunity indeed. Roar! At that moment, two true dragon remnants burst forth from a cave, appearing before Xiao Yun and the others like colossal entities, emanating an intensely terrifying aura. Are these dragons? Xiao Yun gazed at the massive beings before him, somewhat perplexed. He had imagined the true dragon remnants to resemble the Eastern divine dragon from the myths of his past life. Yet the two true dragon remnants before him bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Tyrannosaurus Rex, rather than the serpentine form he had envisioned. Their bodies were not exceedingly large, standing only a few meters tall, but they were adorned with a multitude of black and golden scales, resembling forged steel and radiating a brilliant light. They exuded an oppressive presence akin to ancient ferocious beasts, their blood surging with vitality, their roars echoing like thunder, instilling a sense of awe and trepidation. One was a juvenile black dragon, and the other a juvenile golden dragon. Zhao Wuji fixated on the two true dragon remnants before him, his face alight with exhilaration. Indeed, they were true dragon remnants, each possessing an incredibly rich lineage of true dragon blood. However, they were still in their infancy. Only when they reached maturity could they evolve into true divine dragons, soaring through the heavens and the earth. So that is how it is. Xiao Yun nodded, having heard of the myth that dragons have 9 offspring, each distinct in nature. Perhaps, when these two ancient dragon remnants reach maturity, they will evolve into the magnificent forms of the Eastern divine dragon that linger in his memory. Roar! Roar! Just as Xiao Yun was conversing with Zhao Wuji, the two ancient dragon remnants charged towards them with furious bellows, resembling a streak of dark, shadowy light and a brilliant golden radiance racing forward. They brought with them a chilling aura of bloodshed, an overwhelming malevolence that assaulted their senses. Xiao Yun bellowed, "You handle the black dragon. I shall face the golden one." With that, he advanced towards the golden dragon, while Zhao Wuji confronted the black dragon. Xiao Yun had noted that the golden dragon possessed slightly greater strength, piquing his interest further. Thunderous roars erupted as the battle commenced, fierce beyond measure. Tang Yunyun had already retreated to a safe distance, daunted by the terrifying clash before her, a realm far beyond her capability to engage. The power of the two ancient dragon remnants was formidable, each rivaling the unparalleled prowess of Zhao Wuji, and perhaps even surpassing it in subtle ways. With an astonishing force of 800,000 pounds, these ancient dragon remnants were indeed formidable. Xiao Yun let out a resounding cry, his fighting spirit ignited. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhao Wuji found himself rendered speechless, for he realized that the black dragon before him was subtly stronger, demanding his full concentration and leaving no room for distraction. Chapter 76. Defeating the Golden Dragon. The strength of the ancient dragon remnants was immense. The black dragon that Zhao Wuji faced wielded a force of 700,000 pounds, while the golden dragon that Xiao Yun confronted boasted an astonishing 800,000 pounds of power. It must be noted that Xiao Yun, having spent considerable time in the true dragon nest, encountered his most formidable opponent in Emperor Li Cheng. However, this being of temporal essence possesses merely 700,000 pounds of strength. As for Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren, their might is limited to 600,000 pounds. Yet now, upon casually encountering two progeny of the true dragon, one boasts an astonishing 700,000 pounds of strength, while the other surpasses it with 800,000 pounds. It is undeniable that the bloodline talent of the true dragon progeny is exceedingly formidable. They are indeed the direct descendants of the divine beast, the 5-clawed golden dragon. Only such powerful steeds are worthy of my companionship. With a resounding roar, Xiao Yun's eyes shone with unparalleled combat fervor. The more formidable this golden dragon appeared, the more he found himself drawn to it. With a thunderous roar, the golden dragon seemed to comprehend Xiao Yun's challenge, erupting in fury. Its vicious eyes sparkled with a sanguine glow as it opened its cavernous maw, revealing menacing fangs, and lunged fiercely at Xiao Yun, exuding an aura of terrifying malevolence. "Come forth," Xiao Yun bellowed, launching himself into the fray. He delivered a powerful punch towards the golden dragon, a straightforward yet potent assault, colliding forcefully with the creature's head, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. Towering trees around them toppled one after another, while fallen leaves swirled into the air, carried away as if swept by a formidable gust, and loose stones scattered in all directions. Xiao Yun's strength of 900,000 pounds clashed with the golden dragon's 800,000 pounds, creating a collision akin to that of heaven and earth, the sound reverberating like thunder, rolling across the sky in a breathtaking display of power. The scene was nothing short of astounding. Subsequently, the golden dragon let out a thunderous roar, its body staggering backward as it shook its head repeatedly, feeling dizzy and disoriented, having lost a tooth in the process, rendering it quite disheveled. In stark contrast, Xiao Yun charged forward towards the golden dragon with unbridled enthusiasm, exclaiming, "What a thrill! The only one who can match my strength, aside from Emperor Li Cheng, is you. Let us engage in a fierce battle today." Xiao Yun was exhilarated, having encountered a worthy adversary with whom he could unleash his full potential. His heart surged with a fierce fighting spirit, and he was ablaze with fervor, like a long-dormant volcano finally erupting with molten lava. Boom! Xiao Yun unleashed the 9 turns overbearing fist, employing the divine wind step, and wielding his blazing fists, which transformed into arcs of lightning as he relentlessly struck at the golden dragon. Roar! The golden dragon bellowed in rage. Since its emergence, it had always been among the strongest of the true dragon offspring. When had it ever been vanquished? Though this human before it was formidable, the golden dragon harbored no fear. An unprecedented battle spirit ignited in its eyes, and its entire form radiated a searing golden light as it charged towards Xiao Yun like a golden meteor. Boom! Xiao Yun's fist shimmered with resplendent brilliance, resembling a flash of lightning as he continued to pummel the golden dragon's body. Meanwhile, the golden dragon retaliated with its formidable head and massive claws, launching a relentless assault on Xiao Yun. Their battle was fiercely intense, with blinding light engulfing the heavens and the earth, and terrifying power sweeping through the surroundings, fracturing the ground beneath them as if it were on the brink of annihilation. Xiao Yun was profoundly astonished. The golden dragon was truly terrifying. Although its strength did not surpass his own, its physical form was incredibly robust, exhibiting formidable defensive capabilities. This was entirely understandable, as the corporeal bodies of demon beasts inherently surpassed those of humans, and a true dragon lineage was regarded as divine among demon beasts. Thus, one could only imagine the extraordinary might of this true dragon's remnant. Up until this moment, aside from dislodging a single tooth and a few scales from the golden dragon, Xiao Yun had inflicted no substantial harm upon it. Its defensive prowess was overwhelming, coupled with an astonishing regenerative ability. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun remained undeterred, persistently wielding the 9-turn overbearing fist, relentlessly striking at the golden dragon before him. As the tumult of their battle reverberated outward, the surrounding flora and stones were obliterated, leaving only the shattered earth in their wake. With a furious roar, the golden dragon became utterly frenzied. The relentless pressure from Xiao Yun in their confrontation filled it with a profound sense of humiliation, prompting an uncontrollable roar that unleashed an overwhelming draconic might, its voice resonating like thunder, threatening to rend the very souls of those who heard it. Sensing the terrifying sonic assault approaching him, Xiao Yun could not help but scoff. "Is that all you can do with your dragon might?" With that, he bellowed in response, unleashing his own dragon might. The fearsome sound waves surged through the heavens, causing the void to tremble incessantly. Golden ripples ascended skyward, akin to the tumultuous waves of the ocean, shaking the very foundations of the earth with a continuous roar. The two formidable sound waves collided, causing the towering trees in the vicinity to explode one after another. Even Tang Yunyun, watching from a distance, could not endure the terrifying sounds that echoed in the air, instinctively covering her ears and retreating. The battle had reached a fever pitch, and Xiao Yun began to unleash his full power. Behind him, 30 colorful pillars of light emerged, showcasing the might of the Tao's projection. His fists, enveloped in blazing radiance, resembled two blazing stars, striking fiercely at the golden dragon before him. The golden dragon also erupted with its full strength, raising its enormous claws. Each descent brought forth a cataclysmic force, colliding violently with Xiao Yun's fists, producing a deafening roar and unleashing tremendous power that enveloped the scene in sheer terror. Nevertheless, the golden dragon ultimately succumbed to Xiao Yun's might, its claws shattered by a single punch, golden blood gushing forth and igniting the surrounding grass. With a fierce roar, Xiao Yun continued his relentless pursuit. At this juncture, his blood was completely boiling, his eyes shooting forth like cold lightning, radiating an intense brilliance. His aura soaring as he pressed forward with his fists aimed directly at the dragon. The dragon's chest caved in under the ferocity of Xiao Yun's strike, a grievous blow that elicited a primal roar of agony from the creature. "Submit to me." Xiao Yun leaped onto the back of the golden dragon, relentlessly pounding its head, causing blood to spill and wounds to open. The dragon, enraged, roared in fury, humiliated by the presence of a mere human atop its back, demanding its submission. It thrashed violently, desperate to rid itself of Xiao Yun. However, the already severely injured golden dragon stood no chance against Xiao Yun, who struck it with such force that its head spun with stars and blood splattered everywhere, inflicting increasingly grievous wounds. "Submit or perish," Xiao Yun bellowed fiercely, relentlessly bombarding the golden dragon until it was forced to the ground, unable to rise again. Chapter 77, Dragon Meat, 1 million limit. Submit or die. Xiao Yun continued his assault on the golden dragon beneath him, his expression cold and his voice chilling to the bone, devoid of any trace of emotion. Regardless of whether the dragon was a divine beast or not, it was ultimately just an animal. Reasoning with such creatures proved futile, and they could only be subdued through brute force. Yet, it was evident that this golden dragon was exceedingly proud. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, it merely roared in defiance, its eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit, showing not the slightest inclination to submit. Xiao Yun's gaze turned icy. Did this dragon look down upon him, deeming him unworthy of its submission? Clearly, it had never encountered the harshness of reality. Observing the golden dragon sprawled on the ground, he unleashed a fierce blow with his radiant fist, striking it again mercilessly. Though the dragon lay prostrate and unable to lift its head, its eyes remained filled with an unwavering spirit of defiance and fury. It seemed to convey to Xiao Yun, "I would rather die than submit." With a sigh, Xiao Yun coldly addressed the golden dragon. "In that case, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." With that, he delivered a powerful punch, caving in the dragon's skull. The golden dragon's eyes widened in shock, releasing a mournful howl as its gaze faded into darkness. Not far away, the black dragon, engaged in fierce combat with Zhao Wuji, became acutely aware of the golden dragon's demise. Overwhelmed with anguish and fury, it roared vehemently, shaking off Zhao Wuji and lunging toward Xiao Yun. "If you refuse the opportunity to survive, then embrace death." Xiao Yun scoffed coldly, swinging his blazing fist towards the black dragon with lethal intent. He felt no remorse for slaying the golden dragon. After all, had he been inferior in strength today, it would have been he who lay dead. Historical accounts in the cultivation realm reveal that no true dragon lineage would spare a defeated human practitioner. On the contrary, those who fell before them had invariably been consumed. Thus, Xiao Yun struck with merciless intent, causing the black dragon to vomit blood and stagger back. His fiery fists relentlessly battered the creature, eliciting agonized cries from the black dragon. weaker than the golden dragon and already injured from its prolonged battle with Xiao Wuji. The black dragon was no match for Xiao Yun, who dominated the confrontation. How infuriating! That was my adversary. Xiao Wuji approached, glaring at Xiao Yun with palpable anger. Xiao Yun retorted with disdain, "You have squandered too much time." With that, he delivered a final, crushing blow that incapacitated the black dragon. He made no attempt to subdue it, for he discerned a profound resentment in the creature's eyes, rendering any notion of capturing it utterly impossible. Therefore, Xiao Yun decisively ended the black dragon's life. Xiao Wuji, observing from the side, felt an immense pang of sorrow as he turned to Xiao Yun in anger, exclaiming, "You are truly wasteful. These are the remnants of two true dragons. Once they reach maturity, they will attain the level of a sage. How could you discard such noble steeds and even slay them?" Xiao Yun scoffed. "They are exceedingly proud and unwilling to submit. Should I keep them as foes?" Xiao Wuji fell silent. Indeed, if they would not yield, their demise was warranted. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, for such mounts were exceptionally rare, and it was a pity they could not be tamed. "Brother Xiao, the corpses of these true dragon remnants are treasures in their own right. We must not let them go to waste," remarked Tang Yun, having rushed over upon witnessing the demise of the two dragons. Xiao Yun chuckled as the saying goes, "Donkey meat is found on the ground, while dragon meat graces the heavens. I have savored donkey meat, yet have never tasted dragon meat. Today, we are fortunate. Let us feast on roasted dragon." At this proclamation, both Xiao Wuji and Tang Yun were intrigued. They had consumed a fair share of spiritual beasts, but dragon meat was an uncharted delight. However, Tang Yun hesitantly voiced her concern, "Brother Xiao, we are in the lair of true dragons. Is it wise to consume dragon meat here? Might we provoke the true dragon and violate the formations that protect this place?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuji's expression turned serious, his gaze sharpening. "Fear not. That true dragon has already ascended to the celestial realm. We shall be unharmed," Xiao Yun reassured, dismissing the apprehensions. He promptly urged Xiao Wuji to gather firewood while he retrieved the grilling equipment from his spatial ring, which he had long prepared for this occasion. "Brother Xiao, I shall venture forth to gather some mushrooms, wild vegetables, and spiritual fruits, and later we will concoct a broth using dragon bones." After saying this, Tang Yun busied herself. In the evening, the three of them sat around the campfire, savoring the dragon bone soup while delighting in roasted dragon meat, relishing every bite in sheer bliss. It's so hot." After devouring a dragon leg, Tang Yun suddenly felt an intense warmth enveloping her, steam rising from her body, and her blood surging within her veins, boiling with vigor. The dragon meat